She has always believed that only by achieving perfection in every endeavor can one truly lead the dreamt-of life of leisure. Thus, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to her studies. In class she was utterly earnest. During meals she approached her food with solemnity. When it came to slumber, her diligence did not wane. Even in the matchmaking of GGAD, she was unwaveringly serious. While walking her noseless old dog, she maintained her focus. Even in the throes of affection for someone, she was thoroughly earnest. Chapter 96. A Perilous Night. Indeed, the Phoenix could traverse Hogwarts unfettered by the disillusionment charm, moving freely as if it were a mere whim. Were it not for Grindelwald's reminder, she might have forgotten this fact entirely. Then, Grindelwald witnessed an ancient tome, reminiscent of a spellbook, materialize before the girl. Before he could discern the contents within, she pointed her wand at a particular page and swiftly invoked, "Phoenix." A phoenix ablaze with flames erupted from the pages, joyfully circling above Wei Xiangbai's head. Simultaneously, Fawkes, who had been napping in the headmaster's office, seemed to sense something, opening his eyes wide. After escorting Wei Xiangbai back to the Ravenclaw common room, Snape did not retreat to the dungeons, but instead made his way towards the Whomping Willow under the cover of night. With the moon yet to rise, and due to the prohibition against apparition within Hogwarts, he refrained from employing any magical means to avoid detection by students or professors. Upon nearing the Whomping Willow, he sought refuge nearby. At that moment he remained unaware of the tree's secrets, awaiting Potter and his companions to arrive. He did not have to wait long. Soon Madame Pomfrey appeared, accompanied by Lupin. Snape clearly observed as Madame Pomfrey gently tapped a knot on the tree's trunk with her wand, causing the previously agitated tree to cease its movements, allowing the two to pass through. Beneath the tree lay a concealed passage. Shortly after they entered, Madame Pomfrey emerged, but Lupin was nowhere to be seen. Once Madame Pomfrey departed, Snape did not reveal himself from his hiding place. He remained vigilant. Before long, he spotted three familiar figures, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. Under the urging of the other two, Pettigrew transformed into an ugly rat, skillfully dodging the branches of the Whomping Willow until he climbed the trunk and pressed down on the knot, causing the irritable tree to cease its assault. They adeptly located the hidden passage beneath the tree and slipped inside. As calm returned, Snape emerged from the shadows, successfully navigating the passageway below, following the demonstrations he had just witnessed. He hesitated, contemplating whether to depart, but upon seeing Madame Pomfrey, he realized that Dumbledore was aware of this secret. Perhaps it was he who had concealed this mystery. Snape recalled Wei Xiangbai's reddened eyes. A pang of pain surged within him and ultimately, he resolved to venture forth and uncover the truth. Everything unfolded with such unexpected abruptness that when Snape emerged from the passage, before James Potter and the others could react, the clouds that had shrouded the full moon dispersed and the gentle moonlight streamed through the window. Under the moon's luminous gaze, the frail Lupin swiftly transformed. Thick fur sprouted across his body, sharp claws emerged, and his teeth gleamed ominously. His previously tranquil gaze now turned feral. A werewolf. Lupin was a werewolf. Dumbledore had permitted werewolves to study at Hogwarts. This unforeseen turn of events utterly stunned Snape. Before he could move, the werewolf's fierce gaze landed squarely upon him. "No, Remus. Snape, you must run. Get away. Leave this place." James Potter shouted urgently, attempting to pull Snape away, for despite their enmity, he had never wished for Snape's demise. But it was too late. Before they could even draw their wands, the transformed Lupin pounced, knocking both Snape and James to the ground. Snape felt the chilling sensation of sharp claws slicing through his skin, followed by a surge of pain and terror. No, he could not perish here. She was still waiting for him to return. The werewolf's breath was scorching, its razor-sharp teeth mere inches from his neck, its formidable strength immobilizing Snape. Had it not been for James Potter's desperate attempts to intervene, he would have surely been bitten serious. James Potter shouted with all his might, and in the next moment, a massive black dog darted in from the side, tackling the werewolf and forcing it away. Freed from the werewolf's grasp, Snape, disregarding his bleeding wounds, scrambled to his feet, hastily retreating toward the passage behind him, aided by James Potter's frantic pulling. Even in his transformed state as a great black dog, Sirius struggled to restrain the werewolf Lupin, clinging to his hind leg in an attempt to hinder his pursuit. The passage was narrow and lengthy, offering no alternative escape, while the werewolf closed in relentlessly, despair creeping ever closer. The relentless flow of blood and the frantic sprinting caused Snape's legs to falter. James Potter continued to pull him away, but he felt his strength waning. Was he destined to die here today? No, that was unacceptable. His time with Wei Xiangbai had been far too brief, and she still looked forward to their future travels. He could not succumb here. The werewolf's howls echoed close at hand. In a daze, he thought he heard a clear, ringing call. Suddenly, a searing red flame blazed to life in the darkness, and the face of the one he had been thinking of appeared alongside the warm, radiant fire. Faint, petrify, bind swiftly. She clutched her wand tightly, swiftly casting a flurry of spells that ensnared the werewolf before her. Though her magical prowess paled in comparison to that of an adult wizard, her superior quality was evident. Upon being trapped, the highly resistant werewolf Lupin struggled to break free from the binding spell. Seizing the opportunity, James Potter yanked Snape toward the nearby exit. Wei Shengbai followed closely behind, leaving Sirius to contain the still struggling werewolf Lupin within. The girl uttered not a word, summoning her phoenix to Snape's side. Yet, the phoenix was merely a replica of Fawkes, lacking the powerful healing abilities, able only to stem the bleeding of Snape's wounds temporarily. After completing her task, her magical energy was nearly depleted. The phoenix dissipated into flames, and Wei Shengbai could no longer maintain her strength, her vision darkening, as she felt herself about to collapse. Seeing her faint, Snape disregarded his own injuries, immediately struggling to rise and embrace her. Chapter 97. In the hospital wing. The two of them sat on the ground, utterly exhausted. Although Wei Shengbai had merely experienced a momentary daze from the depletion of her magical energy, she had not truly lost consciousness. Severus Snape supported her shoulder, and after a few moments, the world around her gradually came back into focus. Do not move. Your wound may reopen. I am perfectly fine. It is merely a matter of overexertion. The phoenix within the spellbook, summoned by her presence, required a significant expenditure of her magical energy, especially given the extraordinary nature of such a mystical creature. Coupled with the spell she had just cast, this had resulted in her magical reserves being entirely exhausted. Wei Shengbai glanced at the claw marks on Snape's chest. Although the bleeding had ceased, the wound remained grotesque, the dark red blood staining his school uniform, a distressing sight. She clutched her wand tightly, unable to conjure even the simplest healing spell, and this sense of helplessness mirrored the feelings she had experienced in her dreams. Her eyes welled with tears as she fell silent, unsure of what more she could say. Instead, she retrieved a small vial of healing essence from her bag and delicately applied it to his wound with her fingertips. I did not intend to keep this from you. She had wished to shield him from some of the burden, yet here they were, entangled in this unfortunate outcome. Still she remained silent, seemingly oblivious to his feeble attempt at justification, lost in her own tumultuous thoughts. I am sorry. Noticing the girl's silence, an unexpected wave of panic surged within Snape. Before he could gather his thoughts to articulate a response, the apology had slipped from his lips. Her fingertips paused on his wound. Her once pale hands now smeared with vivid crimson, an unsettling contrast. The chaos of their escape from the secret passage had drawn the attention of James Potter, who found their interaction rather peculiar. Before he could process this in his mind, a brilliant flame erupted in the open space beside them. Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald emerged from Fawkes's flames, and upon seeing the gash on Snape's chest and the disheveled state of James Potter, they both instinctively furrowed their brows. I will handle matters below. Gellert, please escort them to the hospital wing. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Snape, for the extent of your injuries. Once we have resolved the situation below, I will provide you with a thorough explanation. However, the priority now is to attend to your wound. Of course, Miss Wei Shengbai. You must also rest and replenish your magical energy. After conveying these instructions, Dumbledore exchanged a few more words with Grindelwald before swiftly entering the secret passage beneath the tree. Albus is correct, we should return. Grindelwald initially intended to use his wand to levitate them, but the phoenix, which belonged to Dumbledore, circled in the air twice before landing curiously beside Wei Shengbai, inspecting her with interest. Could you kindly lead us to the hospital wing, Fawkes? She looked down at the phoenix, softly making her request. To her astonishment, the once subservient phoenix nuzzled her hand affectionately, indicating its agreement to her plea. Thus, the four of them vanished in Fawkes's flames, only to reappear in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, having received Dumbledore's Patronus message, had just arrived and was taken aback to see them materialize. Oh Merlin, I can scarcely believe my eyes. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, before hurriedly arranging beds. In the chaos of preventing Remus Lupin from biting anyone, James Potter had also sustained a few scratches. Though his injuries were not as severe as Snape's, they warranted a bed for treatment. After watching Snape settle onto a bed for his wounds to be dressed, Wei Shengbai took a seat beside him, biting her lip, her fingers nervously caressing the wand she had yet to release. Snape's apology had not angered her. In fact, it was entirely unnecessary. She was uncertain of what to say to him. Although he need not have confided in her about his surveillance of the quartet, the knowledge still weighed heavily on her heart. She was worried about Snape's injuries, felt anger towards Lupin, and harbored resentment towards Dumbledore for the turmoil that had unfolded. Yet she refrained from directing her feelings at anyone, waiting in silence for another's arrival. Thankfully, prompt care had been administered, preventing excessive blood loss. A few days of rest here would suffice for recovery. Madame Pomfrey sighed in relief upon assessing Snape's wound, performing additional treatments before turning to tend to James Potter. Wei Shengbai then moved to Snape's bedside, observing his pale face, drained from blood loss, and softly inquired, "Does it still hurt?" The already bandaged wound was concealed beneath the pristine white sheets, and Snape shook his head, gently grasping her cold hand. Ever since he had first seen her injury, the concern in his eyes had been inescapable. She wore a thin nightgown, with only a large robe thrown over it, revealing just how hastily she had emerged. Grindelwald stood by the window of the hospital wing, gazing at the luminous full moon, remaining silent. Tonight, Wei Shengbai had summoned a phoenix, and her ability to foresee Snape's peril had laid bare the truth before Dumbledore. He needed to fabricate a plausible excuse. As for the matter between her and Snape, Grindelwald chose not to intervene, nor elaborate further. Soon, Dumbledore returned to the hospital wing with Sirius Black, placing him on another bed. He and Lupin bore numerous wounds from their altercation. However, they appeared to have been treated by Fawkes's tears, leaving them merely weakened but not life-threatening. Professor Dumbledore, I require a reasonable explanation for the presence of a werewolf in our school. As her magical energy gradually replenished, Wei Shengbai rose to face the elder, her demeanor devoid of complaint or outcry, simply watching him in silence, a stifling tension growing in the hospital wing. I apologize, Miss Wei, for bringing Remus into the fold. He was bitten by other werewolves at a young age, but at his core, he is a genuinely kind child, and should not be denied the right to attend Hogwarts because of his condition. I arranged for him to have a secluded space, away from students, to manage the full moon each month. What transpired today was entirely unforeseen. It was a complete accident, and none of us wished for Mr. Snape to be harmed. Chapter 98. Biased Retribution. Dumbledore sought to attribute the incident to misfortune, initially believing this to be the case without grasping the full scope of events. Yet, when Wei Shengbai's peripheral vision caught a flicker of guilt on Sirius's face, the doubts she had suppressed surged forth, causing her to clutch her wand even tighter. So, what you are implying is that you believe tonight's occurrence was purely coincidental, with no one setting a trap for Severus, and that he inadvertently uncovered the secret of the Whomping Willow, thereby entering that passage, correct? She inquired softly, her words deliberate and assertive, as if seeking confirmation of his narrative. Upon hearing her question, Dumbledore furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards James Potter and Sirius Black, who lay on their respective beds. Professor Dumbledore, I understand your affection for students, particularly those from Gryffindor, as you yourself were a student there and harbor a fondness for the house. I fully comprehend your partiality. I hold no ill will towards you for this. It is human nature to favor some over others. Even our hearts do not reside precisely at the center of our chests, and I too exhibit favoritism towards certain individuals. I must express my sincerest apologies, for I cannot wholly trust your assertions. I must witness the truth with my own eyes and hear it with my own ears. Just a moment ago, she was engaged in conversation with Dumbledore, and in the blink of an eye, Wei Shengbai dashed to Sirius's bedside, seizing his clothing and yanking him upright from his slumber. Legilimens. Her wand was aimed directly at Sirius's forehead as she uttered the incantation. Unfamiliar with the art of occlumency, he was instantly engulfed in memories. Allowing Wei Shengbai to sift through his recollections at will, the spell of legilimency is not forbidden like the killing curse, nor does it fall under the category of dark magic. Thus, she bears no responsibility for its use. The recently restored magic within her was rapidly depleting, yet the incident involving Severus had stirred something within Sirius. Just moments prior, his mind had been occupied with the events of the day. Sirius, James Potter, witnessing Wei Shengbai wielding her wand, assumed she was threatening him with a curse. Before he could intervene, the girl had already stowed her wand and released the panting figure beside her, utilizing the most painful and concealed scars of her closest friend as bait to provoke others into perilous situations. One could hardly deny that the blood of the mad coursed through the veins of the blacks. A chilling frost glazed her eyes, and her words struck like sharp blades, mercilessly piercing the most vulnerable and agonizing parts of him. I never thought he would actually go. It was he who followed us, intent on uncovering this secret. Ignoring Sirius's protests, Wei Shengbai turned to James and mocked him instead. You were meant to be the best of friends, yet he exploited the secrets between you. He had not once considered the dire consequences that would befall Remus should this matter come to light. And what of Madame Pomfrey, who had consistently aided him through the full moons, or Headmaster Dumbledore, who permitted him to study at Hogwarts, or even the Hogwarts grounds that allowed werewolves to learn? What kind of interrogation would the Ministry of Magic subject them to? Her words fell like an insufferably heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly upon the hearts of both James and Sirius. Dumbledore gleaned the sequence of events from Wei Xingbai's discourse. While her words may have sounded somewhat grave, the potential ramifications of Remus's werewolf identity being exposed were entirely plausible. And what of Remus himself? One must ponder how he would feel upon regaining his human form tonight, once he learns of this incident. Her demeanor shifted to calm. Yet the icy indifference in her gaze deeply wounded the two, as guilt and regret swarmed their souls like relentless vermin, impossible to shake off. In the original narrative, no one spoke up for Severus, and Sirius, under Dumbledore's protection, escaped expulsion. Wei Xingbai had merely employed a single legilimency spell. Beyond that, she wielded no means of aggression. Yet her words, each one, inflicted greater pain than their physical wounds. While bodily scars may fade, the anguish of the spirit is indelible. She was unconcerned about what punishment Dumbledore would eventually impose. Since they had not been expelled in the original tale, it was likely to be the same this time. However, no matter how much time passed, the moment Sirius laid eyes upon her, Severus, or even Remus, he would be reminded of today's events, reliving that guilt. Unable to find solace night after night, this was her unique form of retribution. This is all I wish to convey. I am not the victim in this matter. It is merely my partiality towards him that has compelled me to speak a few extra words. Professor Dumbledore, you are now aware of the situation's origins. I wish to know how you intend to punish them. Wei Xingbai returned to Severus's bedside, her coldness dissipating as she resumed a gentler expression, finally stowing her wand. Subsequently, Dumbledore learned the full account of the incident from James Potter. Although Severus's nighttime surveillance violated school regulations, it was evident that Sirius's transgressions were far more severe. He had leveraged Remus's secret to harm a fellow student. Had James not reacted promptly to save him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The transformation into a werewolf was not a deliberate act of harm toward Severus. Sirius's provocation had merely indirectly led to Severus's injury. Thus, as in the original narrative, they were not expelled. Nevertheless, the Gryffindor hourglass was emptied of all its house points, leaving them in debt of over 100 points. Sirius's reprimand was posted on the notice board, to remain until his graduation. Furthermore, he faced detention lasting until the end of the term, while James, Remus, and Peter Pettigrew received labor punishment. When Dumbledore announced the results to them in the infirmary, Sirius's face had paled considerably. After a night of rest, Wei Xingbai's magic had nearly fully replenished, yet Severus still lay in bed, distanced from James and the others. Remus, having survived the full moon, also returned, aware that he had witnessed Severus entering the Shrieking Shack as one of the involved parties. This was not something he could ignore. I'm sorry. As one who had caused Severus harm, albeit unknowingly at the time, an apology was essential. Remus's thoughts were in disarray. He could not come to terms with the events of the previous night, and needed a place to gather himself. Originally seated beside Severus, Wei Xingbai was summoned to Dumbledore's office. Chapter 99 Dim Candlelight. A beautiful phoenix perched on the shelf beside the desk, winking at the girl as if expressing its affection for her. The office was devoid of anyone but Dumbledore. Grindelwald was not present. Realizing this, Wei Xingbai composed herself. Initially, she had intended to counter any use of legilimency by Dumbledore with a clemency. However, the man seated behind the desk seemed to have no such intention. Instead, he retrieved a selection of treats from his drawer. This was an old habit of his, one he could not shake. Miss Wei, you are a remarkably clever child. And you harbor many little secrets. I merely wish to engage in conversation with you. If you are unwilling to speak with this old man, I shall not press you. He pushed a plate of lemon drops and fizzing whiz-bees toward her, placing a dish of cockroach clusters before himself. The sight of the lively, disturbingly realistic cockroach-shaped candies was enough to prevent her from fleeing at that moment, an act of utmost courtesy on her part. So, Headmaster Dumbledore, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Is it regarding my sudden display of prophetic abilities? Or perhaps concerning my guardian, Mr. Green? Regardless of the topic, she had already prepared her responses since Grindelwald's arrival at Hogwarts as a professor. Last night, it seemed you summoned a phoenix, which surprised me. For Fawkes mentioned it sensed a remarkably similar essence to its own. Could you share with me more about this incident? Indeed, compared to the hereditary prophetic abilities that could be attributed to her lineage, the presence of Grindelwald, who had been under their noses, paled in comparison to the phoenix she had summoned from the spellbook last night. About that phoenix, it does indeed correlate with my talents. You may not be aware, but my family history traces back at least 2,000 years. My circumstances are somewhat akin to that of Avila, or perhaps the long-extinct half-blooded elves. Long ago, my father and mother stated that the gifts within our bloodline are often prophetic, with occasional emergence of other peculiar abilities. For instance, one might attain the favor of magical creatures, even harnessing the powers of some of these wondrous beings. I remain oblivious to the secrets my ancestors infused into our bloodline, which grants me the ability to summon a phoenix. However, the phoenix that Fox felt was not a creature of tangible existence. Rather, it was an embodiment of my magical essence. Wei Shengbai concealed the emergence of the spellbook, and it is likely that Grindelwald would not casually divulge such information either. Although many aspects of this matter remain undisclosed, as she herself is uncertain how to weave the narrative further, she can only compel Dumbledore to ponder over her ancient and enigmatic lineage. The Weisheng family has historically kept a low profile, making it difficult for Dumbledore to unearth these truths, thus leaving the veracity of her claims in question. After their conversation lingered a while longer, Wei Shengbai departed the headmaster's office, clutching the sweets Dumbledore had bestowed upon her. As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened. Upon her return to the infirmary, the outside world had succumbed to complete darkness. The flickering candlelight within the room was too dim for reading, merely sufficient to illuminate her path. As Wei Shengbai approached his bedside, Severus, who was in a light slumber, was roused by her soft footfalls. Given that James Potter and Sirius were also present in the room, despite the considerable distance between their beds, separated by thick curtains, she nonetheless cast a silencing charm and a protective spell around the area to ensure their privacy. It seemed that Lily had already paid him a visit. A few snacks and fruits were placed on the bedside table, suggesting that aside from Lily, no one else had come to offer him solace. Wei Shengbai set down the lemon sherbet and fizzing honey sweets that Dumbledore had given her beside the assortment of snacks and settled down by the bed. How is the wound? It has scabbed over. Madame Pomfrey mentioned that you should be able to leave in a couple of days. Your wound is somewhat deep, and it may leave a scar. This is purified white willow essence. You should be familiar with its application. She produced a delicate, transparent vial from her bag, containing a pale golden white willow essence that shimmered like honey, reflecting jewel-like hues in the dim candlelight. Ordinary white willow essence is inexpensive, yet its healing efficacy is negligible compared to the one she held, which was worth tenfold more. The purified essence she had used the previous night was precisely why Severus had healed so swiftly. She had generously poured an entire vial onto his wound. Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Yesterday, while using the pensieve to delve into Sirius's memories, she had not only witnessed the confrontation between him and Severus, but also glimpsed their earlier conversation. Besides her curiosity about the secrets among the quartet, he had also learned about the incident in their defense against the dark arts class. The boggart had taken the form of the Whomping Willow, likely conjured by the dream she had the previous morning, as she had hesitated before that very tree, daunted by the potential images that might unfold. Even if it were merely a dream, at that moment, the boggart had read her most visceral fears, only to transform into something else upon realizing the discrepancy. Severus sat up in bed, his sudden movement jolting Wei Shengbai from her reverie, and she instinctively grabbed a pillow to place behind his back to provide him with comfort. You cannot speak of the prophecy, fearing that uttering it may render the future into reality. Yet I do not wish for you to bear this burden alone. The candlelight on the wall flickered gently in the faint breeze, casting an inconsistent glow over the two of them, as if it might extinguish at any moment. So, you wish to know if the secrets among them are intertwined with my prophecy. That is why you follow them alone. Without even mentioning a plan regarding this matter to me, I should have anticipated this. You are astute enough to decipher something from my reactions eventually. Her tone remained calm, though she shifted her gaze from her wand to him. I do not wish for you to worry. You believe I should not shoulder this alone. When they discussed how my boggart manifested as the Whomping Willow, I could not fathom what thoughts occupied your mind at that moment. Regardless of the perspective we take, we are both merely concerned for each other, yet you have suffered because of it. Do you realize what I truly feel? Chapter 100. Would you like to try? Wei Shengbai had spent the entire night contemplating their shared dilemmas, ultimately clarifying some of the intricate issues surrounding their relationship. Both she and Severus had perceived one another as overly fragile, rendering their bond seemingly delicate, as if a mere storm could extinguish all their fervor. When I witnessed your injury in the hidden passage, I nearly expended all my rationality to refrain from unleashing a killing curse upon Lupin. I am genuinely terrified of losing you, Severus. Even now, I find myself waking in the middle of the night, questioning whether these days spent with you are but a figment of my imagination. Wei Shengbai seldom revealed her insecurities to others, accustomed as she was to masking her vulnerabilities with composure, erasing this weakness through decisive actions. Yet at times, this anxiety necessitated alleviation by someone other than herself. I too am afraid that you might undertake perilous endeavors alone in an attempt to alter that prophecy, just as you did when you collapsed in that dark room. Or when you sought out the Dark Lord's artifacts. I apologize for concealing last night's events from you. I shall not do so again. In the tranquil atmosphere, they mutually unveiled their concealed anxieties, gaining strength from one another while comprehending each other as thoughts. They found the courage and resolve to continue forward together. It seems we are but cowards. She let out a soft laugh, her hand brushing against his face, their closeness palpable, as their muted breaths intertwined, tinged with an indistinct sweetness. Severus distinctly felt her warm fingertips gliding across his face, smoothing the furrow of his brow, traversing the corners of his eyes and the bridge of his nose, fingertips dancing past his lips, sending tingling sensations to the softest recesses of his heart. He suddenly grasped her mischievous little hand, his pupils deepening with intensity. Her petite face was mere inches away, and Severus could even savor the sweet and sour essence lingering on her lips, akin to an enticing confection. If only he leaned in closer, he could effortlessly possess it. Actually, the lemon sherbet is quite delicious. Would you care to try? This statement served as the most direct invitation, drawing him willingly into a trap filled with sweetness. He captured her previously mischievous hand, encircling her waist with his other arm, gently yet firmly pulling her into his embrace. He pressed his lips to hers, contrasting with their previous fleeting encounter in Hogsmeade. This time, he savored the subtle sweetness slowly and deliberately. Initially cautious, he was delighted to find her clumsily responding in kind, urging him to delve deeper into their shared moment, perhaps influenced by the candy they had just consumed. Severus felt that all the sweetness he had ever tasted paled in comparison to the delightful flavor that enveloped her now. He had never experienced such a buoyant sense of happiness, yearning to hold her even tighter, as if to melt her into his very being. Sensing his fervent embrace, Wei Shengbai quickly pushed him away, lowering her gaze to inspect the scar on Severus's chest. Can you not be more mindful of your own body? What if the wound were to reopen? The girl spoke with a hint of huskiness and playful pouting, only exhaling a sigh of relief once she confirmed that no blood was seeping through the bandages on Snape's body. Her cheeks and earlobes were tinged with crimson, and the originally cool, azure depths of her eyes shimmered with a dreamy glimmer, reminiscent of the delicate mist that blankets a lake at dawn. Her lips, now more vividly colored than before, became a beautiful sight for him to admire alone. You should rest well. I must take my leave. Noticing his gaze lingering on her face, Wei Shengbai hurriedly stood up, intending to escape the suffocating atmosphere. There were still 2 hours until the school curfew. When Snape sensed her desire to depart, he instinctively grasped her hand. You cannot rise from the bed just yet. I must find my own way back. She struggled slightly, but was unable to free herself. You have that half-blood cat otter, she remarked, implying that even if she returned late, she would not get lost. If you wish for me to stay here, you need only say so. Gazing into his eyes, Wei Shengbai's emotions gradually returned to their previous calm, and she soothingly patted the hand that held hers before settling back on the edge of the bed. When she had entered the hospital wing earlier, she had ensured that neither James Potter nor Sirius Black had caught sight of her, and with the surrounding protective and soundproofing spells, remaining there until dawn posed no issue. You need to rest more now. She withdrew the pillow behind Snape, encouraging him to recline back on the bed. The flickering candlelight continued to burn, casting a comforting glow upon the silence of the night. In truth, I am not afraid of that whomping willow, she suddenly spoke, broaching the subject. The world she inhabited now diverged significantly from the original story, and her earlier display of fear in the defense against the dark arts class had primarily been influenced by the emotions from her dreams. Unsure whether she possessed prophetic abilities in her bloodline like her parents, she refrained from articulating it outright, fearing that voicing it would render it a prophecy. She also struggled to elucidate her circumstances to Snape, as she herself had little understanding of the matter of her transmigration. What I mentioned earlier about not having witnessed any scenes regarding your future is true. What I know is the conclusion from another world, yet in that conclusion, I do not exist. Therefore, Severus, from the moment I began to harbor feelings for you, perhaps even earlier, what I recognized as the conclusion has, like a premonition, already changed. She chose to reveal a portion of her truth in a gentle manner, aiming to assuage Snape's worries. You mean another world? Snape abruptly seized upon the crux of her words. Are you familiar with the theory of parallel universes? The progression of the world resembles an endlessly branching line, with each line experiencing variations. I know certain things about another world. Had I not come here, had I not met you, had I not contemplated altering the future, then the development of this world would align with the conclusion of the other world I know. Wei Shengbai's words resonated in Snape's ears like thunder, revealing a truth he had never conceived. From the very beginning. Did you not want me to join the Death Eaters because you glimpsed another version of me who acted in accordance with the Dark Lord? He quickly recalled previous events, confirming his suspicions with her nod. In the absence of her existence in that other world, Snape felt a profound sense of gratitude that this version of him had encountered Wei Shengbai here. Chapter 101. The Ineffective Curse. Snape, initially the most severely injured, had left the hospital wing before the other two. However, when Lily saw him walking hand in hand with Wei Shengbai, her face bore not only surprise but also a sense of understanding. As for concealing their relationship from Grindelwald, since he had already seen it that night, it was better to acknowledge it openly rather than concoct excuses to continue the deception. Grindelwald did not comment extensively on their relationship, but he did impose stricter requirements on Snape during defense against the dark arts class. When Hogwarts closed for the holidays at the end of the year, she and Snape returned to the magical supply shop in Diagon Alley, spending Christmas with Eileen. Eileen's condition appeared much improved, although she managed the shop alone. It was not overly busy, allowing her time to converse with neighboring shopkeepers. She gradually reverted to her former self, the painful memories of the past becoming increasingly blurred. They had anticipated that life would continue in such a tranquil manner, until one day after Christmas, an unexpected group of visitors descended upon Diagon Alley. Clad in black wizard robes, wielding wands, they shouted slogans calling for the extermination of Muggleborns, rampaging through the historic street and capturing individuals at will. Their actions were utterly deranged, and their reckless demeanor instilled terror. Among them were some dangerously fanatical individuals who relished inflicting torment, deriving psychological pleasure from the sounds of screams and pleas for mercy. Eileen closed the shop's door and cast numerous protective spells, ensuring that the madmen outside could not enter. Wei Shengbai sat on a sofa in the first floor, the raucous laughter of the Death Eaters filtering in from outside, causing her considerable irritation. The ministry will arrive shortly. If anyone breaks in, you should use the fireplace to escape, Eileen instructed, gripping her wand while keeping a vigilant eye on the door. It's all right, Aunt Eileen. I had Willa set up some defenses at the entrance. They should be sufficient to deter the Death Eaters, Wei Shengbai replied, flipping a page of her book. Seemingly unfazed by the commotion outside, utterly immersed in the world of literature. This was the first time the Death Eaters had caused such an uproar in the magical community, indicating that Voldemort's ambition to control the entire wizarding world had commenced in earnest. Today was merely the beginning. More such incidents would inevitably follow. Regrettably, due to the constraints of the world's will, she could not employ her means to resolve the situation at present. That Dark Lord and his Horcruxes must be vanquished by the Chosen One. Although that savior was currently but a shadow, it was a necessary course of action. The discomfort of being unable to act against the main storyline was palpable, but to prevent the collapse of this world, founded upon the original plot, she had no choice but to endure. Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix had begun to take shape in previous years. Besides the Ministry, this organization would serve as the primary force against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, perhaps allowing Eileen to join their ranks. Snape was unaware of Voldemort's fate in another parallel world, but seeing Wei Shengbai's calm demeanor offered him some solace. The two children displayed no signs of panic or worry, which inadvertently bolstered Eileen's resolve. She relaxed her tense demeanor slightly, returning to her post behind the counter to attend to some shop accounts. Perhaps due to the shop's secluded location, and the door being kept shut, the Death Eaters refrained from forcing their way in, lingering nearby for a time before retreating prior to the arrival of the Ministry's oars. It seemed that situations like today would become increasingly frequent. Aunt Eileen, you must remain vigilant. If you see any Death Eaters, close the shop door immediately. Your safety is of utmost importance. Once Diagon Alley returned to calm, Wei Shengbai reopened the door, gazing at the desolate sight of closed doors in every household, letting out a soft sigh within her heart. These days are likely to persist for another 5 or 6 years, until Voldemort is severely weakened, leaving only a fragment of his soul to flee from Britain, allowing those residing in Diagon Alley to finally lay down their fears and defenses. How can she ensure Lily's safety, while keeping the plot from straying too far? At present, she has no inkling. Although she had conversed extensively with Snape in the hospital wing, she refrained from mentioning this matter. Regarding the prophecy made by Trelawney, the very genesis of fate, the most pivotal plot of this world, she must not reveal a single detail before the story commences. Perhaps Snape might be angry about this later, but for now, let her enjoy a moment of tranquility in her sanctuary. After the Christmas holidays, the two returned to school, now in the latter half of their 3rd year, and Wei Shengbai began to worry about the curse surrounding the position of defense against the dark arts professor. To address her concerns, she made a special trip to inquire with Grindelwald, who to her surprise, displayed little concern. Since curses exist in this world, there must surely be ways to counter them. Although he possesses considerable talent in this area, the curse is indeed troublesome. However, there are others who surpass him. You needn't worry about this. Until your graduation, I shall remain unharmed, or do you believe I would be injured? The only one capable of inflicting harm upon Grindelwald in this world would likely be that headmaster. Convinced of his ability to resist this so-called curse, Wei Shengbai chose not to press further, though she harbored a flicker of doubt regarding the individual he implied was more formidable than himself. Grindelwald had not mentioned himself directly, but spoke in such a way as to indicate his acquaintance with someone who excels in curses beyond Voldemort. While the magical world now resembled an aged elder, stubborn in its ways amid the rapid evolution of a new era, its foundation remained profoundly rich, occasionally producing astonishing talents in certain fields. As the term drew to a close, the students of Hogwarts were astounded to find Grindelwald still occupying his position. Perhaps the curse was a mere myth. The previous professor's departures were mere coincidences. Look, Professor Grindelwald shows no signs of leaving even now, the students whispered among themselves. And this news swiftly reached Voldemort's ears. He understood all too well the potency of the curse he had cast and believed no one could withstand it. Yet, after the final examinations of the academic year, seeing his continued hold on the position began to instill doubt within him. He immediately summoned his Death Eaters and ordered them to gather information on Professor Grindelwald. Chapter 102, Summer Travels. Gellert Grindelwald, born in Austria, now 62 years old, graduated from Durmstrang. He has traveled extensively in Asia, pursuing ancient relics, and possesses an extensive knowledge of curses and the defense against dark arts. Having close ties with several ancient families in China, he has a niece of Asian descent in Ravenclaw at Hogwarts, seemingly without blood relations, who, upon returning to Britain a year ago, proactively applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, subsequently being hired by Dumbledore. As Voldemort perused the documents before him, he found nothing particularly suspicious. Though the information was somewhat incomplete, a diligent inquiry would uncover Grindelwald's experiences, albeit his travels in Asia remained somewhat vague, with wizards from China willing to attest to them. There were also records of him at Durmstrang, and those who had studied alongside him retained vague memories of his presence. As for how he could resist the curse, it was noted that he was quite adept and possessed profound understanding in that regard. However, the curse was enduring, and Voldemort did not believe he could withstand it indefinitely. As the curse accumulated, what awaited him would be something far more terrifying than death. Seated in his office, grading papers, Grindelwald rubbed his temples. After a year in this position, he still found it difficult to accept the hasty scrawls and nonsensical answers of certain students. Fortunately, they had demonstrated diligence in class, and their practical exams proceeded without incident, allowing them to pass smoothly. Once he completed his tasks, he set down his quill and retrieved an object from his pocket. It was a compass, roughly the size of his palm, intricately engraved with numerous complex yet rhythmic characters, unmistakably ancient in origin. Grindelwald caressed the exquisite little compass, feeling the gentle power emanating from it, aiding him in dissipating the malevolent curse. 5 more years, he murmured softly, quickly tucking the compass away, and beginning to organize the papers on his desk. This summer, Wei Shengbai did not enjoy a leisurely holiday, for she was once again taken by Grindelwald to practice magic. To avoid arousing Dumbledore's suspicions, they did not return to the prison of Nurmengard, but instead sought out a secluded location. Across stony wastelands, snow-capped peaks, boundless seas, and ancient verdant forests, she was taken to many places, experiencing a myriad of landscapes. Aside from the occasional risk of getting lost, her only vexation was that she had seen little of Snape throughout the summer. Even their correspondence had dwindled. In contrast, her magical power surged rapidly, and her understanding of magic deepened significantly after witnessing the vastness of the world. If her previous meditative practices had been aimed at harnessing the magic within her body, this journey allowed her to sense the wondrous forces of nature. Most magic derives from the materials present in nature, such as the 5 elements in China or the 4 elements known here. To grasp the deeper mysteries of magic, one must harmonize the mind with the forces of nature. She had already experienced the former, and this journey was dedicated to the latter. As the holiday neared its end, Wei Shengbai suddenly inquired about the soul. The killing curse is deemed a forbidden spell precisely because it directly impacts a person's soul. I wish to ask you, is there any means in this world to protect our souls? Just as protective armor shields our bodies, and mental protection charms guard against external intrusions, does our soul possess similar means of defense? Upon hearing her question, Grindelwald shifted his gaze from the girl to the expansive sea before them. For millennia, Humanity has never truly comprehended all that lies beneath the ocean's surface, just as wizards remain unaware of the ultimate boundaries of magic. The subject of the soul is not unexamined, yet its nature is far too taboo, as the soul is the essence of all life, entwined with the realms of life and death. This domain belongs solely to the divine. Even wizards endowed with extraordinary power can merely brush against its periphery. Perhaps beyond that boundary lies an abyss. You wish to study the killing curse? She inquired, and not only that but also Horcruxes. However, she would not disclose this matter, for both pertain to the enigma of the soul. My research on the soul is not extensive. Its existence is elusive, and in the current magical world, there are but a few spells concerning the soul, the most widely known being the killing curse and the soul snare. Though these two spells are classified as dark magic and forbidden, they nonetheless affirm that the soul can be discerned and affected by magic, which distinguishes us from muggles. After a year of teaching at Hogwarts, when Grindelwald finally spoke, he gradually adopted the tone of an instructor addressing his students. However, one must bear in mind that choosing to investigate the soul is akin to embarking on a path laden with taboos and skepticism. The study of the curse of Avada Kedavra and its counter-curses entails traversing the precarious line between life and death. Magic cannot resurrect the deceased. This is a rule of the world, unbroken since time immemorial. I would not wish for a day in the future when your profound exploration of the soul leads you astray from your original path. His words were imbued with warnings. Yet Wei Shengbai had no need to concern herself with such matters. Sir, while I may find myself adrift in reality, my heart has never lost its way since the day of my birth. It has never faltered in the past, nor will it in the present or the future. Her tone was resolute. These words served not only as a response to Grindelwald's admonition, but also as a reassurance to herself. Having gleaned no useful information from Grindelwald, she resolved to pay another visit to the room of requirement, to consult the soul residing within the Ravenclaw diadem. Just 2 days prior to the commencement of the Hogwarts term, Grindelwald had returned her to Britain. That dark lord is investigating me. I must offer him a few small pieces of advice. Upon their return to the quaint house, before they could even sip a cup of tea, Grindelwald vanished with a flick of his wand. Wei Shengbai was left pondering the nature of that small piece of advice, but reassured by the presence of the world's consciousness, she dismissed thoughts of any imminent mortal peril for Voldemort. Chapter 103. I have returned. When Snape received Wei Shengbai's letter, informing him of her return that afternoon, he promptly left Diagon Alley after lunch. Nearly 2 months of relentless travel had left Wei Shengbai physically and mentally exhausted. Upon arriving home, she could not hold on and succumbed to slumber on the sofa. She slept soundly, undisturbed even by the sound of the door opening. The moment Snape entered, he spotted the girl curled up on the couch. He gently closed the door behind him and approached her with soft steps. It had been several weeks since their last meeting, and she seemed to have lost weight. Her hair had grown longer, and a hint of fatigue graced her countenance as she slept peacefully, her eyes firmly shut. He brushed aside the strands of hair that fell across her face, yearning to caress her serene features, yet hesitating, fearing that such a gentle gesture might awaken her, ultimately retracting his hand. In her dreams, Wei Shengbai caught a whiff of a familiar, bittersweet herbal aroma. Without opening her eyes, she instinctively reached out to seek the source of that fragrance. Her hand found its way around his neck, and she seemed to mumble something, instinctively desiring to draw nearer to him. You might catch a chill sleeping here, Snape softly cautioned, noticing her signs of awakening. Then carry me upstairs, she replied, her tone uncharacteristically sweet and soft, capable of melting his heart. Given her petite stature, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Suspended in the air, yet enveloped in his warm embrace, she nestled against his chest, seeking a comfortable position. As Snape ascended the stairs to the bedroom, intending to place her on the bed, Wei Shengbai wrapped her arms around his neck, refusing to let go. Together, she seemed to imply a request to share the bed, and even Snape, typically composed, felt a surge of nervousness at her unconscious invitation. Perhaps the position she held was too taxing, for she frowned in dissatisfaction and tightened her grip, pulling the still-dazed Snape onto the bed. Finding solace in his reassuring embrace, she adjusted her position, clutching the fabric of his shirt at his chest, ensuring he would not escape before surrendering herself once more to slumber. Observing the girl who had dozed off in his arms, Snape felt a mixture of helplessness and uncontainable joy. Despite having been together for over 6 months, they had never shared such intimacy. Yet in that moment, he was enveloped by the sweet fragrance emanating from her, filling the void created by their 2 months apart, and allowing him to relax fully. The afternoon sun poured in gently. Although much of the light was filtered by the curtains, the room still radiated a warm ambience. In this serene and tender environment, Snape found himself unable to resist the pull of sleep, and he too closed his eyes, cradling the girl in his arms. When he awoke, the sunlight streaming through the gaps had turned a warm yellow, signaling that evening had arrived. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Wei Shengbai awake, still nestled in his embrace. Her azure eyes shimmering with flecks of gold from the sunlight, exuding an ethereal purity. Reflected in her gaze was his own visage. "I have returned, Severus." It was a phrase often uttered when one returns home after a long day, facing their dearest ones. "Welcome back." Snape felt a warmth in his heart, as if he could envision their future life together, a true home. The sun was just right as the boy and girl pressed their foreheads together, embracing and sharing a kiss. Once they had dispelled their longing in this manner, they gradually pulled away. "I shall prepare dinner. What would you like to eat?" Wei Shengbai blushed as she rose from the bed, taking his hand to descend together. "Anything will do, as long as it is made by you." However, the pantry was bare, as they had been away for 2 months. "Shall we go grocery shopping together, Severus?" When she said home and together, those simple words carried a warmth and naturalness that felt so right coming from her. It was as if they were always meant to be together, and her presence rendered the place a home worth cherishing. Very well. Wei Shengbai returned upstairs to change her clothes, with Snape by her side. She took far less time than usual when grocery shopping. In the kitchen, under the gentle glow of the lights, her wand danced in her hand, her magic flowing even more effortlessly than 2 months prior. As she prepared dinner, she began to chatter about the places she had visited over the past 2 months, sharing her new insights into magic and recounting various little anecdotes, eager to share all the delightful and intriguing experiences with him. Alas, such blissful days came to an end after only 2 days, as the school year at Hogwarts commenced. Yet the thought of having more time to live alongside her in the future, to continue on such a stable path as they were now, made Snape wish for the school days to pass more swiftly. Perhaps after his graduation, they could become engaged and wait 2 more years until Wei Shengbai graduated, at which point they could marry. While sitting together in the carriage, Snape silently calculated and planned for a distant future. Once school began, Grindelwald sat confidently at the desk of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and the rumors of curses dissipated, providing the students with a sense of reassurance. After all, they did not wish to have a new professor each year. The varying teaching styles could lead to a jarring adjustment. As summer faded, James Potter had matured considerably due to the events of the previous semester, and Remus had forgiven Sirius for his thoughtless remarks that day. The camaraderie among the 4 friends had returned to its previous state. James began to pursue Lily in new ways. Yet he could scarcely believe that Wei Shengbai and Snape were truly together, even doubting whether they were deceiving him. However, the unique atmosphere shared between the couple could not be faked, and it was only at the start of this semester that he reluctantly accepted the reality. However, James Potter remained deeply unsettled, for the bond between Myrtle and Lily was equally strong. He was perpetually on guard, fearing that their focus might suddenly shift. As for Myrtle, she found little inclination to debate with him. Let him think as he wished, for it only added a modicum of challenge to his pursuit of Lily. Love forged through adversity is often cherished all the more. Chapter 104. It turns out we are kindred spirits. Myrtle was now a 4th-year student, and the lessons at Hogwarts posed no challenge for her. After completing her assignments, she began to delve into other subjects that piqued her interest. In matters concerning the soul, she had, when Snape was otherwise occupied, clandestinely visited the room of requirement several times. It was not that she did not wish to share her findings. Rather, the intricacies involving Horcruxes and the main plotline were matters she needed to ponder independently. Soon enough, Myrtle stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. No matter how close she drew to the diadem of Ravenclaw, the dark magic emanating from the Horcrux failed to affect her thoughts. She felt no negative emotions. It seemed the fragments within the diadem were equally perplexed. What had transpired last time? Why had she felt so lethargic and dreamt of scenes from the original narrative? Could it be related to the warning from the world's consciousness, disconnected from the Horcrux itself? Come closer, good girl. I have been shrouded by this fabric for far too long. Could you help me lift it so I may breathe? After several conversations, the fragment of Voldemort sensed that Myrtle had lowered her guard, and thus he made some seemingly reasonable requests. Perhaps the vast chasm between them prevented him from siphoning her life force. Of course, Mr. Riddle. She did not decline but stepped forward to lift the tattered curtain aside. In that instant, the distance between them closed significantly, and the fragment seized the opportunity to muster the meager remnants of its power, attempting to invade her mind and seize control of her thoughts. Yet, as his power made contact with her, it was repelled by an overwhelmingly potent force. That power burned with an unbearable heat, as if flames were consuming his very essence, infused with a familiar aura. Horcrux. Why does your body emanate the essence of a Horcrux? The fragment of Voldemort, nearly incinerated by this force, could not suppress its astonishment and fury. It was incredulous that this seemingly delicate girl could have nearly obliterated him. For one who sought immortality, Myrtle posed an existential threat, and in that moment, he lost his reason. From the very beginning, this girl, harboring a Horcrux, had intentionally approached him. She had long known that she was not merely a remnant of a failed experiment. The fragment quickly recalibrated its thoughts. While there was a slight miscalculation in its assumptions, the fact that she had deliberately drawn near was indeed correct. Myrtle, too, was taken aback by the words Horcrux that escaped his lips. What did he mean? Did she possess the essence of a Horcrux? How could that be possible? She had never fragmented her soul, and was certain she had never experienced anything akin to Harry Potter's ordeal. Yet now, Voldemort's fragment was asserting that her body contained the essence of a Horcrux. She could scarcely believe her ears, doubting whether she had misheard. As she reached out for the diadem atop the statue, the fragment threatened to divulge more information, but her hand met an invisible barrier, akin to a protective shield. The diadem of Ravenclaw lay less than a centimeter from her fingertips, yet that mere distance became an impassable chasm. It was the consciousness of the world blocking her. Myrtle immediately grasped this, realizing that to ensure the story progressed smoothly, she could not touch the diadem, or rather, she could not touch any Horcrux at all. Tom Riddle. The fragment of Voldemort. You had best discern whether I harbor any Horcrux. The once amicable rapport between the girl and the Horcrux abruptly soured. Since she could not reach the diadem, she would no longer disguise her true self. The sudden turn of events left her little time for contemplation. She was desperate to extract a definitive answer from him. Do you know my identity? Who are you? Are you a student of Ravenclaw? Where did you learn of this diadem? What else do you know? Both parties were riddled with monumental questions. The fragment of Voldemort sought to uncover how the existence of his Horcrux had been revealed, while Myrtle sought to understand the origin of the Horcrux essence within her. The two were at an impasse, with neither able to gain the upper hand. One feared being ravaged by the other's power, while the other could not breach the barrier set by the world as consciousness. They faced each other, yet felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, Myrtle seemed to recall something and drew her wand, waving it through the air. An ancient spellbook, which had accompanied her since birth, materialized before her. The fragment of Voldemort became exceedingly agitated. He had never considered that there might be others in this world, besides himself, who had crafted Horcruxes. Moreover, although the essence of this Horcrux bore similarity to his own, its manifestation and the power it contained were starkly different, akin to the disparity between a child's poorly formed clay sculpture and a masterpiece forged by a master artisan. Pure and flawless, evoking both envy and fascination within him. This must be it, the Horcrux within me. Sensing the intense magical fluctuations radiating from the diadem of Ravenclaw, she gently brushed her trembling fingers across the book. Within it lay a fragmented soul. Was it her future self or some other existence? Yet aside from her future self, who else could fathom the games of her previous life and purposely transform a Horcrux into a spellbook? What was her intent in doing so? Myrtle's mind swirled with myriad conjectures, the chaotic thoughts burgeoning like weeds, nearly overwhelming her. It turns out we are kindred spirits, the fragment of Voldemort taunted, though uncertain why she could not touch him. This, however, spared him from potential destruction. Upon first sighting her, the fragment had sensed an unusual essence within her soul. It turned out they were of the same ilk. Stung by the fragment's words, Myrtle, having attained the answer she sought, no longer wished to linger in the presence of Voldemort's fragment. Like a fleeing shadow, she swiftly exited the room of requirement. Upon returning to her dormitory and closing the door behind her, she sank to the ground, her eyes devoid of their usual spark, leaning against the door as she attempted to regain her composure. Yet, how could it be a Horcrux? Chapter 105. The Meaning of Existence. Her panic was fleeting, for she could not fathom that her future self, or rather, the one who had crafted the spellbook Horcrux, would deliberately place a Horcrux within her to harm her. Voldemort created Horcruxes for immortality, yet she had never entertained such thoughts. Thus, there must be something she was unaware of. Moreover, was the spellbook that had always accompanied her truly a Horcrux? Myrtle began to harbor doubts. Horcruxes possessed their own consciousness, much like Tom Riddle's diary, which could communicate with others, or Slytherin's locket, and other Horcruxes that could peer into the hearts of men and manipulate them. However, her tome of spells, since its inception until now, has exhibited not a single semblance of sentience or emotional response, let alone any form of communication, rather than a mere vessel of the soul. It resembles a manifestation of her own being. She rose from the ground, illuminating the dormitory with the flicker of a magical light, and extracted a plethora of ancient texts from her small satchel. She must have encountered these tomes before. However, the sheer volume of their archaic records, compounded by the intricate nature of their translations, led Wei Shengbai to peruse through the entirety of the night. Only when the eastern sky began to reveal its pale azure hue did she finally unearth the scroll of bamboo. Long ago, in Europe, there existed alchemists, the most erudite among wizards, adept at harnessing various magical creatures to forge enchanted artifacts. The most renowned of these was Nicholas Flamel, creator of the Philosopher's Stone. In ancient China, there was also a cohort of individuals wielding power, who at that time had yet to be collectively referred to as wizards, but rather as practitioners. During that era, alchemy was known to them as artifact refinement and elixir crafting. Although the tome of spells within her possessed an aura akin to that of a soul vessel, its abilities to evolve and summon magical beings suggested it was more akin to a practitioner's magical tool. Wei Shengbai remained uncertain about the accuracy of her conjecture, for there was no one nearby to provide her with answers. She returned the bamboo scroll to her satchel, and, after a moment of contemplation, took up her quill to write to Zhouji, who resided far away in China. Their correspondence had been uninterrupted over the past few years, and they could be considered quite close friends. After sealing the letter in an envelope and affixing the wax seal, she suddenly sensed an inescapable feeling of destiny enveloping her. Round and round, all signs pointed back to her homeland, to a mysterious lineage that had existed for millennia, one she had never truly comprehended. The Weisheng family, endowed with innate divinatory abilities and having historically wielded their powers to alter the fates of others, faced ostracism from the world. While their idleness may be tolerable, any attempt to alter a predetermined prophecy, such as her parents' effort to change the fate of their daughter, would exact a price of life. It was said that one could leverage the backlash of their bloodline to modify certain established prophecies, a lesson inscribed by their ancestors in the bamboo scroll. In truth, she had sensed that the world was not as simple as she had once imagined. Perhaps it required her to perish? Yet should she succumb, falling victim to the world's retribution, even if fate were altered, this was not the conclusion she desired. She did not wish to sacrifice herself. Gazing at the tome of spells that had been summoned once more, an unsettling and bizarre thought surged within Wei Shengbai's mind, her visage betraying a myriad of confusions and conflicts. It seemed there was a crucial element yet to be comprehended, or perhaps this book, which bore semblance to a soul vessel, was merely a contingency plan she had devised for herself. Did this imply that her fate had been predetermined even before her birth? Such a sensation of being ensnared by her own machinations was truly disconcerting. While strolling by the Black Lake, Severus Snape noticed the faint bluish tint under her eyes and a trace of weariness about her, surmising that she had likely not rested well the previous night. I found some pivotal steps for creating the recording stone. You know, I have been engrossed in this research lately, losing track of time. Upon his inquiry, Wei Shengbai naturally broached another subject, remarking on her propensity to forego sleep in pursuit of her studies. This was not the first instance of such an occurrence. By the way, Severus, if I were to risk altering an inevitable occurrence, though I possess a degree of confidence, there remains the possibility of failure. Do you think I should proceed? Even while contemplating the desire to transform the tragic conclusion, she was reluctant to forfeit her life for it. Setting aside the matter of her crossing over, her very existence was a result of her parents' sacrifices. Did you see something? You claim to be aware of events transpiring in another world. Do you harbor some vital information that you cannot disclose? Snape quickly connected her words with his earlier theories of parallel universes, halting in his tracks to pose a counter-question. Although Wei Shengbai wished to shield him from concern, she was also disinclined to wait until the crisis was imminent to inform him. Is this something that must be done? Noticing her silence, Snape swiftly deduced that this was a matter that could not be articulated, much like the fate that awaited him in another realm. It is not an absolute necessity. However, if I refrain from acting, I shall undoubtedly regret it in the future. Her blood was not cold. If, in the days to come, she chose to remain passive and watch as Lily was slain by Voldemort, she would be condemned to a life of unending regret until her own demise. If successful, we shall all have a favorable conclusion. Yet should we fail, perhaps they will still arrive at a happy ending. The former would mean they all lived joyfully, while the latter would see everyone survive but her. Wei Shengbai had made countless choices and stood at many crossroads, yet never had she experienced such profound indecision as she did now. The reason you share this with me is not to solicit my contemplation on the matter, but rather because you have already resolved it within yourself. You merely wish for me to comprehend the undertaking you intend to pursue. To grant you my forgiveness. A pang of pain surged within Snape. She had once professed to never engage in actions that would leave her with remorse. She had never been concerned with the gratitude of others, only wishing to live comfortably. Just as she had unhesitatingly shielded him from a curse during their duel in the club years prior. I am sorry, Severus. Indeed. Irrespective of how much Wei Shengbai wrestled with her thoughts in the present, when the fateful day arrived, she would undoubtedly charge forward without reservation. Having arrived in this world, if she did not take action, she would question the worth of her memories from past lives, leading her to further doubt the meaning of her very existence. Chapter 106, The Zhou Family. So, when the time comes for you to undertake this endeavor, I shall stand with you. Do not leave me behind. Bye. Snape grasped her hand, enveloping her in his embrace. The girl offered no verbal response, merely nodding in agreement. In distant China, Zhou Ji was elated upon receiving Wei Shengbai's letter. He eagerly tore open the missive from his extraordinary friend. Beyond the customary greetings, the letter also contained inquiries about artifact refinement. However, he was not well versed in this subject. It was his mentor, Zhou Xing, who had delved into this field during his youth, reportedly having sought out the alchemical master Nicholas Flamel, and had even glimpsed the legendary philosopher's stone. Yet, why had she suddenly brought up the topic of artifact refinement? Could it be that Hogwarts was currently teaching alchemy? Despite his suspicions, he approached his master with inquiries. Artifact refinement was an ancient practice, and many of the younger wizards in China had long since abandoned it in favor of studying alchemy. Only families like theirs, with a rich heritage, retained records of artifact refinement. What has piqued your interest in this all of a sudden? Zhou Xing sipped his tea. Aware that his apprentice had a penchant for tending to herbs and concocting potions, having previously studied the family legacy of elixir crafting, it was perplexing for him to suddenly express interest in artifact refinement. Oh, did I not mention before? I have befriended a Chinese friend in Britain. She is eager to learn about artifact refinement. Zhou Ji's unguarded words halted Zhou Xing's tea-drinking motion midair. Does she know you are of the Zhou family lineage? The direct lineage referred to by Zhou Xing does not pertain to mere blood relations. Rather, it comprises the exceptional descendants meticulously selected from various branches of the Zhou family, those capable of inheriting the family's most profound traditions. The individual inquiring about the intricacies of artifact forging could very well be attempting to surreptitiously acquire the core tenets of the Zhou clan. No, she is unaware of such intentions. Having spent her entire life in Britain, her understanding of familial matters back home is rather limited. Zhou Ji pondered for a moment, dismissing his master's conjecture. I remain somewhat uneasy. After all, your thoughts are quite naive. Were it not for my protection, you would be reduced to tears, bullied by those other disciples. He continued, hand over the letter you received. I wish to examine it. Zhou Xing extended his hand, requesting the correspondence. Since there was nothing within the letter that warranted secrecy or was unfit for viewing, and given that Zhou Ji had always adhered to his master's guidance, he dutifully surrendered the letter written to him by Wei Shengwei. Zhou Xing scrutinized the contents of the letter with great care, discerning no suspicious elements, and nodded in approval. Just as he was about to return the letter, he inadvertently caught sight of the signature at the bottom. Wei Shengwei. The surname Wei? How peculiar. He glanced again. And then Zhou Ji witnessed his master's eyes widen in astonishment, his grip on the letter trembling slightly. Master? Zhou Ji called out in confusion, only to have his wrist seized with alarming strength, nearly crushing his bones. Where did you meet her? What does she look like? What is her full name? Who are her parents? Zhou Xing abruptly rose, even knocking over a teacup on the nearby table, which shattered on the floor with a crisp sound that went unnoticed. One hand grasped his disciple while the other clutched the letter tightly, his eyes reddening with emotion. I encountered her in Britain. She studies at Hogwarts. She is a beautiful young girl, probably around 14 or 15 years old. Although her eye color is rather unique, her features are distinctly of our heritage. Her parents have long since passed away. As for her name, she bears the surname Wei, does she not? Zhou Ji was taken aback by his master's sudden barrage of questions. He had never before seen such an anxious and tense expression on his master's face. As if he had stumbled upon a precious treasure. Her surname is Wei, you foolish child. You are indeed easily deceived. Zhou Xing scoffed, realizing his own loss of composure, and swiftly released his disciple's arm. Take a closer look. Read that name backward and see how blatantly obvious it is. You truly failed to notice? In the future, do not claim that I, Zhou Xing, am your teacher. I have no such dim-witted disciple. He laughed in exasperation, placing the letter on the table before storming out of the main hall, instructing a servant at the door to summon the other elders of the Zhou family for an urgent discussion. Perplexed, Zhou Ji returned his gaze to the name at the end of the letter. Wei Shengwei, reversed reads Wei Sheng by Wei Sheng? He could hardly believe his eyes, let alone the fact that he had encountered the last remaining scion of the main family years prior. They had brushed past one another, completely unaware for so many years. His master's words rang true. Zhou Ji now felt like a fool, perhaps even blind. How could this be? As he observed his master returning to the hall, casting him a disdainful look akin to that reserved for a simpleton, Zhou Ji felt tears welling up. Indeed, the ages matched, while the name was reversed. It should have been evident with a bit more attention. How had he been so oblivious for so long? It was regrettable that he had lingered in Britain for such an extended period. Had he recognized the anomaly then and brought her back? The Zhou family need not have searched for her for so long. Ah well, the divination I performed indicated that the time was not yet right. You cannot be blamed for that. It was the young miss herself who chose not to return. Long ago, the Zhou family had been a collateral branch of the Weishan clan. Although the Zhou family appeared powerful, the Weishan clan had dwindled to a single wandering bloodline. Yet, due to the bond of blood they shared, all members of the Zhou family, be they young disciples or venerable elders, were required to address them with utmost respect. This tradition had endured for millennia, representing the most fundamental respect the Zhou family held for the main lineage. For their centuries of prosperity had been achieved through the strength of that bloodline. This was a covenant forged by the ancestors of the Weishan clan with the world, akin to a passive bestowal of blessing. As long as the Weishan clan endured, the Zhou family would continue to thrive. Prepare yourself. Once I conclude the meeting with the other elders, we shall journey to Britain together. The young miss is likely still studying at Hogwarts. I wonder how she has fared all these years on her own. Zhou Xing sighed, instinctively believing that Wei Shengwei, who had lost her parents at a young age, had not fared well, his voice tinged with unspoken concern. Unlike other families, the Zhou clan did not face internal strife, thanks to the presence of the main lineage. Even when divided into several branches, they had grown accustomed to collaborating on matters. In no time, the elders reached a consensus to bring Wei Shengwei back to China. Chapter 107. Unable to return. Wei Shengwei was unaware of the stirrings in China. She was presently practicing the Patronus charm with Severus Snape in the room of requirement. This isn't quite right. It seems to be lacking something. The tip of her wand emanated a silvery light, sketching the outline of a bird in the air. Yet it remained somewhat indistinct, obscuring the true form of her Patronus. You've done remarkably well for your first attempt, Snape spoke soothingly, observing the hazy Patronus dissipate into the ether. But I feel so joyful when I'm with you. How can it not take shape? Casting the Patronus charm requires one to conjure happy, pleasurable memories. Only by manifesting genuine joy can the spell be successfully cast. Was she thinking of the moments spent with him? A hint of a smile graced Snape's lips, but he quickly resumed his usual demeanor. By the way, Severus, what is your Patronus? She sheathed her wand and, leaning against him on the sofa, inquired softly. A Stygian owl. Snape did not respond verbally. Instead, he gently waved his wand, and a silvery light coalesced in the air, transforming into a soaring hawk that circled above them. The young hawk, spiraling in the firmament, soared freely on the mountain breeze, visible to anyone who dared to look skyward. Perhaps my Patronus is akin to yours. It seems we simply haven't spent enough time together. Let's plan a trip together next summer, Wei Shengwei suggested, reflecting on her previous holiday, which had been filled with travel and devoid of their companionship. Snape would, of course, not refuse, but just as they were deliberating their travel plans, Professor Flitwick approached her. Miss Wei, Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office. He has some matters to discuss with you. By the way, the password to enter is Fizzing Wisby. Very well, Professor, I shall go at once. She bid farewell to Snape and Lily in the library and set off for the headmaster's office. Snape felt a twinge of curiosity. The last time Dumbledore summoned her had been regarding Remus Lupin's situation. What could it be this time? As Wei Shengwei walked the corridor, she too felt a sense of unease. Had Grindelwald's identity been discovered? No, the atmosphere did not suggest that. What could it possibly be? Upon pushing open the door to the headmaster's office, she immediately beheld the scene within. Seated at the desk was Dumbledore, while Grindelwald lounged on a sofa, accompanied by two other individuals who appeared to be of Asian descent, one of whom looked somewhat familiar. Upon the entrance of the girl through the door, Zhou Xing immediately sensed a profound and familiar bloodline connection between them, affirming that she was indeed the sole lineage of the Zhou family lost to the world. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Green. Have you summoned me for a particular reason? Unbeknownst to her, Wei Shengbai perceived a peculiar atmosphere lingering in the air. Young miss, at last we have found you. Zhou Xing could no longer contain his emotions. Swiftly advancing towards the girl, scrutinizing her closely, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What is the situation with this venerable elder who appears to be ethereal? Although she felt a fleeting moment of confusion, she quickly recalled her family in ancient Huaxia, as the language spoken by the others resonated with a nostalgic familiarity. Who are you? She inquired, narrowing her eyes in curiosity at the others present. They are your family, Miss Wei Sheng. The Wei family and the Zhou family share a lineage. The rest of the details can be conveyed by them, Dumbledore replied kindly, granting Zhou Xing and Zhou Ji the opportunity to explain. Is that so? The main family and the collateral branches? I apologize, but my parents passed away long ago. They spoke to me only of the Wei family, and never mentioned the Zhou family. However, since you possess the family tree and the tools to verify blood relations, I trust you are not deceiving me intentionally. After a while, as Wei Shengbai learned about her family from Zhou Xing, she closed the aged family tree in her hands and returned this significant artifact to him. As long as you believe it to be true, the Zhou family has been searching for your whereabouts. Had it not been for this child's carelessness, you would likely have already returned to the family and spared yourself from enduring so much hardship outside. Zhou Xing playfully slapped Zhou Ji on the back of the head. Though his gesture carried a hint of reproach, it also served as a form of affectionate interaction with his apprentice. No, I misrepresented my name. You need not blame him. Furthermore, I have been quite well these past years. Mr. Green has been my guardian, and he has taken good care of me since my parents' passing. More importantly, I have yet to complete my studies at Hogwarts. Wei Shengbai sensed the implication behind their desire for her return to Huaxia. A surge of vehement refusal coursed through her, and she delicately expressed her reluctance to return at this moment. But young lady, you can return to the family to acquire knowledge, and we are concerned about your safety here alone. The other elders of the Zhou family and the disciples eagerly await your return. Before Zhou Xing could finish his sentence, the girl abruptly stood up. No. I shall never return. I cannot, I must not at this time. Her tone turned resolute, starkly contrasting her previous demeanor of gentility, and everyone present could feel a faint surge of magical energy emanating from her. I cannot return, it is absolutely out of the question. Her pupils, originally a celestial blue, transformed into a deep black, as an internal voice incessantly warned her, rejecting any thoughts of returning to Huaxia and the Zhou family. The forbidden power of the restricted area? The force of forbidden arts. Zhou Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively shielded his apprentice behind him, astonished by the power radiating from the girl. This is impossible. Although the previous leader of the Wei family, Wei Xingbai's parents, resorted to forbidden arts to ensure their daughter's survival, such power could not possibly manifest within her. Dumbledore frowned, drawing his wand to prepare for any eventualities to prevent the girl's magic from spiraling out of control. While he sensed the formidable power emanating from her, it transcended his understanding, and it appeared that this elder from the Zhou family was familiar with such forces. Calm yourself. As long as you do not desire to leave, no one can compel you. No one will obstruct your choices. Observing the unpredictable turn of events, Grindelwald, who had been silently seated, finally spoke. Since his arrival at the office, he had presented Zhou Xing and Zhou Ji with the unique token of the Wei family, and a letter to affirm his role as Wei Xingbai's guardian. His words acted as an intangible restraint, swiftly quelling the tumultuous emotions within Wei Xingbai. The darkness in her eyes receded rapidly, returning to the serene celestial blue. Wei Xingbai took gentle breaths, her thoughts transitioning from chaos to her usual composed demeanor. Young lady, have you ever returned to the ancestral home? The forbidden arts of the Wei family are sealed within the restricted area of the ancestral residence. Aside from the main family, or those permitted by them, no other members of the Zhou family are allowed near. Thus, even though Zhou Xing sensed this familiar power, only the former elders of the Zhou family were privy to its true nature and the existence within the restricted area. No, I have never returned. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I was unaware of myself. At this point, Wei Xingbai paused, choosing not to delve into the previous incident that resembled a magical outburst, instead redirecting the conversation back to their unfinished discussion. In any case, I will not be returning with you now. Please do not worry about me. I am living quite well here. Zhou Xing dared not oppose her wishes. Although puzzled by the fact that Wei Xingbai had never returned yet bore the power of the forbidden arts, he could not forcibly take her away given her strong desires. Thus, the matter reached its conclusion. Zhou Xing intended to return swiftly to inform the other elders of the Zhou family, and arrange for personnel to ensure the safety of their young lady, especially considering the notorious Dark Lord present in Britain. Even from afar in Huaxia, the wizarding community there had heard of Voldemort's infamous name. Although eager, There was still time for a shared dinner at Hogwarts, as the evening had set in. Dumbledore extended an invitation for both to stay the night before departing. It was mentioned that Zhou Xing had arranged to discuss magic with him that evening. Given the differences in their respective wizarding cultures, where many spells and knowledge varied significantly, when Severus Snape entered the Great Hall, he immediately noticed the two individuals of Asian descent surrounding Wei Shengbai. He narrowed his eyes and unconsciously quickened his pace towards the Ravenclaw table. "Bai, who are they?" "Severus, you're here. They are my distant relatives from my homeland. We'll discuss the rest tomorrow. Please go have dinner, alright?" She evidently preferred to avoid making introductions. Snape said no more, returning to the Slytherin table. Could this be the reason the young lady is unwilling to return with us? After he had walked a few paces away, Snape overheard the older of the two inquiring of Wei Shengbai in a tone of curiosity. He spoke in the Huaxia language, which Snape could not comprehend at the moment, and thus had to let it go. Although much of this situation stems from me, I have other matters to attend to. Moreover, the family tree you provided me today does include ancestors who married individuals from other nations, does it not? With deep brown hair and those uniquely celestial blue eyes. It seems they do not conform to the typical appearance of someone of Asian descent. If it did not concern the very survival of the Zhou family, we would never contravene the wishes of the main family in any other matter. This has been our unwavering principle for millennia, and it remains so. Is that so? She nodded thoughtfully, sipping from her cup of pumpkin juice. Then could you tell me about the forbidden area, the forbidden arts, and my parents? Today in the office. Although her demeanor was somewhat peculiar, she still caught the two phrases uttered by Zhou Xing naturally. This is something to which you are entitled to know. Yet my understanding remains limited, for I had not ascended to the position of elder in the Zhou family when your parents departed from the old residence to come here. Should you grant me the authority, I can inquire with the previous elders regarding the secrets of the forbidden grounds and subsequently relay that information to you. Let us proceed with this course of action. Wei Shengbai nodded, as if the elusive key piece she had long been missing had finally clicked into place today. It was her parents' use of forbidden magic that had allowed her to survive, and this might also explain her transference to this world. Zhou Xing had just mentioned that she possessed such power. Thus, one could ponder whether this forbidden magic might be an even more formidable force than a time-space converter. Perhaps even the very essence of temporal power itself? The mists of the future seemed to gradually part before her. The following day, after bidding farewell to the two members of the Zhou family, Wei Shengbai returned to the All-Wishes house and spoke with Snape about the happenings concerning the Zhou family. Of course, she withheld the details regarding the forbidden ground and the forbidden magic. Why do you not wish to return? Have you not even contemplated visiting during the holidays? At this moment, the girl sat sideways on his lap, holding him tightly as if drawing warmth from his presence. I do not know. I simply do not wish to return at this time. Uncle Green advised me to postpone such thoughts until after graduation. For a wizard, distance is hardly a concern. Initially, she had harbored intentions of returning to her homeland to locate the Wei Sheng family's ancestral home, especially to bring back her parents' ashes. It was Grindelwald who had halted her with her parents' last words, and yesterday, when asked about this matter in Dumbledore's office by Zhou Xing, she felt an overwhelming sense of resistance arise within her. This feeling was peculiar, akin to a premonition. She sensed that if she truly returned with Zhou Xing and Zhou Ji, unforeseen and regrettable events would surely transpire. Contemplating this, she tightened her grip around Snape. Believing that Wei Shengbai was reluctant to part ways with him, Snape gently patted the girl's back, hoping to soothe her emotions. As for the individuals sent by the Zhou family later, they were arranged by the familiar Zhou Ji in the city center, conveniently close to Diagon Alley for easy access to Hogsmeade via the fireplace. Additionally, some documents concerning the forbidden ground within the Wei Sheng family's ancestral home swiftly reached her hands. After perusing the contents of the letter, she closed her eyes, confirming her earlier conjectures. The truth of all matters lay tantalizingly close. Although there remained aspects she had yet to comprehend, she had already gained a preliminary grasp of the events that would rewrite the stories beginning in a few years. However, what weighed heavily on Wei Shengbai's heart was that she could no longer fulfill the promise made with Snape. This matter she must undertake alone. From the very beginning, she had paved a solitary path forward. Chapter 109, Reciprocity. During Wei Shengbai's 5th year, Snape, along with Lily and the others, had ascended to their 7th year, graduating from Hogwarts with exceptional marks. James Potter had gradually shed his earlier arrogance and naivete, successfully winning Lily's heart, and they decided to marry the following year. This transformation occurred so swiftly that Wei Shengbai could scarcely process it. Her impression of Lily seemed to linger at the opening ceremony when they first entered school. Years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the starting point of fate was now upon her. When the next semester commenced, she would be a sixth-year student at Hogwarts, while Snape had accepted Professor Slughorn's invitation to remain at the school as a potions teaching assistant. During the holiday, an unexpected letter arrived, inviting her to meet alone at a designated location. It has been quite some time, Mr. Malfoy. Seated in a tranquil cafe, Wei Shengbai gently set down her stirring spoon and lifted her gaze to the individual across from her, concerned about being detected by the Dark Lord. Lucius had disguised his appearance and form, yet his innate elegance remained unmistakable. I have longed for the opportunity to see you again, but my master has yet to afford me the level of trust he grants your father. Lucius's manner of addressing her momentarily caught Wei Shengbai off guard, but she quickly realized that should he probe sincerely, he would soon uncover the implications behind her surname. Presently, she was the sole remaining member of the Wei Sheng family, and in terms of her current identity, she stood on equal footing with Lucius, soon to be the head of the Malfoy family. What is the purpose of your meeting me here today? Wei Shengbai refrained from engaging in his line of questioning. Despite the youthful fox before her, she remained vigilant. In truth, the Malfoy family, much like the Zhou family from China, places significant emphasis on its kin. Although rumors may circulate outside, those are mere fabrications and lack credibility. At this juncture, Lucius cast a glance at the girl before him. Since her arrival at the cafe, she had maintained an unflappable demeanor, even when mentioning the Dark Lord. Thus, I wish to re-establish a business avenue for the family in Asia, akin to how your ancestors brought immense wealth here to invest a millennium ago. I wonder if you have any inclination toward this endeavor. At this point, Wei Shengbai finally grasped that he was probing her opinion. With Voldemort stirring turmoil in Europe, she had already subtly warned Lucius during their first meeting in Hogsmeade that aligning with Voldemort was not a sustainable path for family prosperity. Over the years, he must have slowly come to realize this truth. Primarily, Voldemort had become increasingly extreme. He could no longer maintain the pretense of camaraderie and a bright future. And at times, even the facade crumbled, instilling a sense of crisis within Lucius. He had to consider the future of his family and seek a reliable alternative. Thus, he remembered her, investigated her identity, thought of the Zhou family far away in China, and sought her out to explore potential collaboration. Having unraveled this understanding, Wei Shengbai took a sip of her coffee. She had never quite acclimated to its bitter flavor, setting it down once more. The Malfoy family had risen to prominence over a millennium ago, a fact known by few. No, it would be more accurate to say that apart from each head of the Malfoy family, others were unaware of the ties between the Wei Sheng family and the Malfoy family. The entanglement of interests between us commenced 1,000 years ago and persists to this day, unbroken. Therefore, I believe, at least for the Malfoy family, our bond and relationship are far more reliable than the one you refer to as your master. Her ability to articulate this sentiment implied her lack of objections, gradually easing the tension in Lucius's heart. However, I am still a student. If Mr. Malfoy wishes to discuss matters of collaboration, it would be swifter to approach the Zhou family directly. Why seek me out? In business, a degree of negotiation is indeed necessary. While Lucius sought to leverage her to connect swiftly with the Zhou family, Wei Shengbai was reluctant to allow him such ease in benefiting. Moreover, she had not yet officially returned to the Zhou family to reclaim her heritage. Finalizing matters in this manner would be disrespectful to those from the Zhou family. Others might be unaware of the relationship between the Zhou and Wei Sheng families, yet Lucius, who had interacted with them a millennium ago, possessed some understanding. He believed that should the girl speak, the Zhou family, which held sway over many of the economic channels for wizards in Asia, would undoubtedly welcome him with open arms. In the end, Wei Shengbai consented to compose a letter of recommendation for Lucius, thus placing him, or rather the Malfoy family, in her debt. If this time, Peter Pettigrew had not betrayed her, she needed to ascertain from whom Voldemort would hear the prophecy. Given that Voldemort sought Severus Snape as an informant in the original narrative, placing a spy in that vicinity could be considered a reciprocal act. After the school year commenced, Grindelwald remained firmly entrenched in his position, even daring to probe whether he wished to join the Order of the Phoenix. I am certain he has discerned my true identity. Seated behind his desk, Grindelwald spoke these words to Wei Shengbai with an unflinching expression, causing her to rise abruptly from her seat and lock the office door. Do not be so anxious. At least he has not yet dismissed me nor bound me to return to Nurmengard. Has he? Wei Shengbai was perplexed by Grindelwald's nonchalance regarding her identity's exposure, as if it bore no significance to him. How had he perceived it? The habits of spellcasting, the intonation of speech, even the manner of his gait. Indeed, from the outset, my fabricated dossier contained numerous inconsistencies. He had never genuinely believed in my guise. Once a person begins to harbor doubts about a matter or another individual, every suspicious action becomes magnified and scrutinized, particularly in his case. Sometimes, the individual who knows you best is not your closest ally, but rather your adversary. This sentiment equally applies to their relationship. So what now? Do you intend to depart from here? Wei Shengbai cast a worried glance his way, only to see him shake his head, dismissing her suggestion. I am resolved to join the Order of the Phoenix. What? This pronouncement genuinely startled her. How could he approach the very danger from which he should be fleeing? Grindelwald's decision to ally himself with Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix was news of such explosive magnitude that only Dumbledore's choice to join the Saints could rival it. Chapter 110. The substitution of the false for the true. Rather than allowing me to flee from his presence, it is far more secure to keep me close under surveillance. Moreover, he remains unaware of my true purpose for being at Hogwarts. Until he uncovers that reason, he will not expose me. Alas, he shall remain oblivious. Grindelwald lowered his gaze, gently caressing an empty vial in his pocket. Wei Shengbai could not alter his decision. Each individual harbors their own ambitions, desires, and regrets that cannot be swayed. This arrangement is preferable, certainly more agreeable than languishing alone in that frigid prison. As for whether he will eventually disclose my identity and how that might culminate, such matters can be addressed in due time. Although Grindelwald claimed that Dumbledore had surmised his identity, since the commencement of this term, Dumbledore had not approached her to probe this matter. Perhaps he too harbored questions regarding why Grindelwald would adopt someone of Asian descent. Severus Snape served as a potions assistant at Hogwarts, and due to Wei Shengbai's remarkable academic performance, after the OWL examinations, she opted to enroll in advanced potions, thus frequently encountering him in class and being escorted back by him afterward. The prospect of attending Lily's wedding was causing Snape inner turmoil. Naturally, he could not refuse Lily's invitation, yet he felt an aversion towards that fool, James Potter. Ultimately, he attended throughout the ceremony, gripping Wei Shengbai's hand tightly to avoid losing his composure at Potter's obnoxiously radiant smile. Wei, will you and Severus marry soon after graduation? Following the conclusion of the ceremony, Lily, adorned in her pristine wedding gown, approached them, inquiring about their future. About that. We have yet to discuss it. And I am not inclined to marry so early. The prophecy would emerge next year. She needed to wait until that matter had passed before she could comfortably contemplate their future together. However, this statement, upon reaching Snape's ears, morphed into an implication that she was unwilling to marry him, causing his grip on her hand to tighten. In our homeland, tradition dictates that both families must meet prior to marriage. I will take him back to China to pay respects to my parents and meet my kin. And only then shall we consider marriage. However, we can become engaged here after graduation. To secure your commitment, what say you, my senior? At times, Wei Shengbai still preferred to call him by that endearing title, as it was a uniquely intimate appellation she reserved for him. Very well. It turned out she did not wish to evade marriage. Rather, she had contemplated their future extensively and afforded him considerable respect. The prospect of becoming engaged to her after graduation was something the younger Snape could hardly have imagined. Perhaps it was time to meticulously plan the engagement ceremony. While Snape busied himself concocting potions and seeking a beautiful engagement ring, Wei Shengbai calculated the time and set out for Grimmauld Place in London. When Regulus Black, now a Death Eater, emerged from the hidden confines of the old house, he spotted a familiar girl crouched on the street corner, tenderly stroking a black hybrid cat. Meow. The feline softly mewed, as if reminding its owner of its presence. I recall you, Miss Wei from Ravenclaw? There were few Asians at Hogwarts, and even fewer Ravenclaws who excelled academically while courting a Slytherin. Hence Wei Shengbai was quite renowned among the Slytherin cohort. Greetings, Mr. Black. I believe this is not an opportune place for conversation. The girl lifted the hybrid cat into her arms, revealing through her words that she was specifically seeking him. I doubt there is much we can discuss. I kindly ask you to leave swiftly. Though the Black family enjoyed the Dark Lord's trust, Regulus could not guarantee that no spies lurked nearby. I believe I can alleviate your current predicament, particularly concerning that troublesome, dark object in the Dark Lord's possession. Regulus, by now, should have been aware of the Horcrux's existence, so discussing this matter would not attract the world's attention. As long as the Slytherin locket was ultimately exchanged and destroyed by the trio, all would be well. A minute later, the two had relocated to Wei Shengbai's residence. Students could begin enrolling in apparition training starting in their 5th year, and unable to tolerate her tendency to get lost, Wei Shengbai had promptly mastered it. Do you know what that object is? Do you have a means to destroy it? Indeed, that is precisely why I have returned to seek you out, for only your house elf knows where the Dark Lord has concealed that object. Regulus regarded her with a measure of suspicion. The information she spoke of should be known only to the Dark Lord, himself, and his house elf. I understand you harbor doubts about me. All I seek is to minimize casualties in our struggle against that Dark Lord. While I cannot divulge the precise plan, we can forge an unbreakable vow. It would be immensely beneficial to establish such a vow, and Regulus summoned his house elf, Creature, and they reached a consensus under the terms of the oath. My time outside is limited, and I assume you cannot stray from the Dark Lord's gaze for too long. Let us proceed to that cave to retrieve the object. With that, as Regulus stared in astonishment, Wei Shengbai emerged from the adjacent room, bringing forth a hulking man bound in restraints. Merely a malevolent death row inmate, whose nefarious deeds are so egregious that even 10 lifetimes of penance could scarcely atone for his sins. His disappearance would evoke naught but indifference. Do you wish to partake of that potion of despair yourself? I must concede, Wei Shengbai exhibits remarkable diligence in her endeavors. Although the original text does not elucidate why Regulus chose not to persist in life, she is resolute in not witnessing the unfortunate soul being dragged away by the inferi. In a flash of apparition conjured by Creature, the group instantaneously arrived at the dimly lit cavern. The Slytherin locket lay quietly within a basin filled with the potion of despair, which Regulus intended to administer to the condemned man, while Wei Shengbai remained vigilant against the lurking inferi that might emerge from the depths. She refrained from unleashing a torrent of fire magic. The inferi submerged beneath the water were likely the muggles slain by Death Eaters during Voldemort's ascension, and perhaps even a few wizards. She could not ascertain whether Voldemort would return to inspect his Horcruxes. Should he discover that the inferi had been vanquished, the situation would spiral beyond control. Chapter 111 Graduation. In the future, when the opportune moment arises, she would undoubtedly return to eradicate these inferi, granting peace to the souls imprisoned in darkness. Regulus acted swiftly. Once the despair potion was entirely scooped out, he produced a meticulously crafted replica of the locket and placed it into the stone basin. After a brief interval, the enchantment cast by Voldemort would replenish the potion within. With a forceful kick, Wei Shengbai sent the wailing death row inmate into the water, and before the inferi could reach them, Creature escorted the two away from the cavern. This locket possesses a bewitching allure. Entrusting it to Creature ensures he will not defy your command to open it. Upon returning to the quaint cottage, Wei Shengbai cast a glance at the locket box. It was evident she would never dare to touch it, much as she had previously avoided the crown. You mentioned there exists a means to destroy it. Why not do so now? Regulus could not fathom Wei Shengbai's rationale. The Dark Lord's Horcrux would be destined for destruction at the hands of his fated adversary. For now, it sufficed to secure it in a safe location. One day, you shall understand. She observed Regulus instructing Creature to conceal the Horcrux, forbidding anyone from opening it, before sending the house elf back to the ancestral home. I presume that upon learning the true nature of the Dark Lord, you would not return to the ranks of the Death Eaters. What are your plans moving forward? I am uncertain. I cannot jeopardize my family's safety. Perhaps I shall seek refuge in a distant locale. The promised prosperity from Voldemort has ultimately proven an illusion, and the once pure bloodline pride has crumbled. He finds himself bereft of sanctuary. Conveniently, I have a task I wish to entrust to you. I possess a shop in Diagon Alley that specializes in rare magical materials, but my supplies have dwindled. I seek to commission a wizard traveler to gather some uncommon materials from around the globe. Should you accept this commission, I would gladly offer you 1,000 galleons as a fee, allowing you to distance yourself from the conflicts here. This was Wei Shengbai's proposal. After a period of contemplation, the two affixed their signatures to a parchment contract. Regulus concealed his name and departed Britain for other continents. As for the dark mark upon his arm, while it could not be entirely eradicated for the time being, it could be sealed using the Zhou family's secret techniques. In a year or two, once Voldemort's lingering soul departs from Britain, Regulus would no longer have to bear the same concerns. In June of 1980, Wei Shengbai graduated from Hogwarts with outstanding marks. She did not return home immediately. Instead, she chose to remain in Britain, keeping a watchful eye on Voldemort's movements. In the little cottage she sat beside Snape, admiring the exquisite ring adorning her finger. I truly adore it, Severus. Thank you. By the way, I have something for you as well. She rummaged through her small bag for a moment before producing an intricate ornament. The piece was entirely crafted from translucent crystal, with a small crystal sphere suspended above it, seemingly containing a tiny figure curled up at its center. This is a trinket I created using a howler stone and other materials. Perhaps you will find it delightful. As she spoke, she drew her wand and infused some magic into the base of the crystal sphere, causing it to emit a soft, gentle glow. The figure nestled within the sphere quickly sat up and yawned lazily. Snape noted that this miniature figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Wei Xingbai. She was clad in Ravenclaw's robes, her deep brown hair framing azure eyes. "Good morning, Severus. I hope you have a delightful day." The voice of this diminutive Wei Xingbai echoed the timbre of her own. "If it were evening, it would wish you good night instead. Provided that magic is regularly replenished. It shall awaken you each morning and accompany you to sleep each night, as if another version of her were perpetually by your side." However, Wei Xingbai refrained from voicing this sentiment, as her creation stemmed mainly from her own curiosity. Consider it a mere alarm clock. Perhaps sensing Snape's bewilderment, she casually brushed aside the topic and placed the ornament on the table. "Have you decided when you will return?" Wei Xingbai pondered her return to the Zhou family in China. The reason for her hesitance stemmed from the abrupt and vehement refusal she had encountered in Dumbledore's office. Perhaps such feelings were intertwined with the prophecy, warning her to remain close to the main events. Yet she yearned to return and uncover the circumstances surrounding the forbidden grounds, to gain some clarity. As for whether to return, she found herself in a state of indecision. Perhaps at the end of this year, we could return then. Coinciding with Hogwarts' Christmas break, the prophecy had been uttered by Sybil Trelawney prior to July of this year. And Harry Potter would be born at the end of July. She at least needed to ascertain who would serve as this time's informant. "I have heard that Professor Dumbledore intends to recruit a new divination teacher. Indeed, I have heard that a descendant of Cassandra Trelawney has come to apply. Do you wish to teach at Hogwarts?" Recently, Professor Slughorn has been considering retirement. He has suggested I assume the role of Potions Master at Hogwarts. Potions Master, you say? That sounds delightful. Hogwarts' youngest Potions Master. As for me, there are currently no suitable positions at Hogwarts, and none of the other professors have plans to retire. The Malfoy family intends to collaborate with the Zhou family to open up the wizarding market in Asia. I may be preoccupied with this endeavor for the time being. With the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters becoming increasingly brazen, many shops in Diagon Alley have shuttered their doors. I find no desire to flee to distant lands for travel amidst such turmoil. Your stay at Hogwarts ensures your safety. Initially, I remained at Hogwarts as an assistant for her sake, but since Wei Xingbai indicated she would not depart from Britain for the moment, becoming the Potions Master seemed prudent, granting both of them Dumbledore's protection. Such were Snape's thoughts. The two nestled together upon the soft sofa, one envisioning a promising future, while the other harbored concerns regarding the potential alterations to the prophecy. In early July, Dumbledore made his way to the Hog's Head Inn to meet with Sybil Trelawney, who had come to interview for the divination position. Wei Xingbai, without any pretense, arrived at the Hog's Head Inn, fortuitously encountering Dumbledore. "Miss Wei." Dumbledore expressed mild surprise, having intended to discuss other matters with her, yet suddenly entertained a different thought. Before Trelawney arrived, the other party cautiously broached the subject of the Order of the Phoenix, evidently attempting to entice her into the organization. Chapter 112. Two Prophecies. "I am sorry, Professor Dumbledore, but I have no intention of joining any organization." To join the Order would mean she would be perpetually summoned by Dumbledore, tasked with missions against the Death Eaters, thus curtailing her freedom of movement. She would not place herself in a position of passivity. Although the ultimate goal was the complete eradication of Voldemort and his followers, her path diverged from Dumbledore's. "Is that so? What a pity." He seemed to sigh regretfully, intending to continue their conversation, when at that moment, Trelawney entered the dilapidated pub. "Do you mind if I take a seat beside you?" Wei Xingbai inquired with a smile. Considering it merely an ordinary interview, nothing to conceal, Dumbledore naturally would not refuse a former student's request. Subsequently, in the somewhat cramped seating on the second floor, Wei Xingbai sat beside them, awaiting the moment of prophecy. Listening to the interview beside her, Wei Xingbai furrowed her brow slightly. While Trelawney's key prophecies were indeed remarkably precise, she stumbled over other matters, such as the content to be taught in class and the planning of the student's curriculum, often obscuring her crucial responses with her cryptic language. It was understandable, for Trelawney was still quite young, merely 21, and immaturity was to be expected. However, Dumbledore did not require a divination professor, who merely indulged in mysticism. After Trelawney had responded to all the interview questions, he began contemplating how to decline her. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, the expression of the person seated across from him suddenly transformed from timid to calm and profound. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord shall be born at the end of the 7th month." This lengthy prophecy resonated in Dumbledore's ears, and within the confines of the booth on the second floor, they were the only ones privy to it. In that instant, Wei Xingbai drew her wand and began a search of the pub, but she found no other eavesdroppers nor any traces of an animagus. "So, who is the source of this prophecy?" Sybil, did you just... Before Dumbledore could fully comprehend her prophecy, Wei Shengbai suddenly dashed between them, pointing her wand at a crow perched on a withered tree outside the window. Stupefy. The powerful curse shattered the window in an instant, glass exploding with a resounding crash, startling Trelawney into hiding beneath her seat. Wei Shengbai's spell had indeed struck the animagus in the form of a crow, but the creature reacted swiftly, vanishing from their sight with apparition before it could be downed. What was that? Dumbledore squinted. The magic was intricate, and he found it difficult to trace the remnants of the apparition. An animagus, likely a Death Eater. There was an aura of the dark mark about him. Having observed the sealing of Regulus's arm with the dark mark, Wei Shengbai was familiar with the essence of such dark magic. Without Snape as the messenger of the prophecy, the world's consciousness arranged for another Death Eater to appear here. Indeed, regardless of circumstances, the main storyline would not change. What do you think? Sybil's words just now. Could they be a prophecy? Reflecting on Wei Shengbai's family's divinatory abilities, Dumbledore turned to seek her opinion. A spoken prophecy must come to pass. It is a rule. This implied she was certain it was a prophecy, and that it could not be altered. Upon hearing her words, Dumbledore nodded, reconsidering the feasibility of appointing Trelawney as the divination professor at Hogwarts. Given her ability to make such precise prophecies now, it indicated she indeed possessed the bloodline of a seer, and perhaps would produce more pivotal prophecies in the future. Meanwhile, Wei Shengbai sheathed her wand and extended her hand to the crouching Trelawney. There is no danger now. I apologize for the urgency of the situation. You're not hurt, are you? Trelawney, roused from her prophetic state by the girl's gentle demeanor, looked up and instantly noticed her sky-blue eyes. As Wei Shengbai helped Trelawney rise from the ground, the latter once again fell into that enigmatic expression, gazing into her eyes and murmuring, "The wheels of fate cannot be halted." The twin souls exchange vitality. The onlooker mourns, lost in the direction of their journey. The participant finds a glimmer of hope amidst choices. Yet the soul adrift in this world will inevitably suffer the backlash of arrogance. Where will the azure bird ultimately fly? Wei Shengbai was taken aback. Trelawney, who had just prophesied about Harry Potter, had now uttered a prophecy concerning her. The wheels of fate cannot be halted, referred to the unalterable progression of the plot. The twin souls' exchange vitality likely indicated her future endeavor to save Lily, where she and the Horcrux within her combined could be seen as twin souls. As for who the onlooker was and who the participant was, as well as the reasons for their weeping and disorientation, she had formed certain conjectures. Although she had no intention of altering the content of the prophecy, saving Lily would undoubtedly lead to significant changes in Harry Potter's life, and the world's backlash was to be expected. This prophecy did not explicitly point to death's conclusion. Rather, it hinted at a glimmer of hope, which for Wei Shengbai was indeed good news. Thank you. Trelawney, now back from her prophetic state, shyly expressed her gratitude. No need to mention it. I should be thanking you instead. With this prophecy, I am assured that the course of action in my mind is the right choice. Trelawney felt a budding fondness for the girl a few years her junior. Other witches and wizards had always kept their distance due to her prophecies, which were often laden with death. Wei Shengbai was among the rare few who had shown her kindness over the years, her gentle nature evident in her beautiful eyes. What a lovely girl. Is she also a student at Hogwarts? Dumbledore had also heard Trelawney's prophecy directed at Wei Shengbai, but he only grasped the last line, while Trelawney appeared to have forgotten the two prophecies that had escaped her lips. Sybil, I believe Hogwarts would welcome your inclusion. However, concerning the curriculum of the divination class, I hope you can make some detailed adjustments during the summer break, alright? Given the two significant prophecies she had made, Dumbledore decided to arrange for Trelawney to join Hogwarts. Now that the Death Eaters had overheard the prophecy concerning Voldemort, only the school could ensure her safety. After Trelawney left the Hog's Head in high spirits, Dumbledore repaired the shattered window beside him, and invited Wei Shengbai to converse with him once more. Chapter 113, Return Home. I assume you did not come here today to wait for someone, did you, Miss Wei? Dumbledore inquired straightforwardly. Having witnessed the earlier events, he discerned that she was not surprised by the prophecy concerning the Dark Lord. I merely came to confirm certain matters. Now we have our answers, Professor Dumbledore. She did not deny her intentions and acknowledged her awareness that Trelawney would utter that prophecy. Her prophecy stated, "Only one shall survive." What are your thoughts on this? Voldemort and the child who was to be born at the end of July, a child who had yet to be born but was already destined for a monumental fate. Between them, only one could live. Dumbledore was probing her for answers regarding the ultimate conclusion, yet she could not directly disclose the outcome to the esteemed headmaster. The obstruction of the world's consciousness rendered her speechless. At times, prophecy can feel like a curse. The more one knows, the more one is acutely aware of their own helplessness, much like her. I must take my leave now, Professor. Severus is still awaiting my return. She bid a polite farewell to Dumbledore, only to be called back once more before descending the stairs. Will you inform Severus about the other prophecy? This pertained to her own prophecy, which Dumbledore had pondered repeatedly, yet he remained unable to decipher the meaning concealed within those words, while she appeared to possess some understanding. Perhaps I shall tell him in the future, but for now, I must trouble you to keep this secret. She shook her head and swiftly vanished from Dumbledore's sight. Meanwhile, a Death Eater who had overheard the prophecy returned to Malfoy Manor to report to Voldemort. However, this Death Eater, overly cautious of Dumbledore, had only grasped a portion of the lengthy prophecy. The one destined to defeat me shall be born at the end of July. An unborn child, hardly more than an infant, will one day vanquish me? Ha! Do you think I would believe such a foolish, absurd prophecy? Voldemort sneered at the quaking Death Eater kneeling before him. Master, master. Dumbledore was present at the time, and the one who uttered the prophecy is a descendant of that Trelawney. Master. Even if you were to grant me 100 more lives, I would not dare deceive you. The Death Eater's forehead pressed firmly against the ground, too fearful to raise his gaze to the powerful Dark Lord, desperately reiterating his loyalty. Oh. Initially, Voldemort had dismissed the seemingly fairy tale-like prophecy, but upon learning that Dumbledore had been present, he retracted his disdainful attitude. Aside from Dumbledore, who else was there? Who inflicted those injuries upon you? Voldemort understood all too well that once Dumbledore discovered his whereabouts, he would never grant him the opportunity to escape. If he had been injured, then undoubtedly another individual had been present, employing an aggressive spell against him. I do not know, master. It seemed to be a young girl, clad in black robes. I could not discern her appearance. Her magical power was formidable and astute, even detecting my presence before Dumbledore did, because the seating arrangement placed her far from the window. The Death Eater's attention had been solely focused on Dumbledore and the one who had delivered the prophecy, entirely oblivious to the presence of another person in the room. It was only when the girl dashed to the window, raising her wand towards him, that he hastily fled. Never mind, that is of no importance. You are to immediately dispatch someone to search for any witches who might give birth at the end of July, and eliminate them all. Leave no one alive. Voldemort swiftly commanded his subordinates, while Dumbledore acted even more swiftly. He had already arranged for members of the Order of the Phoenix to procure a list of pregnant witches from St. Mungo's. In accordance with the due date, only 2 forthcoming children matched the prophecy's timeline, Longbottom and Potter. Yet the prophecy spoke of only one child. Who could it be? Contemplating the list in his hands, Dumbledore fell into deep thought. Naturally, he also conveyed this matter to the 2 couples, advising them to find a safe place to hide. In an instant, the magical world became even more chaotic. Severus, of course, received this news and felt a surge of concern for Lily, but was promptly reassured by meeing Bai. The Fidelius charm has been cast on Lily's home. If you wish to visit her, it would be best to use the Flu network. Currently, only the fireplaces at St. Mungo's and the headmaster's office can connect to their residence. This was also to ensure the safety of Lily and her unborn child. Only these 2 passages remained accessible to them. Thus, the 2 set off to Dumbledore's office, bearing gifts for the Potters, who resided in Godric's Hollow. Bai sat on the sofa, conversing with Lily, while Severus and James Potter exchanged glances, the tension palpable in the air. Bai, come feel this, he kicked me. The expectant Lily radiated maternal warmth, her face alight with surprise as she took Bai's hand and placed it on her soft belly. Bai could distinctly sense the rhythmic life pulsing through her hand, her expression softening further. It seems he will be quite the mischievous boy, she remarked with a smile. Oh, I sincerely hope he is a calm child, at least not as reckless as his father. Lily shook her head. Yet her words were laced with uncontainable joy. Who can predict the future, after all? I can't wait to see what he will be like when he grows up. It will surely be delightful. If both Lily and James Potter were to survive, their son Harry Potter would undoubtedly grow up to be even more cheerful than in the original tale. As Christmas approached, Hogwarts closed for the holidays, and Harry Potter was born safely and soundly, evading Voldemort and the Death Eaters who failed to uncover their hiding place. Bai tidied her belongings and set off for home with Severus and Joji. Although international travel had become somewhat cumbersome with numerous procedures, they managed to complete it swiftly thanks to the efforts of the Zhou family. When she emerged from the International Wizarding Transfer Station in Xiangwan, she inhaled deeply the air of her homeland. It had been 18 years since she last returned from her past life to this one. Alas, this was not the world of her former life, merely a parallel reality. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the wanderers' yearning for their motherland. It felt as though, upon stepping onto this land, the piece of her soul that had long been missing had finally been restored. Young miss, we shall first return to the ancestral home. The elders of the Zhou family are awaiting your arrival. First, she would acknowledge her lineage, then lay her parents' ashes to rest, and finally, attend to the forbidden grounds. This was the sequence of matters Mi Yingbai had resolved to address upon her return. Chapter 114. Within the Forbidden Grounds. Severus sat in a chair in the guest room, discussing herbal knowledge with Zhou Ji. Upon arriving at the Mi family ancestral home, Mi Yingbai had been surrounded and taken away by several elders of a similar age to Dumbledore. And it was Zhou Ji who had brought her to this room to settle. He mentioned that the ceremony for acknowledging one's ancestry had been greatly simplified compared to a century ago, no longer cumbersome. Yet the elders would certainly wish to converse with her for a while longer. Additionally, heads of various branches of the Zhou family, disciples, and younger generations would also need to make her acquaintance, ensuring she would not return anytime soon. However, Zhou Ji was exempt from this, as Mi Yingbai instructed him to stay with Severus to prevent him from getting lost in the vast old mansion. The Mi family ancestral home, unlike the bustling residences of the Zhou family, was nestled against a great mountain, with no villages within a 20-mile radius. There was but a single narrow path connecting it to the outside world, typically concealed by protective spells, accessible only through wizardly means. After undergoing a series of procedures, she performed 3 bows and 9 prostrations before the ancestral shrine of the Mi family, concluding by inscribing her name in the family register, thus marking the completion of the ceremony. Mi Yingbai dipped her brush delicately into the ink and solemnly inscribed her name upon the yellowed pages of the book. The rite is complete. As one of the esteemed elders of the Zhou family, Zhou Xing carefully returned the family genealogy to its rightful place within the ancestral hall. Wei Shengbai rose from the kneeling mat and upon Zhou Xing's approach, he quietly inquired, Miss, should the name of the one you brought back also be inscribed in the genealogy? The dazzling yellow gemstone ring on her finger caught his attention. A choice made by Snape based on the color of her wand, which Zhou Xing had noticed the moment she entered. At least this year. I have no intentions of marrying. As for the future, I must first resolve certain latent dangers, she replied. Very well, Miss. Zhou Xing nodded, refraining from pressing further on the matter. By the time the head of the Zhou family and the disciples departed the ancestral home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The interment of her parents' ashes in the ancestral grave the following day did not require many attendees, and the once bustling residence returned to its tranquil state. The next morning, Snape encountered Wei Shengbai, who awaited him at his doorstep. Let us go together to meet my parents, she suggested, and they walked side by side following Zhou Xing. The Wei family's ancestral grave lay on a secluded part of the back mountain, where her kin had been laid to rest for many years in a foreign land. Now, her parents' ashes would finally find peace in their homeland. Wei Shengbai and Snape stood before the gravestone, while several other Zhou elders lingered at a distance. Although they had previously heard about her boyfriend from Zhou Xing, the reality of seeing him was an entirely different experience. Wei Shengbai even sensed whispers of marriage and adoption, raising her brows slightly. Fortunately, Snape remained respectful before her parents' gravestone, oblivious to those remarks. After paying respects to her parents, it felt as though they had met the family. Despite the many unfamiliarities of being in a foreign land these past 2 days, Snape hoped to adapt quickly and excel in certain matters, buoyed by Wei Shengbai's presence. I must visit a place shortly. You should return to your room to rest, or perhaps Zhou Ji could take you on a tour, Wei Shengbai suggested as they departed the ancestral grave. Snape assumed she would discuss matters with the elders and soon acquiesced, leaving her side. Once he had walked some distance away, Zhou Xing guided Wei Shengbai to another location on the back mountain. Before them stood a smooth stone wall, faint traces of a stone door discernible upon it. This was the entrance to the Wei family's forbidden grounds. She drew her finger across her skin with magic, allowing blood to flow from her fingertip, which coalesced into a bead that flew toward the center of the stone door. The blood seeped into the long sealed door, which slowly rose to reveal a dark, cavernous opening. Come in with me, she instructed Zhou Xing, as entry was permitted only with the head of the house's consent. With that, she stepped forward, and the moment she entered the passage, the stone lamps along the walls ignited spontaneously, illuminating the space with brilliant flames. They continued along the path and soon beheld the scene within. Contrary to expectations of ornate decorations, there were no altars or so-called time portals. Instead, the ceiling was adorned with luminous crystals, casting daylight-like brightness throughout the chamber. Most of this secret chamber was occupied by pools of milky white water, interspersed with exquisite lotus leaves and flowers carved from jade and gold, appearing remarkably lifelike. Wisps of white mist rose from the pools, creating an ethereal atmosphere. At the center of the chamber stood a circular platform, accessible only by a stone bridge, upon which lay a cold stone bed. This was the most striking feature of the entire room. Zhou Xing halted, able to see the interior of the forbidden grounds. Yet he could never know the forbidden arts that resided within. The materials he had previously given to Wei Shengbai had never been opened by other elders, who remained entirely unaware of the forbidden arts, a tradition upheld for millennia. Wei Shengbai crossed the stone bridge alone, approaching the central platform. As she drew near, she noticed something resting upon the stone bed. Hastening to the bed, she picked up an envelope placed upon it. The name of the sender inscribed in the bottom right corner was strikingly familiar. Indeed, it was one she knew all too well, Wei Shengbai. Despite her mental preparation, the presence of this letter startled her momentarily. Standing before the stone bed, she opened the envelope and quickly scanned its contents, then ignited the letter with a flicker of flame, reducing it to ashes. She wiped the remnants from her fingertips, paused to reflect, and then turned back toward the entrance of the chamber. Elder Zhou Xing, what I am about to share with you must be firmly etched in your mind, and you must act accordingly without error. Can you promise me this? Her voice was soft, echoing hauntingly in the vast chamber like a distant reverberation. Please, miss, command me, he replied. Without the head of the family, the Zhou clan's current prosperity would not exist. As an elder, he would never defy the head's orders unless it pertained to life and death matters within the family. Moreover, Wei Xingbai's ability to confide such words to him indicated her trust in him. Very well, remember this. On the evening of October 31st next year, shortly after 10 o'clock, you will take Zhou Ji to Godric's Hollow in England, to the location with the most potent aura of dark magic. Regardless of what transpires, regardless of what you witness, whether I am alive or have lost all signs of life, do not concern yourself with any of that. Bring me back here, and place me upon that stone bed, sealing the entire forbidden grounds. No one else is permitted entry aside from you. I intend to activate the forbidden arts. Naturally, you may inform the other elders of my circumstances, and you may also convey certain matters regarding the forbidden grounds to him, Severus, so they need not worry excessively. Can you accomplish this? Chapter 115. Let us plunge into the abyss together. Each time a member of the Wei family invoked the forbidden arts, it was to effectuate change. Zhou Xing was uncertain of what the newly returned young lady intended to do, but he would not refuse her request. As long as she remained alive, as long as their bloodline continued, as long as the Zhou family thrived eternally, other matters were of little concern to him. Though he harbored feelings of affection for her, the complexities entwined with the differing surnames were more related to interests at stake. I will comply with your instructions, he bowed his head, pledging to the girl before him, the de facto highest authority of the Zhou family. After spending a few days at the ancestral home, Wei Shengbai returned to England with Snape. The elder members were eager for her to assume certain responsibilities within the Zhou family. Yet she made the same choice her parents had before her, to distance herself from the family and all its affairs. In short, she became a hands-off manager. Within the library of the ancestral home, she discovered records indicating that her ancestors had often done the same, resulting in numerous travelogues chronicling their journeys. It seemed the Zhou family had grown accustomed to this and made no further comments. Thus, Wei Shengbai embraced the long-desired life of leisure. Yet, Snape felt an unsettling disquiet. After learning of her ability to perceive another parallel world, this strange feeling intensified with each passing day. Even as he held her close each night, it was difficult to quell the inexplicable, mounting agitation within him. Is there something you are concealing from me? Does it pertain to that prophecy about the Dark Lord? You mentioned wanting to embark on an adventure related to this prophecy, correct? He asked earnestly, lying beside her. It is somewhat related, but you needn't worry too much. Although there may be some obstacles, I can manage them. Wei Shengbai nestled into his embrace, her delicate fingers lightly tracing his chest as she murmured, "You promised me that we would face this together." He seized her small hand, which was igniting sparks of anxiety upon him, his voice a deep rumble filled with restraint. "I have made arrangements. Nothing will go awry." She refrained from directly responding, for she could not guarantee such a thing. It was her fervent wish to keep Severus distance from peril, hoping that in this lifetime, he would not become entangled with the Death Eaters or Voldemort in even the slightest manner. I promise you, I will love you forever, Severus." Her vow was laden with gravity, igniting a joyous tumult within him that stifled his words. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she gently kissed the corner of his lips. Severus deepened the kiss, their mouths melding together. In the hazy moonlight, the mingling sense of sweetness and bitterness intertwined, immersing them in a sea of bliss. On the evening of October 31st, Hogwarts conducted its usual classes, culminating in a grand feast. As a professor and the head of Slytherin, it was imperative for Severus to remain until the conclusion of the Halloween ball. Since dawn his heart had been restless, and even the deep kiss that Wei Sung-bai bestowed upon him as he departed could not quell his tumultuous emotions. "I shall prepare some treats for your return. Have a splendid time tonight," she said, as thoughtful as ever. Yet, he could not see the hint of sorrow that flickered across her face. Once he stepped away from the hearth, he would be gone for a while, and she wondered if he would grow accustomed to tidying the house alone. Throughout the day, she magically cleaned every corner of their home, neatly arranging their clothes, placing the ornament she had gifted Severus on the bedside table, and retrieving freshly baked treats from the kitchen. Then seated at her writing desk, she penned a letter and positioned it conspicuously on the coffee table in the living room. By the time she completed these tasks, dusk had settled in. Wei Sung-bai let out a soft sigh as she stepped into the fireplace. "May all proceed smoothly, and may I return soon. I hope my senior can forgive my moment of recklessness." Flames ignited, the blinding green fire engulfing her figure. She arrived directly at Lily's home. Having frequently visited her friend and deeming the transit through Dumbledore's fireplace too cumbersome, thus, a flu connection was established between their residences. Her excuse for visiting the Potters was that staying home alone was exceedingly dull, claiming she would return just before the Hogwarts feast concluded. Lily, unsuspecting, took Wei Sung-bai's hand and led her upstairs to the nursery, where baby Harry lay peacefully in his cradle, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. "I hope you grow up safe and happy, Harry." Wei Sung-bai gently tousled the unruly black hair atop his head, silently bestowing her blessings upon him. As time ticked away, Wei Sung-bai anxiously fidgeted with her wand at her waist, yet the Potters remained oblivious to her small gesture and the diminishing smile on her face. The clock's hands neared 10 o'clock, and the oppressive aura of death enveloped the room. James Potter continued to conjure colorful smoke with his wand to entertain baby Harry, while Lily, unable to bear her husband's foolish grin any longer, scooped up Harry and headed upstairs. "I should return now. Dinner was delightful, and I had a wonderful time." "Lily." Wei Sung-bai rose from the sofa, smiling as she bid farewell to Lily, walking toward the front door only after watching her ascend the stairs. "Hey, Wei Sheng, the fireplace is over there." James tossed his wand onto the couch, preparing to tidy up the kitchen, only to see Wei Sung-bai walking in the wrong direction. "James Potter, I hope you can be more composed in the future. And that apology you owe Severus? I wish for your honesty." Her voice trembled as she gripped her wand tightly. James Potter was bewildered by her sudden words and behavior, feeling perplexed. Just as he opened his mouth to inquire, the front door was suddenly shattered by a powerful curse. A tempestuous wind swirling with the scent of death engulfing the entire living room. Protego. Expelliarmus. The first spell was cast upon James Potter, the second aimed at the intruder, Voldemort. What? The Dark Lord? James's eyes widened, his mind flashing to Lily and baby Harry as he dashed toward the stairs. "Lily, run. He's coming, the Dark Lord." "I'll hold him off, you flee." "No time for chatter, James. I'll stall him. Grab your wand and go upstairs, quickly." For James Potter, the events unfolded too swiftly. He had forgotten his wand entirely. Voldemort regarded the girl standing before him, a smirk of disdain spreading across his face. Yet upon meeting her cerulean gaze, he felt an unsettling familiarity. "I have awaited this day for 13 years. To bestow upon you an Avada Kedavra with my own hands has been my desire, Mr. Voldemort." She spoke rapidly, hoping to buy some time for Lily and the others. James Potter intended to rush toward the sofa, but Voldemort's onslaught was relentless, sending him crashing into the wall, darkness enveloping him as he failed to rise immediately. Clearly, Voldemort had held back during his confrontation with Wei Sung-bai. Had she not cast the protective charm in advance, he might have lost half his life to that overwhelming curse. Ah! The little mouse that escaped from under my nose all those years ago. With those recognizable eyes, Voldemort quickly unearthed corresponding memories from his mind. "Alas, your attacks are feeble. Just like your parents. Utterly ineffectual." Voldemort swiftly disarmed the wand from her grasp. The beautiful wand made of acacia wood shattering with a resounding crack under the immense force. Believing victory was assured, he prepared to cast the killing curse directly at her, only to suddenly sense a familiar surge of energy. Before Wei Sung-bai, a spellbook radiating a soft glow materialized. It hovered in the air, patiently awaiting its moment to fulfill its purpose. Voldemort squinted, sensing that events were spiraling beyond his expectations. The spellbook, seemingly stirred by an unseen force, flipped to the page inscribed with the Avada Kedavra. "Let us plummet into the abyss together, Mr. Voldemort." Two beams of ominous green light emerged from Voldemort's wand and Wei Sung-bai's spellbook, racing toward each other's hearts. They were destined to collide in midair. But the Avada Kedavra emitted from Wei Sungbai's spellbook suddenly altered its course, allowing the two curses to pass by each other. Voldemort, utterly unprepared for such an eventuality, found himself unable to defend against the spell that struck him squarely. His soul endured a tremendous jolt, resulting in a fragment of his essence breaking away, as depicted in the original tale, and plunging into baby Harry's body. His corporeal form shattered into particles, dissipating into the air, leaving behind a swirling mass of black smoke that roared as it surged forth. Meanwhile, the killing curse cast by Voldemort struck Wei Sungbao, but not before it first impacted the spellbook before her. Its power diminished before reaching her. Nonetheless, Voldemort's strength was overwhelming. Wei Sungbao felt an excruciating agony erupt from the depths of her soul, blood spilling from her clenched teeth. She lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground, her breath and heartbeat gradually weakening until they completely ceased. Meanwhile, within the hallowed grounds of Hogwarts, having returned to the potions professor's lounge, and preparing to depart through the fireplace, a wave of profound panic surged through Severus Snape. It was her. It must be her in peril. In that moment, he fervently believed this sudden thought, swiftly turning away from the cellar and sprinting towards Dumbledore's office at the utmost speed. Chapter 116 Departure. The flames of the Phoenix blazed in Godric's Hollow, their dazzling brilliance flickering fleetingly, revealing three silhouettes amidst the firelight. The Potter's Gate swung open, and from a distance, the shattered door was visible, resembling a monstrous maw gaping into unfathomable darkness. No. The blood drained from Snape's face in an instant as he stumbled towards the door, nearly tripping on the steps, his form disheveled. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged a glance and hastily followed him inside. Healed as before, healed as before. Lily, the healing potion, quickly. Give it to her. The living room resembled a tempest's aftermath, strewn with splintered wood and shards of glass. James Potter was casting one healing spell after another with his wand, his hands trembling violently and his voice hoarse. The luminous incantations flickered across Lily's form, yet still yielded no effect. Lily, disregarding the cries of baby Harry in the cradle, frantically searched the house for potions, her tears blurring her vision time and again. Severus, who had harbored a glimmer of hope, felt his heart plummet upon seeing the lifeless figure on the ground. Just this morning, she had assured him she would await his return that evening. She had promised that she was prepared. She had vowed she would not leave him alone. They had made a pact, a solemn agreement. He rushed forward, shoving James Potter aside and cradling the cold girl in his arms. Impossible. I refuse to believe this. It cannot be true. Megan White's heartbeat and breath had ceased, the signs of death all too apparent. Yet Snape was unwilling to accept her fate. She had known the outcome of another world. How could she have left no contingency plan? Just like in the room of requirement, she must have left herself a way out. She would not simply perish without explanation. He incessantly reassured himself, desperately seeking any evidence that could validate his thoughts, yet found nothing, nothing at all. She bore no useful information. You must know something, don't you? Mr. Grindelwald, you are her guardian. You must know she is not dead. She is still alive, right? As if recalling something, Snape suddenly lifted his gaze to the approaching Grindelwald, hoping for affirmation from his expression. Grindelwald knelt beside Megan White, retrieving a compass he had carried with him. The exquisite compass lay quietly in his palm, but unlike before, it now bore a crack, and the gentle power that had once emanated from within was reduced to a mere trace on the surface. I'm sorry, I do not know. He shook his head. This compass was an alchemical artifact crafted from the essence of that person's soul, intrinsically linked to hers. Its damage signified that her soul had endured tremendous trauma and injury. Just as Snape was on the brink of despair, two unfamiliar footsteps echoed from outside. Master. This is the place, the area with the most potent dark magic. Zhou Ji, holding the compass, glanced back at his mentor. As he stepped through the door, he caught sight of the lifeless Megan White in Snape's embrace, and could not suppress a gasp of horror. Master, come quickly, the young lady she. No matter what, Zhou Ji could not utter the words of death, for that would mean the end of the lineage of the White family, severing the Zhou family's contract. You little brat, if you dare utter any ill-fated words, I will deal with you. Zhou Xing, the last to step through the Potter's threshold, felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing Megan White's body, though his expression remained impassive. No wonder she had spoken those words to him in the Forbidden Realm earlier. Zhou Xing could not spare a moment for the others present, hastening to her side to check her pulse and the center of her brow. The tension in his brow gradually unfurled, and he exhaled softly. It was this slight movement that rekindled hope in Snape. You will translate for them. We must take the young lady back to the family for healing. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone else. He turned to instruct his apprentice. Aside from being forbidden to enter the family's forbidden grounds, Zhou Ji had some understanding of the instructions Megan White had entrusted to Zhou Xing. Please do not worry. The young lady's current state is quite special, but she is not truly dead. Also, Mr. Snape, the young lady left some words for you, and only you may know them. Following Zhou Xing's lead, Zhou Ji addressed those present, then urged Snape to relinquish Megan White to his master. Snape cast a glance at the girl with her eyes tightly shut in his arms. Since the Zhou family spoke thus, it must be that she had employed some ancient secret technique, leading to her current condition. As long as she lived, nothing else mattered. He thought to himself as he carefully handed Megan White over to Zhou Xing, and followed Zhou Ji out of the living room. Thereafter, he learned about the White family's forbidden grounds and secret techniques, realizing that she had arranged everything during last year's Christmas break when she returned to Huaxia. May I accompany you back? I wish to stay with her until she awakens. The impending separation was difficult for Snape to accept, prompting him to voice this request. Yet even Zhou Xing could not ascertain when Megan White would awaken. Zhou Ji's expression faltered as he shook his head in refusal. My master has stated that after the forbidden grounds are opened, he is the only one permitted to occasionally check on the situation. Everyone else is barred from entry. And even the old residents must be entirely sealed. Even if you return with us, you will not be able to see the young lady. My master has said that the young lady's current state is due to damage to her soul. You possess remarkable talent in potions. Perhaps you can develop a potion to heal soul injuries here. This is my contact information. If the young lady awakens, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Zhou Ji's reasoning gradually dispelled Snape's thoughts. I wish to understand more about that forbidden technique. Does it require a price? Why must she be taken back there for healing? Seeing Zhou Ji about to turn back inside, Snape grasped his arm and posed his final query. Concerning the forbidden technique, even the elders of the Zhou family do not know its true nature. I only know that for millennia, whenever the head of the family has invoked the forbidden technique, it was to alter certain fated outcomes. It is impossible to say there is no price. Perhaps the young lady's current condition is the price she has paid. As for why healing must occur in the forbidden grounds, that is the young lady's decision. We do not know the reasons. Perhaps there are secrets within the forbidden grounds that we are unaware of. Snape remained frozen in place, watching as Zhou Ji entered to carry Megan White out. After a nod of acknowledgement, they departed under Zhou Xing's shadow. Altering fate, the cost incurred. Was the price she paid truly only the damage to her soul? Chapter 117. Memories of that time. This night is destined to be tumultuous. Members of the Order of the Phoenix and several professors from Hogwarts have hastened to Godric's Hollow upon receiving news, only to be met with devastation. Where is the Dark Lord? Oh, Merlin, what has transpired here? Just as Professor McGonagall stepped through the door of the Potter residence, she observed Severus Snape bending down to retrieve the shattered wand of the young Miss White. The once resplendent gem at the wand's base has lost its brilliance, now dull and lifeless, as if to remind him of the perilous battle that had just unfolded. James, I am deeply sorry. Only you know the truth of what has transpired. I must delve into your memories. Dumbledore intended to escort James Potter back to the headmaster's office to utilize the pensieve for memory exploration. Yet Grindelwald suggested that such a procedure was unnecessary. As members of the Order searched the living room for clues regarding the Dark Lord, a few ascended the staircase, preparing to extract James Potter's memories from an empty room. He would certainly not refuse, although his demeanor betrayed a hint of unease. He could scarcely believe that the killing curse cast upon Miss White had, as those two Chinese individuals claimed, left her without peril. The memories of the earlier events in the living room weighed heavily upon him, filling him with guilt. As Miss White had previously stated, had he been more composed, had he not carelessly cast his wand upon the sofa, the current situation might have been entirely different. Grindelwald pressed his wand against James Potter's temple, extracting silvery strands that floated gracefully in the air, unfurling like a shimmering curtain before the onlookers. The memory commenced prior to Lily ascending the stairs with young Harry, where Snape distinctly observed Miss White bidding her farewell. That utterance bore the weight of a departure. Upon revisiting this scene, Lily realized with a pang of sorrow that her eyes reflected a profound reluctance, both for herself and for Snape. The next moment, she rose to approach the entrance, drawing her wand. James Potter had carelessly tossed his wand onto the sofa, yet the Dark Lord was already closing in. She had expended nearly all her strength merely to compose herself, leaving no time to retrieve her wand. Thus, she uttered a poignant remark to Potter still in the kitchen. When she spoke Snape's name, her gaze fell upon the ring upon her finger, and her once tense demeanor appeared to ease. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Lord burst through the door. From James Potter's perspective, as Miss White engaged the Dark Lord, she deftly cast a protective spell for him. This action incited Snape's overwhelming desire to draw his wand and render her unconscious, yet his curiosity about the ensuing events prevailed. After colliding with the wall, the memory darkened for a few seconds, before revealing a scene of struggle on the ground as he witnessed Miss White's wand shatter under the assault. The position where Potter fell afforded him only a glimpse of her profile, yet it sufficed. In that vision, a flicker of relief graced the girl's lips, as if she had awaited this moment. A spellbook radiating with brilliance appeared before her, yet its contents remained obscured. "Let us plunge into the abyss together," she declared. Subsequently, 2 blinding beams of green light blurred the entirety of the memory. When Potter's vision returned, he beheld a thick cloud of black smoke billowing forth, alongside the fallen Miss White. Enough. Snape grasped the now broken wand with a vice-like grip, his eyes clenched in anguish, leaning against the frigid wall in a feeble attempt to maintain his composure. Even with the knowledge that she had not perished, the reality of the Avada Kedavra curse haunted him. No one had ever survived its lethal embrace. He could not bear the image of his beloved struck by that fatal curse, and even knowing she still lived, he struggled to suppress his despair at witnessing Miss White fall victim to the killing curse. The extraction of memories concluded with Snape advancing towards Potter, delivering a punch with the hand that clutched Miss White's wand. "You knew the Dark Lord was searching for your son. Why, oh why? Did you not keep your wand at hand? Why did you discard it? Were it not for her, you would have perished. Do you understand?" Potter collapsed to the ground. Yet he did not rise to retort as he typically would, for he found himself devoid of any justification for his actions. Snape's words rang true. He had been overly arrogant, placing blind faith in the Fidelius charm, never once contemplating that the Dark Lord might come here. "Severus, calm yourself. They say Miss White will be fine." The priority now was to ascertain Voldemort's whereabouts and why the Fidelius charm had faltered. The instigator was Voldemort, as well as the one who leaked their location. Dumbledore had refrained from intervening during Snape's outburst towards Potter, allowing a few moments to pass before steering the conversation back to Voldemort. "Sirius, you are the secret keeper of the Fidelius charm. Did you divulge this address to anyone else?" Sirius, who had arrived with the other members of the Order, had witnessed all of Potter's memories, and upon the mention of the Fidelius charm, his countenance soured. "No, I am not the secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew is." With both Potter and Lily present, they could attest to his veracity. Initially, the couple had indeed considered him for the role of secret keeper, but he deemed it insecure and impulsively suggested the appointment of Peter Pettigrew instead. The realization dawned upon all in the room. Voldemort had located Peter Pettigrew and extracted the genuine address from him. "I shall find him. I will drag him back and deliver him personally to Azkaban." After clarifying the situation, fury ignited on Sirius's face as he vowed to leave the room. Soaring away on his motorcycle, a trail of dust marking his departure, his animagus form was that of a black dog, with a keen sense of smell, surely capable of tracking down the traitor rat. Moreover, Miss White appeared to have anticipated the events of this day. Why did she choose to confront them alone? And when she spoke to Voldemort, whom did we refer to? Was there another present at that moment? What did she mean by the abyss? Concerning Miss White, Dumbledore felt as though he had never truly grasped her intentions, for she could not voice these thoughts. Fate could not be altered unless one possessed the power to defy it, such as she herself did. Grindelwald interjected, "As for her reference to we, I have some inkling. Beyond our world, there exist countless parallel realms. We in essence could be considered as one. As for the abyss, perhaps it signifies the cost of altering destiny." Upon concluding his remarks, Grindelwald handed Snape the now ineffectual compass. "Well then, as her objective has been fulfilled and our pact is concluded, I shall take my leave. Albus, should you wish to learn more, seek me out. You know where to find me." Before the words had fully settled, a faint crack echoed through the air, and Grindelwald vanished without a trace. Chapter 118. Another world, another me. One Snape returned home. Gazing at the darkened space devoid of light and the presence of Miss White, he questioned whether it could still be called home. The realization of her absence rendered the concept increasingly nebulous in his mind. He trudged forth like a specter, emerging from the fireplace, and upon reaching the coffee table, his eyes fell upon a letter resting atop it. It was a missive from Miss White, addressed to him. Upon realizing this, Severus Snape regained a semblance of composure, and the once dim and lifeless depths of his eyes were rekindled with warmth. After setting aside the shattered wand and the fractured compass bestowed upon him by Grindelwald, he settled onto the sofa, extending his hand to unfold the letter. "Dear Severus, Happy Halloween. When you come across this letter, you may chastise me for my capriciousness, worry for my well-being, and feel a sense of unease and trepidation at my departure from your side. However, I implore you to trust me. regardless of how vast the distance between us may be, even if it spans half the globe, and even if our souls are separated by countless realms, I will always hold you in my thoughts. For now, I ask your forgiveness for my temporary absence. I find it challenging to halt the wheel of fate, and do not wish to ensnare you within its tumult. To this world, I am a rather unique entity, capable of resisting the backlash that accompanies the alteration of destiny, likely the sole individual who can do so. You know well that I am one who favors a life of comfort, hence it is safest for me to undertake this matter alone. I shall not regret my decision. After our extensive companionship, I believe you understand my reasoning. Beyond this, the primary purpose of this letter is to urge you to take good care of yourself in my absence. I have prepared some delectable treats in the kitchen, and I have laundered the clothes in your room, even purchasing a few new pieces that should suit you well. The key to Gringotts lies upon your desk. Do not hesitate to spend, for my earnings outpace your expenditures. Even when you are confined to detention or brewing potions, remember to nourish yourself. Do not neglect your 3 daily meals. If you find yourself staying at the school dormitory, remember to bring the listening stone trinket from your bedside. I have set a timer for it to remind you to rest timely. Voldemort has likely not yet met his ultimate demise, and will not resurface for a decade. Do not seek danger proactively. When we next meet, you must stand before me safe and healthy. Strangely, reflecting on the past, I cannot pinpoint when my affections for you first blossomed, nor when those affections gradually transformed into a love that cannot be erased. Yet, I can affirm that I am deeply enamored with you, in this world. You are the only one I wish to walk hand in hand toward the end of our lives, Severus. Therefore, I shall endeavor to return to your side with utmost haste. Await me. Love, Wei Xingbai. Snape meticulously scrutinized each sentence and word of the letter, repeatedly perusing it until the first light of dawn crept through the window, before finally diverting his gaze from the closing declaration. He carefully folded the letter and returned it to its envelope, pressing it firmly against his chest as though to meld it with the beating heart within. I love you too. His sigh was resolute yet tinged with regret. He had never been adept at expressing his emotions, and as Wei Xingbai had previously promised, the eloquent declarations of love between them were predominantly articulated by her. If only he could have conveyed this sentiment to her before today, it might have alleviated some of the loneliness born of longing during her absence. Meanwhile, having returned Wei Xingbai to the Forbidden Land, Zhou Xing, adhering to their prior agreement, laid her upon the cold stone bed. As he arranged her garments and tresses, he turned to leave and approached the entrance of the Forbidden Land when suddenly, a shimmering barrier enveloped the stone bed, resembling a luminous column descending from above, encasing both the bed and Wei Xingbai within, completely isolating them from the outside world. Countless glimmers cascaded down from the crystals atop the chamber, slowly encircling the central stone bed, illuminating the girl's visage. Zhou Xing was momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen occurrence. As he attempted to return to ascertain the situation, he found himself obstructed by the radiant barrier. He could only stand at the periphery of the circular platform, unable to advance further. Nevertheless, he did not press the issue. Surmising that this was likely the key to Wei Xingbai's soul healing, he exited the chamber and subsequently sealed the entire manor's teleportation pathways, leaving only an entrance for his own use. At that moment, lying in the heart of the Forbidden Land, Wei Xingbai gradually emerged from a profound silence and darkness. She distinctly recalled being struck by Voldemort's Avada Kedavra curse, as if her entire soul had been ensconced in shadow. She felt her essence adrift in a chaotic void, unable to open her eyes, yet vaguely aware of numerous flickering lights passing by her. In this peculiarly wondrous setting, the concepts of time and space became increasingly nebulous in her mind. When she finally opened her eyes, Wei Xingbai was momentarily dazzled by the flickering light of the sorting hat, and soon, the clamor of the world flooded back into her ears. The stasis of life and time began to flow anew, and the scene before her was profoundly familiar, so much so that it left her disoriented. It felt as though she were ensnared within this body, although she could sense warmth, detect the scent of candles wafting in the air, and hear the sounds around her with clarity. Wei Xingbai knew full well that the one controlling this vessel was not she, but rather another version of herself. Upon realizing this, Wei Xingbai ceased her attempts to manipulate the body, and quietly observed everything before her. Soon, the sorting hat above her head made its final decision. Ravenclaw. The hat's voice rang out, its triumphant tone reverberating throughout the Great Hall of Hogwarts. In the next moment, applause erupted from all directions, overwhelming her like a tidal wave. She was Wei Xingbai, the embodiment of another self who had traversed a life entirely different from her own. Chapter 119. The Other World Me Too. In an age where the internet flourishes and time travel novels abound, Wei Shengbai never anticipated that such an event would unfold in her own life. Merely dozing off during a game, she awoke to find herself in another world. Whenever she reflects on this event, it strikes her as surreal. Surreal to the point of resembling a dream. Yet she quickly acclimated to her infantile identity. At least in this life, she was blessed with kind and gentle parents, a stroke of fortune sufficient to dispel the pessimism brought on by her transmigration. However, upon discovering that this was a magical realm, and hearing the name Dumbledore, Wei Shengbai found it challenging to accept. When she finally laid eyes on the infamous Dark Lord, the thin veil that had long separated her from this world was brutally torn asunder by the stark reality. Having previously promised Wei Shengbai that she would attend Hogwarts, her parents wished to prevent her from prematurely learning of the Wei family's forbidden land and dark arts. Fearing that their still young daughter would be ensnared by the backlash of dark magic, they sent her to live with another pair of Chinese couples before Voldemort's arrival, allowing her to continue her life in Britain. They corresponded with the Zhou family, requesting that they wait until Wei Shengbai graduated before bringing her back. Although her parents and the Chinese couple shared a distant familial connection, their bond was not particularly deep. Their willingness to temporarily foster her stemmed mainly from a shared sense of kinship and the allure of gold galleons. At that time, Wei Shengbai was unaware that Voldemort would ultimately slay her parents, a consequence of the backlash from their use of dark magic. With the Dark Lord merely serving as the instrument of fate, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Voldemort, yet was acutely aware of her own insignificance, thus choosing to suppress this animosity for the time being. 6 years later, she received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts and stepped into the ancient castle that had stood for a millennium. She was sorted into Ravenclaw House. Wei Shengbai found the academy to be quite splendid, as the atmosphere of learning here is the most profound throughout all of Hogwarts. Apart from Quidditch, there are scarce recreational activities in Hogwarts, thus reading and studying became her greatest joys in daily life. She held little interest in the characters from the original story, preferring not to meddle in the lives of others. Aside from her desire to preemptively eliminate Voldemort, she had no inclination or standing to interfere with other plotlines. Nevertheless, she was determined to avert any impending tragedies. In her previous life, she had read the original work and had traversed into this world while playing related games, which clearly illustrated her deep affection for this magical realm and her aspirations to alter the future. Wei Shengbai believed that by seizing an opportune moment to inform Professor Dumbledore about the Horcruxes possessed by Voldemort through prophecy, she could sever all unmanifested tragedies at their source, leading to a vastly different and beautiful conclusion. She harbored such naive thoughts, convinced that altering fate was not as insurmountable as it seemed, until that fateful day. Unbeknownst to her, since her arrival in this world, she had developed a penchant for getting lost. Fortunately, despite her lack of directional sense, she could manage to remember routes after a few attempts. Coincidentally, upon ascending to her second year, she encountered a bottleneck while exploring how to communicate with nonverbal magical creatures for a small project. After several days of preparation, she resolved to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Initially intending to merely roam the outskirts in search of ordinary magical creatures to assist with her experiment, she found herself straying from her intended path due to the dim moonlight. The Forbidden Forest was devoid of recognizable landmarks, and aside from students enrolled in the Magical Creature Protection elective, entry was forbidden at other times. Upon realizing she was completely lost, Wei Shengbai retraced her steps according to her memory, while suppressing the growing panic within her, lamenting her blunder. After approximately an hour of fruitless searching, she set down her magical lamp, deciding to pause and rest. It was then that she heard some rustling nearby. Just as she assumed it to be the sound of an animal and grasped her wand in preparation, a figure clad in Slytherin robes emerged from the underbrush, tripping over a stone and tumbling to the ground. The small white creature that had quietly nestled within her soul observed the scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. However, as Severus Snape clumsily rose to his feet, he spotted the girl resting under a tree not far ahead. Clad in Ravenclaw robes, her deep black eyes, reminiscent of his own, bore an expression of surprise and curiosity. Senior Snape? Before he could inquire about her identity, she had already called out his name. Wei Shengbai stood up, intending to ask him if he could assist her in leaving the Forbidden Forest, but her words were interrupted by the sound of hooves approaching. A centaur appeared, bow and arrow in hand, regarding the two with a wary expression. "You must leave. You should not be here." His face reflected a hint of disdain, clearly disinclined to engage with humans. Had they not been wearing Hogwarts uniforms, he might have resorted to forceful expulsion. "Apologies, sir. We did not intend to intrude. We are merely lost. Could you kindly direct us to the exit?" Having read the original work, Wei Xingbai had a fair understanding of Snape's character. Although she was unaware of his reasons for being in the Forbidden Forest at night, or why he had attracted the centaur's ire, she believed that if she apologized first, the situation would not escalate further. Evidently, this notion proved correct, as her polite demeanor caused the centaur to lower his guard slightly. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he extended his arm and pointed in a direction. "Thank you for your assistance." Wei Xingbai intended to offer more pleasantries before departing in the direction he indicated. But the centaur suddenly interrupted her. "Your morning star is obscured by great power. An immutable fate will bestow upon you burdens that are difficult to bear. When the stars are shrouded in darkness, the world will reject all your endeavors." As the centaur spoke these prophetic words, Snape, standing behind Wei Xingbai, observed her hands clenched tightly, her not-so-long fingernails digging into her palms, though she appeared oblivious to any pain, standing silently in place. Immutable? If it is truly unchangeable, then what do my memories and my unwavering resolve signify? Should I merely witness the demise of every individual, knowing their fates, while remaining a passive observer? I do not concur with your words. There is no fate that cannot be altered. If it is indeed difficult to change, it must be due to my own lack of strength. Wei Xingbai quickly solidified her convictions. She would not waver due to the centaur's so-called prophecy. The centaur said no more, merely casting a look of pity at the resolute girl before departing. Later, she and Snape exited the Forbidden Forest, neither mentioning the events of that evening. Senior, Voldemort is not a benevolent leader. He regards everyone but himself as mere tools. Before they parted ways, Wei Xingbai called out to him, hoping to change his mind about joining the Death Eaters. Unfortunately, she failed. "I do not know you. Do not meddle in my affairs." Snape shot her a cold glance before turning away, his dark robes quickly merging with the deep night until he vanished from sight. Chapter 120, The Other Me in Another World 3. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw dormitory, the centaur's ominous words echoed in her mind, and despite her attempts to calm herself, she found it impossible to dispel them. Consequently, the following day, she resolved to inform Professor Dumbledore about Voldemort's Horcruxes. Surely, upon seeing the diadem of Ravenclaw in the Room of Requirement, he would believe in her prophecy. Yet, just as she finally spotted Dumbledore in the corridor and was preparing to approach him, an overwhelming wave of dizziness suddenly engulfed her mind. In an instant, Wei Xingbai collapsed to the ground, eliciting gasps from the surrounding students. After being taken to the hospital wing, she awoke several hours later, even with her eyes open. The powerful impact made it difficult for her to regain her thoughts, leaving her in a state of disorientation. What is happening? Once her mind cleared, as she climbed out of bed in the hospital wing, she noticed a peculiar heaviness in her body. Initially, she attributed it to the aftereffects of her unexplained fainting spell, believing a couple of days of rest would suffice. However, whenever she attempted to inform Dumbledore again about the future, to destroy the diadem of Ravenclaw, or to undertake any action that might alter the future, she would inexplicably faint once more. The sensation of heaviness grew more pronounced with each attempt, and it dawned on Wei Xingbai that the shackles spoken of by the centaur were, in fact, literal. She had been burdened with a heavy restraint imposed by this world, one that rejected all her efforts. Realizing this, Wei Xingbai abandoned her intentions of revealing the prophecy to others. Yet she remained at a loss as to how to combat the world's oppressive force. Thus, she began an ardent quest through the halls of the Hogwarts library, even seeking Professor Flitwick's signature to gain access to the restricted section, in hopes of uncovering useful information. She harbored a profound disbelief that the tragedies of the future held no vestiges of hope. After all, her very existence in this world was a testament to the existence of potential loopholes. Reflecting on her birth, Wei Xingbai felt as though she had grasped a newfound hope. At the tender age of 2nd grade, she commenced an in-depth exploration into the realms of time travel and prophecy. Yet, despite scouring nearly every tome in the library related to these subjects, she could not devise a feasible strategy. Confronted with the intricate workings of the universe, her current abilities seemed woefully inadequate. Admittedly, Wei Xingbai had contemplated surrendering, for she was hardly acquainted with the characters from the original narrative, nor did she share any bonds with them. Should she relinquish her efforts, she would become nothing more than a mere observer, standing outside the narrative. Outside this world, much like a deity perched high above, coldly surveying the unfolding events with neither joy nor sorrow. Yet she was a human being, a being imbued with emotions, desires, joys and sorrows, truly living in this world. It was a denial of her humanity to transform into a godlike entity, a feat even the wisest, like Dumbledore, had never achieved. Such a transformation would drive her to madness. At this juncture, Wei Xingbai's aspirations transcended mere plot alteration. She was steadfastly clinging to her humanity amidst the relentless warnings of the world's consciousness. A sense of unwillingness enveloped her, accompanied by regret for not recognizing this sooner, and a loathing for the fate of this world. She despised the knowledge of the plot, yet felt utterly powerless to effect change. The girl confined all her negative emotions deep within, maintaining a facade of normalcy in her classes, but those who knew her could see her figure dwindling day by day. Professor Flitwick grew increasingly concerned for his student, but found himself unable to breach the walls of Wei Xingbai's heart during their conversations. Thus, he sought the counsel of Dumbledore. Encountering the kindly headmaster in the corridor, she clutched a stack of books borrowed from the library. As she approached, Dumbledore experienced an ephemeral illusion. The hefty tomes appeared akin to solid bricks, nearly bending her proud spine under their weight. Yet she was merely a second-year witch. How could she bear such a burdensome load? Brushing aside this fleeting thought, he intercepted her path, intending to inquire, per Flitwick's suggestion, whether she faced any difficulties. Professor Dumbledore, do you believe that a single individual's strength can stand against the entirety of the world? The clarity and gravity of her query struck him. She sought to know if a mortal could truly oppose the world. As Christmas approached, she stood amidst a campus filled with laughter and joy, the festive decorations behind her shimmering with dazzling light. Dumbledore suddenly realized that, amidst this kaleidoscope of colors, he struggled to discern her face. I admire your capacity for such thoughts, Miss Wei Sheng, for I have never dared to delve deeply into this matter myself. Merely standing in alignment with the world requires unimaginable sacrifices. An individual's strength is limited. Perhaps you might seek out like-minded companions. The elder's voice was gentle, and he did not find her absurd question laughable, responding to her with utmost sincerity. However, this was not the answer Wei Xingbai sought, for she alone knew the future in this world. This memory felt like a curse, one she bore alone. Very well, Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your suggestion. May I inquire, if my morning star is obscured by formidable forces, what means might I employ to pierce through the obstacles, and once again behold the starlight? She settled for this alternative question, believing it to be far easier to answer. The centaur excelled in celestial divination, and the morning star he referred to symbolized the light in darkness, hope amid confusion, a guiding beacon. In some mythologies, it also represented death and rebirth. Yet to Wei Xingbai, her morning star signified the means to alter her fate. Ordinary muggles, when confronted with adversity, would explore numerous avenues to surmount their challenges. How much more so for us, being witches, Miss Wei Sheng. The existence of magic is far more profound than you might imagine. It will serve as your lifelong morning star, eternally guiding your path within this world. Dumbledore's words prompted Wei Xingbai to ponder deeply. As he had articulated, she was a witch. Nothing could be more reliable than her magical prowess. If Merlin could ascend to the status of the god of magic, and Nicholas Flamel could elude the Grim Reaper's scythe, then surely there must be other means to break free from the world's shackles. She simply had yet to discover them. She was determined to find them. By the time she entered her third year, the heinous actions of Voldemort and his Death Eaters instilled widespread fear throughout the magical community in Britain, prompting the Zhou family in China to decide to retrieve Wei Xingbai early. The revelation of her connection to such an ancient family filled her with joy. When they ventured to Gringotts' underground vault, and opened the ancient door that had stood for a millennium, the sight of the bamboo scrolls and ancient tomes left her in awe. This time, as an observer inhabiting another version of herself, she discerned that the vault did not contain the prominent prophetic bamboo scroll left to her by her ancestor, Zhou Wang. After a few days of contemplation, she resolved to return to China with the Zhou family. She needed external forces to achieve her goals. Perhaps this was the key to her breakthrough. With this thought in mind, she bid farewell to her adoptive parents and completed her withdrawal from Hogwarts. The moment her feet touched her homeland's soil, the invisible shackles imposed by the world vanished, and she felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. This only solidified her belief that the key to her breakthrough lay within this familiar land. She would exhaust every means to find the power to confront the world's consciousness, and return to Britain before the prophecy came to pass. Upon returning to the Zhou family, she resided in the ancestral home of the Wei family, and learned that her parents had invoked forbidden magic in the restricted area of the Back Mountain, allowing her existence in this world, which should not have been possible. Upon realizing this, she immediately ventured to the forbidden area, hoping to discover the power that could alter her circumstances. However, the outcome left her somewhat disillusioned, for the so-called forbidden magic was merely the power of time travel. Her parents had utilized this force to capture the soul of the parallel world Wei Xingbai, filling the void in this world's fate with her presence. Thus, her existence was established. Time travel did not equate to returning to the past. It merely allowed one to traverse to other parallel worlds. Upon uncovering the use of the forbidden magic, Wei Shengbai abandoned her ambitions of returning to the past to educate Voldemort, and instead dedicated herself to studying her family's legacy at the ancestral home. She immersed herself in the art of crafting magical instruments, alchemy, and deepening her understanding of magic, seeking to create new spells. Essentially, she was determined to learn anything that could enhance her magical abilities, hoping to discover means to defy fate. Yet even years later, despite her magic and knowledge far surpassing her peers, Wei Shengbai still lacked the certainty to break through the world's barriers or any definitive method to alter her destiny. With the day when Trelawney would utter the prophecy fast approaching, she steeled herself to return to Britain, hopeful that the methods she had acquired might clear at least a sliver of the fog surrounding her path. Even the smallest shift, however minuscule, could serve as a fulcrum to leverage her destiny. Harboring such thoughts, she stood at the entrance of Hogsmeade, awaiting the arrival of Trelawney. Ultimately, she was met not only by the seer, but also by a new form of entrapment bestowed upon her by the world. No methods needed to be attempted. No words could be conveyed, and all talk of change was mere folly. Even the greatest wizard of this century, Dumbledore, remained oblivious to the presence of a girl standing beside him, her eyes filled with boundless despair. As the stars were shrouded in darkness and the gears of fate began to turn for all, she alone was cast aside by the world. From that day forth, Micawber became a true spectator, witnessing Severus Snape overhear the prophecy, and subsequently betray it to Voldemort at Malfoy Manor. She heard Peter Pettigrew, trembling under Voldemort's excruciating interrogation, reveal the location of the Potters. She stood in Godric's Hollow, watching as the Dark Lord marked Harry Potter with a lightning scar, only for it to rebound from the protective charm surrounding Harry, dissipating into a wisp of darkness. She was powerless. Her existence was forcefully erased, and before these individuals, Micawber became more ethereal than a ghost. Bound as if in perpetual confinement, she found herself in another realm, unheard and unseen, her tear-stained visage concealed from all. Micah could feel her sanity teetering between calmness and madness. It was no surprise that witnessing the entire unfolding of events would surely plunge her soul into the abyss. During the decade of Harry's growth, Micah ventured into the Albanian forest, where Voldemort's remnants lay, directionally challenged as ever. She spent over a year scouring the entirety of the forest, yet he remained elusive. She visited Godric's Hollow, yearning to take Harry Potter away, but proximity was futile. Little Harry could not perceive her presence. She even ventured to the Gaunt residence, where although unable to touch the resurrection stone, she pondered that breaking the curse upon it might have spared Dumbledore's life. Beyond this, she attempted countless endeavors, having traversed Gringotts Bellatrix vault, sought out the Black family home, and explored the cavern where Voldemort had previously concealed the Slytherin locket. She visited any place that could potentially alter the course of the narrative. Yet all was in vain. Whenever she approached anything tied to the plot, she would revert to that so-called ghostly state, untouchable and imperceptible to others. A decade was sufficient to transform her initial wishes into an obsession ingrained in her very bones and soul, eroding nearly all her hope. However, as long as she kept her distance from the plot's characters and events, her sense of existence would return. Thus, Micawber began to abandon the notion of altering the narrative, seeking instead to influence the magical world through other means. It was then that she grasped the concept of narrative correction. Was there truly no way forward? Even the spirit that had long inhabited Micawber, Little White, could not help but succumb to thoughts of surrender. Little White did not comprehend why her attempts to alter certain events had not invoked the world's interference. As long as she did not touch the main plot, her actions were remarkably unrestrained, devoid of the constraints that governed the self of this world. She found it hard to fathom what actions the self of this world had taken to affect another realm, ultimately resulting in an entirely different outcome. As time flowed on, the main storyline commenced from the day Harry Potter received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. For much of that time, Micah followed him like a guardian spirit, hoping to seize the moment when the world's consciousness might falter. She too awaited the conclusion of the tale. From that fateful Triwizard Tournament onward, this story, once cloaked in fairy tale hues, revealed its true tragic nature, unfolding before her eyes with an inexorable calamity, just as it had in her memories. At times, she felt akin to the Reaper chronicled a millennium ago, existing beyond the sight of anyone, merely standing by, coldly observing their demise. Each time she witnessed a character from the original narrative approach their destined end, a layer of ice would encase her soul. From the moment Dumbledore plummeted from the astronomy tower under the brilliance of the Avada Kedavra curse, the last flicker of light in her eyes was extinguished. The girl who once rebutted the centaur's prophecy, and had labored in vain over these years, appeared to have become a monumental jest. I cannot change anything. Micah was incessantly mocking her past self, weak and ignorant, while also deriding her current incarnation, akin to a living corpse. Little White sensed her turmoil, realizing that the self of this world might soon choose to relinquish hope. The once tranquil soul began to stir with agitation. No, I cannot accept this. I cannot give up. Because Severus will die, even though this world was not the one she had once inhabited. And even though this Professor Snape was not the one she had once cherished, Little White could not bear the thought of his demise. If the consciousness of this world severed Micah's connection to the original plot, then the current relationship between Little White and Micah was not dissimilar. Despite having resided within the soul of another self for all these years, merely appearing to absorb her memories, Little White sensed an almost imperceptible thread connecting their souls. Even in the absence of any retreat, she yearned to grasp any glimmer of light that might emerge, striving with all her might to shake it. In that moment, the world's consciousness momentarily faltered, and the shackles binding Micah began to weaken, though they quickly returned to their original strength. Alas, standing at a distance, observing Dumbledore's burial, Micah remained unaware of this shift. The sky wept with a gentle rain, and after a long silence, as she prepared to turn away, she suddenly heard a familiar phoenix's call. There, the phoenix belonging to Albus Dumbledore circled in the sky before soaring toward her. The phoenix, reborn from its ashes, symbolized hope and light, a magical creature that lingered between life and death. It seemed to sense Micah's presence, landing before her, tilting its head to scrutinize the peculiar girl. Its arrival felt like a spark igniting in the desolate wilderness, slightly melting the ice of hope that had encased her heart. You can see me? Her voice trembled, hesitant to touch the phoenix, fearing it was merely a figment of her imagination conjured in the depths of despair. The beautiful phoenix flapped its wings, settling on the girl's shoulder, gently nuzzling her cheek and tenderly pecking away her tears. Once she regained her composure, she took the reluctant phoenix to circle around Harry Potter. Yet, as before, he remained oblivious to both her and the phoenix's existence. Why was this the case? After much contemplation, she finally deduced a possible explanation. In the original text, the phoenix's final appearance occurred at Dumbledore's funeral, where it was said that afterward, it flew away, never to be seen again. From that moment, the phoenix lived outside the confines of the original plot, thus allowing it to perceive Micah, who existed beyond the narrative. With this realization, she felt reinvigorated, yet soon fell into another strange loop. If she must await the conclusion of all characters' arcs before being seen, what significance would it hold for those who had already perished or who continued to struggle against fate? This is not so much a flaw as it is a glimmer of hope for Wei Shengbai. In the original narrative, who has ever escaped the plot while teetering on the brink of death, without confirmation of their demise? She began to delve into the recesses of her past life's memories, desperate for even a single fragment, even if it could only save one soul, believing it might serve as the pivotal turning point. Soon a name surfaced in her mind, Severus Snape. Though in the original tale he met his end by Nagini's bite to the neck, it was not a killing curse. It inflicted only grave bodily harm without touching his soul. If she could rescue him after Harry Potter and his companions departed from the Shrieking Shack with their memories intact, the more she pondered this plan, the more feasible it appeared, for she could conceive of no alternative. She resembled a gambler, staking everything on that one individual. Without further hesitation, Wei Shengbai returned to her ancestral home, commencing her studies on antidotes for snake venom, retrieving numerous potions for healing and recovery from her stock, all of which she stowed away in her bag. She even procured a set of medical instruments for disinfection and suturing from the hospital, and scoured for new healing spells, hastily returning to Hogwarts after preparing everything the previous night. On that fateful day, she found herself in a corner of the Shrieking Shack, observing Harry Potter and his companions hiding nearby, while witnessing Voldemort command Nagini to kill Snape, ensuring his sole mastery of the Elder Wand. Shocked, she cried out, yearning to intervene and halt the serpent, but no matter how fervently she willed her spirit and consciousness, it was in vain. Her anguish, her sorrow, her relentless cries rendered her voice hoarse, and even the soul that had been curled in a corner trembled violently under the weight of her overwhelming emotions. At the moment Snape fell, a fleeting azure hue flickered in her previously dark pupils. What was this? Wei Shengbai mused, her hand instinctively pressing against her heart, as she felt an emotion that did not belong to her. Yet that feeling was ephemeral, vanishing before she could grasp its essence, leaving her with a profound sense of longing. What was happening to her? She could hardly disregard the sensation she had just experienced. But there were more pressing matters at hand. Harry Potter pressed his hand against Snape's wound, blood seeping through his fingers, staining his black robes. He collected a tear filled with bitter memories in an empty vial, then turned to the brave professor to utter his final words. Wei Shengbai crouched beside him, hearing that last farewell. Your eyes, they resemble your mother's. Chapter 123. Another Me in Another World 6. The towering walls of the world crumbled, and the same soul transcended the vast distances of time and space, overlapping in this very moment. In Wei Shengbai's eyes, the azure hue of Jiangnan after the rain emerged. Deeply embedded within this cool color was an emotion that neither time nor space could sever. You are so much like him. Suddenly, Wei Shengbai found herself uncontrollably uttering this seemingly nonsensical phrase to the fading Snape before her. Snape, who had been watching Harry Potter depart with closed eyes, heard this heartfelt whisper as he lingered between life and death. Just as Wei Shengbai had surmised, Snape, having transcended the narrative, became tangible. The healing spell would not be rebuffed by the world's fetters, and the wound on his neck was healing rapidly. She felt as though she had been split in two, one half striving to reclaim his life while the other bore witness to his fading vitality. Wei Shengbai loathed this world, despising the memories of the original story that felt like a curse in her mind. She yearned to try every means to alter destiny. Yet this only proved her desire for a better conclusion to this world. Within her extreme hatred lay an unrecognized, profound love for this realm, a love deeper than despair and more fervent than hope. The consciousness of the world could scarcely impede it. The wisdom of deities could hardly comprehend it, and it stood as the most exalted existence within the brilliance of humanity. Even fate, predetermined, would yield a fraction before it. Love, between souls identical yet situated in different worlds, miraculously resonated at this moment, solely due to their intense affection and deeply ingrained obsession. Amidst what appeared to be an endless maze, the starlight from another self finally arrived. It pierced through layers of mist, a minuscule yet fleeting glimmer, yet extraordinarily poignant. Snape laboriously opened his eyes, only to find a foreign Asian woman kneeling beside him, incessantly casting healing spells and pouring restorative potions onto his wounds. Yet Snape could sense that her efforts merely postponed the inevitable embrace of death. His body grew colder, and his consciousness began to blur. Yet he could still see those eyes, intently gazing at him, seemingly peering through him, longing for and deeply loving another. The azure hue, how rare it was. Did they know one another? Why would she speak those words to him? Snape never anticipated such a gaze would one day be directed at him by another. I cannot save you, Professor Snape. I am so sorry. Wei Shengbai observed the increasingly frantic movements of her hands, witnessing the flicker of life within Snape gradually extinguishing, and sighed deeply at the irrevocability of it all. After passing the memories to Harry Potter, Professor Snape had relinquished his will to survive, compounded by his prior grievous injuries. Now his lingering thoughts were but a fleeting echo. She, and indeed they, could not halt a soul yearning to return to the embrace of death. Perhaps he was simply weary, desperately seeking a place of everlasting tranquility. Perhaps he wished to hasten after Lily, to chase the light that had once graced his life long ago. No one could retain him. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. There is no need to fret over the story's conclusion. When the tale is recounted anew, when fate reverts to its inception, I shall go to his side. Across countless worlds, there will inevitably be someone who loves a soul akin to yours. So sleep peacefully, Professor. Her voice resembled the gentlest breeze, dispersing the darkness that had long shrouded her heart, along with the inescapable worry regarding the final outcome. His spirit was carried forth by this gentle zephyr, completing the final segment of his life, a brief yet profoundly serene journey, returning to its purest form. Snape appeared to have truly fallen asleep, gradually closing his eyes. Wei Shengbai let her hands drop feebly. Yet the words that Little White had borrowed from her body had liberated her thoughts from the confines of the world that had ensnared her. After Snape departed completely, the overlapping state of Little White and Wei Shengbai's souls was severed, restoring them to their previous forms. However, something had changed. It was no longer as it had been. She rose and meticulously adjusted Snape's attire with magic. The wound on his neck had healed, and as she had said earlier, he looked as though he were merely asleep. Wei Shengbai cast one last glance at Snape, leaning against the wall, as if having made a profound resolution. She resolutely turned and left the shrieking shack. She proceeded through the motions, observing Harry Potter and his companions vanquishing Horcruxes, witnessing Hogwarts endure its final battle, and watching the chosen savior of this world defeat the Dark Lord. As the story approaches its conclusion, Wei Shengbai departs from the remnants of the battlefield. Moving away from the triumphant embrace of the Iron Triangle, she traverses through a throng of joyous laughter and sorrowful tears, step by step making her way towards the headmaster's office. Ultimately, she stands before the portrait of Dumbledore. The venerable and sagacious elder opens his hazy eyes, all weariness banished by the presence of this unexpected visitor. The portrait of Dumbledore adjusts his glasses and scrutinizes the somewhat familiar woman before him, finally recalling the long-forgotten figure that corresponds to her. The small girl, clutching heavy tomes, has indeed matured. Miss Wei Sheng? It has been quite a while, he remarks, his tone laced with nostalgia, yet tinged with an uncertainty regarding her intentions. I attended your funeral. May you relish the grand adventure that follows death, Professor Dumbledore, she replies, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, Dumbledore perceives that this smile conceals a resolute determination to forge ahead, even if it means standing against the world's opposition. Even if she must wield her fragile strength to challenge forbidden rules, she is committed to achieving her goals. Such is her resolve. Have you once again glimpsed the brilliance of that morning star, Miss Wei Sheng? Dumbledore inquires gently, suddenly recalling their previous conversation. Wei Sheng shakes her head. For the outcome is irrevocably settled. She could not alter it. However, it was but a fleeting moment. I fear I shall never behold my own morning star in this world again. Yet, I can transform into that unique star that existed before the story began. Professor Dumbledore. You are correct. I cannot confront the world solely with my own strength. Then let it be two. I believe there is no better ally than myself. Would you not agree? At the instant her words escape her lips, the portrait of Dumbledore is struck by an uncanny resemblance between the determined Wei Sheng and the fractured soul of Voldemort. She, in a state of rationality, has taken the first bold step towards the precipice of madness. Chapter 124. Another World Me 7. Your visit must encompass more than merely these words, Dumbledore surmises. Recognizing her firm resolve suggests there are other matters she wishes to discuss. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, I have come to inquire if, given the chance to start anew, I might convey a message to an old friend of yours. Is there anything you wish to say to him? After receiving the answer from Dumbledore's portrait, Wei Sheng quickly departed Hogwarts and returned to her homeland of Huaxia. She spent a solitary day and night in the forbidden area of the Back Mountain. If the conclusion of this world is predestined, then returning to the past would merely result in the repetition of the same tragedy. Thus, she must relinquish her ties here. However, at the moment her soul intertwined with that of Xiaobai, Wei Sheng sensed the existence of an alternate parallel world, naturally recalling the forbidden magic sealed within the confines of the forbidden area. If the fate of this world is unalterable, what of another parallel world? Must she merely watch as another version of herself repeats the same mistakes? Or must she dwell in this world, burdened by an unshakable resentment and regret, until she meets her grave? No, absolutely not. Thus, she conceived an unprecedentedly audacious idea. She would personally venture into the parallel world, becoming her own morning star, guiding the yet unbroken version of herself towards the path of hope. Upon clarifying her thoughts and emerging from the forbidden area, she informed the elders and the head of the Zhou family of her intent to travel the world. Naturally, the Zhou family had no objections to her plans and allowed her to proceed. Therefore, at the moment she left Huaxia, Wei Sheng officially set her intricate and grand design into motion. She first sought refuge in a desolate locale, where her initial focus was the study of Horcruxes. The existence of two identical souls is an impossibility in this world. However, Horcruxes are an exception, an inspiration drawn from Voldemort's previous acts of soul-splitting. She knew she could not exist in that world under her true identity. The best course of action would be to remain as a Horcrux, residing alongside another version of herself. Wei Sheng devoted time to seeking a vessel capable of traversing time and space, akin to the Resurrection Stone, or the Diadem of Ravenclaw, which possess formidable powers for lasting existence. Unfortunately, one had been destroyed by fiendfire, while the other was in Harry Potter's possession. Perhaps the Resurrection Stone still held traces of Voldemort's essence, which she would rather avoid. Thus she had to seek new vessels. Had it been earlier, Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone might have been a suitable choice, but it too had been destroyed years ago. Crafting a new Philosopher's Stone requires exceedingly stringent conditions. She did not possess the luxury of time, nor the skill in alchemy like Flamel. Soon an excellent idea struck her. Among Voldemort's Horcruxes, besides the inanimate vessels, there existed a unique entity, Harry Potter himself, one of the Horcruxes. If a fragment of soul could inhabit another's body, what could be more fitting than her very own? There is no better vessel in the world. All she needed was to merge her soul with herself at the moment of her birth. No plan could be more perfect. Of course, she could not simply blend her soul. She required a suitable rationale instead of just greeting her newborn self with, "Hello, I am another you." Furthermore, after crossing into the parallel world, it remained uncertain whether her consciousness would persist, necessitating a fitting justification for her appearance. This did not require extensive contemplation. Reflecting on her own experience upon first arriving in this world, a fleeting thought had crossed her mind, leading to a very reasonable idea. In subsequent stories of transmigration, there often exists a golden finger or system. She could mold her soul into such a vessel. Interestingly, prior to her transmigration, she had been engaged in a mobile game derived from the original work. If she could disguise herself as this golden finger, she would likely not resist. With power surpassing that of this life and a deeper immersion into the narrative, her character would undoubtedly drive her to explore this golden finger more thoroughly. In doing so, she would inevitably forge connections with the characters from the original work. Wei Sheng recalled that during her second year in the Forbidden Forest, the world-S consciousness did not impede her conversation with Snape, nor did it shackle her with silence. Rather, she smoothly articulated her counsel for him to abandon the Death Eaters. From this incident, one could deduce that if she intervened with the plot from the outset, entwined with the fates of those characters, how could the world possibly expunge her existence? Perhaps her initial stance of non-intervention had already deviated from the right path to amend the narrative, leading to her subsequent entrapment by the world-S chains. This was an approach she had never attempted, for by the time she realized it, she had already been isolated from the plot. Wei Sheng sighed heavily, soon departing this secluded, temporary refuge to continue her journey, striving to create a hope that belonged solely to her. The notion of forging another version of herself as a Horcrux from her entire soul had never been tried before. Fortunately, both the Wei Sheng family and the Zhou family possessed ancient traditions of artifact creation, a vast reservoir of knowledge that significantly alleviated her challenges. The soul artifact, cloaked in the guise of a golden finger, needed to assume another form. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Shengbai resolved to transform her soul's appearance into that of a spellbook from the game. Within this spellbook existed cards, categorized into spell cards, magical creature cards, and character cards, the latter likely serving merely as ornamental. Overall, throughout the crafting process, she required not only the characteristics of a soul artifact, but also the qualities of an alchemical tool. The amalgamation of both was the outcome she sought. The spell cards were relatively straightforward. She merely needed to inscribe the relevant spells during the transformation of her soul into the artifact. The magical creature cards presented a greater challenge. Invoking a phoenix tail feather, she summoned a fox and intended to conduct some experiments upon it. She had contemplated a method akin to a contract. However, certain magical creatures inherently belonged to the realm of freedom, and Wei Shengbai was reluctant to bind them with a mere contract. Nevertheless, the existence of such contracts provided her with inspiration. The fox willingly offered its essence, and after several attempts, Wei Shengbai successfully incorporated this wisp of phoenix essence into her soul, creating her first card. Reflecting upon the magical creatures within the spellbook, Wei Shengbai realized this journey might be longer than she had initially anticipated. Yet, she understood that preparation and the accumulation of strength would provide her with greater leverage to resist that formidable binding. For this she found joy. Chapter 125. Another Me in a Different World 8. While journeying to the Far East in search of the bird snake, Wei Shengbai sensed the presence of magical creature traffickers, and decided to linger in a small town for 2 days. Within the magical realm exists a group of individuals who profit immensely by capturing rare magical creatures, and selling them to dark wizards for experimental purposes, thereby reaping substantial gains. The captured creatures, torn from their homelands, endure inhumane experiments, suffering grievously before meeting their demise, often plucked for their essence in their final moments. The Ministry of Magic has long been investigating these traffickers, yet despite imposing severe penalties, the lure of vast wealth compels these individuals to persist in their nefarious activities. Perhaps due to the numerous scents of magical creatures emanating from her, Wei Shengbai attracted the attention of some individuals during her travels, who likely mistook her for a wizard engaged in similar dealings. Having interacted with magical creatures for an extended period, Wei Shengbai developed a unique bond with these beings, akin to the connection between Newt Scamander and fantastic beasts. She harbored a profound disdain for these smugglers. Upon encountering them, she would employ magical means to ascertain their backgrounds, ensuring that any accomplices were also apprehended and delivered to the ministry. This instance was no exception. Deliberately, she conjured an illusion of the dragon egg she had previously extracted essence from, revealing the shell and then hastily departing. This sweet yet deadly bait successfully ensnared the greedy smuggler. In an empty alley, she was predictably cornered. A solitary woman, accompanied by a rare dragon egg. Who else would they target? Thus, the smuggler was swiftly subdued by Wei Shengbai's strategic enforcement. After employing the legilimency spell, she confirmed the absence of any accomplices and promptly escorted him to the Ministry of Magic in that country. Having registered her information upon arrival, she navigated effortlessly to the entrance. Soon, Oris arrived to address the situation, discovering a bag on him that had been enhanced with a stretching charm, filled with numerous ailing magical creatures. Wei Shengbai assisted the Oris in providing urgent treatment to these creatures, after which dedicated Oris would take over the matter, ensuring the creatures were returned to their homelands once healed. Just as she was about to depart, she felt a tug at the hem of her robe. Looking down, she found a black hybrid cat badger. An Aura responsible for treatment approached her, explaining that the hybrid cat badger had sustained severe injuries and, being merely a pet without a known origin, would likely be sent to a wizarding pet shop to seek a new owner once healed. You, who were meant to guide your master home, have lost your way instead. Wei Shengbai gently caressed its matted fur, conjuring a magical glow that gradually healed its wounds. The hybrid cat badger, remarkably sentient, was drawn to the essence of the woman before it and had attempted to linger. Now as Wei Shengbai tended to its injuries, it affectionately licked her hand with its soft pink tongue. I sense a profound connection between you two. Rather than leaving it in a pet shop to await selection, why not take it with you now? The suggestion from the nearby Aura stirred something within Wei Shengbai, and she instinctively nodded as she looked down at the little creature nuzzling her hand. Yes, with it by my side, neither of us will lose our way again. She waved her wand gently, brushing away the dust and blood that clung to the hybrid cat badger's fur. From now on, you shall be called Little Black. In addition to collecting magical creatures and crafting spell-related cards during her travels, she also devoted her leisure moments to studying other subjects. The wand in her hand, selected from Ollivander's shop, suited her well, yet she yearned to create an even more suitable one. Coincidentally, the game featured numerous wands, which she regarded as a delightful benefit accompanying her newfound abilities. Ultimately, she sealed an everlasting flower within a yellow gemstone and fashioned a wand from acacia wood, achieving her most satisfying creation. With a wand in hand, she recognized the necessity of gathering other items, including the yellow gemstones and galleons from the game. This lengthy journey extended a remarkable 16 years, culminating in the Forbidden Forest adjacent to Hogwarts. Having adeptly acquired the essence of the unicorn herd, she sought out Aragog's lair. The lifespan of magical creatures being finite, the eight-eyed giant spider had long since perished. Once this species had been driven to Hogwarts by Voldemort, intending to wield their power to breach its defenses. Now, only a remnant remained in this lair. Yet this sufficed. Having obtained what she desired, she embarked towards the centaur's territory. The centaur who had once prophesied to Wei Shengbai received her warmly. You are undertaking a perilous endeavor. Clearly, this centaur remembered her and recognized the unique essence she possessed. I merely wish to rectify my regrets. Can you see the morning star I now possess? She had long been fixated on this matter, to the extent that she felt compelled to inquire upon seeing him again. I cannot see it. The darkness has receded, and the starlight is concealed within the light, rendering it indistinguishable. Wei Shengbai quickly grasped his meaning. Voldemort had been vanquished, and Harry Potter and his companions had triumphed, leaving no plot threads to alter. Is that so? Well, it no longer matters. In a few days, I shall embark on a new journey. I will become the star that guides the way before dawn. The tinge of disappointment faded from Wei Shengbai's visage, replaced by an air of tranquility. No longer entangled in the conclusion of this world, she chose instead to embrace a new realm, hoping to forge an ending devoid of regrets. The two conversed for a while longer, and upon learning of her intentions, the centaur willingly bestowed his essence upon her. Thus, I wish you fulfillment in your new journey. May you reach your destination smoothly. Although starlight may occasionally be obscured by other forces, it persists eternally. The centaur bid farewell to Wei Shengbai as she departed from the tribe, bestowing upon her a heartfelt blessing. Thank you, she expressed sincerely, before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 126, Another World Me 9. Before leaving this realm, Wei Shengbai felt the necessity to sever ties with the Zhou family. During her 16 years of travel, the Zhou clan had initially shown little concern, but now, the fact that she remained unmarried and alone unsettled the elders. After all, only through her bloodline could the Covenant's power ensure the prosperity of the Zhou family. As the new century dawned, many of the younger generation within the Zhou family had grown indifferent, yet the older generation did not share this sentiment. Wei Shengbai had always been intrigued by this so-called bloodline covenant, but her preparations for the other world had left her little time to delve deeply into it. Seated at her desk, she perused various documents before her, which contained records pertaining to the family covenant. These were retrieved from the library of the ancestral home, and although they were periodically rewritten every few centuries and enchanted to withstand the ravages of time, the papers in her possession were already a century old. After carefully examining the materials, she began to understand the origins of this covenant. The Wei family descended from the Zhou king thousands of years ago, During an era when the laws of the universe were more lenient, the ancient practitioners, the ancestors of today's wizards, wielded immense power. The Zhou King was among them. His divination skills were said to be extraordinary, capable of foreseeing events a millennium into the future, and passing this ability down through generations. Such a formidable power could not be accommodated by this world. However, before the consciousness of the world conceived the idea of seizing this power, the Zhou King foresaw this fate. Thus, he approached the world consciousness and proposed to offer this power as a tribute, seeking assurance that his lineage would thrive eternally in exchange. Yet the world consciousness, fearing potential treachery from the Zhou King, who was still a sovereign at the time, refused, for it could not guarantee the permanence of a dynasty. The Zhou King then modified his request, stating that even collateral branches could partake in the enduring wealth. Ultimately, he sacrificed the formidable power of his bloodline to the world in exchange for a covenant. As long as his direct lineage persisted, the collateral branches could rely on this connection for the family's enduring prosperity. This covenant has persisted to the present day, establishing a relationship of dependency between the main house and the Zhou family. As for the forbidden grounds behind the Wei family estate, this was the location the Zhou King identified through divination prior to his sacrificial offering. He could not ensure that the world would uphold the covenant, nor could he guarantee the continuity of the Wei family's bloodline. Thus he left behind a contingency. Although this place contained merely a narrow rift in space and time, it remained in existence untouched by the world, representing a form of power capable of opposing it. This power endured for a millennium until it fell into Wei Xingbai's possession, her only means of resistance against it. While she had previously resolved to transform her own power into a golden finger in a parallel world, it still seemed insufficient to combat the formidable consciousness of the world. Even if she refrained from interfering with the main storyline, allowing the savior to annihilate all soul artifacts as per the original narrative and ultimately confront the Dark Wizard, altering the fates of others would still invoke the world's backlash. Due to the Wei family's covenant with the world, their souls inherently carried a fragment of the universe's regulatory power, meaning any destinies they altered by their own hands would not be subject to the world's correcting influence. For instance, after her fate was altered by her parents, Wei Xingbai could live to a natural end, provided she did not meddle with other destinies or prophecies. It was precisely for this reason that when the world consciousness sensed her intent to amend the tragic fates of the original characters, it unhesitatingly imposed shackles to prevent her from having even the slightest opportunity to intervene. She pondered the possibility of acquiring a powerful force to counteract the backlash from modifying fates. In her search, she discovered that this power had always been by her side. The family genealogy indicated that, regardless of the Wei family's efforts for their descendants, they could not escape the gradual withering of their bloodline. Had her parents not utilized the temporal power of the forbidden grounds to summon a soul from another world, to fill the void of Wei Xingbai's fate in this realm, the covenant between the family and the world would have ceased with the previous generation. This illustrated that the world had long been seeking an opportunity to reclaim this covenant, eager for Wei Xingbai's early disappearance. Disappear? If altering fate inevitably invited the world's retribution, it seemed wiser to proactively extricate herself from its watchful gaze rather than awaiting punishment. Thus, if she could change the fates of others, stymie the world's corrective power, and choose to perish before retribution arrived, could this stratagem be feasible? She closed the ancient tome detailing the forbidden grounds, her mind alight with new ideas. The power of time and space could allow her existence to linger in the liminal space between life and death, thereby evading the repercussions and gradually mending her damaged soul. If she could resurrect once most matters had settled, this plan seemed astonishingly improbable, with every detail requiring meticulous consideration. Should any step falter, the best outcome might be a return to the status quo, while the worst could lead to permanent demise. Nevertheless, Wei Xingbai would not be dissuaded. As long as there remained a glimmer of possibility, she would strive forward. With countless parallel worlds at her disposal, she firmly believed that one day she would reach the conclusion she desired. Soon, Wei Xingbai summoned several elders of the Zhou family, and expressed her intention to terminate the covenant with the world. The constraints imposed upon us by this world are far too great. Centuries ago, the Wei family boasted numerous descendants, yet now I stand alone. Had my parents not employed forbidden techniques to force a change, I would likely have perished long ago. You must have sensed this too. We cannot contend with it. So why not take the initiative to sever ties? Her words stifled any rebuttals from the assembly. They bowed their heads in contemplation for a considerable time, neither rejecting nor endorsing her proposal. For millennia, the covenant had rendered the family's successors complacent. It was time they ventured forth to carve their own destinies. Do not cling to antiquated notions. The Zhou dynasty has been fallen for millennia. Nothing lasts forever. The developments of the new century are promising. If you cannot accept this immediately, I can offer you a guiding path. Wei Shengbai then stepped away from her desk and walked into the courtyard beyond the grand hall. Gazing up at the sun-drenched sky. Do you not hear it? The dragon's roar, resounding louder than it has in 1,000 years, echoes in your ears. Chapter 127. Before the story begins. On the platform of King's Cross Station in 2017, Harry Potter, now the captain of the Auror team, adjusted his son's clothing as he watched him board the train to Hogwarts. The train emitted a thunderous sound, and he observed the new generation of young wizards embarking on their magical journey, marking the conclusion of this world's tale. Meanwhile, Wei Shengbai, who had already informed the world she would not return to the Zhou family, stood within the forbidden grounds. Instead of the stone bed she had envisioned, there lay a bottomless rift. This was the rift in time and space. Amidst the fissures, myriad luminescent glimmers dance, each scintilla representing a distinct realm. She must seek out a parallel universe, one akin to her own, where the tale has yet to commence. Having mentally prepared herself, she inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and plunged forth with unwavering resolve. May her journey unfold with seamless grace. Upon opening her eyes again, Wei Shengbai swiftly surveyed her surroundings, only to find herself still ensconced within her family's forbidden grounds. Yet perhaps this place was not the very same sanctum she had previously occupied. The magical essence she wielded to safeguard her soul had dwindled significantly, and the temporal rift nearby appeared considerably smaller than before, insufficient to allow a full-bodied leap. Only a faint aura of temporal energy seeped through the minuscule crevice. This was indeed another world. The most arduous step had been accomplished, granting her a modicum of relief. Wei Shengbai did not hasten her departure. She required time to recalibrate her dwindling magical reserves, for further endeavors awaited her, necessitating ample strength. After a brief period of meditation, she drew forth her wand, and began to arrange the confines of this forbidden zone. The temporal energy emanating from the fissure retained its utility, just as she had surmised. Remaining within its protective embrace would allow her to temporarily evade the world's scrutiny. The crystalline stones above twinkled with a radiant glow. From the small pouch she had enchanted with a seamless extension charm, she retrieved a red crystal, a replica crafted after the magical stone of Nicodemus, imbued with a wealth of pure life essence, capable of mending a wounded soul. She positioned this crystal among the glowing stones overhead, then waved her wand, conjuring a stone bed above the rift before finally establishing a defensive barrier around the dais, thus completing her intricate preparations. She had set a contingency for her counterpart in this world, yet even with their souls intertwined, they were not the same individual. Wei Shengbai remained oblivious to the choices her counterpart would ultimately make. Therefore, she left a letter upon the stone bed, knowing that only she could access the forbidden grounds. Wishing for the future Wei Shengbai to make decisions that belonged solely to her. With the letter placed upon the stone bed, she exhaled softly, then turned to depart. As she exited the forbidden grounds, she noted that a gentle rain had recently graced the earth. The Wei family estate lay in the lush Jiangnan region. And after the misty rain, she gazed skyward at the serene azure, a hue so pure it seemed to soothe the very soul. How exquisite! A faint smile graced her lips as she marveled, and moments later, she utilized the disillusionment charm to vanish from sight. The date was early July 1962. With less than a month remaining until her birth, two Wei Shengbais could not coexist in this world. Thus she must orchestrate everything before her counterpart's arrival. However, she soon realized that her sense of direction had deteriorated significantly since her arrival in this realm. This was a consequence of her temporal traversal. Initially, only her soul had traversed, which had not been particularly grave. Yet now her entire being had crossed over, compounding her disorientation. Fortunately, she did not suffer from social anxiety, and by asking a few questions, she could navigate her way. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, while wandering the streets in search of a wizard's international teleportation point to Austria, she inadvertently collided with a child sprinting down the street. With quick reflexes, she grasped the boy's arm, preventing him from tumbling to the ground. "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" Wei Shengbai inquired gently, taking in the sight of the dark-haired, dark-eyed child, who appeared somewhat withdrawn. He seemed momentarily startled by the sudden encounter, unable to regain his composure. Before long, a lady hurried towards them, her expression fraught with concern, and a faint flush upon her cheeks. "My apologies, madam. This child was eager to return home to see his father, and did not notice you," she explained. Severus quickly apologized to this lady. Upon hearing the name of the small boy, Wei Shengbai was taken aback, then scrutinized the child named Severus more closely. Though still youthful, his features bore an unmistakable familiarity. What a serendipitous encounter, merely wandering the streets, and she chanced upon him. The woman speaking was undoubtedly his mother, Eileen Prince Snape. Sore. From the context of the earlier exchange, it was evident that the man who would later bring misfortune to Severus had yet to face his downfall. At this moment, Professor Snape was enjoying the blissful days of his childhood. It's all right as long as you are unscathed, she reassured, gently patting the boy's head, her mind racing with thoughts. If she were to alter Eileen's fate now, might Severus lead a better life and avoid joining the Death Eaters? Alas, just as this thought crossed her mind, an intense pain surged through her chest, causing her brows to furrow deeply. Cough, cough. The pain swiftly dissipated, leaving behind an unbearable itch that compelled her to clench her fists against her mouth and cough. Clearly, her strength was insufficient, particularly after the temporal traversal. Her magical reserves had been halved and remained unhealed, rendering her vulnerable to the punitive warnings of the world's consciousness. "Ah, madam, your health." Eileen gasped, having keenly noticed the trace of blood coughed from Wei Xingbai's lips. "It's nothing, I'm merely unwell. Aren't you in a hurry to return home? You should go," she replied, shaking her head, hastily wiping away the crimson stain, signaling that there was no need for concern. Casting a glance at Severus standing beside Eileen, she turned and departed. Back at home, Eileen remained troubled by the encounter with the Asian woman, while the Tobias prince, who had promised to return for dinner that evening, had just called to inform her of an important project meeting that might secure an investment, and thus he would not be returning. As she pondered how to explain this to her son, Eileen glanced outside, and was startled to find Wei Xingbai leaning against the wall by the street. Pale and seemingly on the verge of collapsing, Eileen felt a pang of compassion, and rushed out to catch her as she fainted. Chapter 128. Preparation. When Wei Xingbai regained consciousness, the soft light filtering through the window indicated that she had likely been unconscious for an entire night. She had no idea where she was. As she lifted the covers and sat up, she noticed a glass of water on the bedside table, still warm to the touch and imbued with a hint of magical essence. After drinking the warm water, she realized that a lingering taste of potion remained in her mouth, and her magical energy had nearly replenished. Suddenly, it dawned on her that, as Severus's mother, Eileen was skilled in potion making. Given their chance encounter the previous day, it was likely she had brought Wei Xingbai back from the street. As this thought crossed her mind, a noise from outside her door caught her attention. She retrieved her wand and clothing from her bag and tidied herself. When she opened the door, she found Eileen bustling in the kitchen, and upon hearing the commotion, she turned to face Wei Xingbai. "You're awake." Her tone was tinged with discontent, for Eileen had resolved to distance herself from the magical world, and all things wizardly upon her marriage, never expecting to have brought a witch back with her yesterday. Yet, this was not Wei Xingbai's fault. Eileen understood this, though her instincts led her to recoil. "Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have had to sleep on the streets last night." Unaware of what might have occurred, Wei Xingbai replied, followed by a fit of coughing. She approached the vicinity of the kitchen, smiling as she expressed her gratitude, yet she was unprepared for the lingering aftereffects from the previous day, and could not suppress a sudden fit of coughs. Erin furrowed her brow, and turned to retrieve a potion from a concealed cabinet in the kitchen, offering it to her. "Your condition is quite peculiar. Despite the absence of any visible injuries, you exude an aura of weakness. Drink this, it will alleviate your discomfort." She extended the potion towards Wei Xingbai, who accepted it without hesitation, uncorking it and consuming its contents in one swift motion. "I merely conducted a few experiments. I did not anticipate such severe aftereffects. Your potion works remarkably well. Did you brew it yourself? Please do not regard me with suspicion. I merely happened to pass through here. If you feel I have intruded upon your life, I can leave at once. However, I must at least compensate you for your hospitality and the potion." Her voice was soft and gentle, lacking any intent to pry, which gradually eased the tension within Erin. "No need for that. It is of no consequence. You are still weak. Please have breakfast before you depart." Upon hearing her words, Wei Xingbai no longer felt the urgency to leave and took a seat at the dining table, engaging in conversation with Erin. "I have some matters to attend to in Austria, after which I will return to my family. My sense of direction is rather poor. I could not locate the Wizarding International Transportation Office yesterday." She briefly explained her purpose, attempting to alleviate the sense of isolation that had enveloped her heart. After all, it had been 19 years since she last saw the original characters, and this oppressive feeling had lingered until she glimpsed the young Severus Snape the previous day, which provided a slight reprieve. This was a time before the story commenced. Everything was still within reach. As Snape descended the stairs, having donned his attire, he noticed his mother engaged in lively conversation with the Asian woman she had taken in the day before. The 2-year-old was still in the early stages of babbling, yet the offspring of wizards tended to mature faster than ordinary children. Without the need for Aaron's prompting, he climbed onto his designated little stool, patiently awaiting breakfast. Aaron, your son is truly adorable. Reflecting on the cold and aloof potions professor, the head of Slytherin House, he found the image of this little bundle far more endearing. He had yet to endure the upheavals of family life and was being raised well by Aaron, though he was somewhat reticent, which did not diminish Wei Shengbai's delight. To see such a young Snape was undoubtedly a treasure. By the way, I have a charming little trinket for you. Suddenly recalling something, she rummaged through her bag and finally produced a richly colored ruby. It was one of the suitable gems she had collected while searching for wand materials, containing a magical essence comparable to the yellow gem at the base of her time wand. Yet it was not aligned with her attributes, thus remained unused. No. This is far too precious. Aaron glanced at the gemstone in Wei Shengbai's hand, shaking her head in refusal. It is of no consequence to me, and besides, it is for your son. If possible, I would like to request that you accompany me to the office afterward. Without waiting for a response, Wei Shengbai pressed the ruby into Snape's hands, who looked down at the still warm gem, feeling as though its vibrant red hue might ignite within his palm, dazzlingly intense. I do not wish for it. Perhaps it will be useful in the future. Observing Snape's unwillingness to part with the ruby, Wei Shengbei deftly shifted the topic. After breakfast, Aaron instructed Snape to remain at home, while she escorted Wei Shengbei to the Wizarding International Transportation Office. You are a wizard. What are your thoughts on the future? Aaron inquired as she accompanied Wei Shengbei to the entrance of the office, suddenly posing such a question before she entered. The future? Wei Shengbei was somewhat perplexed by Aaron's inquiry, yet she refrained from delving into others' thoughts, instead gazing at the wizards entering and exiting the office, letting out a soft sigh. If I can successfully accomplish my tasks, I envision establishing a quaint shop in a secluded area. Long ago, before she embarked on her quest to alter the fate depicted in the original work, she had entertained such thoughts. Adjacent to her shop would be a second-hand bookstore filled with peculiar tomes collected from around the globe, chronicling myriad fascinating tales. Ideally, across the street, there would be a shop selling magical plants, run by a gentle proprietress skilled in the culinary arts. If it were located in Diagon Alley, she could witness those charming children, perhaps mischievous, during the start of term and summer holidays. Then she could tug on their ears and question them, ultimately rewarding them with sweet confections before letting them go. Everything was imbued with hope. This was the future she had once envisioned. There would be no more sorrow. No need to flounder in pursuit of elusive hopes. For 19 years she had never slept soundly. The scene was filled with serene beauty. Aaron could almost envision the morning sun spilling onto the streets. Yet the hint of sadness in Wei Shengbai's voice cast a delicate shadow over the entire imagination. You will achieve your desires. Aaron was at a loss for words. Perhaps they would never meet again, and all she could offer was a heartfelt blessing. Thank you, Aaron. And although I do not understand your aversion to all things related to wizards and magic, I still wish to share some words with you. If you do not wish to listen, then do not take it to heart. At this moment, she could not change the future, and could only plant a seed in Aaron's heart through veiled words, hoping that one day, she might encounter the unbound, yet unborn version of herself to pull her from the mire. What? Aaron appeared composed, revealing no signs of distaste. Long ago, I once asked Professor Dumbledore, if the light of the morning star were obscured by darkness, how might we break through such barriers? Mentioning Professor Dumbledore stirred a flicker of emotion within Aaron. Indeed, he was a kind and wise sage, making it difficult for one to harbor ill feelings towards him. He told me, we are wizards. Even if we lose everything, magic will always be our guiding star. It will accompany us throughout our lives. Even if you cast it aside, it will remain. Now, I pass these words on to you. Aaron, I hope there will be a day when we meet again. But I no longer require it. Aaron shook her head, as if to emphasize her resolve, producing her own wand from within her cloak. It has been a pleasure conversing with you, but I have made up my mind. I no longer need this wand. If you do not mind, please dispose of it for me. Aaron's stubbornness exceeded Wei Shengbai's expectations. She hesitated for a moment while regarding the wand before ultimately accepting it. Rather than leave it with Aaron to await a day when it might be discarded, it was better to keep it herself, perhaps for a future opportunity to return it. Farewell. Farewell. They bid each other goodbye, and Wei Shengbei stepped into the office, heading towards Austria. As Aaron walked back home, the act of entrusting her wand to another left her feeling somewhat hollow, yet she quickly regained her composure. Tobias would surely return today. She wondered if he had secured investment for that project of his yesterday, as financial concerns had been troubling him of late. Perhaps she should prepare some delicious meals for her husband. She contemplated this, entirely unaware that her impression of Wei Shengbai was gradually fading. There cannot exist two identical souls in this world. This is an immutable rule. The moment the true Bai Weisheng was born into this world, all who had encountered her prior would, as if under a mild forgetting spell, gradually erase her existence from their memories. Now arrived in Austria, Bai Weisheng remained blissfully unaware of this phenomenon. The peaks of the Alps, perpetually cloaked in snow, created an expanse of white that could easily disorient anyone. Thus, she summoned her companion, Xiaohei, from her makeshift pet space. Indeed, it was the hybrid cat-raccoon she had rescued during her travels. Despite enduring torment at the hands of magical creature traders, and after healing its wounds and administering numerous potions, Xiaohei departed from her side after a decade of companionship. Nevertheless, it willingly entered into a soul contract with Bai Weisheng, binding itself to her in such a way that they would remain inseparable, even in another realm. With great effort, she nurtured Xiaohei's soul until she could summon the creature into the physical world. Xiaohei, seek out the place where the magic of this mountain is most potent, she softly instructed, as both human and feline traversed the snow. Leaving a trail of large and small footprints toward the once infamous prison, she encountered Grindelwald with relative ease. Perhaps due to the fact that he had made no attempts to escape during his years of confinement, causing the guards outside to gradually let down their guard. She effortlessly incapacitated a dozing sentry and evaded numerous magical traps, ultimately reaching the top floor of Nurmengard, where the once mighty elder now resided. His hair had turned to a silvery white, and while the years in prison had not dulled his spirit, they had certainly taken a toll on his body. Good day, Mr. Grindelwald. I have come to discuss a transaction with you. Grindelwald, seated on a cold wooden bed, regarded the unexpectedly arrived Asian woman with keen interest. Oh, while I am unaware of what transaction you propose, you must know I cannot leave this place. Without a moment's hesitation, he expressed his refusal. Bai Weisheng anticipated this obstacle, yet remained undeterred, producing a crystal vial from her satchel. Within the transparent bottle, silvery visions danced, a manifestation of Bai Weisheng's memories. Perhaps it would be prudent to view this memory first, sir. She placed the vial upon the wooden bed and courteously stepped outside the room. After a time, Grindelwald emerged, his expression complex, and his gaze filled with curiosity as he looked upon Bai Weisheng. Those images serve as my foresight. I cannot fathom why anyone would willingly remain confined here for decades for such fleeting moments. Sir, should you cling to those obstinate beliefs, you may never see him again before you permanently close your eyes. Her words struck a profound chord within Grindelwald's long-guarded heart, prompting a mere turn of his body, which instantly transformed the cold chamber into something warmer. Bai Weisheng followed him inside, taking a seat upon a soft sofa. Her choice to approach Grindelwald to alter the narrative stemmed from his infrequent appearances in the original text, coupled with his identity as a seer and a character from that narrative, which likely rendered him less susceptible to the world's constraints than she was. As she had anticipated, the world did not issue a warning as it had when she encountered Eileen. After all, Eileen was Severus Snape's mother, and her presence had contributed to his unfortunate childhood. Grindelwald, however, bore no such concerns. What transaction do you wish to propose? He lifted a steaming cup of red tea to his lips, maintaining his calm demeanor despite having just witnessed her memories. I wish for you to adopt a child. If you agree, she will arrive here in 5 years' time. As for her parents, here are the token and the letter. Simply send these to the address provided. The token bore the seal of the Wei family, a mark of significant importance not typically shown lightly, and it contained intricate anti-counterfeiting measures. In her previous world, she had composed a letter in her grandparents' voices, and given Grindelwald's past interactions with them, this would undoubtedly instill confidence in her parents. Originally, her parents intended to entrust her to a young Chinese couple residing in Britain, but that would restrict her freedom. Even though several years remained before she would attend Hogwarts, Bai Weisheng was unwilling to squander that time. Should Grindelwald consent to this arrangement, it would not only ensure her future safety, but perhaps also impart some wisdom from this once great wizard who had stood alongside Dumbledore. Regarding the remuneration for this endeavor, in addition to the 50,000 galleons as support, she produced a finely crafted compass, one she had commissioned from the Wei family's most skilled artisans long ago. The creation of this compass had spanned 5 years, utilizing rare materials she had gathered from across the globe, resulting in a product that met her satisfaction. This compass contained a power capable of resisting formidable curses. Infused with elements of her own soul, It rendered external soul-targeting curses insignificant. Furthermore, it could alter one's appearance and essence, making it challenging for even the most astute observer at Hogwarts to penetrate its disguise without considerable effort. Over her years of research into Horcruxes, her understanding of the soul had deepened far beyond that of Voldemort, who had fractured his soul into several pieces. Even in an era rich with alchemical advancements, it would be difficult to find an item of comparable caliber to this compass. Bai Weisheng placed the letter, compass, and the key containing the 50,000 galleons upon the table before Grindelwald. If you have any additional requests within reason, I shall not decline. These items represented all the sincerity she could muster. The memory contained within the vial was merely a stepping stone to gain Grindelwald's favor. Yet, due to the importance of this stepping stone, she refrained from including it in the transaction, recognizing it as a crucial element for the success of her proposal. That child is significant to you? Only when the warmth of the tea had dissipated did Grindelwald set down his cup, his gaze penetrating as he regarded the woman before him. Indeed, she is of great importance. Bai Weisheng paused, her expression softening. She embodies all my efforts and hopes for the future. She represents a path I long to explore once more. She is the sole reason I traversed the barriers of time and space to arrive here. She is a remarkable child, possessing an unimaginable tenacity and intelligence, always aware of her desires and willing to exert every effort to achieve them. Even when faced with uncertainty and perilous paths, I know she will quickly regain her footing, for she is a stubborn yet kind-hearted child. I believe you will come to appreciate her. Her tone was imbued with a gentle warmth, her eyes sparkling as if reminiscing about her past self, who had continuously stumbled, yet risen time and again in her quest to alter her fate. They shared a bond closer than that of twin sisters, despite never having met. And Bai Weisheng was resolute in her conviction. They are kindred spirits. Weisheng Bai firmly believes that the young child of the future will undoubtedly resemble her in certain aspects. From your description, she indeed seems to possess a commendable character. Do you truly trust me enough to entrust her to my care? He was reminding the other party that despite being confined here for decades, his mindset has undergone some transformation. He remains at his core, the same Grindelwald. Throughout the annals of history, revolutions have always existed, with individuals rising to overthrow decaying systems for their own or collective benefit. The world may assert that your revolution was unsuccessful, that you chose the wrong path, but they cannot deem the act of revolution itself as erroneous. This is my perspective on you. Although I do not agree with your initial methods and certain ideologies, I hold great admiration for your unwavering commitment to transforming the wizarding world. I have earnestly contemplated other potential guardians for the child, yet ultimately concluded that there exists no better choice than you, sir. Weisheng Bai's words evoked a sense of melancholy in Grindelwald. In those times, many believed that all his actions were misguided, his ruthless measures unforgivable, while some supported him for the sake of their own interests. Aside from the initial Dumbledore, who truly understood that his ultimate aim was merely to enable wizards to live openly in this world, the vast expanse of the earth could not accommodate beings like them. Even among fellow wizards, who due to deeply ingrained fears from centuries past, were reluctant to take a single step forward. The act of revolution in itself is not flawed. This is the only sentiment Grindelwald has encountered over the decades that offers him some solace. Rarely does anyone persuade me to undertake a troublesome endeavor, yet you have succeeded. He cleared the items from his desk, and after a moment's contemplation, conjured a piece of parchment. I believe that a mere verbal agreement would not suffice to allay your concerns. Let us inscribe the terms of our transaction upon this contract. Accepting the parchment, Weisheng Bai felt a sigh of relief. She produced a quill, adding no further stipulations, but instead incorporated a clause that the contract would terminate when she turned 18. If you find raising the child burdensome, I noticed a secluded village at the foot of the mountain on my way here. You may allow her to reside there, provided you visit her frequently. By the way, I would like to stay with you for a few days, if that is convenient. As she spoke, she inscribed her name at the bottom of the contract and handed it back to Grindelwald. As you wish. As long as you do not mind the lack of amenities here. There are plenty of cells below. If she wishes to stay, let her do so. Chapter 130, The Best Outcome. Thank you. I shall depart by the end of the month. Before the other version of myself is born. Weisheng Bai wished to avoid wandering outside, lest she leave an impression on others that might prematurely alert the child to her existence. Two identical souls cannot coexist in this world, and it is vital to prevent her from developing an interest in time travel. Should she inadvertently return to before her birth, their encounter could yield unforeseen repercussions. For now, she cannot contact the Zhou family. She must not sever ties with the original narrative, which could lead to the world imposing shackles and severing all plots. She decided to write a letter, crafting a plausible excuse for her parents. She must also prevent the child from returning to the ancestral home prematurely. The secrets of the forbidden place must only be revealed when the child has grasped the truth, allowing her to make her own decisions. During her time with Grindelwald, Wei Shengbai jotted down various matters that needed addressing, and together with the former seer, they speculated on numerous potential future events. Thanks to his reminders, Wei Shengbai realized that traces of her existence would gradually blur in the world. Fortunately, Grindelwald's immense magical prowess and prophetic abilities mitigated the impact on him. What she regretted most was that the words spoken to Eileen would eventually fade into oblivion. Aside from Grindelwald, no one would remember her having visited this world. "Sir, I am departing today. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. In 5 years, I shall trouble you with the child, and I trust she will bring you delightful surprises." On this day, July 30th, Wei Shengbai gathered her belongings and bid farewell to Grindelwald. "Understood, be on your way." The silver-haired elder stood atop the tower of Nurmengard, watching as the man and the cat slowly receded into the snowstorm. Despite the treacherous ice beneath, they moved forward resolutely, step by step, toward the horizon. He had not conversed with anyone in ages, yet through this woman he seemed to glimpse his younger, more obstinate self. "Go forth, pursue what you must. Tread the path you have long chosen, without hesitation or regret." He silently repeated these words in his heart, as if addressing her, yet also speaking to his former self. In 5 years, when they meet again, he will still be Grindelwald, while Wei Shengbai will no longer resemble the person he watched depart today. Wei Shengbai made a trip to the Austrian Gringotts, depositing all the prepared galleons, her wand, and a small bag that had been enchanted with a permanent undetectable extension charm into the vault. She opened an account under her name, Wei Shengbai, and the account's ownership also belonged to her. This marked her final task. On July 31st, 1962, she arrived in Britain, heading to the hospital where her mother resided. Today is the day she was born into this world. Wei Shengbai had deliberately donned a new dress and brought a bouquet of brilliantly blooming flowers, casting a disillusionment charm upon herself before entering the maternity ward. The woman in the hospital bed bore a resemblance to her, a resemblance that had not changed since their last encounter 50 years prior. She had spent half a century to see her one last time. "Mother, thank you for bringing me into this world. I truly love you, and Father, perhaps in other parallel worlds, we would be the happiest family." She gently placed the bouquet on the bedside, and by the time her mother returned from the delivery room, the enchantment that rendered her invisible would likely have dissipated. She too would vanish. The woman in the bed seemed to sense something. She looked up toward Wei Shengbai, only to suddenly feel a pang of pain in her abdomen. Wei Shengbai watched as she was wheeled into the delivery room, while her own body gradually dissolved into nothingness. Fortunately, her soul remained unchanged, awaiting the moment of the child's birth, when their essences would merge seamlessly, as vessel and host. You are you, I am I. Ultimately we remain distinct, each possessing our unique traits. Wei Shengbai waited outside with her father, when suddenly a splendid idea struck her. She recalled the azure sky she had seen upon entering this world, stepping out of the forbidden realm. It was truly a beautiful hue. As a faint cry echoed from within, Wei Shengbai's form scattered into glimmers of light, her soul transforming into an unseen beam, directly entering the girl's brow. The newly reborn infant opened her bewildered eyes, the rain-kissed azure of her homeland serving as her final gift. "Who sent these flowers? They are so beautiful." The woman who had brought Wei Shengbai back to the room gazed at the radiant bouquet on the bedside, her face lighting up with surprise. The golden sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the flowers, the dew refracting captivating glimmers, casting dappled shadows on the face of the newly born Wei Shengbai, as if she were enveloped in a splendid dream. And thus, her story has reached a temporary conclusion. Xiaobai sat upon the ground, enveloped by a shroud of darkness, save for a fabric-like entity before her, emanating a soft luminescence. This so-called fabric was, in truth, a manifestation of all her memories from another world. Ever since the severance of her soul's connection in the Shrieking Shack, she had remained here, acquiring knowledge of her life in this peculiar manner. The scene lingered on a bouquet of flowers, and as Xiaobai turned her head, she beheld her own reflection, with black eyes filled with nostalgia, seated beside her. "You did it," she sighed gently, as if shedding a heavy burden, an air of tranquility enveloping her being. Long ago, she had wished to remain an observer of this tale, believing that a mere flick of her finger at a crucial moment could alter the course of events. Yet she became an eternal bystander. Conversely, I believed that only I could effectuate change. I intervened in nearly everyone's destinies, pondering how to replace the original narrative. Yet my soul became ensnared here, leaving those who loved me, and whom I cherished, in sorrow. You see, we are alike. We seem to have committed no transgressions. Yet we both bear the repercussions. From the very beginning, our attitudes towards our desires, towards this world, were imbued with such arrogance, such lofty disdain. Whether it be you or I, perhaps having lingered here for too long, Xiaobai found herself unable to restrain her words, unleashing a torrent of thoughts. Do you regret any of these actions? Wei Shengbai inquired. All choices were of my own making. I harbor no regrets. She shook her head, resolute even in her arrogance, fully aware from the outset of the costs involved, yet steadfast in her decisions. Then, we are indeed different. You are you and I am I. Though I granted you more choices and power, the decisions have always rested with you. I am elated that my regrets and unyielding desires have enabled another version of myself to pursue what she truly wished to do. I beheld an alternate conclusion, devoid of any lingering remorse. In that sense, we share a remarkable understanding. In the darkened expanse, two souls from disparate worlds confronted one another, achieving together the best outcome possible given their circumstances. Chapter 131 Awakening. Severus Snape was the youngest professor at Hogwarts, as well as the youngest head of Slytherin House. Despite the negligible age difference between him and the upperclassmen, none dared to underestimate him. His unparalleled prowess in potion-making and magical arts was renowned, but above all, he was known for his unyielding demeanor. Students who found it challenging to endure his caustic tongue often languished in gloom for days following detention with Professor Snape. However, some upperclassmen have disclosed that Snape, while once sharp-tongued, did not always wear the perpetual mask of indifference that now characterized him. It was only after that fateful Halloween night, following the downfall of the Dark Lord, more precisely, after the mysterious disappearance of his fiancée, that he transformed into his current self. The rumors circulating within the school were a convoluted mix of truth and fiction, with students speculating in hushed tones. Yet as time marched on and upperclassmen graduated, such discussions dwindled. Aside from the few present in Godric's Hollow that night, no one had unraveled the full truth behind these events. After concluding his affairs at school, Snape meticulously tidied his desk, stepped into the fireplace, and activated the flue powder, returning to his modest abode. In the 3 years since, he seldom lingered in the school dormitories, yearning for the moment he could once again glimpse the candlelight that had remained unlit that night. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the desolate silence of his living room, devoid of familiar forms and her presence. For the past 3 years, each day unfolded in this monotonous and dreary tableau. Hope once again dashed, he emerged from the fireplace, hastily prepared a meager dinner in the kitchen, and ascended the stairs with a somewhat heavy heart. The bedroom retained its original state, with the bedside table adorned not only with trinkets crafted by Wei Shengbai, but also numerous empty potion vials that once contained dreamless sleep potion and elixir of life, both capable of inducing slumber in an instant. The clock had already struck 9 in the evening, yet Snape chose not to retire to bed. Instead, he seated himself at the desk by the window, retrieving a broken wand and a delicately crafted compass marred by cracks, delving into a meticulous examination. This wand, made of acacia wood, had met its demise under Voldemort's formidable curse. He had once taken this wand to Ollivander's shop in Diagon Alley, seeking restoration, only to receive a disheartening refusal. I have never encountered such a construction method, utilizing a magical gemstone as a core, Ollivander had remarked. Moreover, this gemstone encapsulates the creator's profound insights into time. Even in its damaged state, I can sense the poignant passage of years. It is truly remarkable. However, I'm afraid, Mr. Snape, the craftsmanship of this wand is extraordinary, employing methods beyond my understanding, compounded by the severity of its damage. I cannot restore it. Ollivander had inspected the wand with meticulous care, then revealed an expression of sorrow and regret. Perhaps you might seek its creator, or find another gemstone imbued with similar emotional depth. There may yet be hope for restoration. Those were Ollivander's exact words. Yet Wei Shengbai had never divulged her wand's creator to him, and her guardian had departed Hogwarts that very night. It seemed Dumbledore had ventured somewhere after that day, returning without her guardian, Mr. Green. The trail of clues had abruptly ended, and finding another gemstone bearing the same emotional resonance proved elusive. Despite 3 years of searching, he had yet to locate a suitable one. As for the compass, Dumbledore had remarked that it was an alchemical tool capable of resisting powerful curses, imbued with a magical essence strikingly similar to hers. Yet Snape could not recall Wei Shengbai ever having pursued alchemical studies. She had mentioned parallel worlds, and considering this theory alongside other past events, it was conceivable that the creator of this wand and compass hailed from another world, a version of her. Snape's conjecture was in fact the correct answer, yet several pivotal points remained elusive to him. He gently caressed the yellow gemstone at the base of the wand when suddenly he heard a familiar voice reverberate in his ears. "It is now 10 o'clock, dear Severus. You ought to rest." The crystalline figurine on his bedside, which had been dormant, awakened, echoing her voice to remind him to rest. "If you are concerned for my well-being, why not lie beside me and speak those words directly?" Snape sighed inwardly, relinquishing the wand and shedding his outer robe, surrendering himself to the embrace of the soft, comfortable bed. "Good night, Severus." He fixated on the figurine as it curled back into slumber, yet no semblance of sleep could grace his mind. He resorted to his habitual method, instinctively retrieving a vial of the elixir of life from the cabinet and drinking it down. "Good night, bye. When will you return to my side?" Meanwhile, in Huaxia, the time was just past 6 in the morning. The sun of early October had yet to rise. The horizon shrouded in a hazy white, illuminating the pristine and refreshing morning sky. Awakened by an instinct, Zhou Xing soon arrived at the entrance of the forbidden area. Using the key Wei Shengbai had given him to unlock the stone door that had remained sealed for a month. He hurried inside, only to find that Wei Shengbai, who had lain in peaceful slumber upon the stone bed a month prior, was now wide awake, gazing up at the crystalline ceiling above. The barrier that had isolated the truncated cone for 3 long years still remained intact, and her awakening this time was fleeting. She merely turned her head to glance at Zhou Xing before succumbing once more to a profound slumber. Yet, Zhou Xing discerned that this was a sign of her recovery, prompting him to hastily exit the forbidden realm to pen a letter, conveying this splendid news to the other elders of the Zhou family. The following day, when Severus Snape awoke, he found himself inexplicably recalling fragmented memories from a distant past. It seemed to be a scene from a time before Tobias's bankruptcy, when he resided in a beautiful, grand house. While the specific details had grown hazy, one vivid image lingered, a fervent and deep red flame that danced before his eyes, refusing to dissipate. What could it be? Snape pondered, recognizing that a wizard's dreams are never devoid of meaning, and this must surely signify something. As these recollections were from long ago, his only recourse, apart from employing legilimency on himself, was to inquire directly with his mother, Eileen. Chapter 132. Good news from an old friend. Many individuals, upon reaching adulthood, find their childhood memories obscured, often recalling only fleeting, vague impressions. This holds true even for precocious wizards, who are not exempt from such forgetfulness. However, those early memories do not vanish into thin air. Rather, they lie buried deep within the recesses of the mind. Although they may not resurface, the experiences endured subtly shape one's character in later years. Snape's desire to excavate those memories through legilimency was fraught with peril, as the human brain possesses protective mechanisms. A miscalculation in magical execution could lead to memory damage, with unpredictable consequences. Fortunately, just as he drew his wand, hesitating over whether to cast the spell upon himself, Eileen emerged from the fireplace. The hearth of their little house was connected to the one in Diagon Alley, and due to a prior estrangement, Snape had seldom sought her out. Unless there was an urgent matter, Eileen would not intrude upon them. Severus, I very remembered. I recall that woman, she exclaimed, her face alight with disbelief. That woman? Snape was puzzled, unaware of whom his mother referred to. After pouring her a glass of water, Eileen settled onto the sofa, still visibly agitated. She caressed her wand repeatedly, as if through the familiar instrument, she could glimpse the woman whose image had blurred in her memory. It was she. I had asked her to take my wand away. I never anticipated that this wand would return to me. Aside from the difference in age and variations in eye color, Miss Weasley bore an uncanny resemblance to that woman. I believed you would wish to know about Miss Weasley, which is why I have come here. With ample time before classes began, Snape took a seat on another sofa, listening intently as Eileen recounted the events of the past. From how she encountered that woman to later discovering her unconscious in the street. Eileen narrated how she brought her home, only to uncover her identity as a witch and her frail condition. That woman seemed to take a liking to him, gifting him a precious magical gem. Subsequently, Eileen escorted the disoriented woman to the International Wizarding Transportation Office, where she relinquished her wand to her, until it was later retrieved by Miss Weasley in St. Mungo's ward. Do you recall what Miss Weasley said to me in St. Mungo's? That woman also spoke of a future she once envisioned, opening a shop in Diagon Alley, which is why I found those words familiar, and questioned Miss Weasley about her identity. Like Miss Weasley, appeared to possess vast knowledge, and had undergone unimaginable experiences. She never disclosed her name, but I suspect a connection exists between her and Miss Weasley. Eileen spoke at length, taking a sip of her warm water. Although uncertain why these memories had faded, Perhaps that woman had employed some form of magic. Along with the red gem, which I too had forgotten. Eileen rummaged in her pocket and produced an object. Opening her palm to reveal the vibrant red hue that mirrored the color Snape had dreamt of that morning. At the time, I noticed you did not favor this gem, so I put it away. Before coming here, I visited Spinner's End, where it had lain in a hidden compartment of a box in the attic. Now, I return it to you. The ruby still bore Eileen's warmth. Even after 20 years, the magic contained within it remained potent. Snape sensed an aura akin to that of the yellow gemstone in Miss Weasley's wand. This indicated that the woman Eileen encountered was indeed the same individual, who had crafted both the time turner and the compass. The mystery unraveled, Snape clutched the gem tightly, feeling a melancholy wash over him. Their fates had been intertwined long before they had even met, and even before Miss Weasley was born. A thread had already been drawn between them. But why had both he and Eileen suddenly recalled this matter today? Arriving at school with lingering questions, Snape felt a surge of premonition, a sense of hope beginning to fill him, reaching its zenith when Dumbledore summoned him to the office. Severus, here is a letter from the Zhou family in China, sent via express mail this morning. It is specifically for you, and I believe it will bring you joy upon reading it. With that, Dumbledore extended the letter toward him. Snape's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the correspondence. Noticing it was still somewhat damp, likely from the morning dew of the Zhou family estate. To Mr. Severus Snape, it has been a while, Mr. Snape. I apologize for the haste in writing today, so please bear with me. There is news from the Forbidden Realm that differs from the past 3 years. My master suddenly informed me this morning that the young lady awoke for a brief moment today, but fell back into slumber before she could say anything. Please do not worry. This is not bad news but rather a comforting sign. Although she was only awake for a few minutes. My master assures me her condition is steadily improving. The damage to her soul is healing, and I believe she will soon be able to remain awake for longer periods. When that time comes, I will write to you again, and if the young lady has anything to convey, I will relay it to you faithfully. I send this letter in hopes it brings you some reassurance. Joji. The arrival of this letter allowed Snape, who had been on edge, to finally exhale in relief. She had awakened, albeit for a mere few minutes. Yet Joji claimed this was a good omen, indicating her condition was improving. The dream from that morning and Eileen's words indeed heralded positive tidings. Albus, I wish to investigate some matters. Could you provide me with the address of Mr. Green, her guardian? With regard to the parallel world's version of her, Snape yearned to learn more. Perhaps he could mend her wand before Miss Weasley's recovery. As a witch cannot be without her wand. Beyond his mother Eileen, the only individual likely to have had contact with Miss Weasley was her guardian, Mr. Green. Dumbledore was taken aback by Snape's sudden request, momentarily rendered speechless. Regarding this matter, he seldom resides there now. However, as Miss Weishing's betrothed, I believe you have the right to be informed of his identity. Dumbledore's words were devoid of any entanglements, yet Snape still sensed a subtle anomaly within them. Nevertheless, his mind was currently filled with the delightful news emanating from Huaxia, leaving him little inclination to dwell on this. It was not until he stood before the formidable structure of Nurmengard that he recalled Miss Weishing had indeed mentioned residing in Austria prior to attending Hogwarts. And Nurmengard, too, is situated in Austria. You may enter. I have made prior arrangements for his presence today, Dumbledore remarked, observing the phoenix vanish into the ether before turning to Snape, who stood shivering in the frigid wind. Is this truly Nurmengard? Snape inquired, still somewhat uncertain, seeking affirmation from Dumbledore. As he gazed at the weathered inscription on the tower's outer wall, the old man nodded and took the lead into the edifice, ascending the staircase step by step. The two soon reached the uppermost chamber of Nurmengard. The door stood ajar, releasing tendrils of warmth, as the crackling fire in the hearth dispelled the chill of the snow-capped heights. Mr. Grindelwald, it's been quite some time, the figure seated upon the sofa greeted, cradling a cup of red tea, wisps of steam curling upward and obscuring his visage. Since the shattering of the compass, he had abandoned any pretense, reverting to his former appearance. I hear from Albus that there is good news from the Zhou family? The scene of their meeting was far removed from Snape's previous imaginings of confrontation. Dumbledore appeared intimately familiar with the surroundings, nonchalantly lifting the red tea that had been prepared for him. Grindelwald, while nudging the nearby pastries closer, gestured for Snape to take a seat. Indeed. But only for a few minutes of awakening, Snape replied. The Zhou family mentioned this as a positive sign of recovery. Is that so? That is indeed reassuring. She has invested so much time preparing for this, and it seems her efforts are bearing fruit. The little one is recovering now, so you may find solace in that. In a rare display of consolation, Grindelwald reflected on the resolute figure from years past. "Sir, I have come here today to inquire about something," Snape stated. After the brief pleasantries, he acclimated to their dialogue. Having once been Grindelwald's student, he swiftly reigned in his astonishment upon recognizing Grindelwald's identity, accepting this reality. After all, who else in this world could evoke a similar aura and magical prowess as Dumbledore? Gazing at the additional compass and wand on the table, along with the red gemstone, Grindelwald refrained from touching the first two, instead picking up the gem that Snape had produced last. Ah, the familiar essence of magic. How nostalgic it is. It has been 22 years since I last laid eyes upon her. The enchanting red gemstone twirled between his fingers, and after a moment of admiration he set it aside. "Can you tell me where that Miss Washing has gone since?" Few were aware of the existence of the Horcrux within the soul of the young girl. Snape had originally speculated that it had vanished from the world, yet he sought confirmation from Grindelwald. In this world, two identical souls cannot coexist. The moment Miss Washing was born, she had already ceased to exist. I had also pondered where her soul might have fled. It was only when I encountered that book, the one you have seen summoned by her, that I understood the conclusion she had chosen. Truly, she was a bold and ingenious soul, delving into spells, magical creatures, wand crafting, and the studies of soul and time, excelling in each. It is difficult to fathom what trials she endured that compelled her to pursue such knowledge. She was an unmitigated, rational madwoman. This was Grindelwald's assessment of another version of Miss Washing. Dumbledore, seated beside him, did not exhibit the same astonishment as Snape had, for he had already grasped much of this when he arrived 3 years prior. Then, aside from the damage to her soul, what other price did she pay? For 3 years, this question had tormented Snape, as he struggled to accept the notion of Miss Washing enduring further harm. If possible, he wished to bear that burden himself. All destinies in this world are predetermined. They cannot simply be altered at will. Even if I could foresee the future, I cannot distort the final outcome. Or rather they possess souls from other worlds, and seem to be aware of the fates of many in this realm. Sometimes knowing too much can be a curse, especially when they become deeply entangled with those fates. As he spoke, the elder's gaze remained fixed upon Snape, his mind recalling the memories Miss Washing had once shared with him. Indeed, altering destiny requires a price. However, they are astute, having preemptively substituted a feigned death for what must genuinely be paid. As for other costs, before changing fate, they must first withstand the world's warnings. The strength of one soul is difficult to bear alone, so it has always been two souls resisting together, leading to the current result. Grindelwald provided a brief elucidation, allowing Snape to comprehend that the earlier Miss Washing had been unaware of another self aiding her until she gradually uncovered that truth, leading to her subsequent choices. She previously lived in a small village at the foot of the mountain. "Would you care to visit?" After their conversation, Grindelwald suddenly inquired. This was subtly urging him to depart, and as Snape had no further questions, he readily agreed and left Ermengarde alone. Another cup of red tea? Once Snape had departed, Grindelwald lifted the teapot from the stove, glancing at Dumbledore seated on the adjacent sofa. The village is not difficult to locate. With a mere inquiry among the villagers, one can ascertain the whereabouts of Miss Washing's former residence. That little girl was quite prone to losing her way, although she preferred to remain indoors. She was exceptionally polite and charming, endearing herself to everyone. The village women still retained memories of the past Miss Washing, leading Snape swiftly to the village's edge. After employing a charm to ensure the guiding woman would forget their encounter that day, Snape opened the door that had been sealed for several years. The house had been enchanted, and despite a decade of neglect, it remained untouched since her departure, devoid of dust. The interior was sparsely furnished, echoing the style of the small mansion in London, yet felt particularly desolate, having lost many belongings to Miss Washing's prior departure. However, a few abandoned pages lingered upon the bookshelf, recording mundane aspects of life, including the total amount spent during a visit to the market with villagers. Gazing at the handwriting on the paper, Snape envisioned a small figure living here alone. She had grown up in this place, and on her first day at Hogwarts, she had encountered him, driven away by a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Fate is indeed a wondrous thing. Chapter 134. The Visiting Traveler. Half a year later, Snape received another letter from Joji. As he opened the envelope, a note slipped out, and the familiar handwriting caused his heart to race. "I miss you dearly, Senior." The note bore a succinct message, the final word scrawled with a slight unsteadiness, suggesting that she had exerted considerable effort to complete the sentence. According to Zhou Zixin, Wei Shengbai had awakened for nearly an hour, yet her body remained frail, allowing her to utter only a few words. This note was painstakingly inscribed while she lay on a stone bed. The restoration of spiritual wounds is a formidable challenge. Although the barrier contained the residual life force left by the previous occupant, progress remained sluggish. Snape read the words on the note repeatedly, and after a moment, he delicately tucked it away. His research into potions to mend soul injuries had involved numerous concoctions, yet the results consistently fell short of expectations. As he contemplated whether to seek new potion ingredients elsewhere during the holiday, a peculiar visitor arrived in Diagon Alley. On that day, Snape had coincidentally visited the shop to consult with his mother about the formulation of a soul potion, when a man clad in a voluminous cloak, his face partially obscured by a mask, entered the establishment with an air of weariness. "Mr. Light, it has been quite some time," Snape remarked. Though he had never met the man, rather, it was Eileen who recognized him well. He was the traveler commissioned by Miss Weisheng to gather rare magical materials and herbs from across the globe, many of the shop's unique items sourced from his endeavors. After serving him tea and pastries, Eileen quietly recounted to Snape the contents of the parcels he had brought back. Snape scrutinized the figure seated on the sofa. Although the mask concealed his features, there was something familiar about him, as if they had crossed paths before. Could he have been a student at Hogwarts? This possibility could explain the sense of familiarity. "By the way, Mrs. Eileen, did you not express a desire for materials or herbs pertaining to soul healing?" The wizard traveler, Mr. Light, or rather, the disguised Regulus, began placing his teacup down. "Indeed, I recently journeyed to a remote region of Huaxia, where I discovered a remarkable item that may be precisely what you seek." "Really?" Eileen exclaimed, her surprise evident. She had heard of Wei Xingbai's condition and a year prior had mentioned it to Regulus when he returned to the shop. She had not anticipated that this visit would yield such a find. Regulus nodded. It was indeed the search for a herb that could affect the soul that had prompted his hurried return. Having not seen Wei Xingbai in years, he had speculated that a significant event must have transpired, which led him to pay closer attention to the happenings in the shop. It was quite the coincidence to encounter Snape here. After all, he and Miss Wei had once been a pair at school. Suppressing a multitude of conjectures, Regulus retrieved a crystal vial from his inner pocket, within which resided several lustrous pearls. To his astonishment, descendants of merfolk still existed in Huaxia. Their songs were said to soothe the soul, and their tears possessed even greater efficacy. Although the lineage was diluted, he held genuine merfolk tears in his possession. This transaction had required considerable effort on Regulus's part, involving the exchange of rare materials to procure such a treasure. After handing the vial to Eileen, he returned to the sofa. Though his travels had distanced him from the Death Eaters and his family's affairs, he had gradually come to appreciate the journey. Yet moments of rest still left him feeling weary. Upon his return to Britain, aside from delivering goods to Eileen, he intended to visit the Black family estate, rest for a few days, and then depart once more. "I cannot thank you enough, Mr. Light. I shall calculate your share of the profits immediately." Eileen nodded, passing the crystal vial to Snape. With the corresponding materials at hand, the forthcoming potion research would proceed much more smoothly. Although Wei Xingbai had initially entrusted Regulus with 3,000 galleons to gather rare materials worldwide, this sum merely constituted the starting funds and commission. Eileen would need to meticulously account for the items he returned with, compensating him according to their prearranged profit-sharing agreement. Since the primary yield was the merfolk tears, and the other materials were scant, Eileen quickly calculated the galleons owed to him. Regulus did not bother to tally the amount in his pouch. He simply stowed it in his belt and soon departed. Snape did not pursue the matter of Regulus's identity further. He clutched the glass vial tightly, immersing himself in new potion experiments. By the end of 1986, Wei Xingbai lay languidly on the stone bed, perusing a letter in her hand with a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Beside her rested the soul potion successfully crafted by Snape, though its taste was less than pleasant. Drinking it allowed her to hear a faint, ethereal melody. It was undeniable that it was effective in mending her soul's wounds. The magical energy she had anticipated would take 2 years to awaken was now gradually stirring. She could manage to remain conscious for half a day, but could not yet leave the forbidden area. Besides the life force from the crystal above her head, yet to be fully absorbed, the process of merging her soul with that of another had not reached completion. Indeed, the day she first awakened also marked the beginning of their soul's convergence. Once this process was complete, they would no longer exist as host and soul fragment, but as a singular entity. This was also why Snape and Eileen had suddenly regained their memories that day. From the moment their souls began to merge, the world acknowledged the existence of another self. The previously hazy memories of Wei Xingbai would likewise be restored. "I long to see you soon, Senior." Wei Xingbai folded the letter and placed it against her chest, slowly closing her eyes as she drifted back into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, a silver bird resembling a phoenix soared from her being, traversing vast distances to alight at Hogwarts. Chapter 135. A gentle breeze embraced. The silver bird flapped its resplendent wings, its 3 tail feathers slightly curled, appearing like a diminutive phoenix. Snape observed as it perched upon the windowsill of his office. It seemed to be a summoned guardian spirit. Was it the guardian of another professor? Wei Xingbai's previous guardian had already taken form and, like him, was a hawk, not this delicate and beautiful creature. Moreover, she was separated from him by half a globe. Her guardian could not possibly traverse from Huaxia to here. As Snape pondered, the bird gracefully fluttered down from the ledge, landing on his desk, tilting its small head to gaze at him. Just as he reached out to touch it, a commotion erupted outside the door, a group of students arriving for potions class. The silver guardian dissipated before his eyes, leaving behind shimmering motes that brushed against his fingertips, evoking a wave of nostalgia within him. Could it truly be her? After the day's lessons concluded, the Christmas holiday commenced. Snape swiftly completed the necessary paperwork for international travel, and set foot once more on Huaxia's soil. Zhouji accompanied him to the ancestral home. Regrettably, in her quest to hasten the soul-merging process, Wei Xingbai remained in her slumber, lying quietly within the barrier. Later, the Silver Bird Guardian would appear every 10 days or so, until early spring of 1989, when it ceased to make its presence known. Concurrently, all the vitality contained within the crystal had been completely absorbed, the barrier dissipated, and on a warm, blossoming spring day, Wei Xingbai emerged from the Forbidden Land alone. She raised her head to the radiant sun, her form and visage frozen in the likeness of that fateful night 8 years prior. Though her demeanor had matured into a more composed essence, the consciousness belonging to another realm that had once inhabited her had already faded away, leaving only an obsession within the soul vessel, a yearning to witness an alternate outcome. The fusion of two souls did not imply the intertwining of their thoughts and emotions. Rather, she retained vast memories and knowledge, along with fragments of spiritual power for the little wight to assimilate. After all, Voldemort had not truly perished, and the narrative was far from concluded. However, following this ordeal of pseudo-death, the fates of many had undergone profound transformations. As long as Harry fulfilled the destiny of confronting the Dark Lord and vanquishing him alongside the Horcruxes, the rest was inconsequential. Having finally emerged from the Forbidden Realm, Wei Xingbai felt quite frail. To fully heal the wounds upon her soul would necessitate a dark blood ritual akin to Voldemort's malevolence, or else she would have to recuperate gradually. During her years in the Forbidden Land, she had come to comprehend her current circumstances, opting to sever ties between the Wei Xing family and the Zhou family, mirroring the stance of her counterpart in another world. She did not return to England immediately, but chose to remain and address certain matters between the two families. Initially, she relocated the family assets previously stored in Gringotts to the Wizarding Bank in Hong Kong, which contained the riches deposited by ancestors during their global wanderings, and it was time for them to return to their homeland. In addition to those antiques, she also had some heirlooms transferred back to the Zhou family to enrich their heritage. As for the galleons she had personally invested, they remained in Gringotts of Diagon Alley. The process of asset liquidation and transfer consumed a full 3 months before matters were settled. On the very day Wei Xingbai stepped out of the Forbidden Land, she penned a letter to Snape, stating her intention to resolve the affairs in China before returning. Coupled with the demanding Hogwarts curriculum, she did not summon him to come over. By the end of June, she received an invitation from Headmaster Dumbledore, indicating that Professor Kettleburn, who had taught care of magical creatures, wished to retire and inquired if she would be willing to assume the role in the upcoming semester. Care of magical creatures? Dumbledore must have perceived something in her that suggested she possessed the aptitude to teach this subject. Wei Xingbai set the letter aside and began to craft a response to the venerable headmaster. Becoming colleagues with Snape seemed like a delightful prospect. As the summer break at Hogwarts commenced, Snape eagerly organized his belongings, intent on traveling to China to bring someone back, only to be summoned to Dumbledore's office. Severus, tomorrow I am to interview a new professor for care of magical creatures. Would you care to accompany me? A new professor? Unaware that Dumbledore had already reached out to Wei Xingbai, he frowned and instinctively prepared to decline. The new professor is in China. Perhaps you could catch a ride with me. By the time Dumbledore and Snape stepped into the Wei Xing family estate, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The distant rumble of thunder echoed above, and faint flashes of lightning streaked through the dark clouds, accompanied by other indistinct sounds. Zhouji had prepared hot tea for the two, and when he mentioned Wei Xingbai, a note of helplessness crept into his voice. The young lady has been experimenting with her magical recovery lately. She went out after lunch, but I shall contact her. With that, he retrieved his wand and stepped into the courtyard, casting a conspicuous red light toward the area where the lightning was most concentrated. The entire estate was situated in a secluded mountain area, protected by magical wards, rendering it impervious to ordinary discovery. Is she there? Dumbledore and Snape walked into the spacious courtyard and looked skyward, soon spotting a massive silhouette emerging from the clouds. It was an adult thunderbird, its brown wings strikingly visible against the overcast sky, but even more captivating was the figure seated upon its back. It appears I need not interview a professor capable of riding a thunderbird after all. Dumbledore smiled at the sight of Wei Shengbai upon the creature. Turning back to the house to enjoy tea, the delicacies of China and those crafted by the house elves of Hogwarts were entirely different, and he looked forward to savoring them. Upon receiving Zhou Ji's signal, Wei Shengbai swiftly returned above the estate. She looked down and, with keen eyes, recognized the figure standing in the courtyard, the one she had long yearned for. Severus, she called out, waving energetically, her long hair billowing in the wind. As the summoned thunderbird descended to a suitable height, she leaped from the sky, landing directly into Snape's arms. A gentle breeze enveloped her as he embraced her, intertwining their souls. Chapter 136, Homecoming. 2 days later, Snape held Wei Shengbai's hand, guiding her back onto British soil. It has been so long since my last visit. The weather remains as dreadful as ever, she remarked with a smile, her expression devoid of any complaint as raindrops cascaded from the sky. Wei Shengbai had spent considerable time here. This land was her second home, where she had found her true belonging. Let us return home. You need to rest well. Snape wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and with a flick of his wand, they apparat back to their little house. After 8 long years, this place was once more graced with the title of home, and the lingering chill that had pervaded the house vanished the moment she returned. Wei Shengbai had not anticipated that her absence would stretch on for so long. She had originally thought she could fully recover in 3 or 4 years. The reality of the soul's affliction had far exceeded the expectations of both her and the other Wei Shengbai. The consequences of deceiving the world were that she still bore lingering effects. Excessive use of magic would leave her physically weakened. Em sorry, Severus, for making you wait so long. She caressed the cold surface of the long table in the house, her voice imbued with guilt. It is enough that you have returned, he replied, embracing her from behind, as if attempting to compensate for the warmth that had been absent over the years. Fearing she might vanish from his grasp at any moment, she turned to him, her fingers brushing against his somewhat gaunt face, noting the faint shadows beneath his eyes, and sighed in exasperation. I have missed you dearly. I thought of you while I slumbered in the Forbidden Land, and even upon awakening, my longing for you persisted. Regardless of the past, present, or future, I love you, Severus. No further words were necessary. Expressing her truest affections sufficed to soothe the hearts of both. Long burdened by yearning, the long-awaited sweet nothings exchanged between them during their newfound solitude felt profoundly poignant as Snape leaned down to kiss the corner of her lips, responding with action. As the moon ascended to the treetops, in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Wei Shengbai lay nestled in his embrace, lazily squinting her eyes and playfully poking his chest with her finger. Snape, exasperated, captured her mischievous hand and pressed a kiss to it. From now on, we shall be colleagues at Hogwarts, Severus. But what if the professor of care of magical creatures gets lost in the Forbidden Forest? She expressed her concern over this matter. Although their souls had fused, the residual effects of their time travel would not dissipate easily. Especially at times, the effect of 1 + 1 can indeed exceed 2. When 2 souls converge, the symptoms of their aftermath may also amalgamate. Consequently, her condition of being directionally challenged was significantly more pronounced than that of her alternate self. I shall fetch you after class, he declared, instantly devising a solution, reminiscent of their school days when Severus frequently awaited Hermione at the classroom door. Now, as a professor, the situation bore no substantial difference. Shall we dine together in the hall? He inquired. Would it be inappropriate to be seen by the students? Pay them no mind. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the person in his embrace, dismissing the notion of the disruptive little creatures who caused chaos in class and left their assignments in disarray. Very well, Severus. I shall remember to reserve a place for you in the school dormitory. She chuckled softly, stirring a delightful sensation within him. The night was still young, and the summer stretched on, granting them ample time to be together. Remaining at home indefinitely was out of the question. Upon learning of Hermione's return, Lily's scream nearly pierced the tranquility of Godric's Hollow. Little Harry, who was playing on the floor with his godfather, covered his ears, bewildered by how his once gentle and charming mother had suddenly become so exuberant. James, my darling. She is back. She is safe and sound, Lily exclaimed, shaking her husband with fervor before nearly tossing the dazed James Potter onto the sofa and scooping up Harry from the floor. At just 8 years old, Harry was already quite the young lad, and Lily took him to their bedroom to change into a clean outfit, then urged the still recovering James to accompany them to Diagon Alley for gifts. Once prepared, the entire family, along with Sirius, stepped into the fireplace. As they emerged from the flames, Lily immediately spotted the person standing unharmed in the living room, and rushed forward to embrace her. "Oh my dear, dear Hermione. You are truly unscathed. How wonderful, welcome back. I have always been grateful to you. Thank you for protecting us that night. I cannot imagine what would have happened without you. By the way, do you feel any discomfort anywhere?" Lily scrutinized Hermione from head to toe. For the memory of that night when her body was cold and her heart and breath ceased had haunted Lily for years. Fortunately, they had received a letter from Huaxia later, assuring them of her recovery, allowing Lily to breathe a sigh of relief. Had anything unfortunate befallen Hermione, or if she had never awakened, Lily would have been ensnared in guilt forever. "I am well, Lily. Look, I am standing here just fine." Hermione reassured her with a smile, deftly shifting the conversation to Harry. The events of that fateful night were known only to a select few who were present. The outside world still believed it was the prophesied Harry who vanquished the Dark Lord. Although members of the Order of the Phoenix had embellished the tale, making it more convincing, it was also a measure to protect Hermione's privacy. After all, no one could survive the killing curse, otherwise the threshold of the Weasley household would have been breached long ago. "Indeed, this is Harry. Harry, this is your Aunt Hermione, who protected you that night." Lily guided the somewhat shy Harry forward to greet Hermione. Severus, seated on the sofa, scoffed quietly. He had always found the little imp unsightly, as he bore a striking resemblance to that foolish Potter. However, with both Hermione and Lily present, coupled with his gratitude and regret towards them, James and Sirius refrained from confronting Severus about his disdainful huff. Hermione found herself quite fond of the adorable Harry. He had been well nurtured by Lily and James over the years, shedding the frailness depicted in the original narrative. Despite possessing a fragment of Voldemort's soul, he bore no conspicuous scar upon his forehead. Regarding that fragment, Hermione felt no undue concern, for the other version of herself had left behind a wealth of knowledge about souls, and her understanding of Horcruxes was now likely unparalleled even by Voldemort. Chapter 137. The Two New Professors. The group shared a meal together, the atmosphere barely amicable, as the conversation predominantly flowed between Lily and Hermione. In addition to reminiscing with one another, the two had made a special trip to Austria to visit Grindelwald. He no longer resided frequently in Nurmengard. It seemed only Professor Dumbledore could keep track of his whereabouts at all times, a notion that brought Hermione some comfort. "These are the remnants I have left behind. I believe it is time they returned to their rightful owner." He produced a Gringotts key from his pocket, containing not only the galleons he had saved for Hermione, but also a wand and other assorted items, with the remainder stored in another vault under Grindelwald's care. Though the items were deemed miscellaneous, when Hermione unlocked the vault, she was nearly dazzled by the assortment of gems and magical artifacts within. During her travels, she had encountered a plethora of magical creatures, collecting various materials, although many had been used for experimentation. Nonetheless, the remaining quantity was quite substantial. Hermione even discovered remnants of a shattered philosopher's stone inside. When little Harry resonated with the other version of herself, their souls were not constantly intertwined, leading her to only know of significant experiences. It appeared that during her journey, she had sought out the home of Nicholas Flamel, resulting in her finding the fragment of the destroyed philosopher's stone. "Is she no longer here?" Severus approached Hermione, gazing at the items displayed in the vault, each a testament to that person's existence. "No, her spirit shall forever accompany me," Hermione replied, shaking her head. Their souls had harmoniously fused, destined to witness a more splendid future together. After selecting a few items from the vault, she contemplated and ultimately decided to take the fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps it would bring a small surprise to that Voldemort gentleman in a few years. Upon returning to the UK and rekindling previous social connections, handling various matters, the time for the new school year was nearly upon them. Hermione arrived at the school a few days early to acclimate herself to her new environment. In the Forbidden Forest, there was a designated area for nurturing small, mostly harmless magical creatures, situated at a considerable distance from Hagrid's hut, where students also attended care of magical creatures classes. These magical beings had been well cared for by Hagrid and the previous professor, with some even having thrived in the forest for several generations. Hermione adored these little creatures, and due to her mixed aura of various magical beings, she garnered their affection as she entered the nurturing area, receiving a warm welcome from them. Severus, with a scowl, shooed away 2 nifflers from her arms and flicked off a mischievous bowtruckle attempting to snuggle against her shoulder, while simultaneously preventing a lovely unicorn from approaching her. Wait. Why has this unicorn strayed from its herd? After leaving the nurturing area and venturing deeper into the forbidden forest, they encountered a small house that appeared far cleaner and more spacious than Hagrid's hut. This was the residence exclusively designated for the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. Although there are indeed rooms for professors within the confines of Hogwarts Castle, each instructor of this particular subject has a penchant for residing here, as the tranquility afforded by this abode ensures an absence of disturbances, allowing for better care of the magical creatures. The house is draped in a veil of climbing vines, nestled within the forest, resembling a setting straight out of a fairy tale where witches might dwell. Upon entering, one discovers a division into 2 levels, the lower floor housing a living room and kitchen, while the upper floor comprises bedrooms and a bathing area. Professor Minerva McGonagall tidied up the place and added various amenities, as both professors were engaged in teaching at the school, making occasional overnight stays a possibility. An evening stroll in the Forbidden Forest after dinner seemed to promise a delightful experience. In 1989, as a new academic term commenced, another cohort of young wizards bid farewell to their parents, traversing Platform 9, boarding the rumbling red train bound for Hogwarts Castle. During the welcoming feast, Headmaster Dumbledore introduced 2 new professors to the assembly. One of them was the newly appointed Care of Magical Creatures instructor, Professor Minerva McGonagall, while the other, James Potter, assumed his role as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, occupying his designated seat. Balancing an amiable smile for the students below, while striving to maintain his composure proved challenging, especially as the untamed tangle atop his head refused to cooperate. The students, however, were not particularly intrigued by the annual turnover of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors. Their curiosity was more piqued by the relationship between the new Care of Magical Creatures professor and Professor Snape, noting the apparent closeness they shared. Oh heavens! Did the usually frosty Slytherin head just smile? Surely, their eyes were not deceiving them. Unfazed by the students' scrutinizing gazes, Professor McGonagall found the fruit delightful and casually offered a piece to Snape. Is it to your liking? Would you care for another? She inquired, eliciting gasps, coughs, and a crescendo of whispers from the students. It was only after Snape elegantly accepted the fruit and surveyed the room with narrowed eyes that the atmosphere regained its chill, effectively quelling the burgeoning chaos below. No, you should indulge yourself, he replied, redirecting his focus back to his companion. The notion of the 2 rediscovering their bond brought a sense of comfort to Professor Flitwick, seated beside McGonagall, as did the other professors who were privy to their shared history. Strangely, the students felt as though they had hardly touched their meals, yet were already uncomfortably full, a phenomenon they would likely experience many times yet to come. The following morning, Snape escorted McGonagall, who had already finished breakfast, back to the teaching area of the Forbidden Forest. Before departing, he cast a silent glance at the students who had gathered for class. It was a threat, unmistakably so. The students collectively harbored this thought. Fortunately, their new professor exhibited a gentle demeanor, contrasting sharply with the methods employed by the potions master. After a session of mutual adjustment, they found themselves favorably inclined toward their new instructor. As the New Year's festivities commenced, with a special program planned for New Year's Eve, the narrative continued. 2 years later, while James Potter lay in St. Mungo's Hospital, receiving treatment for the antlers that had sprouted from a spell gone awry, Quirrell successfully navigated Dumbledore's interview, securing the position of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the upcoming semester. This seemed to be a fated turn of events, as McGonagall, akin to the original narrative, aimed to utilize these occurrences to fortify Harry, who would ultimately face Voldemort and the Horcruxes, for courage and valor were indispensable. When Quirrell arrived at Hogwarts, Voldemort had yet to inhabit him, an event likely occurring during the summer. McGonagall refrained from trailing him to the Albanian forest, instead embarking on a journey to China with Snape. Upon their return to Hogwarts before the commencement of the term, they encountered Professor Quirrell, who emanated an off-putting odor of garlic, adorned in a thick hood and an array of unsettling talismans meant to ward off evil, presenting an exceedingly peculiar figure. Greetings, Professor Quirrell. Prior to the school year, several professors exchanged introductions. McGonagall extended her hand in a gesture of goodwill, yet Quirrell merely rubbed his palms together, hesitating to reciprocate. Snape instinctively shielded her from view, harboring profound skepticism regarding this strange new professor, wary of any dubious influences that might taint McGonagall. His instincts proved correct, as Quirrell bore a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, rendering him indeed a suspect individual. Voldemort sought to vacate the forest and return to Britain, thus possessing Quirrell's body. As for the Philosopher's Stone, that was merely an afterthought for him, a means to restore his vitality upon his return. While James Potter remained in St. Mungo's for treatment, this semester heralded Harry's enrollment. Unlike before, he required no guidance from Hagrid, as Lily accompanied him, akin to ordinary wizarding parents, ensuring he was adequately equipped for school. Dumbledore entrusted the task of retrieving the Philosopher's Stone to McGonagall and Snape, who successfully procured it, even sharing a meal with Aaron from the shop before returning to Hogwarts. "Sir, I believe you might consider adding another layer of protection for it," McGonagall proposed, producing the stone alongside a shard of the previously destroyed one. A commendable suggestion. Dumbledore accepted the fragment, affirming that with a touch of life essence and some clever disguise, it could mirror the original stone perfectly. However, that life essence would merely skim the surface, presenting no visible differences unless scrutinized with magic. "Shall you set up a challenge for Harry?" Dumbledore pondered if the Mirror of Erist would still serve its purpose, aiding Harry in recognizing his desires and understanding the primacy of reality, given that his parents were alive in this timeline. "A challenge, you say? Since I am now the Care of Magical Creatures professor, I shall prepare a delightful surprise for the young lad," McGonagall mused, stroking her chin and revealing a warm smile. Harry felt an inexplicable chill at the nape of his neck. The ceremony for Harry's admission proceeded smoothly, despite housing a fragment of Voldemort's soul. His sunny disposition and yearning for his parents' legacy enabled him to be sorted into Gryffindor without incident. Seated at the long table of the Lion House, the Weasley twins warmly welcomed the prophesied chosen one, and Harry quickly acclimated to the vibrant atmosphere of the house, casting glances at the faculty table. When his eyes landed on Quirrell, an odd sensation washed over him, an inexplicable familiarity with the new professor, despite this being their first encounter. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, he mused, shifting his gaze to Snape and McGonagall, who were engrossed in an intimate conversation, a comfort to him. His mother often invited them to their home, and McGonagall had gifted him many intriguing toys from across the globe. As for Snape, it is evident that he is not particularly fond of the other party, seemingly harboring long-standing grievances related to his father and godfather. However, out of respect for his mother and Aunt White, they refrain from engaging in any quarrels or physical altercations, resorting instead to subtle barbs and sarcasm. One can only hope that both mothers and Aunt White will bless them, ensuring that no mishaps occur during potions class, lest they draw unwanted attention. The students below have grown accustomed to the affectionate displays between the two professors, and even provide newcomers with an overview of their relationship. Now that the students have grasped the unspoken rules, even if they are not particularly diligent during potions class, resulting in errors during potion making, Professor Snape rarely keeps them after hours for detention. This is largely due to his need to return and accompany Professor McGonagall for dinner, to prevent her from becoming lost within the campus. If one were to provoke Professor Snape, it is manageable, as one would only have to endure his acerbic tongue. However, should one incite Professor McGonagall, then regrettably, one's subsequent campus life would be far from pleasant. Although her punishments are not particularly severe, one would still endure her preferential treatment as the potions professor. Take, for instance, the Weasley twins. One day, while Professor McGonagall was on her evening rounds, Snape was delayed due to other matters and could not accompany her, leaving her vulnerable to the mischief of the two Weasley rascals. The duo led her to a secluded spot, nearly undetectable, and although she eventually found her way back with the help of her cat, Snape was incensed by the incident. The following day, it became apparent that Gryffindor had lost 40 points, and the two red-headed Weasleys were assigned to work with potion ingredients for the next week, only returning after curfew each night. No one knows what they endured in the dungeons, but the usually lively duo had noticeably subdued since then, and they would promptly turn on their heels and leave whenever Snape was nearby. The students learned a valuable lesson from their experience, tacitly agreeing upon an unspoken rule. Professor McGonagall of the Care of Magical Creatures class is not to be trifled with. Chapter 139, The New Wand. Although Professor McGonagall had provided a counterfeit item to Dumbledore, it was merely a precautionary measure. The genuine Philosopher's Stone remained securely hidden in the underground chamber. Dumbledore, sensing that someone was coveting the stone, initially did not suspect Voldemort, as the latter had been absent for a decade. It was only when he noticed a shift in McGonagall's demeanor that he began to suspect otherwise. After all, Voldemort had not truly perished. The killing curse had merely reduced him to a wisp of shadow. For years, Dumbledore had been in pursuit of his whereabouts, ever vigilant for his return. Due to the necessity of protecting the Philosopher's Stone, most professors were required to remain at Hogwarts to safeguard its existence. After dinner, McGonagall and Snape strolled hand in hand along the edge of the Black Lake. Students who spotted them discreetly distanced themselves, refraining from intruding upon their intimate moment. "How is your new wand treating you?" Snape inquired, tilting his head towards her. Since the previous time Turner had been shattered by Voldemort's curse, McGonagall had been using another wand from Gringotts. Though it did not possess the same affinity, it was still manageable. "It's fine, why do you ask?" Snape did not respond verbally, but instead produced a new wand from within his robes and extended it toward her. "Oh my Severus, did you repair it?" she exclaimed, taking the wand with a mixture of amazement and disbelief. Although the original yellow gem had been replaced with a red one, the overall appearance and feel remained strikingly similar to her previous wand. "Expecto Patronum." She tentatively uttered the incantation, and a silver light erupted from the wand tip, slowly coalescing into the form of a bird. The delicate creature unfurled its exquisite tail feathers and wings, gracefully soaring through the air before landing on Snape's outstretched finger. Gazing at him obediently, this Patronus bore an uncanny resemblance to what he had seen in the dungeons. Why has my Patronus changed?" The new wand felt as comfortable as the last, imbued with her lover's lingering warmth and essence. She found herself preferring it over the previous one. However, she was now more curious about why her Patronus had transformed. "What kind of bird is this?" "Let me see, it appears to be a bluebird." McGonagall stood beside him, scrutinizing the Patronus perched upon Snape's finger, pondering for a moment before arriving at her conclusion. "A bluebird? What is a bluebird?" Snape had never heard of such a creature. In ancient Chinese mythology, the bluebird is a messenger of the Queen Mother of the West, delivering one's longing to their loved ones. "Perhaps it transformed because I missed you too much while I was asleep in the Forbidden Forest," McGonagall explained as she playfully teased the bird, elaborating on its significance. The Patronus gradually faded from her fingertips, leaving behind a scattering of silver specks that twinkled like stars against the night sky. "I absolutely adore this wand, thank you, Severus." Once the Patronus had vanished, McGonagall's attention returned to the wand in her hand, which she raised high, her face radiant with joy. Long ago on that dreary, rain-soaked day in Spider's Alley, she had personally placed her wand into his hands, declaring that even if it meant casting the killing curse, she would not mind. Whether it was that unbroken wand or the version of herself at that moment, there was an absence of repulsion, only an abundance of trust. He had once found the vibrant red too glaring, feeling it was overly ostentatious. Yet as he attempted to restore that wand, the scene from that day would flash through his mind, and he felt as though that red gem mirrored his heart, infusing it with profound affection. Observing the red gemstone at the base of the wand clasped in her hand, Snape felt as though his heart was being tightly gripped, his pulse quickening slightly. "As long as you like it." Snape watched as McGonagall carefully retrieved the wand from its case, and replaced it with the newly gifted one. A sense of subtle satisfaction swelling within him. The two lingered by the Black Lake for quite some time, leaning against one another, as a gentle breeze rippled across the surface of the water, causing gentle waves to dance. The passage of time seemed to slow. Dumbledore stood atop the tower, gazing down at the pair, a feeling of inexplicable nostalgia welling up within him. How wonderful it is to be young. Inheriting his father's talent for flying, Harry was unsurprisingly recruited by Professor McGonagall to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as the youngest seeker. Immersed in the joyous life of the school, Harry remained blissfully unaware of Voldemort lurking behind Professor Quirrell, happily playing with his friends. Under Dumbledore's careful orchestration, they stumbled upon the three-headed dog in the third-floor corridor, and extracted the secret of the Philosopher's Stone from the tight-lipped Hagrid. During Christmas, Harry chose to spend the holiday with Ron on campus, while James Potter secretly delivered an invisibility cloak as a Christmas gift. Thus, the two young lions embarked on wondrous nighttime adventures. To ensure he encountered no mishaps, McGonagall often protected him from the shadows, much to Snape's discontent. "Consider it a date night. Don't you think this is more enjoyable than the days of dodging the head of house during our student years?" She reassured the man at her side as she watched Harry step alone into the empty classroom housing the mirror of Ariste. "What do you think he will see inside?" To avoid drawing attention, Wei Xingbai and Snape refrained from entering with him, instead deliberating on the matter outside the classroom. The golden snitch or a new broomstick? The Potters have always taken delight in flaunting their Quidditch prowess. This is not without merit. At least he has no aspirations of becoming the revered savior. Or else Professor Dumbledore would have quite the headache. Although significantly influenced by James, becoming more vivacious than in the original narrative, Harry remains that kind-hearted boy. Snape's conjecture proved accurate. Harry beheld the mirror of Ariste and saw himself capturing the golden snitch in a crucial match, with everyone cheering for him. The image reflected in the mirror was undeniably captivating. He yearned for such a claim, Yet he understood that it required diligent effort to attain. For the mirror could not fulfill his desires. Dumbledore's arrangements were astutely executed. Harry has always been able to discern his yearnings, whether in the original text or in the present. Chapter 140. The Chamber of Secrets Adventure. After Christmas, the Weasley twins pelted Professor Quirrell with snowballs, sending him tumbling into a pit they had previously dug. Consequently, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor erupted in fury, marking the first instance of students being assigned detention. Upon hearing this incident, Wei Shengbai leaned against a table, laughing heartily, which piqued Snape's curiosity. "It's nothing, just found the situation rather amusing." She waved her hand dismissively, attempting to calm her own emotions. Quirrell was already aware that the Sorcerer's Stone was guarded by Hagrid's three-headed dog, and he was devising a strategy to extract from Hagrid the means to handle the beast. He was quite cunning, having somehow acquired a dragon egg to use as bait, hoping to entice Hagrid into revealing information. The dragon egg should ideally be delivered to its rightful destination, but that could wait for now. After all, not everyone could witness the moment a dragon hatches, and she wished to preserve that delightful memory for Harry. That night, after Harry and his friends witnessed the hatching of the dragon egg at Hagrid's hut, they were not only spotted by Draco but also encountered Wei Shengbai, who happened to be strolling through the Forbidden Forest with Snape. In truth, she did not wish for Harry to meet Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, but mere protection was insufficient. He would eventually have to confront this fated adversary. Thus, as in the original narrative, the group ventured into the Forbidden Forest for their night patrol, with Wei Shengbai and Snape discreetly following Harry. She summoned a unicorn to replace the creature that had fallen victim to the Dark Lord's attack in the original story. When Voldemort sensed something amiss with the magical creature before him, he fortuitously encountered Harry. Cloaked in black robes, his visage obscured, he emanated a chilling malevolence, unmistakably marking him as a figure of evil. It was Harry's first encounter with such a scene. His entire body trembled slightly, yet he bravely gripped his wand, rapidly recalling the spells imparted by his professors and parents, hoping to devise a means to confront this peril. Wei Shengbai remained concealed nearby, while Snape, observing the sudden appearance of the dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest, seemed to have an epiphany and glanced at her. She could discern that Voldemort was presently quite weakened, especially since he had not partaken of unicorn blood, causing him to stagger as he walked. However, she would not allow herself to become complacent, for Harry had scarcely learned any offensive spells, and she needed to intervene before Voldemort acted. Hagrid's distant call reached them just in time, compelling the weakened Dark Lord to suppress his urge to attack Harry, and swiftly retreat as if floating away. After the harrowing encounter, Harry sprinted toward Hagrid's voice to reunite with him, recounting the earlier incident. "Oh my, this is far from good. I must inform Professor Dumbledore. But first, let me escort you out of the Forbidden Forest." Concern etched upon Hagrid's face, he led the group of youngsters away, with Wei Shengbai and Snape watching them depart. "So, is it him? Has he returned?" On their way back to the dormitory, Snape voiced his suspicions. "Yes, he will always return. The future will unfold as foretold. However, prophecies do not encompass everything. Severus, we can expedite the resolution of this matter." Indeed, Wei Shengbai did not intend to adhere strictly to the timeline of events, for that would be overly burdensome. Certain pivotal moments could be leveraged to hasten Harry's progress, and with them watching over this young savior, no significant issues would arise. Hearing Wei Shengbai refer to us, Snape felt a measure of relief. This indicated that she would not face the challenges alone as she had previously, but would choose to stand alongside him. Thus, the incident in the Forbidden Forest came to a close. Due to Wei Shengbai's friendship with Lily and Snape, Harry had developed a strong bond of trust with them over the years, rendering any suspicion unlikely. Without the trajectory seen in the original story, he naturally directed his doubtful gaze toward the peculiar Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Harry approached Wei Shengbai with his concerns, intending to caution her about Professor Quirrell, while carefully avoiding Snape to evade the chill emanating from him. "My dear Harry, everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden, including Professor Quirrell and myself. I am pleased that you are capable of independent thought and judgment, but sometimes, matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Hogwarts is currently safe. There is no danger to you, so focus on what you wish to pursue." Wei Shengbai tousled the boy's unruly black hair, assuring him that he was not in any peril, yet refraining from disclosing specifics regarding Quirrell. She hoped Harry would bravely confront the uncertainties of the future. "We will always stand by your side, Harry, even if you cannot see us." Though she did not articulate the latter sentiment, it sufficed to soothe his anxious heart. Harry, somewhat perplexed by her words, eventually left in a daze. "By the way, starting next semester, you will be able to join the dueling club. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me or Professor Snape. Before Harry departed, Wei Shengbai subtly remarked, "The dueling club?" Since Wei Shengbai proposed the revival of the dueling club, the school had continued this activity for several years, with graduating students showing a notable improvement in their skills. I understand, thank you. At present, Harry did not entirely grasp the implications of Wei Shengbai's words. It would take experiencing certain events for him to truly appreciate the importance of his own abilities. Given the need to conclude the narrative battle prematurely, it was essential to enhance his practical skills in advance. During the subsequent Quidditch match, Wei Shenbai officiated in Snape's stead. She sensed that Voldemort seemed to harbor some trepidation toward her, thus refraining from causing any disruptions during the match. It was worth noting that both she and Snape had once been struck by the killing curse, and Voldemort's survival was solely due to the existence of Horcruxes. Entirely unaware of the methods by which Wei Shengbai had thwarted him, Harry's talent shone through. Having previously practiced some techniques with his father, James, he swiftly caught the golden snitch, declaring the match concluded. This personal victory brought him far greater joy than the visions he had seen in the Mirror of Erist. It was a truth he experienced firsthand. Quirrell had learned from Hagrid the method to lull the three-headed dog into slumber, and with the semester's end approaching, Voldemort's soul was deteriorating rapidly. They could no longer afford to wait. On a fateful evening, Harry and his companions discovered Professor Quirrell stealthily ascending to the third floor, prompting them to follow his trail. Hermione and Snape concealed themselves nearby, witnessing their descent into a hidden passage, overcoming numerous obstacles. Ron heroically sacrificed himself during the Wizard's Chess Challenge. Meanwhile, Hermione deduced the precise potion that could allow one to traverse the flames, entrusting it to Harry while she opted to return and inform the professors of their findings. Upon passing through the fiery gate, Harry found himself confronted by the final trial devised by Hermione. In the vast chamber, an unfathomable pool seemed to harbor ominous undercurrents. Harry spotted a bridle in the corner, and beheld a water creature, resembling a horse, slowly rising from the depths. This equine beast was one he had encountered in the magical creatures book gifted by Hermione. Yet he now realized that the stark contrast between the illustrations and reality was jarring. Oh, Merlin's beard. Harry glanced across the expanse, regretting not having brought his broomstick along. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to return, for Professor Quirrell might abscond with the Philosopher's Stone. Resolutely he steeled himself, recalling the creature's weakness. Placing the bridle upon the creature's head would pacify it, rendering it docile. A mere ordinary water creature would not easily submit, but this one, conjured by Hermione's magic, posed no real threat. She sought to test Harry's courage in the face of formidable adversaries. After all, the creature she controlled was far gentler than the basilisk lurking in the Chamber of Secrets or Voldemort himself. Watching Harry approach the corner to retrieve the bridle, Hermione observed as he cautiously approached the water's edge, gingerly attempting to place the headgear upon the creature. The process unfolded seamlessly. The water creature leaned closer, seemingly assessing Harry's identity, and showed no inclination to attack, allowing this little one to manipulate it. Harry stood at the bank, gripping the reins tightly, exhaling a sigh of relief, convinced that perhaps his Hogwarts robes were working in his favor to prevent any aggression from the creature. Well, perhaps riding this water beast is akin to soaring on a broomstick. It has now become docile, and I ought to give it a try, Harry reassured himself. Inhaling deeply before mounting the creature, clumsily tugging at the reins, he hoped it would swim across to the opposite shore. To his astonishment, the creature suddenly plunged into the abyss, startling Harry and nearly causing him to relinquish the reins. However, the creature swiftly emerged from the depths, propelling him above the surface, and Harry, disoriented, sputtered water, coughing uncontrollably. As he regained his composure, he realized he had reached the far side of the chamber, where the creature patiently awaited his descent. Fearing another plunge into the depths, Harry hurriedly dismounted, albeit somewhat flustered, and removed the bridle before exiting the chamber. Unbeknownst to him, as he crossed through the stone door, the water creature gradually dissipated into nothingness. Hermione and Snape maintained their disillusionment charms, following him into the final chamber. There Voldemort, possessing Quirrell, awaited him. Unable to extract the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of Erist, sensing he was being followed, Voldemort sought to use their hands to retrieve the coveted stone. Professor Quirrell? What are you doing here? Upon seeing Quirrell standing before the mirror, Harry feigned surprise, hoping to buy time. Hermione had gone to summon the other professors, and he needed to outmaneuver his adversary. I know you suspect you are tracking me, boy. You pose a threat. Had it not been for that woman, I would have found a way to kill you long ago. Quirrell and Voldemort had long desired Harry's demise, yet their position as Hogwarts professors and the inexplicable resurrection of Hermione had prevented them from acting. What is this mirror? I see myself possessing the Philosopher's Stone. How is this possible? I do not have it. Use that, child. A haunting voice echoed within the seemingly empty chamber as Quirrell brandished his wand at Harry, coercing him to approach. Tell me, what do you see? Standing beside Quirrell, facing the mirror of Ariste, Harry observed the same scene as before. However, he soon noticed his reflection placing the golden snitch into his pocket and retrieving a crystal-clear red stone from within. Upon witnessing this vision, Harry felt an unfamiliar weight in his pocket, causing his heart to race. I saw myself catching the golden snitch during a Quidditch match. This was not a falsehood. Yet Voldemort sensed the fleeting change in Harry's expression. He is lying. Let me speak with him. Voldemort insisted on confronting Harry directly, and Quirrell, unable to defy him, swiftly removed the thick cloth from his head. Finally free to breathe, Voldemort loomed over the small figure before him. This marked their first official meeting. Previously, due to Hermione's intervention, Voldemort had not encountered the infant Harry as depicted in the original narrative. Harry Potter, this should be our first meeting. Harry found the face emerging from Quirrell's skull utterly grotesque and strove to suppress his fear, not wishing to reveal that he had already obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort. From a young age, Harry had grown up with the prophecy, his parents believing he had the right to know. Thus they had never deceived him. That dark wizard was his destined foe. Unable to contain himself, Harry instinctively took a step back, prompting Quirrell to block his retreat with flames. Do you wish to become the greatest wizard? Do you desire powers surpassing even Dumbledore? Whatever your aspirations, I can assist you, if only you hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort spoke in a tone that was both threatening and enticing, inching closer to Harry. Desperate to retreat, Harry found himself cornered, with no escape route remaining. Do not fear, Harry. As he was backed into a corner, a familiar voice reached his ears, and upon recognizing its owner, his fear dissipated significantly. Hermione's hand rested reassuringly on his shoulder, signaling her solidarity. Good boy, you have done well. Now hand him the stone. Yet Hermione's words caused Harry to hesitate. Though he ultimately obeyed and extended his hand toward his pocket, he will never acquire what he desires. Lacking the protective enchantment of love bestowed upon him by Lily in the original tale, this narrative gap required Hermione's intervention, and the world's consciousness would raise no objections. Her words served as a comforting balm, dispelling Harry's doubts. Resolutely he withdrew the Philosopher's Stone and hurled it toward Quirrell, initially intent on employing coercive measures. Quirrell scrambled to catch the stone as it flew through the air. The red gem gleamed brilliantly in the burning flames, reminiscent of Voldemort's long-cherished desire for immortality. Alas, these aspirations were ultimately illusory. The Philosopher's Stone became searingly hot in Quirrell's grasp, as if it sought to incinerate his very soul. The pain penetrated to his core, causing him to cry out. Yet he stubbornly clung to the stone, refusing to relinquish it. Wei Shengbai cast a spell upon the counterfeit Philosopher's Stone. For there was perhaps no one in this world who understood the intricacies of dealing with souls better than she. When Quirrell became possessed by Voldemort, his life was already being incessantly eroded by the malevolent force. The absence of unicorn blood left his body akin to a flickering candle in the wind. As the spell associated with the false stone exerted its influence, he began to disintegrate. Harry witnessed Quirrell slowly turning to dust after acquiring the stone, with Voldemort's soul raging forth from the particles, swiftly coalescing and fleeing into the night like a tempest. Chapter 142. Memories of the Past. Professor, he has escaped, Harry exclaimed anxiously, glancing towards the exit of the chamber. Addressing the cloaked Wei Shengbai beside him. He will return. Every tale must reach its conclusion, though not at this moment. All right, Harry, it is quite late now. Allow me to escort you away from here. Wei Shengbai and Snape dispelled their invisibility charms and retrieved the fallen stone a short distance away. The genuine Philosopher's Stone, of course, remained in Wei Shengbai's possession. Should Voldemort realize the deception, it would be left to her and Snape to intervene. However, Voldemort's soul was too feeble, his thirst for the stone too intense, that until just now, he had failed to detect their presence. Harry had entered from the corridor on the third floor, yet there was no need to retrace his steps. Wei Shengbai summoned her phoenix with a flick of her magic, whisking the three of them away from the chamber. Wait, Professor Ron. Before Harry could finish his sentence, the warm and brilliant flames of the phoenix engulfed him, and in an instant, they found themselves in the hospital wing. Though Wei Shengbai had vigilantly protected him, ensuring that neither Voldemort nor the trials of the chamber harmed Harry, it was prudent to have Madame Pomfrey conduct a thorough examination for the sake of the old headmaster's peace of mind. Upon opening his eyes, Harry beheld Ron, still unconscious, lying on a bed in the hospital wing, with Hermione standing anxiously beside him. Only upon seeing Wei Shengbai and Snape accompanying Harry did the worry on her face begin to dissipate. Drink this, and then get some rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow. You are still young. Neglecting sleep is unwise. And you too, Miss Granger. Wei Shengbai turned, accepting a calming potion from Madame Pomfrey and urging Harry to consume it promptly. Once Harry had drifted into slumber, Wei Shengbai took Snape's hand, and they traversed the corridors of the castle at night, arriving at the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts. Will you not check on that child? She asked, as she returned the true Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, signaling the conclusion of this event. Now during the daylight, he requires ample rest. Dumbledore received the intact stone, preparing to return it to his old friend in a few days. Did you see him clearly? Was it truly him? Yes, it was he. Even when I cast the killing curse upon him, he did not truly perish. There will always be those who exploit the loopholes in the rules. Such as him. Such as I. At this, Wei Shengbai momentarily lost her train of thought, but quickly regained her composure. And what of the master of this stone? Immortality is a dream long sought after by countless individuals, an elusive aspiration, whether for wizards or muggles. Only a handful can evade death. Yet it remains a shadow that never truly departs from their lives. Do you think he succeeded? Dumbledore probed, seeking the ultimate conclusion from her lips. If he had not ventured to Godric's Hollow that fateful night, perhaps. If Voldemort had not heeded that prophecy. If he could have devoted himself solely to the pursuit of immortality, rather than simultaneously chasing glory and power, he might have succeeded. Alas, he was too greedy. No. True immortality does not exist in this world. Wei Shengbai shook her head internally. Having experienced life and death, her perspective on the matter had become nuanced. No one can live forever, sir. She replied resolutely to Dumbledore's question. Even as the narrative had shifted considerably, she could not divulge the future, only hinting at it with her words. On their way back to the dormitory, Wei Shengbai contemplated strategies for dealing with Horcruxes, when Snape, who had remained silent by her side, suddenly removed his black cloak and draped it over her. The cloak, imbued with a faint bitter scent, still bore his warmth, enveloping her snugly. Thank you, Severus. However, your cloak is rather oversized for me. It drags on the ground. Perhaps we could share it. She halted, smiling at him, and draped the cloak back over him, nestling closely against him. As they strolled through the Forbidden Forest, Snape suddenly recalled a long-ago moment, when their relationship was less familiar, and she had unhesitatingly shared half of her cloak with him. Even Lily had never shown him such intimate closeness, let alone anyone else. Oddly, he had not felt a strong aversion to Wei Shengbai at that time. Rather, he had been somewhat flustered. Now, Snape felt fortunate that the unexpected arrival of Zhou Ji had interrupted his impending words, which surely would not have been sweetly spoken. What are you pondering? Noticing his distraction, Wei Shengbai inquired, lifting her gaze to him. Snape briefly recounted the incident, tightening his embrace around her. Ah, that matter, she said, rummaging through her memories before finally recalling the trivial event, her face brightening with a smile. At that time, I was too shy to warm myself with the cloak alone. Especially since you looked positively blue from the cold. So you remember that? If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. What had once been a trivial gesture for her had faded into the recesses of Wei Shengbai's mind. Yet for Snape, every moment spent with her, every image from the 3 years prior to her awakening, served as a soothing balm for his cold, lonely nights. After a long and tumultuous night, even if he was not as youthful as Harry, he too required a good night's rest. Unbeknownst to them, they had returned to the small cabin in the Forbidden Forest. After a simple wash-up, they held hands and embraced as they fell asleep. The following morning, having experienced the thrilling escapades of the previous night, Harry awoke still buzzing with excitement. It was only upon seeing Wei Shengbai seated beside Snape at the teacher's table that he recalled her previous words to him. This term is nearing its end, and next semester, I will be a second-year student, able to join the dueling club. Previously puzzled by why Aunt Wei had mentioned this, he now recalled how, in facing Voldemort's soul, his wand had failed to yield any power, leaving him feeling disheartened. If the prophecy foretold that he would confront the Dark Lord in the future, he could not remain in his current state. Unlike in the original story, young Harry had not lost his parents. Lily and James never shied away from discussing the prophecy in their quest to nurture him. Thus, a small, lingering dream of defeating the Dark Lord resided in Harry's heart. Well, no hero would find themselves unable to wield their weapon in the face of a Dark Lord. The under-12 savior, young Harry, felt a wave of discouragement wash over him, but soon his resolve solidified. Mother mentioned that Aunt Bai had confronted the Dark Lord to protect him, sustaining severe injuries that took years to fully heal before she could return to Britain. He had no desire to see her, or any of those who loved him, harmed again. Thus, it fell upon him to grow strong himself. He refused to remain the perpetual protected. With the greatest courage he had mustered in his young life, Harry solidified a resolution within his heart. Chapter 143. New Year Special Extra. Phoenix. When Phoenix was 3 years old. Phoenix, Mommy. Grandpa said everyone in the Dumbledore family has a phoenix. Why have I never seen yours? Mbayue, my dear, my phoenix has always been by my side. Can you not see it? Phoenix, huh? No. Is it playing hide and seek with me? Mbayue, yes indeed. My little phoenix adores hide and seek. Keep looking, sweetheart, smiling. After searching for a while, the child shook her head with a tearful expression. Phoenix, I can't find it. Mbayue handed her a mirror, pointing at the tiny reflection. Mbayue, this is my little phoenix. Tell me, isn't she utterly adorable? Phoenix. Covering her flushed cheeks with small hands. Healing. Snape stared at the antigen in his hand, perplexed as to how a wizard and potions master like himself could have been infected. Mbayue. All right, Severus, drink your medicine and lie down properly. Rest well. Headmaster Snape. Gazing at her. Mbayue. Do you want me to stay with you? Very well, my dear. Make some room for me. Mbayue, with her unique constitution impervious to the virus, lay down beside her husband. Mbayue, shall I sing you a lullaby? No. All right then, sleep well. She kissed Snape's forehead and held his hand as they drifted to sleep. By the next morning, Headmaster Snape had fully recovered. Whether due to the potent efficacy of the potion or the sudden surge of fever following that kiss remained uncertain. Breaking the fourth wall. After Mbayue tore through space to place the souls of their 2 elder fathers into the River of Souls, she encountered Wei Sheng within the fissures of time, now a Horcrux, preparing to seek a parallel world to alter her fate. Both were aware of the existence of countless similar, yet distinct parallel universes. Thus their meeting held little surprise. Wei Shengbai, for some reason, I feel an inexplicable familiarity between us, a profound kinship of the soul. Mbayue, I share that sentiment, as if we were sisters. Where are you headed? Wei Shengbai, to another parallel world, to aid myself in changing the outcome. A way to mend my regrets. Mbayue, allow me to see you off then. May your journey be smooth and your wishes fulfilled. After their brief intersection, Mbayue returned to her world, while the other, carrying the unknown blessing of a sister, arrived safely in the new realm. Blue Bird. Since Wei Shengbai's awakening, Snape had longed to ask her a particular question. Snape, has your Patronus taken on a different form? Wei Shengbai, I'm not certain. It's been ages since I last cast that charm. Waving her wand, a petite bird with 3 long trailing tail feathers emerged from the silver light. Wei Shengbai, it truly has changed. I never imagined it would become a blue bird. Snape, a blue bird? Wei Shengbai, indeed, a creature from Chinese mythology, a messenger bearing tidings to those who are missed. How did you know my Patronus had altered? Snape, I have seen it before. Even if vast distances separate us, I would let my soul transform into a bird to deliver my longing to you. Galleon. One day, while teaching care of magical creatures, Professor Wei Sheng gave a galleon to a niffler snuggling in her arms, suddenly reminded of something. Wei Shengbai, Severus. If on that night we met before the ruins, I had offered you a galleon as payment to take me home. How much gold would I need to spend to claim all the remaining time of your life? Snape, none is necessary. Taking the galleon back from the niffler and placing it in her hand. Being with you is the greatest fortune of my life. Thus no galleons. No further cost. Your presence alone is more than enough. The niffler, watching the coin slip away. Twins, after Wei Shengbai confirmed her pregnancy. Snape, emerging from his stunned state, was overjoyed at the prospect of new life, yet soon found himself entangled in prolonged deliberation. Wei Shengbai, Severus, could you please put down the dictionary? You've been clutching it all day. Snape, I merely wish to find suitable names. Wei Shengbai, about that. I forgot to mention earlier, it's twin girls. Snape, stunned once more. By the time the dictionary was nearly worn out and the babies were due, with Wei Shengbai's assistance, the names for the sisters were finally decided. The elder would be Zoe, the younger Helen. When combined, their names signified the radiant light of life. Chapter 144. The new professor next semester, with the remnants of Voldemort's soul now active, plans to accelerate the destruction of the Horcruxes must commence. The diary remains with Lucius Malfoy, barring unforeseen events. It should appear in Ginny's possession next semester, incidentally aiding Harry in obtaining the basilisk Fong needed to destroy Horcruxes. Slytherin's locket is safely stored in the Black family home, while the resurrection stone lies in the Gaunt residence. Ravenclaw's diadem remains in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. After Wei Shengbai shared this information with Gellert Grindelwald during his tenure as Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, both chose to disregard the Horcrux, as the timing was not opportune for its destruction, and the world's consciousness would not permit premature elimination of the diadem. Hufflepuff's cup is secured in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. With her imprisoned in Azkaban, Sirius Black and Regulus Black, by blood relation, should theoretically have access. It seems time for Regulus to conclude his global travels. Resolved, she began drafting a letter and dispatched it via Wizarding International Post. Following the Philosopher's Stone incident, the semester drew to a close, leaving Dumbledore grappling with the selection of a new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. He approached Wei Shengbai, who was serving as a substitute, hoping to gather her insights. A candidate for the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? Wei Shengbai pondered briefly. Having spent recent years recuperating within her family's secluded grounds, she had limited contact with other wizards upon her return to Hogwarts, maintaining ties only with old acquaintances. James Potter had already held the position. According to the original timeline, Remus Lupin was slated to appear in the third year. Introducing him prematurely might not align with the world's intended narrative. As for Sirius Black, lacking the trauma of losing his best friend and imprisonment in Azkaban, his character remained largely unchanged. Appointing him risked his playful nature leading students astray. The original candidate, Gilderoy Lockhart, was even less reliable. For the moment, no suitable alternative came to mind. Perhaps I should take the role temporarily. As for care of magical creatures, I believe Hagrid would excel. He possesses extensive knowledge and a nurturing disposition toward magical beings, treating students with kindness. Although Hagrid's tendency to deem dangerous creatures adorable might pose concerns, Wei Shengbai was confident he would prove a commendable professor. No, I cannot agree. Severus Snape, who had been silently listening to their conversation, set aside what he held and solemnly rejected the proposal put forth by Wei Shengbai. Why Severus? I believe Wei's suggestion is quite commendable. Wei Shengbai had always been, and still is, one of Filius's most outstanding students, possessing teaching experience at Hogwarts, which made Dumbledore in fact supportive of her proposal. Have you forgotten that her soul has suffered grave damage in the past? What if that curse were to harm her once more? Can you bear the unknown consequences? Although Wei Shengbai's soul had since recovered, no one, including Wei herself, knew if there were any lingering repercussions. He could not endure the anguish of losing her again. I apologize, Severus. I overlooked this matter. I shall continue to seek other wizards to fill this teaching position. Dumbledore nodded, while Wei Shengbai looked at Snape, her heart brimming with gratitude. She understood that he wished to shield her from the risk of confronting that curse, yet she would not have suggested it without reason. Wait. Sir, I actually possess a magical artifact capable of countering curses. Although it has sustained some damage, it will be largely repaired by this summer. Upon her utterance, both men were taken aback. The consideration for me to take on this teaching role was made previously, but I hadn't the opportunity to inform you, Severus. I will not place myself in danger again. The Dark Lord remains alive, and we must equip our students with the means for self-defense. At this juncture, we cannot seek out those superficial wizards of questionable backgrounds to teach this course. She had resolved to train young Harry in combat skills starting next term. They must be prepared for the inevitable conclusion before Voldemort returned in earnest. No, I still cannot allow you to take such risks. Snape furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely dismissed her words. After a prolonged discussion among the three, they ultimately decided that Snape would lead the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, utilizing the repaired defensive artifacts alongside Wei Shengbai, who would take on the Potions class, while Hagrid would handle the Care of Magical Creatures class. This arrangement allowed Dumbledore to employ trusted individuals, satisfying Wei Shengbai's plans for the coming term, and also aligning with Snape's personal inclinations. The only unfortunate aspect was for the young witches and wizards of the next term, who remained oblivious to whether they could withstand the challenges posed by their new professor until the semester's conclusion. Chapter 145, Voices in the Corridor. During the opening feast of the new school year, the young witches and wizards gazed at the familiar faces at the faculty table, lost in contemplation. Could it be that this year, Dumbledore failed to recruit a suitable professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course at Hogwarts? What would become of the class this term? Just as the young witches and wizards were engulfed in confusion, the sorting ceremony for the new students drew to a close. Dumbledore stood up and announced the changes in the teaching positions for the year. What? The hall erupted in incredulous gasps upon hearing that Professor Snape would assume the role of Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor this year. Professor Snape would continue as the head of Slytherin House, a fact that remained unchanged. Professor Wei would be responsible for your potions class. while the Care of Magical Creatures class would be taught by our own Hagrid. This reorganization did not involve unfamiliar wizards, yet it stirred considerable commotion among the students. Sitting at the Gryffindor table, Harry cast a glance towards the faculty table, recalling Snape's icy demeanor towards him in the past, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Having lost numerous points in potions class last term, Harry was now deeply concerned that his house points might plummet into the negatives. The dueling club commenced on the very first evening of the term, allowing all students, except for the newly admitted ones, to participate voluntarily. Wei Shengbai stood beside Snape, observing the young witches and wizards practicing their spells, ensuring they would not be harmed by any uncontrolled magic. While she monitored the situation in the hall, her thoughts returned to the faint aura emanating from the newly sorted Ginny Weasley during the feast the previous night. Although the traces of dark magic were exceedingly subtle, just the slightest hint of Horcrux essence was enough for Wei Shengbai to ascertain that the diary had indeed been placed into Ginny's cauldron by Lucius. Just as depicted in the original story, Wei Shengbai had previously given Lucius Malfoy a veiled warning. So when Voldemort transformed into a fragment of his soul and hid in the Albanian forest, he swiftly distanced himself from the Death Eaters, employing his connections and wealth to safeguard his position. However, the diary, personally entrusted to him by the Dark Lord, was not something Lucius could discard carelessly, thus providing Wei Shengbai with an excellent opportunity to draw attention to the Horcrux in front of everyone. It appeared that the opening of the Chamber of Secrets was inevitable, conveniently resolving the unstable threat posed by the basilisk. This creature, a pet of Salazar Slytherin, posed a significant danger to the students, yet for Harry at this moment, it represented a valuable opportunity for growth. As she pondered this matter, young Harry and his friends arrived in the Great Hall. The younger witches and wizards had learned very few offensive and defensive spells, primarily self-taught based on their interests, with Hermione being a prime example. Of course, following the events of last term's Philosopher's Stone incident, Harry had also begun to study these spells independently, and during the summer, he had even enlisted the help of his parents, James and Lily, to teach him. James was more than willing, imparting to him not only some offensive spells, but also a variety of mischievous ones. "Good evening, Professor Wei, Professor Snape." As Harry entered the hall and noticed Wei Shengbai standing at the forefront, her gaze directed at him, he could hardly pretend not to see her. Mustering the courage to approach despite the chill emanating from Snape, he greeted the two. "Good evening, Harry. I am delighted to see you here participating in the dueling club activities. Should you have any questions during your matches, do not hesitate to ask either me or Severus." The dueling club served primarily as a venue for students to spar with one another, discovering their strengths and weaknesses, yet certain combat techniques were better understood by the professors. "All right, thank you, Professor." Harry nodded, avoiding a glance at Snape's expression, and then stiffly departed. "Isn't your icy demeanor a bit discouraging for the boys' enthusiasm?" Wei Shengbai gently pinched Snape's cheek, and the students witnessing this affectionate display had grown accustomed to such scenes, subtly altering their rigid perceptions of Professor Snape. In this Hogwarts, only Professor Wei could elicit such a markedly different demeanor from him. "At least I won't treat him like the Dark Lord would, nor wish for his demise." The essence of this statement implied that if Harry could not withstand such pressure, how would he face Voldemort in the future? Snape grasped her hand, noticing its coolness. Yet he did not release it. Instead, he held it firmly, warming it in his palm. "Indeed, I hope he matures swiftly." She cast a gentle smile in Harry's direction, instinctively shifting half a step closer to Snape, leaning against him. Unlike previous professors, Snape's defense against the dark arts classes were notably rigorous. Although students often left feeling somewhat drained after class, it was undeniable that they were acquiring knowledge at an unprecedented rate, particularly among the older students. They could distinctly perceive their advancements during duels in the club compared to their peers. However, for the younger wizards, such changes were hardly perceptible, as their learning was still in its infancy. As he strolled alone through the halls of Hogwarts, seeking guidance from Professor McGonagall, he was suddenly startled by a deep, menacing cry echoing through the corridor. "Blood, fresh blood." This unexpected sound sent a shiver down his spine, and as he glanced around he found himself alone. A wave of fear washed over Harry. Could it be a ghost? No, he recognized the ghosts of Hogwarts. Even Peeves wouldn't resort to such frightful tactics to scare students. Then whose voice could it possibly be? The air in the lengthy corridor seemed to grow colder, and Harry rubbed his arms, quickening his pace. Since Professor McGonagall had taken over the potions class, her office had relocated from the Forbidden Forest to the dungeons, which was not far from where Harry currently stood. Inside the potions office, a vibrant fire crackled, dispelling the chill that lingered in the cellar. Professor McGonagall had just set down her quill after grading the assignments submitted by her students. While Snape was busy preparing for the defense against the dark arts lesson scheduled for the following day. At that moment, a hurried knock echoed from the door. After McGonagall invited the visitor in, Harry burst through the door, accompanied by a gust of cold air, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. "Professor, I heard a strange sound in the corridor, but there was no one around. Could it be that person returning?" "Professor, Harry spoke rapidly. But upon noticing Snape's intense gaze as he set aside his book, he abruptly swallowed the rest of his words. Chapter 146. Professor's Methods. A strange sound? Was someone speaking? McGonagall placed her quill down and approached Harry, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Once she confirmed that he bore no traces of dark artifacts, she subtly released a breath of relief. Yes, the voice spoke of blood. It craved blood. "Professor, which ghost of Hogwarts could it be?" Harry inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. "Ginevra is currently wielding Voldemort's diary, and the fragments of the Horcrux are compelling her to unlock the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, thereby unleashing the basilisk. That's why I can hear Parseltongue." "That is no ghost," McGonagall replied. "Hogwarts Castle has stood for a millennium. Within its walls lie secrets even the professors and the headmaster are unaware of. By the way, did you come to see me for something else?" She skillfully redirected the conversation, bringing Harry's thoughts back to the present. The two of them settled onto a nearby sofa, and with a flick of her wand, the teapot on the table poured a cup of warm tea for Harry. Cradling the warm teacup, the rich aroma of the tea wafted around Harry, gradually easing the disquiet that had settled within him. Yet he had not come to discuss the strange voice he had heard in the castle. "Professor, is a wizard's magical ability and combat skill solely dependent on the passage of time?" After participating in a few dueling club sessions, Harry had distinguished himself among the second-year students. Under the tutelage of James and Sirius, he had excelled in defense against the dark arts, and the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone had ignited a fervent desire for progress within him. Since the start of his schooling, all his professors had noted his remarkable improvement. Yet he felt it was still insufficient. While he could hold his ground against younger wizards, he found himself outmatched by older students, especially when they were not holding back. At this rate, how long would it take for him to stand face to face with Voldemort, possessing the strength to confront the Dark Lord? In the original narrative, countless lives were sacrificed to achieve the victory of good over evil. Though Harry bore the mantle of the Chosen One, the light illuminating his path to the ultimate confrontation had been kindled by the blood of those he held dear and many others. Sitting beside McGonagall, he had yet to endure the agonies they had faced. Yet he was acutely aware that if Professor Trelawney's prophecy about the one destined to confront Voldemort was indeed referring to him, he must cultivate his own strength, lest he risk losing the happiness he currently enjoyed. Harry's inquiry prompted McGonagall to reminisce about her own youthful self, recalling a time in her second year, when she had chosen a somewhat perilous path to delve deeper into the magical arts. As memories flooded back, she instinctively raised her gaze, locking eyes with Snape across the room. "At your age, I pondered this question as well," she said, her tone softened by the nostalgia of long-ago reflections. In that moment, Harry perceived a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes, though upon closer inspection, it was merely the flickering flames of the nearby fireplace. Voldemort had grown formidable through his mastery of various dark magics. While not all dark magic was inherently evil, it posed a significant risk to young wizards, whose understanding of the world, life, and values was still forming. Thus, I often contemplated whether there existed alternative paths to power outside of dark magic. McGonagall did not dismiss the potency of dark arts, but as she had asserted, underage wizards should not be excessively exposed to it. This was one of the reasons she had intervened to prevent Snape from joining the Death Eaters and following Voldemort. While she could later intervene to prevent the rift between Snape and Lily from deepening, she could not thwart his determination to grow stronger and escape his dire circumstances. At that time, she was unable to persuade Snape to abandon dark magic. To ignore his desires would only invite tragedy to manifest in another form. Thus, McGonagall's resolve to discover another path was solidified. In retrospect, perhaps the essence of another parallel world had influenced her decisions, or perhaps even then, her subconscious had begun to take an interest in Snape, paving the way for future events. Someone once remarked that magic is a miracle that blossoms within a select few souls. Dumbledore had also told me, we must see clearly into our own hearts. These two statements served as reminders, shifting my focus from the spells and enchantments themselves to the realms of the soul and spirit, essentially to ourselves. McGonagall's words were candid. Yet Harry did not fully grasp the profound implications contained therein. He could only muster a vague and superficial understanding. The soul and spirit. I'm sorry, Professor, but I do not quite comprehend. For a 12-year-old like Harry, these concepts were rather esoteric. McGonagall's success in understanding them was likely bolstered by her memories from a prior life. Magic dwells deep within a wizard's soul, akin to an invisible energy that, like the unseen wind, requires one to acknowledge their existence and discern their inner self in order to feel and capture it. At that moment, one's magical power would respond to one's commands as effortlessly as one's fingers. McGonagall imparted the overarching concept to Harry and encouraged him to explore meditation as a method of self-discovery. Naturally, she did not suggest that young Harry seek out a dark, silent place like she had, nor did she urge him to attain results hastily. He could take his time to appreciate the magic residing within his being. The two conversed for quite some time in her office, and as the curfew approached in half an hour, McGonagall decided to conclude their discussion and escort Harry back to Gryffindor Tower. The narrative had already shifted significantly. Allowing Harry to return alone could lead to dire consequences should he encounter the basilisk along the way. As Wei Shengbai and Harry rose from the sofa, Severus Snape, who had been silently seated at the desk, set down his book and approached the two. At that moment, Harry finally registered the fact that Snape had been there all along. He had been so engrossed in conversation with Professor Wei Shengbai that he had completely overlooked this detail. Naturally, Snape would not permit Wei Shengbai to venture out alone. He cast a cold glance at Harry, who was attempting to diminish his presence, before retrieving a cloak from the wall and draping it over Wei Shengbai's shoulders. Let us go. The conversation with Aunt Bai had proven quite enlightening. The topics discussed were never broached by his parents or other professors. Unfortunately, they were rather profound, and perhaps he could inquire about them further with Hermione tomorrow. Furthermore, Aunt Bai mentioned that she had begun contemplating and researching such matters at his age. One wondered, to what extent had her magical prowess developed now? As they walked, the night air was chilly. Harry, trailing behind Wei Shengbai and Snape, raised his gaze to observe the harmonious atmosphere between the two, a camaraderie that had previously seemed impenetrable, and suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. In Chapter 147, titled Two Yellow Sparrows, during the potions class the following day, Wei Shengbai encountered a visibly distressed Ginny. Her complexion was poor, shadows lurking beneath her eyes, and she appeared to be in a state of fatigue, as though she had not rested well. The Horcrux had begun to exert its influence over her. The voice Harry had heard the previous evening was that of the basilisk, speaking Parseltongue as it emerged from the Chamber of Secrets. Although this time there was no protective charm from Lily, a fragment of Voldemort's soul had still managed to integrate into Harry's being. Due to the interference of the world's consciousness, she could not directly engage with the notebook Horcrux. Yet Ginny Weasley was also a student at Hogwarts, and her safety needed ensuring. As the students commenced brewing potions on their own, Wei Shengbai descended from the podium, meandering between desks. While appearing to observe their potion-making progress, she discreetly focused most of her attention on Ginny's position. To her astonishment, the Horcrux notebook was brazenly nestled among Ginny's textbooks. Its unassuming exterior belied the palpable aura of the Horcrux that Wei Shengbai immediately recognized. Should she dare to take the risk and engage with that Horcrux? Even though she understood this was a necessary plot development, she did not wish to leave a psychological scar on the young girl, especially since Ginny was her student. Just as Wei Shengbai contemplated the excuse to approach Ginny, she noticed the girl, in a daze, reaching for a herb that should not have been added to the cauldron at that moment. Alarmed, she swiftly employed a spell to halt Ginny's action. Ginny, with her hand immobilized, holding the herb, suddenly regained her senses as she noticed Wei Shengbai approaching her. I'm sorry, Professor Wei. This should have been a straightforward potion to brew. Her typically meticulous nature should not have allowed such an obvious mistake. Filling Ginny with guilt. Are you feeling unwell? Your complexion does not seem well. Would you like to rest in the infirmary? Wei Shengbai gently placed her hand on Ginny's shoulder, her tone soft and her demeanor markedly different from that of the previous potions professor and Slytherin head, which eased Ginny's previously tense heart. My sleep has been somewhat poor lately, but it's manageable, Professor. I can adjust on my own. Thank you for your concern. She declined the offer, and remarkably, when Wei Shengbai touched her, the exhaustion that had enveloped her dissipated swiftly, leaving her feeling rejuvenated. Wei Shengbai withdrew her hand from Ginny's shoulder. While she could not directly touch the Horcrux notebook, she could cast a protective charm on Ginny, creating a barrier to prevent the Horcrux from continuing to siphon the girl's vitality. It's good to hear. After class, make sure to return to the dormitory and rest well. She nodded, the brief incident in class soon settling down, and the students redirected their focus back to their cauldrons. As Wei Shengbai returned to the podium, she refrained from glancing at Ginny's desk. Yet she was acutely aware that, deprived of the ability to drain Ginny's life force, the fragment of the Horcrux would surely grow suspicious. Once it determined that Ginny held no further utility, it would undoubtedly shift its focus, at which point Wei Shengbai would have room to maneuver. After class, the students politely bid farewell to Wei Shengbai. Upon exiting the classroom, they encountered the ever-punctual Professor Snape, currently waiting outside as the defense against the dark arts instructor. The chatter among the students quieted significantly, and they hurried past him, offering barely audible greetings. Once most of the students had departed, Snape stepped into the familiar classroom and found Wei Shengbai tidying up the items on the podium. What transpired during class? Although he was not particularly sensitive to the aura of Horcruxes, their long-standing practice of enhancing their magical abilities in the same manner, coupled with their close companionship in recent years, allowed Snape to be quite attuned to her magical essence. Before entering the classroom, he had sensed the lingering traces of her magic on a departing student. It was a remarkably potent protective charm. This naturally caused him concern. I once told you that the Dark Lord's contingency plans are not limited to a single scheme. That young girl has unwittingly come into contact with his essence. She is my dear student, and I must ensure her protection. In the now empty classroom, their conversation would not be overheard. Is it akin to the room of requirement? Upon hearing Wei Shengbai's description, Snape instinctively recalled an incident from years past. Yes, quite similar. I severed the connection between that object and the girl. Soon, I expect there will be some reaction. I intend to apply for night watch duties in the coming days. Will you join me? After organizing the items on the desk, she turned to Snape, who of course affirmed her inquiry. In truth, in recent years, regardless of who was assigned to night duty, they had remained close by one another. Wei Shengbai's question was merely a reminder for Snape to be particularly vigilant for any unusual occurrences in the days ahead. Wei Shengbai had not anticipated the Horcrux notebook would act so swiftly. That very evening, she discovered one of Ginny's roommates stealthily exiting the Gryffindor dormitory, with the old diary in tow. Wei Shengbai and Snape had intended to follow their class schedule closely. Yet to their surprise, mere moments after the door to the Gryffindor common room had closed, it swung open once more. Observing the empty space, yet clearly marked by signs of someone having exited, the two professors narrowed their eyes, their minds racing with speculation. What is that child Harry doing out in the middle of the night? And when did James Potter bestow his invisibility cloak upon him? I wonder if only Harry is beneath that cloak, or if the trio has ventured out together. Harry's ancestral invisibility cloak was quite special. No magic could affect it. However, given that he had followed the girl from before, it seemed likely he had noticed her unusual behavior and was shadowing her. Thus their objectives were aligned. Rather than exposing Harry's actions, they concealed themselves and discreetly trailed behind him. Originally, Harry intended to seek the room of requirement and experiment with the meditation method Wei Shengbai had previously described to him. Yet he had unexpectedly encountered another student on a nocturnal escapade. Although he was reluctant to follow the female student, Hermione, who had accompanied him in search of the room of requirement, insisted that the girl appeared quite out of sorts. Harry recalled the terrifying sound he had heard in the corridor earlier, and concerned that something unfortunate might occur, he along with Ron, who was equally intrigued by the matter, decided to follow the mysterious figure together. Unbeknownst to them, lurking in the shadows behind them were two professors, quietly safeguarding everyone in the darkness. Chapter 148. The plan is advanced. Perhaps the diary Horcrux was currently in a weakened state, or maybe the effects of the invisibility cloak were too potent. But the Gryffindor wizard making her way towards the second-floor girls' bathroom remained oblivious to the presence of several individuals trailing behind her. Although the girl's face was obscured, her unsteady gait revealed that she was evidently devoid of self-awareness, completely under some form of manipulation. The ghost of Myrtle, who had met a tragic end, had long haunted the second-floor girls' bathroom, which discouraged most students from venturing into this secluded place. In the original text, Hermione had brewed polyjuice potion here. Wei Shengbai was aware that the entrance to the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets lay beneath the sink, but without speaking Parseltongue, entry was impossible. By the time Harry and his friends resolved to enter the girls' bathroom, the female student had vanished without a trace. What could have happened? Had she simply disappeared into thin air? With the invisibility cloak enveloping them, the trio circled the area, confirming that every open stall was unoccupied before they finally lifted the cloak. Their figures materialized instantly, causing Wei Shengbai to smirk slightly. In stark contrast to Snape's increasingly sour expression, she gently nudged the person beside her, preventing Snape from immediately lifting the disillusionment charm to deduct points from the Gryffindor cubs. I don't feel well. Perhaps we should head back, Ron suggested, rubbing the goosebumps that had arisen on his arms. his gaze darting around as he unconsciously edged closer to Hermione and Harry. All right, let's return. If we don't see that student tomorrow, we must inform the professors. Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement, donning the invisibility cloak once more before swiftly departing. Shortly after the trio vanished from sight, a commotion arose near the sink. While Wei Shengbai and Snape maintained their concealed spells, standing silently in a remote corner, the previously vanished student emerged from a hidden passage in the center of the sink, clutching the diary tightly in her arms. It was past curfew at Hogwarts, and apart from the adventurous students who dared to roam the night, no one else was present. Perhaps considering this, the fragment of the Horcrux did not summon the basilisk to wreak havoc. It merely sent a new puppet to investigate the situation. Wei Shengbai frowned slightly, moving her fingers delicately, and a powerful surge of magic swiftly enveloped the young witch, awakening her from her dazed state. "What am I doing here?" she exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the unfamiliar girl's bathroom, inadvertently tossing the diary from her grasp. The Horcrux fragment within the diary. The girl completely disregarded the book she had brought out, her face marked by panic as she fled the restroom. "Xiaohei, ensure her safe return to the dormitory," Wei Shengbai commanded, releasing her half-blood cat to protect the Gryffindor witch. Meow. Xiaohei shook its fur and obeyed her orders, trailing behind the girl before disappearing into the dark corridor. "Is that the Dark Lord's backup plan?" The two refrained from advancing immediately, as Snape turned to question her, receiving her affirmative response. "One of them, perhaps. In this world, there is likely no one more fearful of death than he." Just as Wei Shengbai hesitated on whether to allow Snape to retrieve the diary, they were suddenly interrupted by the faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Who could it be? Just as they pondered, Harry's head poked out from beneath the invisibility cloak. However, this time he was alone. It turned out that when the trio had intended to continue their search for the room of requirement, a peculiar noise had emanated from the wall. Given the proximity and the stillness of the night, even with the basilisk far underground, Harry could still hear it. He sensed that the sound might be connected to the girl's disappearance, compelling him to send Hermione and Ron back while he remained cloaked, returning to the scene alone. To his astonishment, the once empty bathroom now contained an ancient diary. After a circuitous journey, the savior had finally come into contact with the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Watching as he picked up the diary, Wei Shengbai's resolve to eliminate several Horcruxes ahead of schedule solidified at this moment. The diary, the Slytherin locket, the Ravenclaw diadem, the Hufflepuff cup, the Resurrection Stone, and Harry himself. Perhaps they could resolve 2 of these this term. Chapter 149. Welcome back. After Harry had left the bathroom, Wei Shengbai briefly outlined her plan, which involved using the diary to lure out the other backups, the Horcruxes. Of course, this was merely a superficial excuse. She was acutely aware of the whereabouts of each Horcrux. To better execute the plan, they both visited the headmaster's office. Now that the diary had appeared, guiding Dumbledore to consider the existence of Horcruxes would not be obstructed by the world's consciousness. Harry needed to be trained. Regardless of how the prophecy ultimately manifested, Voldemort would not spare him. "We can ensure his safety for now, much like we did with the Philosopher's Stone, but we cannot protect him forever." Wei Shengbai expressed her opinion, suggesting that the Horcrux be temporarily placed in Harry's hands while they monitored his condition. "You are correct. I will also look into what exactly that is," Dumbledore nodded, agreeing with her proposal. "If you wish to investigate, I have 2 recommendations for you. One is the former potions professor. You know he had a fondness for that student. The other is a wizard traveler currently in my employ, who was once a Death Eater closely connected to the inner circle. The former was Professor Slughorn, while the latter was Regulus, who was on his way back." Dumbledore had begun to glean her capabilities from Wei Shengbai's extensive knowledge, although he was not entirely certain. Due to the involvement of a specific individual and the events that transpired in Godric's Hollow, he chose to place unwavering trust in Wei Shengbai. Having acquired the diary Horcrux, Harry returned to the dormitory, where Ron had already come back and was lost in sweet dreams. Bathed in the faint moonlight streaming through the window, Harry opened the ancient-looking book. Flipping through the entire diary, he discovered its pages were blank. Could this truly be an ordinary diary, discarded by someone in the restroom? Recalling the events of the evening, Harry furrowed his brow, reluctant to accept such simplicity. He approached his desk, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a quill, dipping its tip into ink. Just as he hesitated on whether to write something, a drop of thick black ink fell onto the page due to an excess in the quill's ink reservoir. Before he could react, as he considered how to remedy the smudge, he noticed that the ink was absorbed by the diary itself, revealing a line of small text. "Hello." Harry was astonished by the diary's ability to converse on its own. and soon learned that the entity communicating with him was, in fact, the true name of the diary's former owner, Tom Riddle. 12-year-old Harry whispered this unfamiliar name, a peculiar sensation washing over him. It felt as though he had encountered or heard this name long, long ago. Yet as he rummaged through his memories, he found no trace of the individual known as Mr. Riddle. Was it merely an illusion? After a brief exchange, Harry excused himself, citing the late hour and his need for rest, and closed the diary. However, he did not return to his bed. Instead, he remained seated at his desk, fixated on the Horcrux before him, lost in silent contemplation for an extended period. A few days later, within the bustling international wizarding transport station in Britain, a weary figure emerged. Regulus gazed upon his long-absent homeland, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. After delivering the mermaid's pearl to Eileen and Snape, he had lingered in Britain for a time, during which he unwittingly attracted the attention of some Death Eater remnants. Consequently, he had not returned since that departure. During his absence, he had resorted to alternative methods to conduct transactions with Eileen's shop. Yet, upon his return this time, Regulus was greeted by the sight of a long-lost acquaintance. "Long time no see, Miss Weasley," he said, as he approached the waiting figure. It was indeed Weasley, who had come to collect him on this weekend when there were no classes at school. However, she was alone today, having not brought Snape along, as they would soon reunite at the new headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Was the journey smooth? She inquired. Their last encounter had been during their joint endeavor to exchange the Slytherin locket Horcrux, and so much time had elapsed since then. Regulus had changed significantly, his appearance now a far cry from that of the once privileged young man he had been, nearly rendering Miss Weasley unable to recognize him. Conversely, she herself had matured only slightly, having been suspended in time within the Forbidden Forest for several years, making it easy for Regulus to identify her. "Where to now?" he queried, nodding and absent-mindedly stroking the stubble on his chin, contemplating the need for proper grooming. "To combat that individual, Professor Dumbledore has assembled a group of wizards to form an organization called the Order of the Phoenix, with their base located in a remote castle on the outskirts of London. I believe you can settle there for the time being. Or would you prefer to return home first?" The home she referred to was none other than the ancestral Black residence. Although the suggestion tempted Regulus, he ultimately shook his head, rejecting it due to concerns regarding the remnants of Death Eaters. "Let us proceed to the multidimensional Order of the Phoenix headquarters then. I suspect Professor Dumbledore is already awaiting our arrival. However, I must first attend to my appearance. It would be most impolite to present myself to him in my current state." As they conversed, they exited the transport station, and after selecting a secluded corner for 5, Miss Weasley grasped Regulus's arm and performed apparition. This time, due to Miss Weasley's intervention, the original plot diverged slightly, and the Order's headquarters was not established within the Black family estate. This castle was exceedingly remote, fortified with the unbreakable vow and various protective enchantments, making it far more secure and discreet than the Grimmauld place located in the city. Notably, the castle had been purchased by none other than Mr. Grindelwald, who had recently vacated Nurmengard. He often resided in this castle. Apart from Dumbledore, Miss Weasley, and Snape, no other members of the Order were aware of his true identity. Here we are. After a familiar bout of apparition, they found themselves standing before the castle's grand entrance, where they were welcomed inside. "Welcome back, Mr. Black," Miss Weasley softly uttered, sincerely congratulating him on his return. Upon hearing those words, Regulus understood that from this moment on he would no longer need to wander in exile. Chapter 150 Foreknowledge. In a spacious chamber, Regulus magically tidied his appearance and donned a clean, neat outfit before stepping out of his room. Guided by a house elf, he made his way to the library within the castle. Dumbledore had been waiting there since that morning, and besides him and Miss Weasley, Snape was also present. As Regulus entered, Dumbledore quickly recognized him. After all, the young master of the Black family had been rather well known, particularly within Slytherin circles. However, after graduation, Regulus had vanished without a trace, leaving both the Black family and the Death Eaters baffled, as if he had simply evaporated from existence. Is this the friend Miss Weasley just retrieved from the city? And is he linked to the contingency left by Voldemort? Snape pondered silently, deducing that Regulus's disappearance must have some connection to Miss Weasley. Regulus greeted Dumbledore, his demeanor transformed by years of wandering the globe, exuding a maturity and composure that belied his youth. Even in the presence of Dumbledore, and despite still bearing the dark mark, he remained unflustered. Addressing the elder with a respectful nod, "It has indeed been a long time since I last heard news of you, Mr. Black. I hear from Miss Weasley that you have been traveling the world?" Dumbledore replied congenially, using Miss Weasley's affectionate nickname, a subtle tactic to ease Regulus's unnecessary wariness. Yes, after graduating from Hogwarts, I uncovered the cruel truth behind the Dark Lord's mask, and it was Miss Weasley who aided me in escaping his grasp, Regulus stated plainly, making it clear that he had severed ties with Voldemort long ago. With a calm demeanor, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal the dark mark, which, under the seal placed by the Weasley family, had faded significantly. Unless viewed closely, it was nearly imperceptible. With the seal in place, even Voldemort himself would be unable to sense his presence. Thus, many Death Eaters, including Voldemort, had believed Regulus to have perished for some unknown reason rather than simply disappearing. Moreover, I have discovered that he is creating Horcruxes. Regulus lowered his sleeve and directly articulated what he had unearthed during his investigation. As his words echoed in the room, a subtle discomfort rippled through Miss Weasley's soul, as Dumbledore's prior knowledge of the Horcruxes caused a tremor in the world's consciousness. However, this revelation was articulated not by Miss Weasley, but by Regulus himself, whose existence had already been woven into the fabric of this world. Though she had played a role in steering events, she could not prevent this disclosure. Since altering the pivotal plot point in Godric's Hollow, the loopholes in the rules had multiplied. The only immutable fate now was that the destined savior must personally conclude the Dark Lord and his Horcruxes. Horcruxes? Upon hearing this somewhat unfamiliar term, Dumbledore instinctively sensed that it was indeed a matter of considerable complexity. Voldemort believed that, apart from himself and Professor Slughorn, no one was privy to this highly secretive affair. To safeguard against any eventuality, he had even torn out the page concerning Horcruxes from the restricted section. What he did not anticipate was that Regulus would uncover the truth about the Horcruxes from another source, and even exchange the Slytherin locket he had concealed within the cave. A Horcrux embodies a profoundly sinister form of dark magic, wherein an individual fragments their soul, hoping to attain immortality. Just listening to Regulus's vague explanation reveals the appalling nature of such a method. After a brief moment of contemplation, Snape swiftly redirected his gaze to the figure of Wei Shengbai beside him. The fragments of the soul reside within objects. Thus, even if the primary soul is subjected to the killing curse, as long as a Horcrux exists, survival is possible. This notion not only aligns with the image he had seen in James Potter's memories, where Voldemort transformed into a wisp of black smoke after being cursed, but it also applies to her. Her spellbook operates under a similar principle. Could it be that it is, in fact, a Horcrux? Is the soul contained within that book her own? The enigmas of the past are gradually unraveling, and Snape finds it difficult to fathom the resolve that must have compelled another version of her to forsake everything, even her own soul, to resolutely transform into a Horcrux of a different world. Voldemort sought immortality. What about her? If this world remains incapable of altering the future she has beheld, might the person standing beside him employ the same means to venture into the next realm, in search of another version of him? Snape dared not contemplate further. Nor did he wish to, for based on Wei Shengbai's previous actions, such speculation hinted at an inevitable possibility. Following their discourse in the study, Regulus was settled in the castle, the current headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, while Dumbledore commenced an investigation into the remaining Horcruxes. Wei Shengbai and Snape returned to the campus to resume their teaching, and other members of the Order received pertinent directives to take action. Beneath the seemingly placid surface, currents of tension were already stirring, unbeknownst to the students within the academy. To ensure that Dumbledore would not recklessly engage with the Resurrection Stone ring at the Gaunt residence, she proposed enlisting the currently idle Grindelwald. It remained a mystery how the two had managed to cohabit over the years. Yet Dumbledore exhibited a surprising lack of aversion to Grindelwald's excursions beyond Nurmengard. He even acquiesced to the suggestion proposed by Wei Shengbai. Though past grievances proved difficult to resolve, one must always look forward. Time would not halt for the past. Perhaps one day in the future, before the arrival of true death, these two venerable figures might finally lay everything to rest. This perspective on their century-long enmity belonged solely to Wei Shengbai. Chapter 151. The Heart of Everything. Harry remained engrossed in unraveling the secrets of the diary. He had come to realize that this Tom Riddle was a student at Hogwarts decades ago, significantly older than him. Yet, a peculiar feeling in his heart troubled him. He was curious to delve deeper into the origins of this senior, and how he had managed to imbue his consciousness into the notebook. Fortuitously, he maintained a sense of caution and refrained from divulging too much to the diary, resulting in a shallow mutual understanding. The basilisk lurking within the Chamber of Secrets posed a genuine threat, as the fragment of Tom Riddle within the diary sought to absorb life force to augment itself, unwilling to allow Harry to continue his exploration of its secrets. They were two souls, each unaware of the roles they played in one another's lives, yet forever entwined in the dance of fate. During class, Wei Shengbai keenly sensed that Harry's demeanor had shifted recently. It was likely the influence of the Horcrux, as he frequently exuded an unsettling aura, most acutely perceived by his roommate and friend Ron. Although she wished to help Harry grow stronger, the prolonged impact of the Horcrux was detrimental to both his physical and mental well-being. Thus, it was imperative to resolve this matter swiftly. As Wei Shengbai paced the classroom, overseeing the students' assignments, she discreetly observed Harry. Thanks to her timely intervention in retrieving the diary from Ginny, the school had thus far avoided incidents of petrified students, and the campus appeared tranquil. The discarded diary, however, had become acutely aware of the shifting dynamics. It refrained from manipulating Harry to unleash the basilisk. Yet it would not remain dormant indefinitely. A week had elapsed since Harry found the diary, and it was likely that it would soon act again. The notion of one Horcrux controlling another would be quite intriguing, were it not for the fact that it involved Harry facing the basilisk alone. A rather pitiful predicament for him. Despite being a mere pawn in this grand scheme, she felt a pang of compassion. Therefore, Wei Shengbai resolved to offer him a slight nudge. Harry, could you assist me in transporting these items back to my office? Before the class concluded, Wei Shengbai requested his help with some potion ingredients, to which Harry readily acquiesced. For it was a common occurrence, and he felt no surprise at the request. Of course, Professor. He nodded, and after Wei Shengbai stepped away from her position, he whispered a few words to Ron, indicating that his friend should take his textbooks back first. The bell rang punctually, yet Snape, occupied with his own class, did not arrive in time to escort her. After Harry subtly reminded her several times that they were headed in the wrong direction, they stumbled back to the potion classroom. Not far from their original classroom, the entire school was well aware of Wei Shengbai's notorious lack of direction, and when Snape was otherwise engaged, they instinctively took on the role of guiding her. This clearly demonstrated that Wei Shengbai was quite popular among her students. Thank you for your help. By the way, regarding our previous conversation, did it prove helpful? Upon returning to the office, Wei Shengbai initiated the discussion with the previous topic, eager to gauge Harry's progress in understanding magic. Professor, I find it somewhat perplexing. How can one truly perceive their inner self and soul? The concepts of the mind and soul have been profoundly mysterious since time immemorial. Harry and Hermione had perused relevant texts in the library, only to find the descriptions dizzying, let alone comprehending them fully. Well, this question may be a bit challenging for you at present. Many wizards struggle to grasp it even in adulthood. Let me ask you a relatively simpler question. What motivates you to learn and contemplate these matters? What motivates me? Upon hearing Wei Shengbai's inquiry, Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, he sought to empower himself. He did not wish for those who loved him as well as others to stand in his way because of that prophecy. He wanted to confront these challenges himself. Yet now, as a second-year wizard, he realized that both his parents and Wei Shengbai possessed greater power than he did, and to claim he wished to protect them felt rather presumptuous. Nevertheless, Harry trusted Wei Shengbai and hesitantly shared his thoughts. Harry, I have known for quite some time that you are a good child. Hearing you express this, not only I, but I believe your parents and Professor Dumbledore would be pleased. She affirmed Harry's sentiments, providing him with a sense of relief and a smile of joy. In truth, our minds possess a core. It is akin to a belief, the source of courage, the foundation of all power. For instance, it was only after I resolved to alter certain aspects of my life that I truly discerned the depths of my own heart. To illustrate this more vividly, it resembles the love your parents hold for you. They would willingly sacrifice everything on your behalf, unleashing a strength that even the darkest of wizards would find insurmountable. And now, you too are prepared to strive for their sake, eager to shield them from harm. This encapsulates your current inner state. Your magic, spirit, and soul will grow ever stronger in accordance with those you wish to protect. While sharing these thoughts with Harry, the ever-timely Professor Snape, having concluded his lesson, entered the room. However, he chose not to interrupt but instead softened his footsteps, moving to a different part of the space. Harry listened intently, oblivious to the presence of his defense against the dark arts professor standing just behind him. As he absorbed Wei Shengbai's explanations, his previously chaotic thoughts began to crystallize into clarity. You need not rush, for as long as you remain steadfast in your beliefs, I am confident that you will soon harmonize your heart with your magic. Do remember to practice the meditation technique I shared with you last time. Now, you have another class to attend. Should any questions arise, we can discuss them later. My door is always open to you. After saying this, Wei Shengbai suddenly recalled the purpose of summoning Harry to her office had yet to be fulfilled, calling him back just as he was about to leave. She retrieved a book from the shelf and handed it to him. I almost forgot. You must have finished the first volume of the Magical Creatures book I brought you last time. This is the second volume, filled with equally captivating content. You know, it contains details about Dumbledore's Phoenix, along with accounts of some particularly dangerous magical beasts that I believe will intrigue you. If you master this book, perhaps next summer when we travel with Lily, we could visit the Dragon Research Base in Romania together. She smiled as she handed the book to Harry, trusting that this enticing offer would inspire him to delve deeply into its pages, including the section on the basilisk. Chapter 152, Temptation. The Dragon Research Base in Romania? Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement upon holding the book. Last year, Hagrid had hatched a Norwegian ridgeback dragon, naming it Norbert, but for the safety of the entire school, they had to entrust it to Ron's older brother Charlie, who studied dragons in Romania. The prospect of being invited to visit there sent waves of anticipation coursing through him for the upcoming summer. All right, Professor, I will certainly read this book thoroughly, he affirmed eagerly, nodding vigorously as he left the potions classroom, completely unaware of Professor Snape standing in a corner, his thoughts already soaring to Romania. I wasn't aware you had plans to travel to Romania this summer, Snape inquired as he approached her. It was a last-minute decision. What's wrong with traveling with Lily and Harry? Wei Shengbai replied with a smile, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. Snape, always defenseless against her affectionate gestures, softened his tone considerably. I'm not suggesting the idea is unworthy. Do you truly believe Lily would leave Potter behind to mind the house? He might even bring along that insufferable large black dog. He does not wish to have his precious holiday disrupted by someone he'd rather avoid. Mr. Potter is currently an Auror at the Ministry of Magic. They hardly have any holidays to spare, and with Dumbledore still investigating Voldemort, as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, he will have ample responsibilities. I understand that you are still haunted by the past and reluctant to forgive them, but I believe you should at least extend some leniency towards young Harry. After all, Lily is our dearest friend, wouldn't you agree? Despite the misunderstandings from the dueling club incident having been resolved, the animosity between Snape and James Potter remains irreconcilable, with even Lily having given up on mending their rift, merely hoping they would avoid each other during family gatherings. Since you say so, your agreement is sufficient. I had already discussed this trip with Lily. We just lacked the opportunity to put it into action. Of course, a journey for just the two of us would be delightful, yet a larger group would bring more liveliness. She quickly pecked him on the lips before returning to her desk, taking out a piece of parchment to begin writing a letter. Snape touched the spot where she had kissed him, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, Wei Shengbai's desires, even if they involved spending time with Potter, were bearable to him. As long as she was happy, nothing else mattered. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry eagerly opened the book in hand, his studious demeanor catching Ron's attention immediately. Hey mate, what are you reading? Where did you get this book from? You went to the office with Professor Wei Shengbai, but how did you come back with this hefty tome? Such occurrences typically only happen to Hermione. Harry briefly recounted the travel plans to Romania, eliciting an excited gasp from Ron. Oh my gosh, while Charlie will send back photos, I want to see those dragons in person. I wonder how Norbert is doing? When summer arrives, I'll write to you and send pictures. But Harry, you must master the contents of this book. It is equivalent to half a history of magic. Ron pointed at the 5-centimeter thick volume, noting that aside from a few illustrations, the pages were densely packed with text. I'll manage somehow. At least I passed history of magic last term. And magical creatures are far more interesting than the dull history of magic. Harry reassured himself, eyeing the book that appeared even more complex than the first volume. Recently, aside from scheduled Quidditch practices, Harry devoted his spare time to studying this book. Little Hermione felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing her dear friend finally apply himself to his studies. However, the neglected diary felt rather disheartened, as it had intended to manipulate Harry during their upcoming conversations, only to find him engrossed in another book. Oh, and it's about magical creatures too. He had struggled mightily to suppress the urge to toss those peculiar beings aside during their lessons. Perhaps the diary's resentment was too pervasive, for when Harry set the book down after reading a significant portion, he turned and noticed it. In fact, he had been continually reflecting on Professor Wei Shengbai's words regarding the connection between the heart and magic, gradually clarifying his thoughts. Perhaps this knowledgeable Riddle Senior might offer a different perspective. With this in mind, Harry picked up a quill and opened the diary, beginning to write. Senior, do you know the relationship between the heart and magic? The ink on the paper was slowly absorbed, and after a few moments, new words materialized. I know a little. Though the diary was Voldemort's first Horcrux, containing only memories from his youth, even then his grasp of magic surpassed that of many adult wizards. I recently encountered this question in a miscellaneous book, which claimed that the greater one's inner strength, the more potent one's magic becomes. Is that truly the case? He refrained from mentioning Wei Xingbai's explanation, instead referencing content from the book he had read earlier. Indeed. You are now in your second year. And by this time, you should have learned the joyous incantation, the simplest and most direct spell that connects one's inner self with their magical essence. You ought to feel that the more meticulously you envision happiness, the more effortlessly you can cast this spell. When it comes to matters of magic, Tom Riddle holds nothing back, as he anticipates that Harry will yearn for power even more, thus falling under his enchantment. What about other spells, upperclassmen? Will we learn more incantations like this in the future? Certainly, but those belong to advanced courses. It is known as the Patronus charm, which can be utilized to ward off Dementors and Boggarts. Harry is familiar with both creatures. After all, James worked as an Auror at the Ministry of Magic and frequently encountered Dementors from Azkaban, often lamenting the oppressive atmosphere that stifles all positive emotions. As for Boggarts, amusingly, they were described in the early pages of the book given to him by Moony. You need to think of the happiest moment you've ever experienced, and then recite the incantation. If you possess a decent talent and sufficient magical power, you shall witness your Patronus. The diary succinctly outlined how to wield this magic, but failed to disclose the incantation. In its view, a second-year wizard, even if aware of the spell, would lack the requisite magical strength to manifest it. If a Boggart can reflect the fears within a person's heart, then a Patronus embodies the truest essence of a wizard's soul, constructed through their magical prowess. Upon reading Riddle's description on the page, Harry became intrigued by the Patronus charm. Perhaps he could attempt it. The diary seemed to sense Harry's thoughts, and after a brief moment of contemplation, it inscribed another line. I can reveal to you a secret base at Hogwarts, where my previous study notes remain, including insights and tips on mastering the Patronus charm. If you wish to visit, remember to bring this diary. I will guide you. Despite his vigilant nature, the allure of the secret base and the study notes proved irresistible to young Harry. Chapter 153, The Chamber of Secrets opens. In the dead of night, the door to the Gryffindor common room creaked open, yet curiously no one emerged. The fat lady, who had been enjoying a delightful dream within her portrait, was stirred awake but upon seeing no one, muttered softly before falling back into a deep slumber. Tempted by the diary, Harry refrained from waking Ron or confiding in Hermione. He resolved to venture alone into the so-called secret base. At midnight, the already dim Hogwarts castle felt particularly desolate as Harry clutched his invisibility cloak, stealthily slipping out of the common room. Unbeknownst to him, in a secluded corner, a pair of amber eyes sharpened with intensity upon witnessing the Gryffindor common room's door ajar. The creature, cloaked in black fur, was the epitome of disguise, its soft paws making no sound against the stone floor, rendering it nearly undetectable even to the portraits adorning the walls. It flicked its ears, following the sound of retreating footsteps. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, Snape, and Moony White were engaged in a discussion regarding Horcruxes. Although she could not divulge the plot directly, her integration with another's memories granted her profound insights into the creation of Horcruxes, enabling her to provide additional information. Suddenly, Moony White paused in the conversation, a flicker of surprise gracing her features. The ability to don the invisibility cloak indicated that the diary was not directly controlling Harry, but rather guiding him, fully aware. To the girls' restroom on the second floor. Was he merely intending to greet the basilisk tonight, or did he harbor other plans? Noticing her silence, Dumbledore appeared puzzled. Hadn't she recently expressed concerns about something malevolent infiltrating the school? It had just revealed itself, and Harry was in possession of it. To lay the groundwork for the impending events of the night, she had previously informed Dumbledore of this matter, though she had not mentioned Horcruxes. At Hogwarts, two small cats were frequently seen. One was Filch's feline companion, while the other was Moony White's hybrid cat, often allowed to bask in the sun, and capable of delivering messages like a Patronus. Occasionally, she permitted the little black cat to patrol the campus during curfew, ostensibly for a stroll, a fact Dumbledore was well aware of, and he was not surprised by this revelation. Rather, he was taken aback by Harry's involvement. Where had he gone? To the second-floor restroom, the one where Moaning Myrtle resided. You know, the poor girl who became a ghost there. Moony White's words were a subtle reminder to Dumbledore that this matter was intrinsically linked to Tom Riddle, the future Voldemort. Delving deeper, one could connect it to the Horcruxes. You mean the Chamber of Slytherin? Dumbledore quickly grasped the implications, recalling how Hagrid's acromantula had served as a scapegoat. He had never believed Hagrid capable of such an act. More importantly, the true culprit had yet to be identified, and that monster still lurked within the Hogwarts grounds. We shall discover the truth together. As Harry, guided by the diary, uttered Parseltongue and entered the underground passageway from the restroom, Dumbledore and the others happened to arrive at that very spot. I think it prudent for us to maintain a low profile. Moony White retracted the little black cat back into her pet space and addressed the other two. To avoid alarming any potential threats, they cast disillusionment charms upon themselves and followed Harry down the dimly lit passageway before it sealed shut. Harry led the way, relying solely on the faint glow of his wand to illuminate the path ahead, completely oblivious to the two professors and the headmaster trailing behind him. It was only when a colossal statue, intricately carved into the wall, came into view that Dumbledore's previously calm demeanor shifted. Could this truly be the chamber of Slytherin? The location no one had been able to locate? What exactly was Harry holding that had led him to such a perilous, unfamiliar place? Open. Within the enclosed underground passage, Harry once again employed Parseltongue. The peculiar sound emitted from his lips resembled the hissing of a dangerous serpent, sending chills down one's spine. Moony White speculated that Harry might not yet realize he could comprehend Parseltongue, a skill imparted by the diary. Although he and Draco Malfoy still clashed as in the original narrative, the duel they had was never realized in reality. Harry likely perceived it merely as a secret password, akin to that for entering the Gryffindor common room. Upon uttering the incantation, Harry noticed new words materializing in the diary, prompting him to instinctively wish to retreat. Yet the door had already swung open, and faced with the threatening text on the page, he had no choice but to stow away his invisibility cloak and, adhering to the diary's instructions, close his eyes and step into the darkness. In that inky blackness an overwhelming, acrid stench assailed his senses, accompanied by the sound of something scraping against the ground, as if a colossal creature were slowly approaching him. Just moments ago, the diary had cautioned him about a magical beast he had kept in this very place. Although somewhat perilous, it assured him that closing his eyes would mitigate the danger. At the sight of those words, Harry contemplated retreating, but the diary warned that fleeing would render him prey. This marked the first time Harry felt a desire to tear the accursed diary apart. Yet he could only muster the resolve to press forward. Harry felt that this adventure was rather reckless, a sense of regret blossoming within him. However, to Wei Xingbai, the current situation was far less daunting than the original tale, where he faced the basilisk alone. In the original narrative, there was only a solitary phoenix, a tattered hat, the sword of Gryffindor, and Ginny lying on the ground, while Dumbledore observed the events from an unknown location. This time, the three of them were present, allowing for a timely retreat even in the face of danger. Having absorbed the life force of Ginny and another Gryffindor girl, Riddle slowly manifested his form in the Chamber of Secrets, seizing control of the basilisk before turning his gaze to Harry, who still had his eyes tightly shut. Clad in Slytherin robes, his once handsome face bore an inexplicable gloom, casting an overall shadow over his demeanor. In his Horcrux state, Riddle was particularly frail. Even though Dumbledore's presence caused a ripple in the surrounding magic, he remained oblivious to Riddle's existence. "Come now, open your eyes, dear Harry," he urged, quickly masking his formerly indifferent expression with a bright smile, a facade reminiscent of his days at Hogwarts, donned for the benefit of the students and professors around him. Chapter 154, The Curtain Falls. A sudden, unfamiliar voice startled Harry, prompting him to open his eyes and see a boy in school uniform standing before him. Tom Riddle? His tone was laced with uncertainty, as he could conceive no other possibility. "It is I, Harry. Thank you ever so much for bringing me here. As a token of my gratitude, I shall bestow upon you a splendid gift, one that you will surely appreciate." Tom Riddle, now in his Horcrux form, wore a benign expression, yet Harry sensed something amiss. He took a cautious step back, clutching the diary tightly in his hand, observing from the entrance. The others detected the ominous undertone in Riddle's voice and were poised to intervene, but Wei Xingbai restrained Dumbledore. "Sir, might I request Fawkes to bring that sword here?" Harry, a Gryffindor student, possesses the courage to confront this perilous challenge. Dumbledore, trusting in her conviction that she would not harm Harry nor remain indifferent to the imminent danger, complied and contacted Fawkes, who resided in the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle sensed Harry's wavering resolve and ceased to conceal his malevolent intentions. "What are you afraid of, my dear Junior? I assure you, you shall not feel pain. It will be over swiftly." The diary Horcrux, vexed by the recent spate of unforeseen events, found no time to control each student individually to siphon their life force. He could easily allow this young lad to rest here eternally, utilizing the manifestation born from Harry's vitality to hunt down other students. Dumbledore, that old fool, was unaware of this chamber. He merely needed to wait for the rumors of missing students to fade. Perhaps the Ministry of Magic would blame the headmaster for this incident, and if Dumbledore were apprehended and removed from the school, his own freedom would be assured. Tom Riddle contemplated this scheme repeatedly, ultimately deciding to act that very night. "Do you wish to kill me, sir?" In a moment of peril, Harry struggled to contain his rising fear, his voice trembling. He sensed the massive creature behind him, which had previously remained still, now moving ominously closer, blocking his escape route. Moreover, he had not informed anyone of his nocturnal escapade. Perhaps Ron would discover his absence in the dead of night, but this place was far too secluded. Even the professors and Dumbledore might remain oblivious. Desperately, he attempted to tear the diary apart, but it resisted his efforts, leaving him no choice but to discard it aside. Ignoring the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, he exerted every ounce of mental energy to devise an escape. Riddle had not exhibited any overt aggression, indicating he could not directly harm him within the school. His presence in this chamber was predicated on needing assistance. Moreover, he had not outright killed Harry, suggesting he intended to employ an alternative method rather than a mere knife to the heart. There was a chance, an opportunity to flee. "Do not speak so harshly, Harry. I merely wish to grant you an eternal slumber. Subdue him." The Horcrux commanded the basilisk, careful not to kill him, for a lifeless body could not yield life force. Hearing the order, Harry darted aside to evade the impending attack, and in doing so finally glimpsed the monstrous form that had remained hidden since his entry. A basilisk. How could there be a basilisk in Hogwarts? His yearning for a summer trip to Romania had led him to read half of the book Wei Shengbai had given him, which fortuitously contained a detailed account of basilisks in its opening chapters. He was particularly intrigued by this perilous magical creature, having retained a vivid impression of the knowledge therein. Staring into a basilisk's eyes would lead to death. No wonder the diary had instructed him to close his eyes before entering this chamber. Yet, even with the creature's identity revealed, Harry felt utterly powerless. The few spells he had learned were woefully inadequate to vanquish the beast within the chamber. Fortunately, he refused to resign himself to death. Seizing a moment to breathe, he swiftly drew his wand, keeping his gaze lowered towards the ground, casting several spells based on the basilisk's position. Evidently, these attempts bore no fruit, instead inciting the creature's wrath, its roar reverberating throughout the chamber. Wei Shengbai, employing silent, wandless magic, subtly restrained the basilisk's movement, allowing Harry to narrowly escape several perilous encounters. Even in the face of formidable foes, Harry did not falter. Instead, he chose to fight with all his might, much to her relief. "Move swiftly." The Horcrux, sensing its life force waning, grew impatient. Oblivious to any peculiarities in the basilisk's behavior, fixated solely on capturing the leaping Harry, he could not act himself. Harry quickly deduced this fact but dared not approach Riddle too closely, fearful of any hidden tricks he might possess. Just as the basilisk swung its tail, preparing to deliver a vicious blow to the diminutive figure before it, a sharp cry pierced the air. A fiery phoenix swooped down, clutching a tattered hat, diving towards Harry. Harry caught the sorting hat that had been thrown to him, as the phoenix simultaneously blinded the basilisk, before gracefully landing at the entrance. "Blast it. It's that old fool's phoenix. Does he already know what's transpired? Then why has he not come in person? Does he truly believe this boy has the capability to vanquish the basilisk? He remains as naive as ever, always convinced that everything is within his control." Humiliated, Tom Riddle cursed under his breath. With Dumbledore's attention focused here, the priority was preserving his true form. The Horcrux diary could not be discovered. It was uncertain whether he could eliminate Harry tonight, but the diary must not fall into his hands. Failure meant his ultimate downfall. As Tom Riddle hesitated, contemplating whether to command the basilisk to flee with the diary, Harry, kneeling on the ground, caught his breath, sensing it was the perfect moment to retaliate. He barely had time to ponder the phoenix's presence. Instinctively, he grasped the sorting hat, from which a gleaming sword tumbled forth. "Oh, how I detest being awakened in the middle of the night," the sorting hat grumbled, before Harry set it aside. The small savior, clutching the magnificent sword, fixed his determined gaze upon the basilisk's tail, striking with resolve. The sharp blade sliced through the creature's scales, gushing blood from the wound, as the basilisk thrashed violently, its severed tail spraying crimson droplets across the chamber floor, accompanied by a hissing, corrosive sound. Although the skin of the basilisk is somewhat tough and laborious to cut, this sword indeed inflicts damage upon the creature. Harry's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. In contrast to his earlier frantic escape, he now possessed the confidence to confront the beast. Meanwhile, Lavinia White had not relinquished her control over the basilisk. To Snape and Dumbledore, she appeared akin to a puppeteer manipulating strings, directing the creature to collide with the hero's sword. Harry's performance that night had already been remarkable. It was time for this impromptu drama to reach its conclusion. At last, Harry seized the opportunity, plunging his sword through the basilisk's skull. The once self-assured Tom Riddle's Horcrux, intent on making a resurgence within the school, was momentarily thrown into disarray, his eyes darting before he donned his familiar affable smile once more. "Dear Harry, this is merely a small test I devised for you. I do not wish for the inept to gain access to my notes, but you possess the requisite skill." His excuses were riddled with flaws. And having undergone such a trial, Harry naturally found it hard to believe his words. Wiping away the blood that trickled from his forehead due to the collision, Harry, with the last vestiges of his strength, dragged the Gryffindor sword over to the diary, uttering not a single word. He simply drove the sharp tip, tainted with basilisk venom and blood, through the journal. Chapter 155. Horcrux reduced by 1. No. At the moment the Gryffindor sword pierced the diary, a radiant light erupted from Tom Riddle's chest, as if engulfed in flames, swiftly transforming him into ashes. Witnessing Riddle's woeful state, Harry lowered his gaze and reopened a wound in the diary with the sword's tip. The diary appeared to come alive, gushing forth blood, a gruesome sight. Yet Harry did not relinquish his grip. Finally, when the blood ceased to flow from the diary, Tom Riddle's manifestation as a Horcrux vanished without a trace. In an instant, the chamber returned to silence, save for the lingering stench of blood. Lavinia emerged from the entrance, and upon hearing footsteps, the once tense Harry quickly turned to glance, sighing with relief upon recognizing her familiar figure. With his taut nerves finally relaxing, he released the hilt of the sword and collapsed onto the cold ground. "Well done, our little savior," Lavinia remarked as she approached him, not even casting a glance at the damaged Horcrux, instead gently lifting the exhausted Harry and transferring him into Snape's arms. Unfortunately, the unconscious Harry would miss witnessing such a dramatic scene. "Let us head outside," Dumbledore said, picking up the diary, the sword, and the sorting hat, casting one last glance at the manipulated basilisk before speaking softly. The group returned to the hospital wing where, under Lavinia's watchful gaze, Snape was compelled to suppress his discomfort and unease, laying Harry on the hospital bed with a degree of tenderness. Madame Pomfrey swiftly tended to Harry's wounds. Fortunately, Lavinia had been cautious in controlling the basilisk, causing only scrapes on his face and hands, which, although bloodied, were not severe and would heal quickly with the use of restorative potions. "I believe this matter is not suitable for discussion here," Dumbledore stated, waving the diary in the air to signal the others to proceed to his office. "I concur, but it is already quite late. An elderly gentleman should refrain from staying up too late. My former guardian once imparted this wisdom." By the time they returned from the chamber, it was past midnight. While losing a night's sleep was trivial for wizards, Lavinia still adhered to this commendable habit. Upon hearing the implied reference, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, opting not to elaborate further, his previously serious demeanor softening slightly. "Then I shall take custody of this item for now. We can discuss matters further in the daylight. I wish you a pleasant dream." "Good night, Professor Dumbledore," she said, extracting the diary from his hands, hoping he would refrain from examining the Horcrux further that night, and instead enjoy a good night's rest. The old headmaster understood her intention was to reassure him, indicating that the situation remained under her control, and he acquiesced to Lavinia's goodwill. With the Horcrux destroyed by Harry, the world's consciousness no longer obstructed her engagement with such matters. This marked Lavinia's first genuine encounter with one of Voldemort's Horcruxes since her arrival in this world. "Rest assured, it poses no threat now," she remarked while walking back to the dungeon dormitory, sensing the concern of the person beside her. "Is this also one of his Horcruxes?" Snape found it difficult to fathom, recalling their earlier information from Regulus that Slytherin's locket was also one of the Horcruxes. To him, Voldemort's choice of vessels for his Horcruxes seemed ever-changing, leaving him uncertain of the nature of the other Horcruxes. However, since Lavinia was privy to certain future events, she should have a clearer understanding. Indeed, judging by the youthful visage he exhibited in the chamber, this diary is likely his first Horcrux. His soul is steeped in pride. He would not craft other Horcruxes to resemble such inconspicuous forms. This was merely a preliminary experiment. Any other potential Horcruxes would surely be as conspicuous as Slytherin's locket, possessing profound significance to him. In Lavinia's view, it was from this diary that Tom Riddle had effectively been obliterated by Voldemort's own hand. On the surface, they appeared the same person, yet the fragmentation of the soul was irreparable. Voldemort could never return to his former self, drifting further down this divergent path. The diadem of Ravenclaw. Lavinia's words prompted Snape to recall her house founder, murmuring to himself, "And Hufflepuff's cup as well. But it is now certain that Gryffindor's sword has not fallen prey to corruption." She nodded, placing the diary into a concealed bag at her waist, enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. As they conversed, They unwittingly arrived at the potions master's dormitory located in the dungeon. Let's not dwell on such matters for now. It's time for sleep, senior. We have classes tomorrow. For Snape, Voldemort was a concern for another time. The immediate matter was of greater importance. Chapter 156 He is Voldemort. Early the next morning, upon awakening in the hospital wing, Harry, instead of returning to his dormitory, hurried to the potions master's office. It was only when he halted at the door that he realized it was still early, with few students having risen from their dorms. If he wished to find the professor, waiting in the Great Hall would be a more prudent choice. Eager to learn what had transpired the previous night, Harry had scarcely considered this, finding himself in the dungeon before he was aware. Just as he was lamenting his desire to leave, he heard someone call his name from behind. Harry. Lavinia White, accustomed to rising early, was on her way to the office to retrieve some items when she noticed the small figure standing at the door. Professor White, Professor Snape, good morning. Upon seeing Snape beside Lavinia, Harry swallowed his myriad questions and greeted them politely instead. Up so early? You still bear injuries. I intended to issue you a leave note. It would be best to rest a little longer, she remarked, pointing to the bandaged wound on Harry's forehead as she opened the office door. It's all right, Professor. The wound no longer pains me. And about what happened last night, did I cause any trouble for you? His tone was somewhat cautious. For as a young wizard at Hogwarts, it was strictly forbidden to leave the dormitory after curfew, especially after experiencing such a harrowing ordeal the previous night. Indeed, there was a slight complication. Your late-night escapade into dangerous territory would result in a deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor. Wei Shengbai, having retrieved some items from his desk, glanced at the little fellow at the door with a pained expression, and could not help but chuckle. However, due to the calmness and bravery exhibited by Mr. Harry Potter in the face of formidable monsters, combined with your resolution of a considerable issue for Hogwarts, we have decided, after conferring with Professor Dumbledore, to award your house an additional 100 points. You must not have ventured to the Great Hall to witness the scorekeeper's hourglass yet, for Gryffindor has now surpassed Slytherin, claiming the top position. As for the extra points, although Snape was reluctant to grant them, the two professors had left him no room for negotiation. Upon hearing Wei Shengbai's words, Harry's previously troubled expression transformed instantly into one of joy. And it was evident from the professor's remarks that they were not upset about the events of the previous night. Very well, let us proceed to breakfast. You must be famished. Regarding other matters, if you do not wish to take a leave of absence, then do come to the headmaster's office after your second class this morning. The password is Lemon Snowdrop. Wei Shengbai reached out, smoothing Harry's tousled hair. It was best that Professor Dumbledore decided whether to disclose the matter of the Horcrux to him. Oi! Did you go tussling with a troll in the Forbidden Forest last night? Ron, upon entering the Great Hall for breakfast, observed Harry's injured appearance and sighed, shaking his head. Not a troll, but rather a giant serpent, Harry silently corrected in his mind, choosing not to divulge the events of the previous night to Ron so as to avoid eliciting concern and inquiries. Although he had indeed vanquished the serpent with a single thrust of his sword, no one could ascertain what other dreadful entities might lurk in that pitch-black chamber. It's nothing, I tripped while out wandering last night. Let us eat, or we'll be late for class. Oh my goodness! How did our house's score suddenly become first? Who could have done it? Surely someone didn't actually defeat a troll? As one of the few privy to the truth, Harry opted to remain silent, focusing intently on his meal. The second class was precisely Snape's defense against the dark arts, and whether it was merely his imagination or not, Harry sensed that the professor did not seem to target him as he had previously. Could it be due to his injuries? He pondered, touching the bandaged wound on his forehead. After class, Harry made his way, as agreed, to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore and Wei Shengbai were already awaiting him. On the desk lay the diary that Harry had pierced with his sword the previous night, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. After exchanging greetings, Snape, who arrived last, closed the door to the headmaster's office, leaving only the four of them present. Harry, don't be so tense. Come, take a seat. Would you like some sweets? Noticing Harry's tightly clenched fists, Wei Shengbai was the first to break the silence, guiding him to a soft sofa. Relax. We are not here to interrogate you. And you will not face any punishment. Just share what you know about that diary. The presence of such a perilous object within the school poses a responsibility upon us as professors. We sincerely apologize, Harry, for placing you in danger. Compared to the other two, she was adept at alleviating the tension in the atmosphere, and kind-hearted Harry certainly bore no ill will towards the professors, allowing him to ease his nerves. Indeed, the young lad shook his head, displaying no inclination to complain, and gradually recounted the events. Of course, He chose not to mention that he had discovered the diary during his nighttime wanderings, perhaps hoping to avoid jeopardizing the hard-earned points. I used the sword from the sorting hat to slay the serpent and pierced that diary, causing the consciousness that called itself Tom Riddle to vanish. He briefly narrated the events following his discovery of the diary, mentioning that Wei Shengbai had appeared in the Chamber of Secrets as the consciousness was a child, after which he had lost consciousness. He told you his name. Do you know who he truly is? No, I do not, Professor. Wasn't he a former student of Hogwarts? Harry shook his head, recalling that Voldemort had not yet changed his name at that time. And few in the magical world today knew his former identity. Indeed, he was once a student at Hogwarts. However, you should be more familiar with his other name. Dumbledore, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, letting out a gentle sigh before revealing the name that made Harry's heart race. Tom Riddle. Known in the magical community as the Dark Lord, Voldemort. Voldemort. It was he. Harry incredulously shifted his gaze to the diary on the desk, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation that had rendered even Professor Dumbledore's demeanor so grave. So, Professor, does this mean I have in essence killed him? He asked eagerly, recalling the prophecy, but Dumbledore merely shook his head, dispelling his hopes. Do not worry, Harry. Voldemort has left many contingencies for his resurrection, and this diary is but one of them. You have performed admirably. Since Dumbledore had revealed to Harry that Tom Riddle was Voldemort, and placed the diary before him, it indicated his agreement to disclose the matter of the Horcruxes to Harry. One could surmise that witnessing Harry battling the serpent in the chamber had altered the headmaster's perception of him. This prophesied savior was not a fragile being in need of protection. Chapter 157. A New Bounty. The issue concerning the diary had been resolved, yet others remained unaware of how many Horcruxes related to Voldemort still existed in the world. The threat would not be eradicated until every last one was dealt with, signifying that the battle against the Dark Lord was far from over. Here, take this. After leaving the headmaster's office, Wei Shengbai produced a key-shaped necklace from her small bag and handed it to Harry. Professor, what is this? It is merely an ordinary alchemical dagger. With a minimal infusion of magic, the blade can be released. You may try it when you return home. I have coated the blade with basilisk venom, which can neutralize many formidable dark spells, so use it with caution to avoid injuring yourself. Even if you cannot wield Gryffindor's sword as you did yesterday, I believe this alchemical tool will assist you in overcoming challenges. The diary and the Hufflepuff cup were both destroyed by the basilisk's venom. Likewise, fiendfire could work. But that dark magic is uncontrollable, even by its caster, so it is best avoided. Thank you, Professor. Harry clutched the necklace-like alchemical tool tightly, and his previously anxious heart gradually found solace. Once this matter concluded, the campus returned to its previous tranquility, although Professor Dumbledore had been leaving Hogwarts more frequently of late. And apart from a few professors, others were unaware of his undertakings. Before the summer break, Harry visited the potions office and successfully passed Wei Shengbai's small test concerning magical creatures, proving that he had diligently read the assigned book. As promised, Wei Shengbai committed to taking him on a trip to the Dragon Research Base in Romania during the holiday. This delightful news temporarily alleviated Harry's concerns regarding Voldemort. But on the eve of their scheduled departure, he began packing his belongings and found himself unable to sleep well throughout the night. Lily, is it truly impossible for me to accompany you? James Potter, squatting nearby and watching his wife and son pack their belongings, wore a look of deep disappointment, clearly yearning to join them on their journey. My dear, unless you can set aside your work and secure a 2-week leave, I doubt your supervisor would consent to that. Besides, didn't Professor Dumbledore mention he needed your assistance with something? You should stay at home, darling. Do not fret. A fortnight will pass swiftly, and we shall send you photographs and gifts from our travels. Gently patting the neatly arranged luggage, Lily turned to comfort her husband. To evade the relentless pursuit of the Death Eaters, Lily had not ventured beyond Britain for quite some time, and she was genuinely looking forward to this trip with her dear friends. The following morning, the forlorn Potter watched as his wife and son boarded the wizarding bus. As the doors closed, the entire vehicle vanished from his sight in a gust of magic. Meanwhile, at the distant Azkaban prison in a secluded cell, Peter Pettigrew cowered in a corner, trembling as usual. His presence there could be traced back to that fateful night over a decade ago in Godric's Hollow. That night, Sirius had revealed the truth of his betrayal, leading to a frenzied search for his whereabouts within the magical community. For Sirius, whose keen senses and superior magical prowess far surpassed Peter's, locating him did not take long. It was the apprehension that proved somewhat challenging. Fortunately, James Potter and Remus Lupin had arrived in time, and together they subdued Pettigrew, delivering him to Azkaban after a brief bout of physical retribution. Now, after more than 10 years of confinement, it was anticipated that Peter would remain there, enduring the Dementor's kiss until his life was extinguished. No, it cannot end like this, Peter thought, having sharpened his sensitivity to sounds over the years. He was striving to diminish his presence, hoping to evade the punishment that awaited him that day. The terror was overwhelming. All joy was siphoned away, leaving only dread and fear, an all-consuming sensation that threatened to obliterate him entirely. If this continued, he would surely perish. He must devise a plan. He did not wish to die, not in the least. He longed to escape, to leave this place. With an intensity of desire that bordered on desperation, the magic within him, previously dulled by the prison's oppression, began to stir once more, gradually rejuvenating in response to his survival instinct. Days later, a nondescript gray mouse stealthily slipped out of Azkaban, unnoticed by the floating Dementors, its departure going undetected by all, save for the madwoman in the adjacent cell with her disheveled brown hair. The summer's journey was delightful. Although accompanied by Professor Snape, his thoughts were elsewhere, fixated on Professor McGonagall. As long as they were not alone together, Harry thoroughly relished his time away. He had the pleasure of meeting Norbert, brought here by Charlie Weasley, and captured countless photographs to share with Hagrid and Ron upon his return. They would surely appreciate them. Additionally, he encountered various dragon breeds, with Professor McGonagall providing him a first-hand lesson on their habits and dangers. Snape sensed a deeper meaning behind her actions, but chose not to intervene. The group not only visited the Dragon Sanctuary, but also explored other locales in Romania. However, upon their return to Britain, they keenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere within the International Wizarding Transit Hall. Almost every witch and wizard bore a solemn expression, frequently glancing at a notice board and whispering amongst themselves what had transpired. Removing her sunglasses, Professor McGonagall approached the notice board, and upon seeing the two familiar faces on the newly posted wanted posters, she sighed deeply. The narrative, originally belonging to Sirius Black's third year, was now poised to be filled by these two individuals, Peter Pettigrew and Bellatrix Lestrange. Chapter 158. Professors on the train. As the new term commenced, the young witches and wizards returning to Hogwarts sensed an air of unease. Traditionally, professors did not travel on the same train as the students at the beginning of the school year. However, today they observed Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape standing within the carriage, making several rounds in the aisle during the journey. Following the jailbreak of Pettigrew and Lestrange, the Ministry of Magic had initially intended to send Dementors to Hogwarts, believing that since the prophesied savior Harry was studying there, the two fugitives would certainly attempt to approach him, posing a threat. This proposal, cloaked in the guise of student protection, was ultimately aimed at swiftly recapturing the escaped prisoners to rectify a grave oversight. Yet, the plan was promptly dismissed by Dumbledore, and James Potter, serving as an Auror at the Ministry, vehemently opposed it, recognizing that Dementors were far too perilous for underage students. Although the Ministry asserted they would adequately restrain these fearsome beings, uncertainties lingered. Faced with the staunch opposition of Harry's father and the influential Dumbledore, the Ministry had no choice but to abandon the idea. Thus, on this train, Harry encountered not Dementors but Professor McGonagall. Notably, this year's defense against the dark arts professor was not Remus Lupin, who was currently traveling abroad to address his werewolf condition, but Professor McGonagall instead. Last semester, Snape had encountered no unforeseen injuries while teaching the defense against the dark arts class, thanks to the protective enchantments employed, which is why he consented to swap their positions this term. In truth, potions suited him far better. Moreover, with Professor McGonagall now being his partner, it hardly mattered which of them taught the subject. They were nearly inseparable. The new students were unaware of the underlying circumstances. For them, it was merely an opportunity to become acquainted with two professors ahead of time. Abolishing the death penalty on humanitarian grounds, yet inflicting greater torment than execution, often leaves one baffled as to the Ministry's rationale. As if on a leisurely stroll, Professor McGonagall and Snape patrolled the train's corridor, discussing matters concerning Azkaban. In her view, being subjected to the relentless siphoning of joy by Dementors day after day, year after year, amplifying one's fears, was a punishment far more torturous than a straightforward death sentence. Do you think a direct death sentence, like that of the American Wizarding Congress, would be preferable? Snape retorted. They had traveled there during the summer. Although some laws had loosened post-Grindelwald's chaos, the core principles had not changed significantly. For those guilty of unforgivable curses, while the prolonged torment without respite might seem satisfying, it inevitably led to incidents like Pettigrew and Lestrange's escape. The former's crimes did not warrant death, yet the latter, Mrs. Lestrange, had undeniable evidence of her murderous deeds. Her subtle phrasing, in truth, represented a tacit agreement. Had circumstances unfolded differently, the narrative would have taken a wholly divergent path the moment Bella and those Death Eaters were sentenced by the Ministry of Magic. As the two conversed, time swiftly elapsed. Wei Shengbai discerned neither the shadow of a rat nor any other suspicious occurrences, and the train arrived safely at the platform in Hogsmeade. At the feast, Dumbledore briefly recounted the changes regarding this year's defense against the dark arts professor, subsequently emphasizing the importance of avoiding perilous places, such as the Forbidden Forest. Before announcing the commencement of the banquet, some students, already privy to the escape of 2 Death Eaters, exchanged whispers about the alarming news among their peers. Sitting at the Gryffindor table, Harry felt the weight of several curious gazes upon him. Though somewhat uncomfortable, the presence of Professor Wei, Professor Snape, and Headmaster Dumbledore at Hogwarts assuaged his fears. In light of the escaped Death Eaters, Harry resolved to focus on comprehending magic this semester, yearning to achieve the perception of magical energy that Wei Shengbai had described. Additionally, he pondered the existence of Horcruxes. After returning from summer travels, Harry had spent most of his time playing with his father, during which James Potter had mentioned the Room of Requirement. He glossed over the unpleasant incident that occurred at the dueling club, and instead spoke of the mysterious voices that had lured him to that very room. This situation bore an uncanny resemblance to the Diary of Voldemort. As he listened, Harry felt a familiar sensation emanating from his father's words. Seduction leading to attraction, amplifying one's inner turmoil, particularly the last point resonating with his own strange emotional state upon acquiring the diary. Could it be that the Room of Requirement housed a Horcrux of Voldemort? Instinctively, Harry grasped the alchemical necklace that Wei Shengbai had gifted him, struggling to suppress these burgeoning thoughts. A few days into the term, unable to contain his suspicions, Harry conferred with Ron and Hermione, and the three resolved to investigate the Room of Requirement on the 8th floor that evening. Late at night, the half-breed cat crouched as usual at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, narrowing its eyes while elegantly grooming its paws. Chapter 159, The Destruction of the Diadem. Seated in her office, Wei Shengbai paused her writing, contemplating whether to check on the trio in the Room of Requirement. Ultimately, she dismissed the thought. As the most pivotal protagonist in this world, fate would not allow him to fall into despair. This adventure belonged to young Harry and his companions, part of his own journey of growth, and he need not be under constant protection. Moreover, with the presence of Little Black accompanying the children, she could always rely on her phoenix to reach them swiftly should danger arise. Twisting her pen thoughtfully, Wei Shengbai returned to her work. Upon entering the Room of Requirement, Harry quickly identified a potential Horcrux, the Ravenclaw diadem. He fixated on the diadem resting atop the statue, tightening his grip on the alchemical necklace. Harry, I believe it would be prudent to summon a professor to handle this, Ron suggested, while Hermione, unaware of the existence of Horcruxes, remarked that it was a perilous dark artifact. Don't worry, Hermione, I possess something that can counter it. If I exhibit any odd behavior, you two can pull me away from here, he replied, reluctant to be perpetually sheltered under their wings. Should he encounter Voldemort in the future, he was uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to escape and seek aid from the professors and his parents. Very well, but do exercise caution, Ron and Hermione concurred, taking several steps back. Taking a deep breath, Harry removed the necklace and skillfully channeled magic to activate its second form. Initially, the Horcrux seemed pleased by the arrival of students, but once it sensed the hostility emanating from the foremost individual, it grew apprehensive. As the alchemical necklace revealed a sharp dagger, Voldemort's fragment of soul acutely perceived the aura capable of obliterating it. The last time Harry had felt such a menacing presence was when he had connected with Wei Shengbai's soul. Naturally, the Horcrux would not remain passive. It was a shard of Voldemort's soul, which harbored an insatiable obsession with immortality. Yet it did not provoke a significant disturbance. Though Harry experienced a rising agitation as he approached the Ravenclaw diadem, he soon recognized it as the influence of the Horcrux, resolutely suppressing his emotions. Finding that it could not sway Harry's resolve, the Horcrux resorted to utilizing its dwindling power, animating surrounding debris as if it possessed consciousness. Countless objects cascaded towards the trio, prompting Harry to abandon his cautious approach. Evading the incoming projectiles with agility, he swiftly climbed to the statue, raising the dagger to strike at the gem in the center of the diadem. Clang! With a resounding impact, the alchemical dagger struck the surface of the gem, creating a slender fissure, causing the previously levitating objects to plummet and stir up clouds of dust. Harry distinctly heard an enraged roar, imbued with bitterness and wrath, quickly dissipating into silence. Hermione and Ron, hiding in a corner, brushed the dust from their clothes before joining Harry. Did we succeed? They inquired softly, gazing at the now damaged diadem in his hands. I believe so, Harry affirmed, glancing down at the destroyed Horcrux and nodding in confirmation. Thus, 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes had been obliterated. After departing the room of requirement, Harry presented the Ravenclaw diadem to Headmaster Dumbledore the following day. You have done exceptionally well, Harry. I am genuinely astonished. Professor Way was correct in asserting that your growth has exceeded all our expectations, Dumbledore remarked, tracing the crack on the gem with a sense of admiration. This is Ravenclaw's diadem, which Voldemort transformed into a Horcrux. It appears I must now seek the whereabouts of Hufflepuff's cup. With 2 of the 4 house relics now revealed, only the locket of Slytherin, securely preserved in the Black family estate, and the elusive cup remained unaccounted for, along with Gryffindor's sword, which was safely held in his possession. Standing at the window of the office, the old wizard and the young student gazed down upon the tranquil yet ominous expanse of the Forbidden Forest, obscured by branches, concealing unknown dangers within. As Bellatrix set foot on the soil of the Forbidden Forest, a frenzied glint ignited in her eyes. She was aware that the prophesied child was concealed within, yet she harbored a fear of Dumbledore. Following that fateful night in Godric's Hollow, the master of the Death Eaters had mysteriously vanished, and for over a decade, no one had managed to uncover his whereabouts or any news of him. However, Bellatrix and a select few other Death Eaters refused to believe their master was dead. He was great, immortal, destined to lead them to unprecedented glory and power, trampling everything in this world beneath their feet. That child, Harry Potter, must know where her master had gone. She needed to find an opportunity. Chapter 160. The Flaw in the Prophecy. Third-year students are traditionally permitted to visit Hogsmeade during the weekends, a long-standing custom at Hogwarts. During the summer vacation, Harry received a signed consent form from his parents and was exuberantly preparing to visit the Wizarding Village with his friends when he was called aside by Professor McGonagall. Now that Bellatrix Lestrange and Peter Pettigrew are unaccounted for, I shall not impede your outing, but do exercise caution, Harry. It would be prudent to remain in populous areas. Should any untoward incident arise, we can promptly come to your aid. If you detect anything amiss, make your way to the Hog's Head Inn. The professors often frequent that establishment for a drink, and the proprietor will assist you. McGonagall's meticulous counsel resonated with Harry, who listened intently, committing her words to memory before rejoining his fellow students. As he turned, familiar footsteps echoed behind him. McGonagall observed the departing students as they ventured further from the campus, letting out a soft sigh as she leaned against the newcomer. I sincerely hope this turmoil concludes swiftly, allowing everyone to breathe easy once more. Dumbledore has uncovered a lead on another Horcrux. It will soon reach its denouement. Snape wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his fingers gently entwining her silky hair, his gaze steady upon her as he spoke. Will you hold it against me? The individual beside him suddenly turned, tilting her head to meet his eyes. What? Snape momentarily struggled to grasp the meaning behind her words. Since returning from China, I have refrained from broaching the subject of marriage with you. Will you resent me for this? Do you feel unsettled? Since she had departed from her family to return to Britain with him, neither had mentioned the matter. It was merely a contract, a formality. If you harbor any anxieties about the future, uncertain of what the outcome may hold, I shall not compel you to engage in such discussions, nor will I blame you. Moreover, these past years we have spent together have been no different. He caressed her cheek, noting how the passage of time had left little mark upon her visage. Her appearance remained almost unchanged from the day of her graduation. At times, Snape felt as if the years they had traversed together were suspended in time, their relationship unchanged, still as delightful as it had always been. Severus. You are increasingly attuned to my sentiments, she remarked. Yet, there are moments I wish to conceal these hesitations from you, that I might remain perfect in your eyes. A smile graced her face, her eyes curving like a crescent moon, her words imbued with a hint of sweetness. You are wonderful, always have been. Always have been. He echoed. It is due to your presence here that I have grown to cherish this world more and more. It seems my choices are indeed validated. Another version of herself had chosen to restart in this world, while she herself had initially opted to intervene in the narrative to alter everything, thus shaping the result of today. The future would be promising. Upon awakening from the Forbidden Forest and returning to Britain, she had already confirmed this outcome. The predetermined fate and future were not without their loopholes, and thus the prophecy must also hold similar flexibility. For years, she had pondered a single question. Professor Trelawney's prophecy had not explicitly stated who the true savior was. In the eyes of the world, it was undeniably Harry. Yet beyond this realm, in the vast view of readers, Neville Longbottom could also be considered a child of the prophecy. Therefore, the identity of the prophecy's child was not distinctly defined, but rather contingent upon the unfolding events and Voldemort's choices. This realization expanded the operational scope in McGonagall's mind considerably. Firstly, the prophecy stated that the one who would vanquish the Dark Lord was born to a family that had triumphed over him thrice. This detail did not quite align with her, as her parents had merely refused to fulfill the prophecy, without engaging in direct conflict. However, should she consider her own actions, the two Horcruxes and the events of Godric's Hollow would indeed sum to 3. The second condition required birth at the end of July. She and Harry shared the same birthday, prompting her to question whether this was mere coincidence. It spoke of possessing a power unknown to the Dark Lord. Yes, a force from beyond this world. While the prophecy suggested love, regardless of which version of herself existed, she possessed the capacity to love and be loved. The Dark Lord had marked him as a rival, and that fateful night in Godric's Hollow had been a mutual marking. One must perish at the hands of the other. This was the ultimate outcome. By this reckoning, it seemed she too aligned with the criteria of the prophecy's child. If she wished to expedite the resolution of these matters, and if Harry had not matured swiftly enough to shoulder the responsibilities bestowed upon him by this world, could she not, like Neville Longbottom, intervene and dictate the outcome of the final confrontation? Since this notion had taken root, McGonagall had been contemplating the issue. To traverse into this world and gain guidance from another version of herself was, in essence, a manifestation of the protagonist's aura. Furthermore, Harry lacked the protective charm of Lily's love that existed in the original narrative. Her being overlooked by the world's consciousness over these years was likely to amend the gaps left by her own alterations to destiny. She wondered whether Pettigrew had ventured into the Albanian forest to locate Voldemort. If Dumbledore discovered another Horcrux lead in the Resurrection Stone ring, then the Horcrux within the Gaunt family must remain undisturbed for now to prevent alerting the enemy. As McGonagall pondered these matters, Harry and his companions arrived at Hogsmeade Village. Previously, Bellatrix Lestrange, who had been lurking in the Forbidden Forest, was now waiting eagerly for their arrival. Chapter 161 Peril. Hey Harry. I heard from George that there's a haunted house near the village. Do you want to check it out? After exploring most of Hogsmeade, Ron nudged his best friend with his shoulder, an eager expression adorning his face. Are you joking, Ron? Have you forgotten about the 2 fugitives on the wanted posters outside? Hermione interjected, her tone laced with concern. I was merely inquiring, Hermione. No need to be so upset. We can just take a distant glance. There are plenty of students around, and the professors aren't too far off. Do you really think they would come charging in here? Ron certainly had apprehensions about Pettigrew and Lestrange, yet his curiosity regarding the haunted house, as described by his brother, compelled him to propose such an idea. All right, Ron. As long as we don't stray too far from the village, I suppose it's permissible. My father also mentioned that haunted house. Hermione did not object, and the trio continued chatting as they made their way towards the Shrieking Shack, encountering many other wizards along the way, apart from students and villagers. After all, the renowned Forbidden Forest was adjacent, and some wizards would venture beyond the Hogwarts grounds to seek herbs or other peculiar items for trade or personal use, resulting in frequent visits from unfamiliar wizards to Hogsmeade. Adhering to the earlier suggestion, the 3 did not recklessly exit the village, but the spot they occupied was relatively sparsely populated. In the distance, a dilapidated shack stood alone at the village's edge, the broken windows rattling in the cold wind, exuding an unsettling aura. Let us wait until those 2 are captured before we embark on any adventures. After observing the scene for a while, Ron shook his head with a sigh, just as the trio intended to turn back to purchase some snacks. Harry's keen eyes spotted a shadow flitting through the Forbidden Forest not far away. What's wrong, Harry? Hermione asked as she noticed her friend halting his steps. I think I saw something in that grove. Probably just an animal, Harry concluded, as it did not resemble a human figure, and he lowered his guard. Turning away from the woods, ready to leave. Before they could take a few more steps, a sudden, fierce gust of wind erupted from behind, rustling the grass beneath their feet with a soft, whispering sound. Before the others could turn around to discern the source of the commotion, Harry found himself ensnared by a thick, cold tail, which yanked him into the Forbidden Forest. Harry! Harry! His companions cried out in alarm. Ron drew his wand, intent on pursuing, but was promptly restrained by the now composed Hermione. It's too dangerous. Don't act impulsively, or you'll lose him. We must seek out a professor. Hermione's suggestion was indeed prudent, for this was not the familiar Forbidden Forest near the school. Should Ron also become lost within, or if the creature were to capture another hostage, the situation would only escalate in complexity. At the Hog's Head Inn, not only was Professor McGonagall present, having escorted students to Hogsmeade, but also Headmaster Dumbledore, along with the previously absent Professor McGonagall and Severus Snape, had just arrived. Their presence was not solely due to Harry's predicament, but rather the unexpected visit of Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic. No, we cannot acquiesce to your proposal. I understand your intention to ensure the safety of the students and Harry, but the Dementors are far too perilous. You must abandon this notion, Fudge. Dumbledore firmly dismissed Fudge's repeated insistence. Out of courtesy, he refrained from outright expelling him, yet he did not summon his brother Aberforth, the current proprietor of the Hog's Head, to serve him a drink. As Fudge prepared to argue once more, asserting the authority of the ministry, Hermione and Ron burst through the door, seeking assistance. Without fully grasping the scene before her, Hermione anxiously relayed the situation. Professor, Harry has been taken into the Forbidden Forest by a serpent. A serpent? Could it be Nagini? No, the resurrection hasn't occurred yet. How could a mere fragment of a soul manipulate a Horcrux? Professor McGonagall's mind raced. Yet her body moved even faster as she seized Hermione's hand and urgently pulled her outside. Miss Granger, where was Harry taken by the serpent? Will you lead me there? Of course, Professor. Hermione nodded vigorously, leading the way. Snape and others followed closely behind, their expressions heavy with concern. The timing was indeed precarious. Although it seemed merely a giant snake, who could guarantee that it was not a ruse by the escapees? With the Minister of Magic and Hogwarts professors gathered in Hogsmeade, it was alarming that Harry could still be abducted. It was evident that Bellatrix Lestrange was taking significant risks with her reckless actions. Meanwhile, Harry was still ensnared by the massive serpent, struggling to pry the tail from around his waist, only to discover the creature's strength was overwhelming. He recalled his wand and, after a strenuous effort, managed to draw it from his robes. With all his might, he aimed at the tail that was constricting him and cast a spell. Stupefy. The serpent recoiled from the impact of the spell, loosening its grip on Harry, who seized the opportunity to roll away into the underbrush. He understood that fleeing with his back turned would surely lead to recapture, so he raised his wand once more and unleashed a barrage of spells at the serpent. Several narrowly missed their target, brushing against its scales, while others were evaded with difficulty. After expending considerable energy casting spells, Harry paused, perplexed to find that the giant serpent no longer attacked or constricted him, but began to transform back into a human form. Despite the disheveled hair obscuring her features, Harry recognized the woman who had morphed from the serpent. It was none other than Bellatrix Lestrange, who had been listed on the Ministry's wanted poster following her escape from Azkaban. Where is he? Initially, Harry struggled to comprehend her words. Perhaps the torment of Azkaban had rendered her voice hoarse and grating, like two rough sheets of sandpaper scraping together. Where has he gone? My master. You must know where he is, don't you, little one? Seeing Harry remain silent, merely aiming his wand at her, Bellatrix raised her voice, her demeanor growing increasingly unhinged. Wormtail, that rat, he seems to have caught wind of something and fled the country, but you must know where my master is. No. I do not, Harry replied tersely, withholding further elaboration to avoid provoking this madwoman. He had been abducted for some time now and trusted that Hermione and Ron would soon bring the professors to rescue him. In fact, Bellatrix's haste left her no time to properly conceal her tracks as an animagus, and a noise from the direction they had come startled her sensitive nerves. She drew her wand, dispatching Harry's defensive and offensive spells with blinding speed, binding him to her side. In the next moment, Professor McGonagall appeared in the clearing, Hermione hidden just behind her. You are a professor at the school? Recognizing Harry's involuntary reaction, Bellatrix quickly discerned McGonagall's identity, gripping the rope around Harry while pointing her wand at the professor. Yes, I am a professor at Hogwarts. Mrs. Lestrange. You have escaped from Azkaban and are now holding a student hostage. Do you seek a Dementor's kiss to end your life? Despite most Death Eaters being incarcerated in Azkaban without execution, should they commit further crimes post-escape that posed a grave threat to the Ministry's interests, they would face immediate death. McGonagall refrained from commenting on such desperate actions. Will you simply relinquish this little one? You dare not. You cannot allow him to suffer the slightest harm. The chosen one? Ha! How absurd. Essentially, with Harry as her hostage, she felt utterly secure. They could only comply with her demands to ensure Harry's safety. Indeed, you have a point. I currently do not dare to act against you, McGonagall admitted, raising her hands in surrender. Bellatrix held Harry firmly in front of her, the third-year student having grown tall enough to obscure her figure. Any rash action could inadvertently harm Harry and provoke Bellatrix's ire. Yet, mere seconds after McGonagall made her statement, Harry felt the bonds restraining him suddenly vanish. He turned to see the once menacing Bellatrix Lestrange now sprawled on the ground. Not far behind her, concealed among the trees, Snape lowered his wand and approached. I cannot act against you, but that does not mean others are similarly restrained. It appears that your years in Azkaban have dulled your instincts. Perhaps you never had them. But that is no longer pertinent. To prevent her escape, McGonagall swiftly reinforced her restraints with layers of magical binding, engaging her in a one-sided conversation. Once this was accomplished, Dumbledore and the others began to arrive. Snape administered a few drops of Veritaserum to Bellatrix, inquiring about the whereabouts of Wormtail. Regrettably, when Wormtail had last spoken with Bellatrix, he had only hinted at possibly locating Voldemort's trail, but was uncertain, and thereafter they had parted ways. Bellatrix had no knowledge of his current whereabouts. It appears that the diminutive Peter Pettigrew has ventured into the Albanian forest, far from British shores. Minerva McGonagall solidified her suspicions, and the subsequent matters would be left to the Ministry of Magic to address. Harry, with a lingering sense of dread, watched as Bellatrix Lestrange was escorted away by the Ministry's Aurors, knowing that her fate awaited her in the form of the Dementor's kiss. I am still too weak, he murmured to himself. Before arriving here, I witnessed your confrontation with her. The fact that you managed to break free from her animagus constraints and had the courage to engage her is commendable, McGonagall reassured him. Bellatrix Lestrange was a pivotal member of the Death Eaters, her prowess standing out among her contemporaries. And you are only in your 3rd year. You have ample time to grow, Harry. She longed to ruffle his hair as she once did, but alas, Harry had grown too tall for that. She settled for a gentle pat on his shoulder instead. The journey to Hogsmeade abruptly concluded due to this unforeseen incident, as Fudge hurried back to manage the captured Bellatrix, while Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore escorted Harry back to Hogwarts. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Harry could no longer suppress the question that had been nagging at him. Professor, did you truly sense magic through meditation and gain control over it? This incident had sounded an alarm within him. He was unwilling to harbor his doubts any longer. His inquiry caused both McGonagall and Snape to halt in their tracks. The former wore a serene smile, while the latter frowned. You seem a bit anxious, Harry. Your suspicions are not unfounded. I indeed took a rather unorthodox shortcut, but not everyone can employ such an extreme method. My situation is somewhat unique. How about this? In a few days we have a rather special defense against the dark arts lesson. We shall discuss this matter further after that class, shall we? For now, it would be best for you to return to the common room and rest. McGonagall patiently conveyed her thoughts, allowing him to depart for the Gryffindor common room. Harry refrained from pressing further, obediently following her advice. Chapter 163, The Black Smoke. A few days later, the Ministry of Magic announced that Bellatrix Lestrange would receive the Dementor's kiss in 1 month. The rationale behind the delay was not clearly defined. McGonagall speculated whether they intended to use Bellatrix as bait, hoping to ensnare Peter Pettigrew or other Death Eaters still at large. If that were the case, such a strategy was evidently flawed. Yet she felt no need to voice her concerns. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she anticipated witnessing Voldemort's resurrection next semester. Regardless of whether Bellatrix managed to escape within that month, the Death Eaters would undoubtedly be dealt with. The Ministry's plan to send Dementors to Hogwarts ultimately did not come to fruition, and McGonagall found herself curious about what form Harry's boggart would take, given that he had yet to encounter one. Understanding the objects of one's fears is a form of self-awareness. Only by recognizing one's flaws and desires can one truly comprehend the essence of their own soul. This special lesson commenced swiftly, with McGonagall standing at the center of the classroom, meticulously outlining the characteristics of boggarts, along with strategies and incantations to confront them. The students gripped their wands tightly, forming a line to step forward one by one to confront their fears. I do not expect you to forcefully alter your fears, but you must possess the courage to face and combat them. A clear understanding of your wand's presence reminds you that you are wizards. Your wand and magic will always be your allies, providing you with the confidence to confront your fears. Before formally opening the cabinet that housed the boggart, McGonagall shared these words, briefly locking eyes with Harry for 2 seconds. Harry felt that her remarks were likely directed at him. No matter what form the boggart took when it appeared before him, he needed to face it with bravery. The line ahead erupted with screams, shouts, and the tremulous incantations of his classmates. Though the sounds were tumultuous, they managed to resolve their encounters without incident, which gradually eased Harry's tension. Perhaps there was nothing to fear. The thing he dreaded most might not be the Dark Lord, but rather the Norwegian Ridgeback that had breathed fire at him during last summer's vacation. Embracing this thought, the Q soon reached his position. Neville's fear manifested as Professor Snape, who, thanks to McGonagall's influence, appeared far less intimidating than his original portrayal. However, for students struggling with potions, he remained unforgiving. Yet, with McGonagall nearby, Neville found his fear of Snape somewhat diminished, granting him the courage to aim his wand at the boggart. The class then witnessed two Professor McGonagalls standing in the classroom. Mr. Longbottom, you performed admirably. Overcoming your fear of Professor Snape is no small feat due to your bravery. I have decided to award Gryffindor 2 points. Aside from herbology, Neville rarely earned points for his house and other classes, and McGonagall's gesture eased his apprehension toward Snape. Hermione's boggart took the form of several essays, each bearing a conspicuous grade of D in the blank spaces. For her, this truly represented the most terrifying prospect. Although her two close friends could not fathom the gravity of this fear, Ron's boggart transformed into a giant spider, and Harry recalled Hagrid mentioning a colony of acromantulas residing in the forbidden forest adjacent to the school. Years ago, those creatures had significantly dwindled in number. Aragog even pondered relocating. Hagrid's words echoed in his mind, and Ron, already terrified of spiders, had spent an uneasy night upon returning to the dormitory. In a fit of panic, Ron's voice became shrill as he cast his spell, transforming the spider into a comical figure clad in roller skates. With a sigh of relief upon receiving McGonagall's approving glance, Ron felt a weight lift from his shoulders, signaling that he had succeeded. Observing his friends navigate the classroom exercise without mishap, Harry felt increasingly at ease. However, as Ron stepped aside from the line, he found himself face to face with the now shifting boggart. At this moment, the atmosphere in the classroom remained lively, with students eagerly discussing the various boggarts they had encountered, while only McGonagall maintained a seemingly relaxed yet vigilant demeanor. Should a noseless, bald figure emerge, and Harry failed to utter the incantation, she would swiftly return the boggart to the cabinet to spare the children any lasting psychological scars. To her astonishment, the magical creature did not morph into a human form, but instead materialized as a swirling mass of black smoke, emanating an eerie green glow. Run, Lily, run. Harry, your mother loves you forever. Join us in our descent into hell. The smoke reverberated with voices, causing every student in the classroom to widen their eyes in shock. McGonagall had not anticipated such a scene. Before the final words were uttered, she decisively positioned herself in front of Harry. The voices within the smoke abruptly ceased, and the boggart transformed once more, ultimately taking the form of a book floating before her. McGonagall approached the book, casting a cursory glance at the title emblazoned on its cover, letting out a barely perceptible sigh before returning it to the cabinet. The boggart had retreated into the cabinet, yet Harry remained visibly ensnared by the shock of recent events. As the swirling black smoke, infused with a green luminescence, materialized before him, the world around Harry began to blur. The howling cold wind outside, the sounds of the curse being cast, his father's cries from below, and the tender whispers of his mother as she tightly embraced him, all surged forth from the recesses of his childhood memories, flashing through his mind like lightning. Among these recollections, one phrase resonated most clearly, sending tremors through his very soul. It was unmistakably the voice of Professor Quirrell, seemingly directed at Voldemort. Why was he recalling these moments? He had merely been a one-year-old infant at the time, incapable of retaining such memories. What he feared most was the ominous apparition before him. What was that smoke? Professor, were those echoes from that night? Glancing at the frowning Professor Quirrell, Harry wrested himself from his reverie and tentatively inquired. You are correct in your thoughts. It indeed pertains to that fateful night. However, now is not the time for such discussions. Please visit my office after class. The other students were to continue with the day's lesson. It was not an opportune moment for dialogue, especially given that the preceding incident had surpassed even Professor Quirrell's expectations. After class concluded, she promptly summoned her Patronus to inform both Snape and Dumbledore. Chapter 164. Resolving Matters Early. Were Harry's boggart merely a manifestation of Voldemort's visage? Professor Quirrell would not have been surprised. Yet, the most unsettling aspect was that the flickering green mist had emitted her voice. Even if he harbored some vague, fragmented memories, he had been cradled by Lily upstairs at the time, and her words could not have been loud enough for Harry to overhear. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that this dark mist likely did not stem from young Harry's own fears, but rather represented the haunting imagery feared by Harry as a vessel containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Upon merging with another version of himself from a different realm, certain memories related to soul research had also intertwined. Professor Quirrell understood well that from the moment of birth, a soul exists as a wholly independent entity. Generally, one's emotions, preferences, and fears cannot be mingled with the memories of others. The fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry's being had only been manipulated following Voldemort's resurrection, and lacked any consciousness. For years, It had merely enabled him to comprehend Parseltongue without any other notable alterations. Was it perhaps due to the absence of protective enchantments born of love? Upon realizing this, Professor Quirrell furrowed her brow, grasped Harry's hand, and gently channeled her magic to assess his body. The results were stark. A faint, malevolent aura enveloped Harry. An unsettling presence that would have gone unnoticed by anyone lacking her profound magical expertise and deep understanding of soul studies. Harry's situation had become exceptionally precarious. The memories of Voldemort's fragment were disturbingly influencing his own essence. More critically, if left unchecked, Harry could potentially be overtaken by this other fragment of soul residing within him. Just as she released Harry's hand, Snape and Dumbledore, alerted by the Patronus, arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Well, Harry, you are now a third-year student. Perhaps some matters should no longer be concealed from you. Before Dumbledore could fully grasp the situation, Professor Quirrell took the initiative to speak. She believed that since Harry had resolved to combat his nemesis using his own strength, there was no longer a need to withhold too much information. Professor, is there something troublesome about me? Harry's voice trembled with uncertainty as he sensed the gravity of the situation. In the previous class, your boggart transformed into a cloud of darkness, within which echoed the voices of your parents and mine. I suspect these memories do not belong to you, nor do they represent your true fears. She briefly recounted the events of the lesson to ensure the newly arrived pair were informed. Then whose memories are they? Harry's voice quivered, his complexion draining as a look of fear and disbelief overtook him. That night, Voldemort was reduced to a mere remnant of his soul. In his attempt to flee, his soul was in a state of instability, and you as an infant were the weakest soul present, making you susceptible to the remnants he left behind. I believe I must perform a minor procedure, akin to a doctor excising a tumor, to remove the detrimental remnants he left on you. Professor Quirrell closed her eyes and rubbed her temples, and when she opened them once more, her expression had shifted from concern to calmness. Fear not, Harry. This is merely a minor issue left over from that Halloween night. I am quite adept in such matters. However, I need you to maintain a positive mindset to confront the forthcoming treatment. I believe you can achieve this. Originally intending to resolve Harry's situation after addressing the other Horcruxes, Professor Quirrell now recognized that developments had exceeded her expectations. It would be prudent to address this matter swiftly to avert any further complications. Upon hearing Professor Quirrell's analogy, Harry felt a measure of unease dissipate. He turned to his trusted mentor, Dumbledore, and upon seeing him nod in agreement, he gradually relaxed his taut nerves. Return and rest well. The headmaster and I, along with Severus, will discuss matters further. If all goes well, we should be able to resolve this issue within a few days. With Professor Quirrell's confident assurance that his troubles might soon be alleviated, Harry felt his worries lift. He politely bid farewell to Dumbledore and Snape before leaving the office. Once he had departed, Professor Quirrell waved her hand to lock the office door, and cast several protective charms against eavesdropping and intrusion. Is Harry's condition akin to that of the diary and the diadem? Dumbledore ventured, unable to articulate the term, as though doing so might alleviate some of the internal pressure. The circumstances are similar. However, Harry is not an object. He is a living being, which complicates matters considerably. Severus, I can manage this situation. So please refrain from informing Lily and the others to spare her unnecessary worry. Professor Quirrell turned away, searching for something among the shelves. What methods will you employ? Professor Quirrell was known for her calm demeanor, yet at times she could be impulsive, especially regarding Voldemort. That night, Voldemort lost his corporeal form, and was reduced to a remnant of his soul. Given that he had previously split his soul into Horcruxes, his spiritual state was highly unstable. I suspect that under those conditions, a small fragment of his soul was inadvertently transferred to Harry. Now over a decade has passed, and the two souls have coexisted and even merged to some extent, making it difficult to separate them. I have two approaches. A gentler method would involve accelerating the growth of Harry's own soul power, enabling him to expel that fragment himself. However, this would place the entire burden on Harry, and while I know his potential is vast, it is still rather passive. The alternative is for my own soul power to intervene in severing the connection between the two souls. Although this may cause some shock to Harry's soul, he can gradually recover afterward. As she spoke, she retrieved numerous items from the cabinet, most of which were unfamiliar alchemical tools, alongside an ancient-looking notebook with yellowed pages. No. The second method is far too perilous. As previously mentioned, every soul is an independent entity. When Harry was younger, he was far too vulnerable, and Voldemort's power was overwhelmingly formidable, which allowed him to exploit that weakness. However, now that Harry has learned magic, even without reaching adulthood. His soul is no longer as fragile as it once was. Should an intruder attempt to invade, the soul will instinctively retaliate. In terms of magical prowess, Harry often pales in comparison to Wei Shengbai, but in this realm of souls, with Harry possessing the home field advantage, it is entirely plausible that he could inflict harm upon her. Not to mention, her soul has previously sustained damage. Thus, this course of action is exceedingly reckless. Well, I understand that, so Severus, I am contemplating a compromise. She nodded, her fingers delicately flipping through the yellowed pages of the notebook, meticulously searching for the records of what she needed to ascertain. Initially, I was reluctant to employ this method, fearing that he might be too young to endure the discomfort it entails, but now I must give it a try. Sometimes, it is in moments of darkness and solitude that we can swiftly discern the true nature of our souls. Chapter 165, Severing Bonds. 2 days later, coincidentally on a Saturday, Harry was brought to the infirmary by Wei Shengbai. "All right, Harry, lie down." She pointed to an empty bed beside him, gesturing for him to recline. Harry complied, removing his shoes and outer garments before lying down on the hospital bed, obedient yet tinged with a hint of apprehension. "Don't be so tense, Harry, relax." The infirmary was devoid of anyone else aside from them. Wei Shengbai extracted a vial of potion from her small bag. Through the transparent bottle, the deep purple liquid within was clearly visible. You should be familiar with the concept of the subconscious, but we often struggle to perceive what lies within it, our true inner selves. I have always believed it serves as a bridge to the depths of our souls. Recognizing the thoughts buried deep within us is no simple feat, typically elicited through hypnosis or profound slumber. The remnants Voldemort left upon you have tainted your soul, so before the formal treatment can commence, you must delve into the depths of your own soul. Wei Shengbai briefly elaborated on this. The potion in her hand was a dreamless sleep draught refined by Snape. Its original effect granted a stable, dreamless slumber. However, the modified version now allowed one to enter deep sleep while remaining conscious. You have often inquired if there exists a more expedient method to perceive your magical essence and enter your subconscious dreams. This is one such method. This approach was developed by another version of myself from a different world, and it is precisely through repeated use of this method that she was able to transform herself into a complete soul Horcrux. Perhaps it was this Horcrux that enabled her to swiftly sense her magical power in her second year. This may pertain to soul memory. Upon consuming this potion, you will descend into your subconscious. Every soul naturally repels the entry of foreign consciousness, thus I cannot aid you within the dream. But once you locate your source of magic, I will act immediately. Therefore, his primary task was to first discover the source of his magic. After Wei Shengbai advised him on certain precautions, Harry drank the potion and, within moments, succumbed to slumber. Dumbledore and Snape entered the infirmary, having refrained from appearing earlier to avoid overwhelming Harry. Observing the slumbering figure on the bed, they stood vigil at his side, quietly monitoring his condition. Should anything amiss occur, Wei Shengbai would promptly sever the connection between Harry and the dream. Confronting one's innermost self is not a trivial endeavor. Hidden within those depths lies not only the goodness that manifests in daily life, but also the darkness and despair one is most reluctant to face. Surrounding him was a dense fog, shrouding the dim surroundings, limiting visibility to merely a meter, with nothing but the polished marble floor beneath him. This was his dream, the deepest recesses of his consciousness, yet Harry found the scene unfamiliar. After a brief moment of confusion, he steadied his emotions and took a step forward. Gradually, the fog began to dissipate, revealing the outlines of the surrounding valleys. He tread upon the soft earth, allowing the biting cold wind to billow through his garments. Dark clouds obscured the light of the stars and moon above, and in the dead of night, only a distant house remained illuminated. Like a lighthouse standing steadfast on a desolate shore, it guided lost souls toward safety. The source of his magical essence lay there, and Harry acutely recognized this truth. Yet, despite having found the direction to advance, he remained rooted in place, motionless. A fresh newspaper was carried by the wind, fluttering down at his feet. The conspicuous headline bearing the date of that fateful day, October 31st, 1981. His parents, Lily and James Potter, had once remarked that Professor Wei Sheng seemed to possess prophetic abilities. What if she had known what would transpire on this day? What if, on that night when Voldemort invaded their home, only his parents and he remained? How different might the outcome have been? He had long buried this hypothesis deep within his heart. After all, everyone was alive and well now, and there was no need to torment himself with the conjecture of an alternative fate. Just as he hesitated, clear and forceful footsteps approached from behind. Harry turned to look, and as he beheld the figure before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated encountering the most unlikely person in the depths of his dream. In the infirmary, time passed slowly, the outside world dimming as the evening settled in. Harry, resting on the bed, breathed steadily, though his brow was furrowed. He exhibited no adverse reactions. Wei Shengbai sat on another bed, her gaze lowered. She had devised a compromise between the two options previously proposed. First, to strengthen Harry's soul, which would naturally repel the fragment of Voldemort. At that moment, she could swiftly intervene during their struggle, excising the fragment's presence. This way, not only could the fragment be dealt with, but Harry's soul would also sustain minimal damage. This was the best solution she could conceive at present. An air of tension enveloped the infirmary, and just as she contemplated checking on Harry's condition, his aura suddenly fluctuated. The previously feeble and somewhat insubstantial magical essence began to solidify, reminiscent of her own quest for breakthrough in the Room of Requirement. Harry had successfully located his source of magic and captured it. Simultaneously, the malevolent presence that had once been barely perceptible within him recognized the threat and swiftly intensified. Evidently a manifestation of Voldemort's soul fragment. Now was the moment. Wei Shengbai pressed the tip of her wand against Harry's brow, while her left hand conjured an image of a spellbook above it. Unlike before, the open book contained no magical inscriptions. Its pages were blank, yet it emanated a faint silvery glow. A petite azure bird materialized from the pages of the book, emitting a crystalline chirp before soaring into Harry's mind along the path of the wand held by Professor McGonagall, severing the bond between two intertwined souls like a sharp blade. The fragment of Voldemort, now bereft of its anchor, was struck by flames controlled by Dumbledore as it detached from Harry's body, disintegrating into nothingness amidst the inferno. Chapter 166, To Harry's. Once the afflictions plaguing Harry were resolved, he gradually opened his eyes, transitioning from the realm of dreams back to reality. Upon noticing Professor McGonagall standing beside his bed, accompanied by Snape, a fleeting expression of discomfort crossed his face. However, when his gaze fell upon Professor Dumbledore, he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming urge to shout in exhilaration. To avoid arousing suspicion, Harry promptly lowered his head, rubbing the corners of his eyes discreetly to wipe away the tears that had overflowed. Professor McGonagall assumed his display of fatigue was merely a result of the recent treatment, as expelling the anomalies from his body required considerable exertion, and she remained oblivious to his subtle attempts at concealment. "All right, Harry. It's time to return to your dormitory and rest well. After all, you have classes to attend tomorrow," she said cheerfully. "Severus, I believe it is now appropriate to pen a letter to Lily, elucidating the entirety of this matter. I hope she will not hold my prior reticence against me." At the mention of Lily's name, Harry halted momentarily, his fists clenching tightly as if to suppress something. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure and hurriedly departed from the infirmary. Despite the years spent away from Hogwarts due to his work at the ministry, Harry remained intimately familiar with the layout of the castle, memories flooding back without a hint of forgetfulness. He pondered the reason for his presence in this parallel world. Although there was an unfamiliar professor, Dumbledore was still alive, and his mother seemed safe. In this realm he was merely a third-year student, with ample time before the onset of tragedy. Such revelations were enough to elate him, even instilling a sense of envy. Indeed, the soul currently inhabiting this body was not that of the young Harry of third year, but that of the adult Harry from the original timeline, now a fully fledged Auror at the ministry. As he rounded a corner, he paused before the transparent glass of a corridor, staring at the youthful visage that reflected back, a face filled with nostalgia. Should I revert back to my original form when I return to the dormitory? He quietly mused to his reflection, taking advantage of the momentary solitude. There's no rush. I can manifest at any time. What truly matters now is to unravel why you have appeared in this world, within my body, is it not? Though their voices were identical, the Harry of this world conveyed a markedly more relaxed demeanor. He bore none of the burdens associated with being a savior, and had encountered few adversities in his life. In stark contrast to the Harry who had endured the harrowing trials of battle, lost much, and had become a father of 3 in another world, this Harry was an entirely different entity. As for the reason behind the original Harry's soul arriving here, both were left in the dark. Perhaps I should have inquired with Professor McGonagall earlier. Young Harry frowned, contemplating the inopportune timing of such a question. What if the professor perceived his soul as merely a fragment of Voldemort's, and sought to expel him again? Young Harry was acutely aware that, unlike a mere fragment, he felt a profound connection to the other Harry, a bond more intimate than that of twins, akin to another version of himself existing in this world. To be prudent, both Harrys resolved to first clarify the current situation. Along the way, they exchanged information. In the adult Harry's world, Professor McGonagall did not exist. At least, he had never heard of her or encountered her. In young Harry's world, his parents had not perished that fateful night. Rather, they had survived, including his beloved godfather Sirius, who had not been imprisoned in Azkaban. Instead, it was Peter Pettigrew who had been captured, albeit having recently escaped. As they synthesized their findings, they recognized that the sole variable between their worlds was Professor McGonagall, who was in a romantic relationship with Professor Snape. Upon hearing this revelation, the adult Harry felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly collapsing from sheer astonishment. Mom said they were together during their school years and shared a strong bond. Our family sometimes bickers over trivial matters, but Dad always manages to smooth things over with Mom. Yet, during my years at Hogwarts, I never witnessed either professor argue. Professor McGonagall often gets lost, and when Professor Snape has no classes, he waits for her at the classroom door before they depart together. Because of these two, it is rumored that the standards for girls seeking boyfriends at Hogwarts have significantly risen. Young Harry recounted the gossip he had gleaned, each word crashing against the adult Harry's worldview like waves, leaving him in a daze by the time they reached the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Just as he struggled to digest this information, he had not yet thought to ask young Harry for the common room password, when a familiar voice broke through his reverie. "Harry, why are you standing there? Are you not coming in? By the way, where have you been all day? I brought back plenty of sweets from Hogsmeade. Let us share, mate." Ron and Hermione, returning from their excursion to Hogsmeade, found Harry lost in thought at the entrance to the common room and approached him. "What's wrong, Harry? You look a bit off. Did you happen to seek out Professor McGonagall? And coincidentally, was Professor Snape there as well? It's a day off. You should give them some personal time. No wonder Professor Snape might harbor some resentment towards you." Hermione, noticing the peculiar expression on Harry's face, did not delve into other possibilities but instead teased him, given that such occurrences were not uncommon. Well, in a sense, that is not entirely inaccurate. Reflecting on Professor Snape's grim demeanor in the infirmary, the adult Harry suspected Hermione had unraveled the truth. "Regardless, let us head inside. Do you wish to remain outside in the cold?" Ron moved ahead, addressing the fat lady's portrait with the password, and the three of them entered in succession. The common room appeared just as he remembered, and within its comforting ambience, the adult Harry felt his tension dissipate, gradually relishing the camaraderie of past conversations with Ron and Hermione. On the other side, having resolved Harry's issues, Professor McGonagall was contemplating how to connect Harry with the locket. Sirius was a viable option, yet he had seemingly never returned to the Black family home in years. Should she summon Regulus instead? With Christmas approaching, perhaps she could resolve at least one matter during the holiday break. Chapter 167, Uncanny Smoothness. After the Christmas holidays commenced, just as Professor McGonagall was preparing to write to Regulus, who remained at the castle intending to prompt his appearance, Harry unexpectedly took the initiative, discussing the matter with Sirius, who had come to visit Godric's Hollow. It was unclear what excuse he had used to persuade Sirius to invite them to the Black family home for Christmas, but ultimately, Regulus lost the opportunity to make an entrance. Her fingers traced the letter sent by Lily, only casually alluding to their family's impending visit to the Black residence for Christmas without providing further details. Perhaps this time Harry might come into contact with the Slytherin locket, which remains in the possession of the house elf creature to prevent Regulus from being ensnared by this Horcrux. It is stored securely within the Black family manor. Is it mere coincidence? Wei Shengbai carefully tucked away the letter in her hand as she exited the study. The corridors of the ancient castle were ablaze with light. Although the structure was steeped in history, Grindelwald had renovated it thoroughly upon acquisition, devoid of any dark or antiquated ambience. During this Christmas season, Dumbledore would reside here to strategize with a select few who were privy to the knowledge on how to confront the potential return of Voldemort. With your presence at Hogwarts, bolstered by the strength of numerous professors, the likelihood of Voldemort daring a frontal assault is minimal. The most prudent course of action would be for you to withdraw for a time. Leaning against the armrest of the sofa, Grindelwald supported his head with one hand while the other languidly rested on his long leg, methodically tapping in a rhythmic pattern. His proposal garnered the approval of most present, including Dumbledore. To vanish for a time, one must have a plausible rationale. What should I do? In truth, Wei Shengbai had already devised a plan. Contemplating the potent dark magic curse of the resurrection stone ring from the Gaunt Manor. Yet before she could tentatively broach the subject of this Horcrux, Grindelwald interjected once more. "It's simple. I stage an escape, and you engage me in a duel, claiming I require recuperation afterward." He spoke of the notion of escape with such nonchalance, displaying no awareness of his previous transgressions. leaving the younger attendees at a loss for words. That is unacceptable. Are you suggesting to incite panic among the wizarding community once again? If Voldemort were to publicly announce his return at this juncture, the wizards of the magical world would likely suffer a greater blow, leading to further chaos. Moreover, Voldemort is exceedingly suspicious and may not readily accept this narrative. Considering the future retirement of the two elders, Wei Shengbai was disinclined to expose Grindelwald to public scrutiny once more. Their current circumstances were already precarious. They could not afford any further complications. Upon hearing her remarks, the others concurred with Wei Shengbai's perspective and began to ponder alternative methods. What if an injury were sustained while seeking Horcruxes? After a brief silence, she murmured this thought almost to herself. Dumbledore could be deemed the most formidable wizard in the canon of Harry Potter, his power placing him at the pinnacle of the wizarding world of this century. Had it not been for the curse associated with the Resurrection Stone, necessitating his life to be factored into the plan to eradicate Voldemort, he should not have fallen so prematurely in the narrative. Horcrux. As if receiving a cue from Wei Shengbai, Dumbledore suddenly looked up, a fleeting expression of surprise crossing his face. Perhaps the information I received not long ago may prove useful. I discovered a clue from Tom Riddle, Voldemort's former middle name, which may be connected to the long-vanished Gaunt family. I have dispatched inquiries. Indeed, the old manor is now surrounded by formidable dark magic, and something resides within. It appears I must investigate personally. Therefore, Mr. Grindelwald, I implore you to accompany the headmaster when the time comes. Not only is he skilled in dark magic, but Voldemort also excels in curses, so vigilance is paramount. Grindelwald cast her a glance and nodded in acknowledgement. Dumbledore's previous intelligence was indeed regarding the Resurrection Stone ring from Gaunt Manor. Wei Shengbai silently sighed in relief, having forewarned him, ensuring that no issues would arise. If there are indeed potent magical traps, the plan concerning the headmaster's injury could be executed upon their return. After Christmas, Wei Shengbai discreetly arranged for Regulus to return to the Black Manor, and the outcome revealed that the genuine Slytherin locket, which Creature had stored in the attic, had been dealt with as a dark magical artifact by Harry and his companions during the holiday. While the result was favorable, Wei Shengbai's instincts warned her that something felt amiss. Harry understood the nature of Horcruxes. Thus it was improbable that he would mistake the locket for a mere dark magical object. Why then? Had he yet to mention this matter to her in the 2 days since the term commenced? Furthermore, it was rather fortuitous that Harry resolved the issue within just 1 day of the Christmas holiday at the Black Manor. The ease with which this transpired felt oddly unsettling. Recalling Lily's mention in her letter that Harry had first suggested spending Christmas at the Black Manor to Sirius, a previously flimsy point suddenly gained considerable weight. Could the problem lie with young Harry himself? Observing the trio approaching her in the corridor, on their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Wei Shengbai narrowed her eyes, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly peculiar. Chapitre 168, Défensive technique. Good morning, Professor. Good morning, Professor Wei Sheng. The students arriving for class greeted her one by one. Harry, engrossed in conversation with Ron and Hermione, only turned his attention forward upon hearing the greetings of his peers. He glanced towards the entrance, where Professor Wei Sheng stood, smiling as she acknowledged each student's salutation. At that moment, Harry's soul dominated this body, and he felt unfamiliar with the professor, sensing an aura of enigmatic secrets surrounding her. Those clear, beautiful cerulean eyes seemed capable of perceiving the deepest secrets of others, prompting him to instinctively evade her gaze whenever it met his. Perhaps it would be better if you took the class instead, he silently suggested to young Harry. Yet, it was you who expressed a desire to reminisce about the joys of student life, wishing to attend a Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. Must we now reverse that decision? Young Harry vaguely sensed the embarrassment and anxiety emanating from another part of his soul, yet he encouraged the other self not to withdraw, for not everyone has the opportunity to relive their past. Very well, I hope that Professor does not uncover anything. After reaching a consensus, Harry steadied his emotions, greeting Professor Wei Sheng as he passed her, before slipping into the classroom. Until the lesson commenced, he detected no unusual expression on Professor Wei Sheng's face. Surely she could not discern that the soul consciousness inhabiting Harry now belonged to another world? Very well, let us begin the lesson. This semester, everyone has excelled, and we have progressed through the textbook content faster than scheduled, so in this class, we will discuss some knowledge beyond the classroom. Huzzah! Upon hearing this, many Gryffindor students let out small cheers. For them, the material in the textbooks could indeed be rather tedious, and the real wizarding world beyond the pages was far more enticing. Let me ponder what we should discuss. Once the classroom settled into silence, Wei Shengbai contemplated for a moment before a smile graced her face. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class is primarily designed to teach you young wizards how to defend against dark magical spells and beings. Aside from the knowledge we acquire from our textbooks, what other dark magics do you think exist within the magical realm? She did not plunge directly into the topic, but instead posed this question to the students. Soon, Hermione raised her small hand, and upon being called by Professor McGonagall, she stood up and eloquently recited a wealth of lesser-known dark spells and magical creatures, presumably gleaned from her studies. "Excellent, Miss Granger," McGonagall remarked, visibly impressed. "Your splendid response earns Gryffindor an additional 5 points. Now, does anyone else wish to contribute?" Throughout the remainder of the class, several students offered various answers, yet, whether by design or chance, none mentioned the trio of absolutely forbidden dark spells that currently haunt the wizarding world. "Harry, I believe you could provide a few more examples." Professor McGonagall approached Harry's desk from the front, her tone seemingly gentle. Yet only Harry could sense the immense pressure emanating from the professor. Could she have discerned something? Did she suspect that I had been subjected to the Cruciatus curse? In the span of 2 fleeting seconds, Harry's thoughts spiraled into confusion, but ultimately, he rose slowly and articulated the responses that Professor McGonagall yearned to hear. The Cruciatus curse, the Killing curse, and the Imperious curse. His voice, though soft, resonated throughout the classroom, as if the utterance of these unforgivable curses held a magical potency that silenced all present, casting a heavy shackle upon them, rendering even their breaths more measured. "Very well spoken, you are correct. These 3 curses are indeed profoundly malevolent forms of dark magic. The Ministry of Magic has codified that anyone who employs these spells shall face a life sentence in Azkaban. Naturally, this does not apply to the Aurors in pursuit of dark wizards. Yet this is not the reason why many hesitate to utter these names." "Your answer was impeccable, Harry, and I am pleased you could provide such insight. Gryffindor shall receive another 5 points." Professor McGonagall patted Harry's arm, signaling him to take his seat before returning to the front of the class. The Cruciatus curse, the Killing curse, and the Imperious curse are collectively known as the Unforgivable curses, for their use inevitably leads to irreparable consequences. Yet, even the Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks at Hogwarts scarcely mention these spells. While this is intended to prevent you young witches and wizards from delving into dark magic, it also results in a lack of knowledge regarding potential defenses. Some of you may never have encountered those cruel dark wizards, but that does not guarantee you will remain fortunate enough to avoid them forever. Rather than fear the unknown, one must prepare in advance. Thus, today, I shall teach you some techniques to resist the unforgivable curses. At this juncture, a collective sigh of relief swept through the classroom. Many had feared that Professor McGonagall would delve into a detailed discourse on the unforgivable curses. The use of these curses is strictly prohibited. Yet through the relentless battles waged by wizards and Aurors against Death Eaters and Dark Wizards, it has become evident that there are indeed means of preemptive defense. For instance, the best method against the Cruciatus curse is undoubtedly the brain-locking charm. But given its complexity and the time required to master it, a more simplified approach would be to enhance one's magical strength and willpower. The Imperious curse can be interrupted before it is cast, using disarming charms, stunning spells, or even some swift jinxes, and one may also take refuge behind solid objects. Should one's willpower be particularly robust, one might even endure the curse. As for the most enigmatic of them all, the Killing curse, barring extraordinary circumstances involving phoenixes, love magic, twin wands, horcruxes, and the like, physical defenses can be employed, provided that the object used for defense possesses sufficient hardness. After this lesson, the students gained a foundational understanding of how to contend with the unforgivable curses, alleviating some of their fears and trepidations regarding these taboo spells. "Oh, Harry, might I trouble you to accompany me back to my office? I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you." After the class concluded, Professor McGonagall called to Harry, who was busy tidying his desk, her tone as usual. Yet Harry's heart involuntarily quickened with anxiety. Chapter 169, The Impending Conclusion. Upon returning to the office, Professor McGonagall turned and retrieved Lily's letter. "Your mother mentioned that during Christmas, you discovered a dark magical alchemical artifact at the Black family estate?" At the mention of this, young Harry trembled. He had not intended to conceal anything from Professor McGonagall, but in the wake of his overwhelming excitement at seeing his parents, he had momentarily forgotten. "What are you so anxious about? If I am not mistaken, that should be Slytherin's locket, correct?" Noticing the apprehension etched across Harry's face, she chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. "Indeed. As the professor stated, it is Slytherin's locket. But how did you know?" Currently, it was young Harry's consciousness that prevailed. Yet neither he nor adult Harry comprehended how Professor McGonagall could possess such knowledge, because it was Regulus and I who brought it back. For reasons that I cannot divulge to you, Regulus and I were unable to destroy the locket at that time. So we entrusted it to the care of the Black family's house elf. After all, house elves adhere to their master's promises. Without Regulus's consent, he would never open that Horcrux. Professor McGonagall briefly recounted the events, leaving Harry's face awash with astonishment. Professor, are you saying that Regulus, my godfather's brother, is still alive? On Christmas Day, Sirius had compelled Creature to reveal certain details from that time, yet he had not mentioned that Regulus was alive, leading Sirius to believe that his brother had certainly been murdered for betraying Voldemort. Of course, he is alive and well, albeit not in a position to reveal himself. However, I must ask you to keep this information confidential. Do not inform your godfather. If the Death Eaters were to learn of this, it would pose significant complications. Professor McGonagall cautioned Harry, noting that Regulus was still deliberating whether to reunite with his brother or await the news of the Horcrux's destruction before making a decision. Now then, you have a general understanding of the situation. So where is that Horcrux? A destroyed Horcrux poses no threat, but we must prevent it from falling into Voldemort's hands, lest he become unhinged in his quest to examine the remaining Horcruxes. It is important to note that, excluding the soon-to-be-born Nagini, only 2 intact Horcruxes remain. It is still at the Black family estate, in Creature's possession, Professor. Upon hearing Harry's response, Professor McGonagall nodded, indicating her understanding. Professor, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Sensing the tension radiating from another facet of his own soul, Harry cautiously inquired. Have you encountered any issues lately? Recently, young Harry had exuded an unusual aura, occasionally engaging in actions more extravagant than before, although his personality and memories remained intact, and no traces of dark magic lingered about him. Professor McGonagall could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. No, Professor, I have no issues. Harry quickly shook his head in denial, which only deepened Professor McGonagall's suspicions. Such an expression, such a tense demeanor. This child was remarkably inept at lying. Very well. If you encounter any problems, feel free to come to me for guidance. Do not place yourself in danger, Harry. She patted young Harry's shoulder, subsequently allowing him to leave the office. Indeed, his magical abilities have grown stronger, and he has become quite adept at spellcasting lately. Is it due to that incident of capturing the source of magic? Or is there another explanation? Professor McGonagall settled back into her chair, stroking her chin as she pondered these thoughts. It feels oddly familiar. Subsequently, she rose to her feet and began to peruse the experimental notes left behind by another version of herself from an alternate realm. Could it be? After a while, she closed the notebook and squinted, unable to believe her conjecture. Yet, if her suspicions were indeed correct, there would be no necessity for her to expose the interference. Perhaps it was merely the world's attempt to rectify a flaw through renewed action. Meanwhile, Harry returned to the dormitory, exhaling heavily in relief. Professor McGonagall appeared to be oblivious to his presence. Within the confines of his mind, he conversed with his older self, both deciding it prudent for the adult Harry to refrain from making appearances before her, for reasons unknown. Even as summer vacation approached, the soul of the adult Harry had not returned to the alternate world. Time seemed to have frozen for him there, rendering his presence here inconsequential. The younger Harry assessed his state in that other world and replied accordingly. Due to this circumstance, the now adult Harry, whose children had already commenced their studies at Hogwarts, relished the pleasures of his youth anew, spending a delightful summer with his parents. It felt like a compensatory fulfillment, and he was immensely satisfied, almost eager to confront Voldemort in a one-on-one duel. Notably, Bellatrix Lestrange, once imprisoned in the Ministry of Magic cells, had been rescued, leaving behind traces of rodent gnawing. It was none other than Peter Pettigrew, and Professor McGonagall expressed no surprise regarding this outcome. However, Pettigrew could not have infiltrated the Ministry alone. There must have been someone aiding him from the shadows. Barty Crouch Jr. sitting in her study, McGonagall gazed at the 2 Quidditch tickets on her desk, murmuring the name. The professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class for the upcoming term had been decided. She would instruct the 5th, 6th, and 7th years, while Professor Moody, recruited by Dumbledore, was set to teach the 1st through 4th years. After all, Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class had been thriving under McGonagall's guidance, and Snape remained wary of the curse, insisting that Dumbledore recruit another professor. Thus, the current arrangement had come to be. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she was poised to collaborate with the man impersonating Moody for their classes. Perhaps by next year, Dumbledore would no longer need to fret over the appointment of a defense against the dark arts professor each year. She would resolve this matter entirely after the Triwizard Tournament concluded. Chapter 170. He is coming back. Barty Crouch Jr. was still alive. Just before he and his family attended the Quidditch match, Harry suddenly recalled this fact. This world was drastically different from his original one. His father and mother had not perished, Sirius had not been wronged, and even Regulus was alive. Furthermore, the great battle from his original world had transpired over a decade ago, and some events were not easily recalled, causing him to momentarily forget about Barty Crouch Jr. When he subtly inquired of his father regarding the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban, James also mentioned that Barty had died in prison long ago. Whether he had truly perished or had been extricated by his mother from Azkaban, Harry was uncertain. However, it was likely that the truth would be revealed at the Quidditch World Cup match the following evening. Harry's sole consciousness occupied the forefront as he regarded the Quidditch ticket in his hand. Attending a Quidditch match with his parents was something he had never dared to dream of, and thus he was filled with anticipation. Yet, the thought of the dark mark that might appear during the Quidditch match filled him with trepidation. The next day, at the entrance to the Quidditch World Cup venue, Harry encountered Professor McGonagall, who was linking arms with Professor Snape, the two of them laughing and chatting as they entered the grounds. Even after adjusting for a significant portion of the term, Harry still found the sight somewhat disconcerting. He had yet to fathom the astonishing background of this enigmatic professor, who had never appeared in his original world. Severus, stay right here. I shall fetch us 2 ice creams, she declared. With the onset of summer and the temperature rising sharply, coupled with the throngs of wizards attending the Quidditch World Cup, the bustling scene inevitably instilled a sense of heat. McGonagall had spotted a vendor selling magical ice cream upon entering. Inexplicably drawn to it, she hurried over to purchase 2. Just then, Lily noticed Snape standing motionless amidst the crowd. Good evening, Severus. Where's Minerva? Did you not come with her? Lily approached with her family to greet him, and Snape turned to respond, then disregarded the father and son beside him, gesturing toward the dark-haired woman in the distance. She's over there. At that moment, McGonagall had completed her transaction and accepted 2 ice creams from the vendor, turning to see Lily looking in her direction. Excuse me, I shall buy 2 more. Good evening. Lily, Harry, and Mr. Potter, she greeted cheerfully. Moments later, she returned, balancing 4 ice creams, bestowing the delightful treats upon everyone except the unfortunate Mr. Potter. James Potter, an esteemed Auror in the Ministry of Magic, had procured several well-placed tickets, and McGonagall, being relatively affluent, ensured that the seating arrangements were not too distant. Would you care to join us in our tent? Harry, still engrossed in his ice cream, overheard his mother's invitation to the 2. Both the older Harry and the younger Harry instinctively felt a shiver run through them. Not at the moment. We have some matters to attend to. If there's time after the match, we shall pay you a visit, they replied. Yet as McGonagall uttered those words, Harry could not shake the feeling that she had glanced in his direction. Today there are many wizards present, Mr. Potter. Be mindful not to become separated from your family again, she advised before linking arms with Snape and departing, leaving James perplexed by her statement. Who was that directed towards? As the individual who knew McGonagall best, Snape was acutely aware that it was certainly not a caution meant for James Potter, the fool. The only one she could refer to as Mr. Potter could only be another. Indeed, it is Mr. Potter. Do not overthink it, Severus. We must meet with Dumbledore and Mr. Greengrass. Do you wish to carry that ice cream to them? Harry, your ice cream has fallen, Lily reminded, prompting Harry to look down and stare vacantly at the melting scoop on the ground, still grappling with the shock from earlier. What if they were to become separated again? Had it not been for this possibility, Harry would have had no other thoughts. Could she truly know something? Was the Mr. Potter referred to by Professor McGonagall his father? Or could it be him? Not the young Harry, nor his father, but he from another world, who had become separated from the Weasley family after the conclusion of the Quidditch World Cup. The adult Harry, having been an Auror for many years, had experienced much. Perhaps he would be exhilarated by the familial bond he had never before felt. Yet he would not lose his edge as a top Auror. She might have already discerned his presence and anticipated events following the World Cup. Could it be that she, too, had come from another world? The one that flourished after the battle? Rapidly consuming the remaining ice cream in his hand, Harry could not solidify his conjecture until the Quidditch match commenced. However, the other party bore no malice. Rather, they had greatly aided his counterpart in this world, having intervened in the events of that fateful night in Godric's Hollow many years ago, preventing the ensuing tragedy. In truth, he felt a deep-seated gratitude towards this enigmatic professor. The Quidditch World Cup was a lively affair, although he was already aware of the outcome. The presence of family made Harry feel that this was the happiest night of his life. If he could eradicate Voldemort from this world entirely, he would have no regrets left. After the match, there was a certain chaos around the sausages. Harry, anxious and accompanied by his parents back to their tent, remained attuned to the sounds from outside. Soon, disturbances indeed broke out in the arena, but they were swiftly quelled by the Aurors present. James, returning to the tent after his temporary assignment, reported that a group of Death Eaters had infiltrated, though they had not caused significant trouble. What about young Barty Crouch? Harry thought anxiously, but his parents were reluctant to let him venture out, fearing he might encounter any lingering remnants of the Death Eaters. Originally, young Barty Crouch had only just escaped his father's control during this match, but unforeseen events with Wormtail, coupled with the traces left behind after Bellatrix Lestrange was taken, led to speculation that young Barty's escape had occurred much earlier than anticipated. As for whether he would choose this moment to cause a ruckus and unleash the Dark Mark, she was uncertain, which was why she had purchased 2 tickets to ascertain the developments. It was rare for wizards to gather, since Voldemort's defeat over a decade ago. The Death Eaters who had not been confined to Azkaban had scattered across the land. If one wished to rally the original members, this World Cup indeed served as an excellent catalyst. Could it be that young Barty was truly devoid of any ulterior motives? Standing aloft, Wei Shengbai scrutinized the gathering of wizards below, her brow slightly furrowed. As the night deepened and the majority of the wizards, who had been reveling and drinking, prepared to disperse, a sudden burst of green smoke erupted from the edge of the woods. The smoke coalesced rapidly in the air, transforming into a spine-chilling, fearsome dark mark. A massive skull floated ominously. From its mouth slithered a twisting serpent, eliciting an involuntary shudder. There. In an instant, Wei Shengbai discerned the origin of the dark mark's emergence. But by the time she and the other Aurors arrived, the perpetrator had vanished without a trace. The trees in the forest were dense with thorns, and with the encroaching darkness and insufficient light, it was challenging to ascertain the direction in which young Barty had fled, especially since he might possess some knowledge of the area. He is coming back, Wei Shengbai murmured softly in the woods. Snape, standing nearby, stepped closer and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, hearing her sigh of relief. At last, it could be formally concluded. Severus. The pursuit of the endings of 2 worlds was now just beyond the horizon. She could even vividly see the morning star hanging in her sky, radiating its brilliant starlight. Chapter 171. The Goblet of Fire opens. It is the Dark Mark. Sensing the commotion, Harry flung open the flaps of their tent, and immediately spotted the ominous symbol floating in the sky, emanating from the direction of the edge of the woods. He grasped his wand tightly, but soon the Dark Mark was dispersed by the Aurors' counterattacks. Could it be that Dad and the others had captured young Barty Crouch? Harry pondered anxiously. Shortly thereafter, James Potter returned to the tent, shaking his head, stating that no suspicious individuals had been apprehended. I saw Miss Wei Sheng there. She seemed to have discovered something but left quickly. She will likely clarify the matter with Professor Dumbledore. James reassured his son, believing he had been startled by the sudden appearance of the Dark Mark. Harry shook his head and silently returned to his bed, though even with his eyes closed, he continued to converse with young Harry in his mind. Meanwhile, Wei Shengbai and Snape had indeed returned to Dumbledore's side, recounting the night's events, but more so discussing how to execute their forthcoming plans. According to your previous deductions, Voldemort may have returned to Britain. Thus, in a few days, I shall accompany Gellert to Godric's Hollow. Their plan was to have Dumbledore retrieve the Resurrection Stone Ring Horcrux from Godric's Hollow, feigning the effects of a curse placed upon the ring, thereby creating signs of injury to lower Voldemort's guard, allowing him to fall into their subsequent trap. After the start of the next term, the school would host the Goblet of Fire. He was likely to make a move at that time. Wei Shengbai reminded him. Currently, aside from Harry, the other students remained largely unaware of this significant news, while the professors had already been preparing for this long-awaited event throughout the summer. You are correct. According to the plan, by that time, I would already be afflicted by the curse, thus rarely making appearances. The safety of Hogwarts students, as well as those from the other 2 schools, will rest in your hands. Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging that he could only protect the students from the shadows, while the overt matters would require Professor McGonagall and these 2 individuals before him. Certainly, you can rest assured, we will not allow any student to fall into danger. A faint smile graced her face as she recalled the moment when another version of herself stood helplessly before Cedric's lifeless body, a flicker of resolve shining in her eyes. This time, such a tragedy would absolutely not occur again. The precious moments of joy are always fleeting, as is vacation. Before Harry could truly grasp the situation, he found himself seated in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, attending the welcoming feast for new students. This time, Professor Moody did not arrive late as before but entered alongside the other professors, taking a seat beside Wei Xingbai. His unsettling eye, which could see through disguises, rolled about restlessly, seemingly tinged with a hint of excitement, as his gaze flitted between Dumbledore and the students. Was he truly Professor Moody? Or, akin to a decade ago, was he merely a facade of young Barty Crouch? Harry, whose consciousness predominantly occupied his body, continually cast glances towards the faculty table, but managed to suppress any overt suspicion, allowing his demeanor to convey mere curiosity. When his gaze fell upon Wei Xingbai, who happened to look up at him, their eyes met, and the professor offered him a gentle smile. Harry immediately averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt, given the subtle implications of her earlier words during the Quidditch World Cup. After introducing Professor Moody and outlining his teaching responsibilities for the term, Dumbledore announced a significant matter before the feast officially commenced. The Goblet of Fire was to be opened. Students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons would arrive at Hogwarts to participate in this Triwizard tournament. Most students appeared exhilarated by the news, as interactions with students from the other two schools were a rarity, undoubtedly injecting a surge of excitement into their otherwise monotonous academic lives. Of course, a small fraction of those who had been privy to the information maintained their composure, with Harry being one such individual. Majestic, beautiful thestrals drew the carriages from the sky, and the depths of the Black Lake rippled and trembled as a massive ship emerged from its depths. Such a grand display of collective travel was seldom witnessed, even within the wizarding world. Wei Xingbai sat at the teacher's desk, a smile gracing her lips as she observed the students from the two great academies entering the hall. The boys exuded youthful vigor, while the girls displayed an array of charming postures, their brows adorned with confidence and exuberance, seemingly assured of their impending triumph in the upcoming tournament. After exchanging brief pleasantries with the heads of both schools, Dumbledore gestured for the visiting guests to take their seats and unveiled the presence of the Goblet of Fire behind him. The flames within the goblet blazed brightly, illuminating his aged yet benevolent visage, though it appeared somewhat pallid. This year, students in the 5th year and above were permitted to register for the goblet by inscribing their names on slips of parchment and casting them into the fire. Furthermore, after discussions among the professors at Hogwarts, it was decided that the top 10 students with the highest points in the 4th year dueling club would also be eligible to sign up. Other students in the 4th year and below were excluded from participation. After Professor Flitwick entrusted the management of the dueling club to Wei Xingbai a few years prior, she established a point system. Those who participated in the dueling club and emerged victorious in sanctioned duels would earn points, thus creating a leaderboard. This initiative indeed stimulated the competitive spirit among certain students, encouraging them to better assess their own capabilities and fostering a healthy competitive environment. The 4th year students were taken aback by the realization that the seemingly trivial points they had accumulated over time would now play a pivotal role in the Goblet of Fire event. The most affected by this news was, of course, young Harry, whose magical prowess and practical experience had seen significant enhancement under the guidance of his older counterpart, Harry. Naturally, he found himself at the pinnacle of the 4th year dueling club leaderboard. This meant that even without the fictitious Professor Moody to aid him in cheating, he could participate in the registration for this grand event. Sitting at the long table of his own house, the elder Harry bowed his head, recalling the tragic conclusion of that fateful tournament years ago. The goblet transformed into a portkey, the resurrection of Voldemort, and Cedric Diggory, struck down by the killing curse. Lying lifeless on the ground, a wave of sorrow washed over him, causing his breath to quicken. With the slight alteration in the registration rules, he needed no assistance or deceit. He would register, he would once again reach that future, and he would alter the tragic starting point of that tale. This time, Ron did not engage in a cold war with him over the registration, as he was not among the top 10 in the dueling club leaderboard. Hermione, too, remained preoccupied with her books in the library rather than practical combat, thus missing out on a qualifying spot. Watching the slip of parchment slowly descend into the Goblet of Fire, Harry silently prayed, hoping that one of the coveted spots in this competition would be bestowed upon him. Merlin grant it, let it not be Cedric, let it not be. He fervently implored the great god of magic, lingering before the goblet for a few moments longer. Not far away, leaning on his cane, Professor Moody stood at a concealed corner, observing as Harry cast his slip into the flames. In the distance, an inconspicuous little black cat perched elegantly on a narrow railing, daintily grooming its paws. Chapter 172. The Trap Unfolds. How is Moody faring? Dumbledore inquired, seated in his office, casting a glance at the disguised curse marks on his right hand before addressing Wei Xingbai. Indeed, I checked on him 2 hours ago with my Patronus. He mentioned that aside from feeling a bit bored confined in that box, he was otherwise well, she replied, reclining on the sofa while perusing a profound tome on alchemy. Nodding in affirmation. Following her prior admonition, Dumbledore had turned his attention to Moody's situation. The faculty and students at Hogwarts seldom changed, if a breakthrough were sought. The position of defense against the dark arts professor, newly appointed each year, indeed presented a promising opportunity. As expected, young Barty Crouch had approached Moody and imprisoned him within the box. Ultimately, after conferring with all those in the know, including the imprisoned Moody himself, Dumbledore resolved to play along, keen to observe what further plans the disguised Barty Crouch might devise. Though the current outcome superficially mirrored the original storyline, every action of Barty's was under Wei Xingbai's vigilant scrutiny, unbeknownst to him. Recently, under Dumbledore's deliberate guidance, rumors regarding his deteriorating state had begun to circulate within the school. Harry noticed that his esteemed headmaster had been conspicuously absent from public view, with many matters being handled instead by Professor McGonagall or Professor Wei Xing. The disguised Barty Crouch found it peculiar that Dumbledore had been acting strangely of late. He appeared somewhat listless and frequently concealed his right hand. Through Barty's persistent probing, he uncovered the truth about Dumbledore's affliction by a curse. He promptly reported this revelation to his master, Voldemort, who had recently returned from the Albanian forest to England. Is that so? A curse, Voldemort mused, his eyes opening as he scanned the report sent by Barty, detailing the nature of the dark curse. He managed to find his way there. Voldemort quickly discerned the origin of the curse afflicting Dumbledore's right arm. While this indicated that a Horcrux had been exposed beneath Dumbledore's very gaze, it posed no significant threat. Once the afflicted individual succumbed to the curse, they would soon return to the embrace of death. And in a world devoid of Dumbledore, what force could stand in his way? Now, all that remained was to bide his time. Both sides awaited their opportunity, Wei Xingbai to conclude this tale, and Voldemort to usher in his own era. The registration for the Goblet of Fire soon concluded, recognizing Harry Potter's prowess, or perhaps the strength of the alternate Harry from another realm. Without question, Hogwarts champion was he. Cedric, seated at the Hufflepuff table, bore a hint of disappointment, yet he quickly rallied, offering applause to his rival. Wonderful. Harry initially exhaled a sigh of relief in his heart, before allowing a composed smile to grace his face as he approached the front from the Gryffindor table. The sounds of congratulations and applause from fellow students resounded, in stark contrast to the murmurs of discontent he had experienced over a decade prior. To the students of Hogwarts, this was deemed a fair selection. Although Harry was young, his remarkable performances in the dueling club since the previous year had been nothing short of astonishing, making this outcome far more palatable. Dumbledore, rarely seen at the table, remained seated in silence, not even clapping, his right hand concealed beneath the table. He raised a cup with his left hand towards Harry, offering him a gentle smile. The announcement regarding the first event of the competition was made by Professor McGonagall. After a brief moment of joy, Harry found himself engulfed in profound suspicion regarding Dumbledore's current state. What exactly was amiss with the headmaster? The first challenge of the tournament involved seizing a golden egg beneath the watchful eyes of dragons, to ascertain whether the event's content might be subject to change. He stealthily donned his invisibility cloak and ventured into the Forbidden Forest, where true to his memories he encountered a cluster of dragons. Oh, that Hungarian horntail. It was the very one that chased me in Romania, young Harry recalled vividly, particularly remembering the unexpected pursuit of the Hungarian beast during that trip. What a coincidence. Young Harry learned of his older counterpart's journey to the Dragon Research Base in Romania, through the small Harry. Upon discovering that the one who mentioned this trip was Professor McGonagall, his skepticism towards the professor deepened. The Hungarian horntail, shackled by chains, seemed to catch a whiff of a familiar scent, lifting its head toward Harry's concealed position, and unleashing a series of terrifying growls. This compelled Harry to make a hasty exit. Even if he were to relive the experience, the challenge of this competition remained formidable. Shaking his head, he returned to his dormitory, lying on his bed as he contemplated strategies for the task ahead. Was he to summon his trusty Nimbus 2000 once more? Such a notion felt rather mundane. The adventurous spirit, dormant within the veins of every Gryffindor student, stirred restlessly. Chapter 173. Facing Together. Recently, Harry had not sensed any particular attention from the false Moody, perhaps due to his successful acquisition of a spot in the tournament. Yet, unbeknownst to him, young Barty Crouch's focus had shifted from him to Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Should Dumbledore's curse manifest, there would be no one in the wizarding world capable of thwarting the path of his great master. However, at present, there was another individual who occupied his thoughts. And that was the woman sharing the position of defense against the dark arts professor with him. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament was imminent, with students, professors, and various guests taking their seats. When young Barty Crouch arrived at the designated viewing area for the professors, he noted that Dumbledore had yet to arrive. And at that moment McGonagall happened to glance up, their eyes meeting. Her azure eyes resembled the clearest sky after rain, reflecting the darkness within the observer's heart, prompting young Barty to instinctively wish to avert his gaze. "Professor Moody, there's still a seat available here," she offered, gesturing to the space beside her. "Thank you for your kindness, but I wish to check on young Harry first," he replied, leaning on his cane as he attempted to depart. "By coincidence, I too wish to see Harry. Let us go together, Professor Moody," McGonagall said with a light laugh, rising from her seat to walk alongside him. Snape remained seated unperturbed. In the eyes of many, until his plans bore fruit, young Barty would naturally refrain from taking action against her, especially as she possessed sufficient strength to handle him. To avoid arousing suspicion, young Barty acquiesced to her request as they walked in tandem, swiftly arriving at the competitor's tent. At that moment, Harry had just concluded an interview with Rita Skeeter, who appeared rather exhilarated, her quick quill pen trembling as it inscribed line after line upon the parchment. However, before she could regain her composure from the thrill of obtaining exclusive news, the quill was deftly seized by a hand as delicate as porcelain. "What are you doing? Please return my belongings," Rita exclaimed, her expression morphing into one of indignation upon realizing her quill had been captured. "I may return it, but I would appreciate it if you could erase all those fabrications. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to reveal some rather intriguing tidbits to the wizarding world. For instance, there's a little insect that delights in conjuring falsehoods. I believe some might find that secret rather captivating." McGonagall's voice was soft, barely audible to Rita, yet the implications of her words widened the reporter's eyes in fear. I know you. You were the one who fought alongside the Potters against him in Godric's Hollow, and then mysteriously vanished for 8 years. Everyone believes the Potters vanquished him, but I know the truth. It was you." It seemed Rita's sources of information were extensive. This matter was once known only to a select few who had arrived at Godric's Hollow. It was unclear when she had acquired such knowledge. Upon realizing her secret had been exposed, Rita panicked, attempting to bolster her bravado with her earlier remarks, which inadvertently caught the attention of young Barty, who was conversing with Harry not far away. McGonagall chose not to engage directly with her remarks. Before the reporter could divulge more, she swiftly confiscated Rita's notebook, silencing her. She perused a few pages, erasing the nonsensical entries before returning the notebook and quill to Rita. "Curiosity killed the cat. You are familiar with that adage. Since you are aware of certain matters, you should also understand that I am not easily manipulated. However, I sincerely hope for a favorable conclusion for you, rather than finding yourself confined within a glass jar, alongside some of the wizards you've previously interviewed, forever unable to escape." Her tone was gentle, yet each word carried a veiled threat, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Rita's brow. "Hogwarts does not welcome malicious guests. I kindly ask you to leave at your earliest convenience." With that, McGonagall turned her back on Rita and strode toward Harry. Once she departed, Rita felt an immediate alleviation of the pressure that had enveloped her. She hastily gathered her quill and notebook, retreating in a somewhat disheveled manner. For both young and older Harry, the bothersome Rita Skeeter was a formidable adversary, ranking just below Umbridge on the list of those they despised. Witnessing how effortlessly McGonagall had dispatched this nuisance, Harry felt a wave of gratitude. "How do you feel? Are you nervous?" McGonagall approached Harry, donning a warm smile as she inquired about his current state. "Not too much. After all, I've already encountered those creatures during our journey to Romania." Young Harry nodded, comforting himself. "By the way, Mr. Potter and Lily are here as well, seated in the audience. Perform splendidly. I believe they will be immensely proud of you." Families of the 3 champions had been invited to witness the events, and with their support, Harry's performance was bound to shine even brighter. "I understand. Thank you, Professor." Young Harry nodded as the competition was about to commence. Fleur from Beauxbatons approached the Welsh Green Dragon, while Victor Crumb from Durmstrang drew the Chinese Fireball, and Harry, as if destined, drew the Hungarian Horntail. The competition officially began. Faced with the imposing dragon, Fleur cast a spell to lull the fire dragon into a deep slumber. However, despite being enchanted, the Welsh Green still expelled a torrent of flames. Fleur's light dress caught fire, but she quickly conjured water from her wand to extinguish it, ultimately securing the golden egg. Crumb struck the dragoness eye with a stunning spell, causing the creature to thrash in agony, trampling many of the genuine eggs. Yet he successfully procured the golden egg, albeit with a lower score due to the shattered ones. As Harry listened to the cheers from outside and the announcer calling his name, he took a deep breath, preparing to part the tent flap and step outside. Fear not. I shall be here. No unforeseen events shall occur. If you cannot handle it alone, we shall face it together. He was confident that whether it be dragons or Voldemort, the combined strength of the two Harrys would suffice to overcome any obstacle. Chapter 174. The first match. Now let us welcome the brave champion from Hogwarts, the youngest contender in this tournament. Let us applaud his courage. As Harry stepped out of the tent, a thunderous ovation and jubilant cheers erupted from every corner of the audience, particularly from the direction of Hogwarts, where the voices of his father and godfather, Sirius Black, resonated most clearly. Come on, Harry, you can do it. Oh yes. Son, you are always the best. Despite the overwhelming crowd and cacophony of noise, Harry immediately recognized the source of their calls. He glanced up towards the area where his parents were seated, spotting them proudly waving the Gryffindor and Hogwarts banners at the very front of the stands, while his mother beamed at him, enthusiastically waving her hand. Overwhelmed with excitement, young Harry yearned to wave back, yet he restrained himself in the face of such a grand spectacle. Regaining his composure, he took a deep breath, tightened his grip on his wand, and stepped into the competition arena, where the dragon resided. Harry, grip your wand tightly, it is your greatest ally. Believe in it to achieve victory. As the dragon sensed his presence and opened its eyes, the words spoken by Professor McGonagall in the tent wafted through his mind like a gentle breeze. Somehow he felt his nerves dissipate, and his steps grew more resolute. No longer did he tremble in front of the colossal creature that was now rising slowly. Confundus. He first cast the Confundus charm at the Hungarian Horntail, a spell he had learned during the summer from the remarkable Harry. Unfortunately, its effect was somewhat limited. Given the dragon's immense size and formidable strength, its magical resistance far surpassed that of a wizard, and a mere Confundus charm would not deter it for long. Yet Harry only needed it to have some effect. And indeed, the Hungarian Horntail appeared momentarily dazed, its surroundings blurring in its vision. Seizing the opportunity, Harry dashed to the opposite side, away from the golden egg. Sure enough, after a brief moment of confusion, the dragon was provoked into a fury. Although its feet were still shackled, it pursued Harry, temporarily abandoning the vicinity of the dragon egg. That was the Confundus charm. Mr. Potter just used the Confundus charm. The commentator's voice was filled with excitement. This particular spell demands considerable magical prowess and skill, with only the most powerful and focused wizards able to cast it silently, and without a wand. Clearly, our brave Potter has not yet mastered such advanced techniques, being underage after all. However, managing to confuse the dragon is a significant achievement. Let us observe what he will do next and stay tuned. In the midst of the commentator's fervor, young Harry's focus remained solely on the Hungarian Horntail, oblivious to the surrounding commentary. Sensing that his aim had been achieved, he swiftly unleashed two consecutive spells at the dragon. To be precise, one was directed at the dragon itself, while the other targeted the ground beneath its feet. Petrificus totalis. Terra collapse. The former spell was primarily aimed at the dragon's feet, a charm he had learned in his earlier years of defense against the dark arts, which proved quite effective during dueling club battles. Though he had not yet perfected it, Harry wielded this spell with considerable skill. The dragon's foot momentarily stiffened under the unexpected spell, causing it to stumble uncontrollably. Simultaneously, the next spell followed suit, causing the ground to suddenly crack and form a large hole, leaving a significant portion of the dragon's body ensnared within. While splendid, Terra Collapse is also a rather advanced spell, requiring a substantial amount of magical energy to create such a chasm. Our young Potter, despite his tender age, demonstrates magical prowess that rivals his older counterparts. The commentator continued, "Oh, he is seizing this opportunity to grab the golden egg. It appears Potter has employed such a strategy. Quite audacious indeed. The judges' scores should reflect this boldness. Indeed, compared to Fleur's method of lulling the dragon to sleep or Crumb's somewhat brutish approach, Harry's technique captured the audience's attention and promised a commendable score." With the golden egg in hand, Harry was elated, but just as he prepared to exit the arena, the furious roar of the Hungarian Horntail echoed behind him. Oh no, the dragon was rising from the pit faster than he had anticipated. In that instant, the essence of the older Harry took control of his body. Before the dragon could charge, he uttered no incantation. Instead, he executed a deft turn and vanished from sight in an instant. As the crowd watched in confusion, he reappeared at the edge of the competition area, cradling the golden egg, his demeanor calm as he declared the conclusion of the contest. Wait, was that apparition? Goodness, that was astonishing. Moreover, Potter executed that spell flawlessly. Simply perfect. I can hardly resist putting down the microphone to applaud him. In any case, let us congratulate Mr. Potter for securing the golden egg and achieving victory. Let the crowd cheer for him. As he exited the tent, the older Harry's consciousness faded, for he noticed Professor McGonagall waiting by the entrance, seemingly for him. If anyone inquires about that spell later, just say it was taught to you by me. Before others could arrive to celebrate with him, McGonagall approached Harry and whispered this to him. Hogwarts restricts the teaching of such magic to students over 17. And neither Lily and James Potter nor Sirius had ever imparted this knowledge to him. The professor's words provided him with a convenient explanation and an escape route. I understand, Professor. With Professor McGonagall privy to certain matters and clearly aligned with their side, Harry naturally felt a sense of trust towards her. However, he realized that he would need to find an appropriate time to discuss things further with her. Moments later, the judges began awarding Harry high scores for his performance. Dumbledore, who had been somewhat elusive recently, made a rare appearance at the tent to commend Harry, and subtly broached the subject of apparition. When young Harry mentioned that it was Professor McGonagall who had taught him, the wise and benevolent headmaster merely glanced at McGonagall beside him, then let the topic drop without further inquiry. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room with the golden egg, Harry was met with an enthusiastic welcome from his fellow students, who hoisted him high amidst a chorus of cheers and laughter. They celebrated with a small party, which continued until curfew loomed, gradually winding down. In the days that followed, as Harry gradually regained his composure from the exhilaration, he found himself pondering his next dilemma. Whom should he invite to the Yule Ball as his dance partner? Chapter 175. A Curious Destiny. Speaking of which, his counterpart in another world must have already wed. But who could it possibly be? He had not heard the older Harry mention it during this time. Reflecting on this, young Harry lay in his dormitory bed, seeking insight from the soul residing within him. Honestly, I'm not inclined to reveal that to you. You should savor the sweetness of youthful romance on your own. And I don't want Ron to harbor any prejudice against you. But did I just let something slip? Alright, it's Ginny. As the topic turned to his own wife, the older Harry, caught off guard, inadvertently revealed a detail, allowing young Harry to learn this intriguing piece of information. Ginny? Ron's sister? Little Harry was somewhat taken aback, for his encounters with this young girl had been rather infrequent. Though she was undeniably attractive, she was still merely a third-year student and the sister of a close friend. He could never have anticipated that she would be his future wizarding partner. As I mentioned earlier, my upbringing differs from yours. After I became acquainted with the Weasley family, they embraced me as one of their own, and I found great joy in that familial atmosphere. Ginny is wonderful, and it was only after experiencing certain events that I came to appreciate her. Your experiences diverge from mine. You have the liberty to choose someone you truly cherish, rather than following the path of my destiny. Although Big Harry suggested that Little Harry seek out his own affection, following their conversation, Little Harry inexplicably found himself preoccupied with Ginny in this world. After hearing those words, it was impossible for him to approach her with the same nonchalance as before. Hey mate, you've been acting a bit strange lately, Ron remarked, gnawing on a chicken leg while casting a sidelong glance at Harry. What? Strange? In what way am I strange? Little Harry poked at the meat on his plate, seemingly eager to dismiss something, his tone betraying a hint of urgency. I can't shake the feeling that you're keeping something from me. Am I imagining things? Or are you worried about the upcoming match? As for the match, I'm not too concerned, but Christmas is just around the corner. Ron, have you found a partner to dance with yet? Harry hastily redirected the conversation. Not yet. There's still nearly a month until Christmas. I should be able to find someone. Ron's voice faltered, revealing his own distress regarding the matter. Why not try inviting Hermione? At that moment, Hermione had already left the Great Hall for the library, claiming she needed to return a book and borrow some more. Hermione? Ron's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly not expecting Harry to bring her up, his expression was quite telling. No, she's the one person I can't ask. She's always buried in her books. Would she really know how to dance? I'm afraid she'd trample my feet. Ron shook his head vigorously, vehemently rejecting the suggestion. Would you rather see her dancing with someone else? I've heard that Crumb from Durmstrang is trying to invite her. It was not Little Harry speaking, but rather Big Harry, who had recently altered his consciousness. After their time together, even in a slightly different fate, he seemed to perceive the subtle feelings between his two friends that were hard to discern. For Little Harry, he could advise him not to be constrained by the fate of another world. However, he was quite eager to play matchmaker for his two friends. What? Sure enough. Upon hearing this news, Ron leapt from his seat in shock, drawing the attention of those around them. Cough cough, no, I mean that Crumb? The one who's a champion like you? Of course, who else could it be? Besides, I believe that if you were to invite her, Hermione would surely agree. Why not give it a try? Do you think she would mock you for your invitation? You ought to know, she is not that kind of person. But if I ask her to dance at Christmas, won't she think I, care about her? Ron's expression twisted, his thoughts entangled in hesitation and conflict. Don't you care for her? Your face said it all when you heard Crumb was going to invite her. Rather than beating around the bush and enduring misunderstandings later. Big Harry thought it would be better for Ron to reveal his true feelings now. Is it really that obvious? Ron touched his face, uttering the words before fully processing them, only to awkwardly halt his actions, embarrassment etched across his features. Cough cough, let us drop this topic for now. I have something to attend to. With that, he discarded his finished chicken leg and hurriedly exited the Great Hall. Will he succeed? Big Harry pondered, stroking his chin as he watched Ron's retreating figure. Unaware of how events would unfold between his two friends, little Harry, after finishing his meal, summoned his courage and followed his heart, rising to approach Ginny. Lingering doubt was not a virtue. If he missed this opportunity, would he not regret it later? Little Harry resolved to take the plunge. At the long table, Ginny was chatting with her friends. When she finally noticed Harry, he had already reached her side. Ginny, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to ask if you would accompany me as my dance partner at this year's Christmas ball? Though he spoke fluently, little Harry could still detect a slight tremor in his voice. Yet from Ginny's perspective, he appeared quite dashing. Of course, I would love to be your dance partner. She nodded, shyly avoiding his gaze, and in an effort to quell her excitement, she tucked a strand of her red hair behind her ear, inadvertently revealing her now crimson earlobes. Thank you, I'm looking forward to it. Harry nodded, and upon leaving the Great Hall, he finally relaxed his tension and let out a long sigh. Wonderful, she said yes. Harry joyfully clenched his fist and gave a small, triumphant wave in the air, then glanced around to ensure no one had noticed his exuberance before casually walking away. Ah, destiny is indeed marvelous. From the teacher's table, Professor McGonagall observed the entire exchange and wiped her lips, revealing a gentle smile. She turned to the person beside her and extended an invitation. May I ask, Professor Snape? Dear Severus, would you do me the honor of being my dance partner at the Christmas ball? Snape elegantly took a sip of his drink before quietly responding. I would be delighted. Chapter 176, The Ball. As Christmas approached, the professors and students of Hogwarts devised numerous ways to adorn the campus more splendidly than ever before. The Great Hall, the courtyard, and various significant locations were naturally adorned. Even in the most secluded corridors, one could witness enchanting blue magical snowflakes cascading from above, creating a delightful spectacle. Initially, Professor McGonagall found herself somewhat dazzled by the vibrant decorations that were ubiquitous, but she soon acclimated. I've sent an invitation to Grindelwald. I wonder if he'll attend the ball. As McGonagall and Snape walked toward the Great Hall before the Christmas festivities officially commenced, she suddenly remarked, Grindelwald? Why bring him up all of a sudden? In Snape's memory, Grindelwald mostly resided at the current headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Unless he was acting alongside Dumbledore, he would not venture out. The Hogwarts Christmas ball invited many who were familiar with both the Saint and Grindelwald himself. Should he appear, it would be difficult to conceal anything. He will come. Despite the various concerns and risks, Snape offered her an affirmative response. He could see that although their relationship was one of guardian and ward, and Grindelwald often appeared indifferent on the surface, he had never outright refused any of McGonagall's requests. In contrast to Snape's contemplations, Wei Shengbai pondered another rationale. After all, having the audacity to request a dance from Professor Dumbledore in such a public setting was a rare opportunity indeed. After more than half a century of repression and concealment, one must occasionally find a means of release. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they were met with a throng of attendees. Approaching the faculty seating, they found Dumbledore already seated. Though his right hand was concealed within his sleeve, while his left hand delicately cradled a cup as he engaged in conversation with Professor McGonagall. The champions had yet to enter, and a brief interval remained before the ball commenced. Wei Shengbai surveyed the surroundings but failed to spot Grindelwald, eventually settling beside Dumbledore. What were you searching for? Dumbledore inquired, noticing her slight disappointment. I invited someone, but he has yet to arrive. I suspect he is running late. This timing hardly qualifies as late. Before she could finish her sentence, a familiar voice resonated nearby. Clad in a deep blue wizarding robe, his hair impeccably styled, he approached Dumbledore with a leisurely gait. He rarely donned such traditional attire, yet it suited him well, simple yet elegantly tailored. the subtle dark golden patterns imparting an air of mysterious sophistication. However, he was not presenting his true visage, but rather the guise he had assumed while teaching at Hogwarts. Even sporting a monocle that softened his usual sharp demeanor, lending him an air of scholarly refinement. "Ah, you've arrived, sir," Wei Shengbai beamed, instinctively vacating her seat. After all, he had been a professor at Hogwarts for several years. No one would raise an eyebrow at his presence. Indeed, Grindelwald nodded slightly in acknowledgement, greeting the other professors at the table before taking the seat she had relinquished, positioning himself closely beside Dumbledore. "Professor, as you are aware, Mr. Grindelwald possesses extensive knowledge regarding dark magic, particularly curses. I believe you two should engage in a thorough discussion post-ball." Although Wei Shengbai lowered her voice, it was of little concern to young Barty Crouch, who had been attentively eavesdropping on Dumbledore's discourse. His acute ears caught snippets of conversation regarding curses and other fragmented phrases, solidifying his suspicions about his master's intentions. Upon hearing this exchange, Dumbledore comprehended that Wei Shengbai had deliberately employed this pretext. It concealed Grindelwald's presence at Hogwarts that evening while simultaneously instilling in young Barty a greater certainty that both he and his master, Voldemort, were advancing toward a trap, leaving no room for dissent. "Then I must trouble Mr. Grindelwald to make this journey," Dumbledore expressed with gentle gratitude. "Who could resist such a generous offer? Though I must personally collect my due," Grindelwald remarked with a sardonic chuckle, his expression enigmatic, leaving others perplexed about his true sentiments. Sensing the potential slight directed at her, Wei Shengbai merely chuckled softly, opting to converse with Snape about inconsequential matters instead. The ball soon commenced, the champions entering with their partners. Ron, seated beside Hermione, was abruptly struck by a shocking sight. Why was his best friend holding his sister's hand as they entered together? When had he invited Ginny? As he wrestled with his hesitations and finally mustered the courage to ask Hermione if she would accompany him, what had Harry done to his sister in the interim? Perhaps Ron's gaze was too intense. Harry quickly discerned the source of his friend's ire, and turned slightly to offer an apologetic smile in Ron's direction. He realized it was not the right time to keep such matters from his friends, yet he struggled to find the words to explain, resulting in Ron remaining blissfully unaware. "Damn it, he even smiled at me. Is he taunting me?" Initially, Ron felt a surge of anger at the sight, but he quickly tempered his emotions, the sentiment more akin to mild grievance. Harry and Ginny are both fine. Perhaps they are merely partners in dance, with no deeper implications, Hermione remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. As the champions entered, the music began, first featuring the three pairs performing the opening dance, followed by a wave of revelry. After the opening dance, Ron wiped the sweat from his palms and extended a hand to Hermione. Wei Shengbai naturally allowed her companion to take her hand as they made their way to the dance floor. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, having exchanged pleasantries with other professors and the heads of the two other schools, excused themselves from the grand hall under the pretense of feeling unwell. Perhaps in some secluded corner where the music could barely reach, or on an abandoned rooftop. Two elderly figures might set aside their pasts and gracefully engage in a long duet. Chapter 177. The Second Task. Dumbledore's early departure caught the attention of several, particularly Harry. He had noticed the headmaster's absence from recent gatherings, and sensed a lack of vitality about him. Was something amiss? After dancing a few numbers with Ginny, he discreetly evaded Ron and approached Wei Shengbai near the faculty area, tentatively inquiring about Dumbledore's premature exit from the ball. "Do not fret. He has merely stepped aside to converse with an old friend." As per their earlier arrangement, Wei Shengbai refrained from divulging the prior plans to Harry, opting instead to assess the situation just before the final task of the Triwizard Tournament. All right. Since this professor assured him everything was fine, it was likely true. Although lingering doubts remained, Harry had developed a trust in Wei Shengbai after their shared experiences. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though she possessed a handle on all potential occurrences, never exhibiting a hint of panic, even in dire situations. Following the Christmas ball, the relationship between Ron and Hermione took on a subtle complexity. The two clearly harbored feelings for one another, yet remained uncommunicative, leaving both Harrys, one older and one younger, at a loss. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. As for the next task, to avoid discrepancies with his older self's memories, Harry took the time to visit the boys' bath at Hogwarts, placing the golden egg in the water to confirm its identity. It was indeed as he remembered, though he remained uncertain whether he would need to rescue Ron or his dance partner, Ginny, for this underwater challenge. While purchasing gillyweed was an option, Harry had devised a more efficient method to locate the hostages. On the day of the task, seating for spectators and judges had been arranged by the edge of the Black Lake. Compared to the previous dragon confrontation, a significantly larger audience had gathered for this event. How do you feel? Confident? Just as Harry prepared to retrieve something from his pocket, Moody's voice cut in from the side. Absolutely, Professor. Harry harbored no fondness for the imposter Barty Crouch masquerading as Mad-Eye Moody. However, to ensure the execution of the plan to transform the Goblet of Fire into a portkey during the final task, he would offer no semblance of goodwill to this individual. Just a little longer, if he could endure a bit more time until the conclusion of the final task, then everything else would resolve itself. He was to meet the still weakened Voldemort according to the opponent's plan. Thus he could not afford to reveal any hint that might arouse suspicion. As for the remaining Horcruxes, he intended to confront Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall a few days before the final match. By that time, it would be too late for Voldemort to react. The competition commenced swiftly, and young Harry consumed the gillyweed he had procured, then retrieved the whistle from his pocket and blew into it. The sharp sound pierced the stillness of the Black Lake, reaching the ears of the spectators, who were left bewildered by Harry's intentions, except for Professor McGonagall seated beside Dumbledore. She had previously inquired how to summon the water beast lurking in the depths of the lake, and impressed by his eagerness to learn, I had shared the method with her. She smiled and explained to those around her, though merely knowing the method was insufficient. That whistle was a specially crafted magical instrument lent to her. Soon, ripples began to form on the water's surface, and Harry deftly placed the bridle upon the water beast's head before skillfully mounting its back. I trust you. Take me to the three who are bound beneath the water, Harry whispered into the creature's ear. The beast shook its head as if in acknowledgement, and then plunged into the icy waters of the lake with Harry upon its back. The creature's speed in the depths of the Black Lake was astonishing, and before young Harry could fully comprehend his surroundings, the three individuals ensnared by water plants appeared before him. Those on the shore could not discern the situation at the lake's bottom, and while they speculated who would be the first to emerge with a hostage, suddenly a dark figure darted past, drawing ever closer to the shore. At last, when the shadow broke the surface, everyone beheld the scene clearly. Harry cradling Ginny in his arms, both seated atop the water beast, successfully brought to the shore. He was the first to return, which should earn him considerable points. Upon reaching the bank, Harry dismissed the water beast and quickly conjured a warming charm for Ginny, draping a large blanket over her. It was not yet spring, and merely standing on the shore was quite chilly, let alone emerging from the lake. Just as Harry busied himself drying his hair, Crumb surfaced with the hostage he aimed to rescue. Fleur remained submerged. She had encountered some difficulties while rescuing her sister, which took additional time, surfacing only after exceeding the match's allotted duration. After the competition, Harry returned the whistle used to summon the water beast to Professor McGonagall. The final match is approaching swiftly. Are you prepared? She casually remarked after reclaiming the whistle, her tone seemingly one of concern for his next competition. Yet it seemed to carry an underlying implication. Yes, Professor, I am ready, Harry replied. Regardless of the challenges that the final match may present, he would reach the end and seize victory with his wand. Before her, Harry made no mention of claiming the Triwizard Cup or achieving victory in the tournament. What he truly intended to convey was that he was prepared to confront once more the person entwined with his fate. In the prophecies of the past, the one who would survive the future had to be him. Chapter 178. The plan commences. However, with only a little over half a month remaining until the third match, while dining in the Great Hall, Harry's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the staff table, only to realize that since the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, he had not seen Dumbledore's presence. He had intended to seek out Dumbledore to disclose the matter of the remaining Horcruxes. With Voldemort not yet fully resurrected, he would surely be in a weakened state, making this the perfect opportunity to eliminate the Horcruxes before the third task commenced. Should he seek out Professor McGonagall? Just as he resolved to visit her, Dumbledore, who had long been absent from public view, entered the hall. However, he appeared significantly unwell. His complexion pallid instead of its usual rosy hue, and a shadow of gloom lingered in his brow. McGonagall and Snape were accompanying him, seemingly engaged in conversation, and Harry decided to seize this opportunity, setting down his cutlery and rising to approach them. Yet before he could reach the trio, Dumbledore suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground, fortunately caught by McGonagall with quick reflexes. What is happening? Both Harrys were taken aback by this sudden turn of events and hurriedly approached. Harry, just in time. Lend a hand. We need to take the headmaster to the hospital wing. I'll contact Mr. Green and have him come to Hogwarts post-haste. The former was directed at Harry, while the latter was intended for Snape. Harry was uncertain who Mr. Green was, yet given the current situation, he surmised it must be someone knowledgeable about Dumbledore's condition. Snape observed McGonagall's departure from the hall and glanced at Harry, still assisting the ailing headmaster, remaining silent. According to their plan, Dumbledore was to visibly display the effects of the curse before the students today, in order to facilitate Voldemort's appearance and to lower his guard. At this moment, there were not many students in the hall, yet those who witnessed the recent events had begun to murmur. On their way to the hospital wing, some had noticed Dumbledore's distressed state, and it would likely reach young Barty Crouch's ears soon. Shortly after settling the headmaster down, McGonagall re-entered from the hospital wing. "How is it?" She seemed not to have noticed Harry still lingering nearby, as she rolled up Dumbledore's right sleeve, revealing a hand ravaged by the curse. How could this happen? Harry's eyes widened in shock, and the consciousness of the older Harry within him also beheld this grim sight. This was the appearance of someone afflicted by the curse of a Horcrux. He could not be mistaken. What is happening? The timeline is wrong. Dumbledore had encountered that Horcrux before the Goblet of Fire. Moreover, Professor McGonagall was supposed to be an unpredictable variable in this world. He had once believed, just as his parents would survive, that Dumbledore and others had a chance to live without further sacrifice. Yet this scene before him shattered that illusion. This does not look good. We cannot wait for Mr. Green. We must return directly to the Order of the Phoenix and regroup there. In truth, she had not gone to send a letter to Grindelwald, but had informed several core members of the Order. With a serious expression, McGonagall retrieved an alchemical compass from her pocket, designed to counter dark magic curses, and placed it in Dumbledore's palm. After witnessing this act, Harry saw the curse marks on Dumbledore's right hand gradually fade, and then he heard her mention the Order of the Phoenix, momentarily leaving his mind in a state of confusion. "By the way, Harry, you should come with us. It will be a good opportunity to introduce you to the Order. And your parents will arrive shortly as well. I have sent them a letter." Yet, apparition is not permitted on Hogwarts grounds. Just as he was about to inquire how they would leave this place, he suddenly noticed a book in her hand radiating a soft glow, resembling a spellbook, from which a phoenix resembling fox emerged. "Grab the phoenix's tail feather, Harry." He stood momentarily stunned but complied with McGonagall's instructions, and after a dazzling flash of fire, the group vanished from the hospital wing. The next moment, as Harry's feet touched solid ground, they were no longer at Hogwarts. A gentle breeze carries with it the scent of moisture, intermingled with a faint hint of brine, suggesting proximity to the sea. Before Harry lies a vast expanse. Yet he is aware of the loyal heart charm, and a group of individuals has already reacted in an instant. Let us proceed. Professor McGonagall strides ahead, while Harry supports Dumbledore. What had initially appeared as an empty lawn begins to morph, revealing an immense structure that continuously twists into existence. As they finally step through the threshold, a castle steeped in the aura of a bygone era stands majestically before him. The location chosen for the Order of the Phoenix certainly surpasses the grandeur of his godfather's residence. Harry silently scoffs at this thought, yet he has no time to ponder why the headquarters of the Order resides within a castle reminiscent of a vampire aristocrat's abode. His foremost concern is Dumbledore's condition. Upon entering the castle, Grindelwald soon emerges from within, guiding them to the nearest lounge and promptly ushering everyone except Dumbledore out. Once the core members of the Order arrive, he approaches McGonagall and the others with an expression of cold detachment, shaking his head gently. The situation is dire. The potions and alchemical tools that once suppressed the curse have lost their efficacy. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Young Harry stands beside his parents, having just learned from them that the Order of the Phoenix exists to combat Voldemort and his Death Eaters, only to be met with such grim news. The faces of the core members darken upon hearing this revelation. Dumbledore has always been their steadfast anchor, and most of the wizards present are graduates of Hogwarts. Their sentiments toward the venerable headmaster beyond mere prophecy. Thus, accepting this reality is a daunting task. "Professor McGonagall, I have something I wish to discuss with you," Harry says, stepping away from his parents. "I believe I can anticipate what you are about to say, Harry. Let us converse privately when we return to Hogwarts, shall we?" Despite the presence of trustworthy members of the Order, matters concerning Horcruxes must remain confidential. Understood? Harry nods. The members of the Order decide to summon those still at other locations to reconvene and deliberate on subsequent actions. After a while, they gradually depart. And after exchanging a few words with Harry, Lily and James also leave, leaving only the original few behind. "I will speak with the headmaster for a moment. Severus, could you take Harry back?" Snape nods, grasping young Harry's arm and leading him out, apparating away swiftly. Meanwhile, McGonagall returns to the lounge, observing the two elderly gentlemen engaged in conversation, and lets out a soft sigh. "So gentlemen, have you reached a decision?" With Dumbledore ensnared by the curse, Once all matters are resolved, should we reveal the truth to everyone, or take advantage of this feigned death to relish the remainder of life? Chapter 179. Progressing towards the end. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Harry finds himself seated on a sofa in the office, awaiting her arrival. The young lad's expression betrays a hint of anxiety, uncertain whether it stems from the impending conversation, or from Snape's unwavering gaze fixed upon him from his desk. Ahem, Severus, could you fetch some snacks from the kitchen for me? The implication is clear. She seeks to dismiss him. Snape casts her a glance, offers no objection, and rises to leave the office. Though her intention is to create a moment of privacy, they have missed both lunch and dinner due to the day's events. And she is indeed in need of sustenance. Once the door closes, McGonagall approaches Harry. Well, it's rather late, and curfew is imminent, so let us be succinct. However, for certain reasons, Harry, I cannot divulge everything at this moment, but I hope you can trust me. Trust me, someone who should not be standing here. Her words cause young Harry's pupils to constrict. Although he had heard from his older self that Professor McGonagall did not exist in his original world, the impact of her admitting it herself is profoundly greater. This implies that she possesses knowledge of the fateful trajectories of another world. Yet what alterations transpired to render these two worlds so dissimilar? Professor, who are you truly? I possess some foresight regarding the future, and my clarity surpasses that of Professor Trelawney. Regrettably, I cannot articulate prophecies as she does, hence I must employ alternative methods to effect change, which has come at a cost to me. However, I am relieved to say that events are unfolding in alignment with my envisioned outcomes. Having chosen the conclusion I desire to achieve, I will inevitably arrive at my intended destination. Therefore, Harry, you need not harbor any worries. Simply stride confidently and resolutely toward the future you wish to create. McGonagall interrupts Harry's impending question, asserting that he need not concern himself with her past. His focus should be unwaveringly fixed on the future. And Dumbledore? Despite McGonagall's words exuding an air of assurance, the scene witnessed today, along with the curse afflicting Dumbledore's right hand, instills a sense of unease within Harry. Praise from others, immense power, and exceptional wisdom are all pursuits of mankind. Everyone chases these ideals, myself included. Yet for those who have truly weathered the storms of adversity, and have traversed the greater part of life's journey, these pursuits can feel more like invisible shackles, binding their once free souls and thoughts to the expectations of others. Such scrutiny resembles surveillance, as if others project their unattainable desires and aspirations onto another individual. I believe you can somewhat relate to this sentiment, given your respectable reputation within the wizarding community, correct? She smiles at Harry. The older Harry, concealed within young Harry's essence, comprehends her meaning more swiftly than the naive child. Regardless of whether Dumbledore's frailty is authentic or a ruse, a calculated plan or mere coincidence, he cannot prevent its unfolding. This is the will of the elder. Thus, as Professor McGonagall suggests, it could be interpreted as Dumbledore yearning for true freedom. Before departing, aside from the prophecy, Voldemort's greatest apprehension has always been Dumbledore. It appears that today's events in the Great Hall were likely the result of their prior discussions. Having spent over a decade at the Ministry of Magic, the older Harry quickly connects the dots and formulates a hypothesis, once again scrutinizing the professor before him through young Harry's eyes. What visions of the future has she encountered that grant her such profound insight into Dumbledore's heart? Let us conclude our idle chatter. It is growing late, and curfew approaches. You should return home to rest. Professor, regarding the Horcruxes, I have already stated, you need only proceed toward your destination. Coincidentally, Mr. Black's brother is idly at home, and I shall enlist him to assist me with some matters at Gringotts. In a couple of days, over the weekend, he will await you in Hogsmeade. Aside from Nagini, the final Horcrux is the cup locked away in Gringotts' vault by Bellatrix Lestrange, a detail McGonagall certainly will not overlook. This Horcrux must be dealt with before the final confrontation. Very well, I understand. Thank you, Professor. Off you go now. Good night. As Harry was about to leave the office, Severus Snape returned from the kitchen. Harry hurriedly bid him good night, before swiftly disappearing into the dimly lit corridor of the basement. Had they finished their conversation? He placed the snacks on his desk, even bringing back a jug of juice. Well, now they awaited the commencement of the final match. By the way, before returning, Professor Dumbledore inquired if you would be interested in the position of headmaster of Hogwarts. Although Dumbledore leaned towards Professor McGonagall for the next headmaster, he also held some regard for Snape, hence his tentative inquiry through her. The headmaster of Hogwarts doesn't he get any holidays? Rather than burdening myself with a plethora of school affairs and dealing with those ministry folks, I would much prefer to travel the world with you. Upon hearing his response, Millicent felt a sense of relief wash over her, and a radiant smile graced her face. Very well, once everything concludes, summer vacation will soon follow. Let us embark on a journey, just the two of us, Severus. Indeed, she was willing to remain by his side, and he understood the eagerness of the falcon to soar freely through the vast world. Their plans for the future felt exquisitely aligned. During the weekend, Harry accompanied Regulus, who had arrived early in Hogsmeade, and they departed through the fireplace, disguising themselves before heading to Gringotts to steal the cup. Regulus, having impersonated his sister for years, was adept at the task, while young Harry, to ensure he wouldn't blow their cover and jeopardize the plan, had enlisted his elder counterpart to take his place. The two of them navigated the vault without incident, and through the memories of Elder Harry, they accurately located the correct cup without triggering the duplicating spell set by Bellatrix Lestrange. After leaving Gringotts, they found a secure location, and only when they witnessed Harry draw forth the alchemical dagger gifted to him by Millicent to destroy the Horcrux did they finally exhale in relief. Unfortunately, the last Horcrux, Nagini, remained by Voldemort's side, making it impossible to destroy. If all went as anticipated, they would have to wait until the day of the match to resolve it. Chapter 180, Reunion. Before the commencement of the third task of the Triwizard Tournament, the spectator area was already abuzz with voices, some fervently discussing the potential victor of the competition, while others speculated about Headmaster Dumbledore. Recently, the elderly man had collapsed in the Great Hall, and the incident had garnered much attention over the past few days, especially since he was notably absent from this tournament. Many speculations surrounded Dumbledore's fainting, with the most prevalent rumor suggesting he had unknowingly been afflicted by a curse and had little time left to live. Of course, this narrative was well known to most, primarily as part of Millicent and their plan. If they could not deceive their own, how could they hope to mislead Voldemort? Perhaps the fragmentation of his soul into Horcruxes had left his mind somewhat impaired. Millicent believed he would not let this opportunity slip, and would undoubtedly seize upon the bait they had deliberately cast. However, the fisherman could be herself, Dumbledore, or others. But only the one fated by prophecy would deliver the final blow to this great fish. Seated in the teacher's section, Millicent watched as Harry stood at the entrance to the maze, ready for the challenge, tightly gripping his wand and continuously adjusting his breathing. All eyes were on the three champions, and even the imposter Barty Crouch Jr., sitting not far from her and masquerading as Professor Moody, failed to notice the alchemical communicator in her palm. Millicent felt the communicator suddenly emit a faint warmth, realizing everything was unfolding according to her plan, and the necessary individuals had arrived on the grand stage for the final act. Her gaze briefly shifted to Barty Crouch Jr. before quickly averting. The competition soon began, with the rules dictating that they enter the maze before them, overcoming numerous obstacles to retrieve the Triwizard Cup located within. The order of entry was determined by the scores obtained in the previous two tasks. Harry cast one last glance at his parents' location before resolutely stepping into the maze. Once all three champions had entered, Millicent tucked away the alchemical communicator and approached Barty Crouch Jr., placing her hand on his shoulder. Professor Moody, we have some matters that require your attention. Would you be so kind as to accompany us? Her tone remained as gentle as ever, yet the firmness of her grip suggested she feared he might escape under her watch. Barty instinctively sensed the aura of danger, and was about to refuse when he felt another grip on his other shoulder. Snape stood at his side, casting a menacing glance in his direction. Please cooperate. Otherwise, we may need to resort to more forceful measures. Barty felt the unmistakable presence of two wands aimed at his back, and his body stiffened as he unsteadily rose, allowing the two to lead him away. It was then he realized he had been exposed. When had this occurred? Where had he gone awry? If they had known his true identity all along, did this mean the tournament was a trap laid for his master? In that moment, cold sweat broke out on Barty's brow, but he could not flee, for the teacher's section was populated with other professors, and the audience included ministry personnel. Should he resist here, he would undoubtedly be captured in Hogwarts. It was better to follow these two and then find an opportunity to escape. Yet as fate would have it, when he found himself in the headmaster's office with three individuals, his last glimmer of hope vanished. Although Dumbledore's complexion appeared less than favorable, he entirely lacked the previous aura of impending death. Beside him sat the somewhat weary true Professor Moody, and the other was Grindelwald, who had come to observe without any disguise. Barty, not particularly acquainted with the latter, nonetheless recognized him. You know my identity? This was intentional? As the effects of the polyjuice potion wore off, revealing his true form, the expressions of those present reflected no surprise, and he understood he had fallen into a trap. But how long had they planned this? What kind of snare had they set for his master? All of this remained a mystery to him. After the competition concludes, we shall hand you over to the ministry. For now, we are heading to the Gaunt residence. Would you care to join us for the final curtain call? Millicent disregarded his query, binding Barty securely, and Snape extracted his wand from him, ensuring he could not resist, before addressing Dumbledore and the others. No. Now that we have reached this point, I see no need to appear before others again. You may handle the rest, I trust you. Dumbledore gently shook his head. He had made his choice. Soon he would have a widely publicized funeral, after which these convoluted matters would no longer concern him. Do remember to erase Mr. Crouch's memories. We shall return shortly with Harry and the others to Hogwarts. Millicent received the tattered sorting hat from Dumbledore, and then a phoenix appeared, whisking her and Snape away from the scene. Meanwhile, Harry, having navigated several obstacles, finally managed to reach the finish line just ahead of Crumb and Fleur. Gazing upon the Triwizard Cup, situated at the heart of the labyrinth, it had been ensorcelled according to the intricate design of young Barty Crouch Jr., transforming it into a key to a door. By merely touching it, one could find themselves in the presence of Voldemort. Are you prepared? Harry silently inquired within, receiving an affirmative response. Yes, I am ready. He inhaled deeply and stepped forward, delicately grasping the exquisite cup. In an instant, a whirlwind of vertigo enveloped him, and the scenery before him shifted from the labyrinth to a mist-laden graveyard. Clad in dark robes, Death Eaters encircled the weakened Voldemort, while Peter Pettigrew trembled slightly, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions directed at the newly arrived Harry. Harry Potter. The harsh, raspy voice of the Dark Lord emerged from his lips, as he lay cradled in Pettigrew's arms like a helpless infant. The architect of his current state stood before him. Voldemort. Harry uttered his name softly. At that moment, the two fragments of his soul converged, resonating in a lament that intertwined time and fate. The Triwizard Cup fell to the grass. But Harry did not spare it a glance. Instead, he tightened his grip on his wand. In his eyes, there were no Death Eaters, no other individuals, only that fated nemesis foretold by prophecy. Chapter 181. A journey together once more. If not for her, if not for that night, that woman intervening in my affairs, you would not be standing here now, having survived for over a decade longer. I suspect you should be grateful for that, Harry. You have matured. Perhaps we can engage in a fair duel. Of course, I must first shed this wretched form. I believe you would be willing to assist me, Harry. As if receiving an unspoken signal, Pettigrew immediately drew his wand, casting a binding curse toward Harry's location. The Harry of the present was no longer the naive fourth-year wizard from the original tale. Even without the aid of his older self, he was quick to evade the attack, quite adept at dodging. Observing Harry's evasion of the curse, Voldemort scoffed, and the surrounding Death Eaters began to close in. Harry's older self watched the unfolding scene, doubt simmering within him. Was he mistaken about the meaning of the signal? Was there truly no assistance forthcoming? Just as this thought crossed his mind, and he prepared to break through the encircling Death Eaters, a multitude of figures suddenly materialized in the desolate wilderness nearby. Among them familiar faces, his parents and Sirius. Nearly all members of the Order of the Phoenix had arrived, alongside several formidable Aurors, reliable colleagues of James Potter. What is happening? How could there be ministry personnel present? Who leaked the information? Who has betrayed me? Voldemort, still not fully revived from the ritual, cast a suspicious gaze upon his Death Eater subordinates, particularly at a certain blonde individual among them. Lucius Malfoy stiffened under Voldemort's scrutiny, yet he maintained his composure, neither affirming his loyalty nor stepping forward in acknowledgement. Surrounded by members of the Order and several Aurors, a sense of retreat began to permeate the ranks of the Death Eaters. Some among them had narrowly escaped the Ministry's relentless persecution and manhunt in years past. Had it not been for Voldemort's sudden summons, they would have preferred not to be here at all. Voldemort sensed the shifting tides. In his current state, having yet to utilize Harry's blood for his resurrection, he was dangerously weak. With so few followers, it was utterly impossible for him to proceed with his plans unscathed. Peter, Bella, take Harry and let us depart. He commanded his two most trusted subordinates, believing that as long as they could extricate Harry from this place, the rest would be manageable. Unfortunately, fate had other designs. Just as Bella lunged to seize Harry, Pettigrew attempted to disapparate with Voldemort, only to discover in horror that the spell had failed. Anti-disapparation jinx. Voldemort snarled, his face contorting with rage. How could his Death Eaters have arrived at his call only to find themselves ensnared by such a jinx? In the fleeting moments since their arrival, who had set this trap beneath his very nose? Congratulations on your astute deduction, Mr. Voldemort. If I were to offer you death as a prize, would you accept it? Bella persisted in her relentless pursuit of Harry, but before she could grasp his cloak, a vaguely familiar voice echoed from nearby. To Bella Lestrange. It was merely an echo of familiarity, but for Voldemort, who had languished in the Albanian forest for years as a fractured soul, it was a voice he loathed to the core. The woman who had abruptly thwarted him that fateful night, casting the killing curse that left him in this pitiful state, was now standing before him once more. Had it not been for the need to maintain his current condition, he would not have had to skulk in the shadows, clinging to life. Had the Order of the Phoenix concealed the events of that Halloween night too well, rendering the past of this individual largely unknown? If only Barty Crouch Jr. had mentioned her in the reports. Voldemort would never have anticipated that the woman he had struck down with the killing curse all those years ago would return to stand before him unscathed. Apart from appearing more composed and matured, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman from that night. For a fleeting moment, Voldemort questioned whether this was a deliberate tactic to disrupt his thoughts. Yet he quickly dismissed the notion. She was the one who had once vanquished him, and he would recognize her anywhere. Impossible. You should be dead. No one survives a killing curse. It cannot be. He roared, nearly beside himself with disbelief, his voice rife with bitterness and resentment. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he broke into a maniacal laughter. I see it now. You must have utilized the same method I did. You prattle on about justice, standing against me. Yet you resorted to the same dark magic I did. We are of the same ilk, kindred spirits. Ah! Voldemort appeared to be teetering on the brink of madness, and as the nearby Death Eaters, realizing they could not disapparate away, drew their wands in desperation, engaging in combat with the members of the Order and the Aurors. Snape cast a glance at the woman beside him, squeezing her hand for reassurance, before pursuing Bellatrix with his wand drawn. Voldemort was now at his most vulnerable, and with several contingencies already in place, since they had sacrificed so much for this ideal outcome, it was time for her to take the reins. This was the respect Snape afforded her, wishing for her to pen an ending without regrets. Kindred spirits, how ironic, she mused, recalling the words spoken by Tom Riddle, whose fragment of a soul had once uttered the same to her in the Room of Requirement. Yet, regrettably, despite having drawn on certain dark magics, at our core, we are not of the same kind. Voldemort had cleaved his soul into fragments in his pursuit of eternal life. In another realm, a version of herself, in pursuit of the perfection she so desired, wagered her complete soul, and came to her side, transforming into her exclusive soul vessel, ultimately resulting in the fusion of their two souls. One driven by personal desire, brimming with greed and malevolence. The other, sacrificing everything for the starlight she had never seen in her lifetime, resolved to avoid repeating past mistakes. They were inherently different, from the very beginning, distinct in essence. Yet, Mr. Voldemort, we have never been of the same ilk. She is the gentle breeze that guides me, the starlight unveiled after the clouds, the soul I can never sever from my being. You should not dare to compare yourself with us. She advanced step by step towards Wormtail, moving in Voldemort's direction, drawing her wand from her waist. The first part of her statement was delivered with an air of nonchalance, as it was an undeniable truth. However, the latter part echoed with resounding conviction, each word ringing clear and powerful, resonating within the very souls present. The wand she grasped tightly bore a ruby that shimmered like a blazing fire, akin to a heart imbued with boundless power, radiating a comforting magical glow. This time, on the path to their ultimate destination, they continued to walk together. Chapter 182. Avada Kedavra. Harry, standing nearby, felt somewhat bewildered, yet gleaned critical insights from their exchange. For instance, the night Professor McGonagall thwarted Voldemort's casting of the killing curse, and the fact that she was still alive, even preceding Voldemort's resurgence, indicated that she had indeed accomplished something significant. But what exactly had she done? Voldemort arrogantly proclaimed they were kindred spirits, suggesting that the soul fragment sustaining his existence was a Horcrux, implying that McGonagall also possessed one. Yet, she insisted they were different, seemingly alluding to another individual, leaving Harry with a throbbing headache, feeling as though he needed to think more deeply. As Harry hesitated between intervening in the confrontation between Professor McGonagall and Voldemort, or aiding elsewhere against the Death Eaters, a peculiar sound reached his ears. It was as though something was gliding across the ground, delivering a faint metallic scent through the breeze to his nostrils. It was a colossal serpent, the final Horcrux of Voldemort, the giant snake Nagini. In an instant, Harry realized the gravity of the situation. Perhaps the current Harry could contend with a Voldemort in an infantile state, but he would never be able to breach Nagini's defenses. This formidable magical serpent was exceedingly fierce, impervious even to the killing curse. It had taken Neville's utmost effort, wielding the sword of Gryffindor, to sever its head. But he couldn't possibly return to Hogwarts to fetch the sword. Harry, take this. Just as he prepared to confront Nagini with his wand, Professor McGonagall approached him, tossing the tattered sorting hat into his hands. Oh, it's been ages since I left Hogwarts. The air outside is so refreshing. The sorting hat remarked in its distinctive tone, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere and the graveyard surrounding them. Wormtail's heart raced with fear, for the traitor knew all too well that he would gain no advantage against this professor. Better to flee than risk capture. Voldemort had not yet fully revived, and he still had a chance to escape. Coincidentally, Voldemort harbored similar thoughts of fleeing, but unexpectedly, before he could command Wormtail to facilitate his escape, the latter transformed into a gray mouse and scurried away at remarkable speed. Wormtail. Harry pulled the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat, fearing the traitor might slip away. Meanwhile, the great serpent Nagini had already lunged towards him, its cold, piercing gaze fixated on Harry's neck, its forked tongue hissing ominously, exuding an aura of danger and dread. With swift reflexes, Harry seized control of his body, gripping the sword as he rolled sideways across the ground, narrowly evading Nagini's assault. As Wormtail fled and Nagini engaged with Harry, Voldemort watched Professor McGonagall advance towards him, filled with bitter resentment. Yet he found himself with no choice but to retreat. Unfortunately for him, he did not succeed. Lurking in the shadows, Regulus revealed himself, stepping forward to tread upon the tail of the fleeing mouse. Wormtail, having shed his grotesque infantile form, could hardly maintain his sanity, as the fragmented soul pieces he had relinquished made his essence tainted and fragmented, rendering him a ghastly sight. This swirling mass of darkened souls surged toward the heavens, seeking to escape this location now besieged by members of the Order of the Phoenix and Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, reminiscent of the days in the Chamber of Secrets. If he could just leave this place, he still had his Horcrux and other means of resurrection. He only needed to escape. Souls are formless. While Harry contended with Nagini, he distractedly observed Voldemort's attempt to flee, but to his astonishment, Voldemort did not succeed. Professor McGonagall summoned her Patronus, a silver-feathered bird soaring through the air, obstructing the path of Voldemort's main soul. Harry, slay that serpent, otherwise I cannot obliterate his primary soul. While Voldemort sought to escape, McGonagall aimed to resolve everything on this day. Unless the existence of the other Horcruxes was terminated, she would be unable to eradicate Voldemort's principal soul. For despite the division of several Horcruxes, the Dark Lord's spirit remained formidable and difficult to annihilate. Like a tree whose roots remain embedded deep within the soil, if not entirely uprooted, it will inevitably find an opportunity to sprout anew. Perhaps due to the fusion of her soul with the powers of two worlds, her Patronus was even more potent than others. Professor McGonagall sensed that her Patronus seemed to possess its own consciousness. Thus, she was able to thwart Voldemort's escape at this critical juncture. However, such matters were of little consequence. She focused on using her Patronus to impede Voldemort while simultaneously surveying the battlefield. Upon hearing her words, Harry ceased to regard Voldemort's main soul, and instead concentrated on the formidable foe before him. The killing curse was ineffective against the serpent. The only weapon capable of making a difference was the sword that had once been stained with basilisk venom. Gripping the hilt, Harry felt as though he had returned to his second year, battling the basilisk in the Slytherin chamber. Yet he knew that back then, the professors had discreetly aided him in subduing the beast. Now he had only himself to rely upon. However, he was no longer the feeble second-year boy. Besides, he had another version of himself from a different world. He would not be defeated. Voldemort, hindered by the pursuit of the Patronus, found himself beleaguered. Although this Patronus could not inflict significant harm upon his soul, maintaining its ethereal form was an exhausting endeavor, and he needed to escape quickly to find a new host. As Harry seized the moment, deftly dodging an attack, he swung the sword and severed Nagini's head. Breathless, he half-kneeled on the ground, while McGonagall, who had been restraining Voldemort's primary soul, smiled. Well done, Harry. With this, the final Horcrux had been vanquished. What? The last Horcrux? Voldemort could scarcely believe his ears. At the moment Nagini fell to Harry's blade, he still clung to the notion that he possessed other Horcruxes. Yet, McGonagall's nonchalant declaration was more devastating to Voldemort than any blow he had ever received. Impossible. This cannot be. I have crafted numerous soul vessels. How could you possibly find them? How could you hope to destroy them? That is a testament to your overconfidence, Mr. Voldemort. This performance should reach its conclusion now. I have awaited this day for an eternity. Bridging the chasms of time and space, Wei Shengbai raised her wand. Even as she gazed up at the swirling essence of the Dark Lord, which had stirred the world for half a century, She felt neither joy nor excitement. Voldemort perceived the serenity and relief in the woman's eyes, along with the familiar glow emanating from the tip of her wand. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 183. Epilogue 1. I do not regret. Harry wandered through a dense fog, time seemingly stretching endlessly, yet he had yet to uncover an exit. He meandered in this haze, confronted solely by the pallid mist, devoid of any other presence. Where was he? After departing that world, was he not meant to return directly to his own body? Harry was unclear about his current predicament, yet he could not linger. He pressed onward, resolutely forging ahead. After what felt like an eternity, a peculiar sight emerged in the distance, invigorating him, prompting him to quicken his pace towards it. He beheld a colossal figure materializing amidst the thick fog. It was a train, stationed at a platform. Its visage was familiar. Since the age of 11, this train had borne witness to all his beginnings and endings, right up to the moment he watched his youngest son board it. It was the Hogwarts Express. How could it possibly be here? Did Dumbledore also reside in this realm? Upon contemplating this possibility, Harry eagerly boarded the train, which stood invitingly open. Yet oddly, the compartments were devoid of any other passengers. He refused to surrender to disappointment, searching through each carriage until he finally discovered someone familiar, yet not entirely so. In a spacious compartment towards the rear, Professor Wei Sheng? Harry's heart brimmed with astonishment as the woman, who had been gazing out into the mist, turned her head at the sound of his voice. Harry. Her voice was as ethereal and elusive as the fog outside, and when she faced him, he noticed the years had etched profound lines upon her visage, marking the passage of time indelibly. It is you, Harry. You have been wandering here for quite some time. Haven to you? No need to rush. Please take a seat and rest a while. She did not seem surprised by his presence, merely gesturing to the empty seat before her. Professor, where is this place? Having spent considerable time in young Harry's body, he had grown accustomed to addressing her thus. This is the void between worlds. You must be on your way back to your own realm. The sight of this train signifies that you are nearing your destination. Sensing his inner turmoil, Wei Shengbai elucidated their surroundings in simple terms, reassuring him not to fret. I understand, Professor. But why are you here? And you appear different from the last time I saw you. Harry was overwhelmed with questions. In the other world, young Harry had vanquished Nagini, while Wei Shengbai had dealt with Voldemort's primary soul, and he had departed shortly thereafter. Yet the person before him seemed to carry the weight of untold ages, both in appearance and spirit. Here, I am but a remnant left behind while traversing the rifts of time and space. I am not a true soul. I apologize, Harry, for being born into the same world as you, yet unable to alter the fate of my own realm, or the destinies of those who sacrificed. I possess knowledge of the future, but my spiritual strength is too feeble to withstand the will of your world. Thus I chose to flee and endeavor to change another parallel existence. Indeed, seated amidst the mist on this train, Wei Shengbai was not but the final vestige of another version of herself. Harry pondered for a considerable time, gradually unraveling the meaning of her words, realizing that the figure before him was not the Wei Shengbai of another world, but one who shared his origins. I do not believe you need to apologize. You have successfully altered the fate of another world, have you not? I am grateful to you, for I have seen my parents and those dear to me thriving in another realm, a reality I dared not even dream of. I should be thanking you, madam. Harry set aside his other tumultuous thoughts and sincerely expressed his gratitude to her. Is that so? Wei Shengbai nodded, a sigh of relief escaping her lips, a faint smile gracing her face. That is good to hear. This journey has been exceedingly long enough to wear me down. To hear you say this today brings me solace, allowing me to rest at last. She nodded, reclining in her seat and gently closing her eyes. Harry chose not to disturb her further, quietly exiting the compartment. As he stepped off the train, and back onto the platform, the train, which had stood still at this station for years, transformed into the mist surrounding it, gradually dissipating. Harry inhaled deeply, his steps resolute as he approached the exit. Even though the parallel world held many alluring aspects, he could not forsake the ties of his own realm. Thus, he would not linger in a place that did not belong to him. Passing through the light and opening his eyes, he returned to his own world. The clock on his desk reminded him that even though he had spent considerable time in another realm, only 10 minutes had elapsed here. It felt akin to a fleeting dream. In that dream he had reconciled all his regrets, and upon awakening he held a renewed hope for the future of this world. After returning from the other world, Harry seized an opportunity to visit Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall appeared a touch older than he remembered, yet she seemed in good spirits and was delighted to see him back at the school. Professor McGonagall, I wish to speak with Mr. Dumbledore. Upon hearing his request, McGonagall escorted him to the headmaster's office, kindly granting them privacy. Within the portrait, Dumbledore was dozing in his rocking chair, only opening his eyes languidly upon sensing movement. Harry? It has been ages. I am surprised you still remember this old fellow. Dumbledore's humor remained intact, his voice warm and amiable, as if no time had passed since their last meeting. Sir, I had a dream in which I encountered someone quite extraordinary. Harry proceeded to recount the events he had experienced. Dumbledore, initially unfazed, grew increasingly astonished as Harry continued. You truly dreamt of that individual? The woman with the surname Wei Sheng? Yes, her name is Wei Shengbai. In another world, she prevented Voldemort from murdering my parents and ultimately vanquished him alongside me. It was evident from Dumbledore's reaction that he was familiar with her, likely having encountered the woman from the mist-laden train. Yes, I know her. Unfortunately, she left school to return to her homeland during her 3rd year. I only saw her again after the war had ended. At that time, she stood in the very position you occupy now, telling me she could never behold the morning star of this world again, so she aspired to become her own light. I did not fully grasp the meaning of her words back then, but now I understand. What a tumultuous yet rational, gentle yet obstinate child he is. The portrait of Dumbledore sighed, enveloped in a contemplative silence. Thus, it was not merely a dream. Sir, there truly exists a parallel world that could be deemed perfect, where those individuals are living well, and for that, I am genuinely delighted. However, Harry, we must not lose ourselves in dreams. Yes, I understand, sir. Which is precisely why I did not linger in that realm. Although this world may not possess the perfection of the other, I have found my own happiness here. Dumbledore felt a sense of joy in Harry's understanding. After conversing for a while longer, just as Harry was preparing to take his leave, Dumbledore posed one final question. How fares the other version of me? Harry, somewhat perplexed, recounted in detail the events that transpired in that world, along with his own speculations. Is that so? A feigned death. The other me chose such a method. A look of bewilderment crossed his features, but it was undeniable that this was indeed something he might have done. Yes, after vanquishing Voldemort, Mr. Green of the Order of the Phoenix presided over your funeral, and subsequently announced the dissolution of the organization. Wait. Did you just say who presided over my feigned death funeral? Upon hearing the name from Harry's lips, a thought blossomed in Dumbledore's mind, one that he could scarcely believe. Ah, Mr. Green Gellert Grindelwald, who once served as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, was the former guardian of Professor Microbe in that world, and later became a core member of the Order of the Phoenix. Sir, do you not recognize this individual? No, from the moment Harry uttered that false name. He had already deduced the identity of that person. I know him very well. So the guardian was indeed he. It becomes clear now that her earlier words held this meaning, that she had chosen him as the point of entry. I understand now. I see how it is. In the portrait, Dumbledore appeared to be recalling a distant memory, his expression tinged with melancholy. After Harry departed, the portrait of him closed its eyes once more, sinking into a deep slumber. In dreams, might he once again reach out to that distant past, and the reconciled future of another world? If you truly encounter my old friend again, please convey my apologies for not having visited him all these years. Truly, I am very sorry. I cannot forget the past. No matter how much time has elapsed, the memories of our encounter continue to shimmer in my mind. If given a chance to relive anything, it would be this. I would have no regrets. In whatever world, Albus Dumbledore will forever hold no regrets for meeting Gellert Grindelwald that summer. Chapter 184, Extra 2. The Dream of a Cat. He dreamt he had transformed into a black cat. He inspected his paw pads and then looked around at his surroundings. The ordinarily mundane furnishings appeared to have been scaled up several times, rendering him quite disoriented. It must be a dream, he thought, as his true name felt elusive, and all reality seemed shrouded in a veil of mist. Yet he knew he ought not to be a black cat. Regardless, he was not particularly fond of his current form, and merely wished to awaken swiftly. However, contrary to his desires, despite the strong urge to wake up swirling in his mind, he remained trapped in this dream, confined to the movements of a cat. Well, he thought, at the very least, he ought to ascertain where he was. Fortunately, this was not a desolate sewer or a street overgrown with weeds, but rather a quaint little wooden cabin, suggesting that this cat was someone's pet. The cabin was modest, and peering out of the small window revealed a vast expanse of white wilderness, nearly everything blanketed in snow, though the silhouette of distant mountains could still be discerned. The interior of the cabin was not spacious. After leaping onto the table, he could almost take in the entire layout of the house at a glance. There were unmistakable signs of human habitation. Yet despite searching the entirety of the abode, he could find no trace of the person who cared for this black cat. Had they perhaps stepped out? Although the ground was covered in snow, there was no blizzard. However, straying too far could lead to losing one's way. She might get lost. Despite his memories being hazy, upon realizing this predicament, he instinctively dashed toward the door. She might get lost. I must go find her. Even without clarity on the identity of the black cat's owner, he had deduced this conclusion from some unknown source. Fortunately, just as he prepared to exit the wooden cabin in the guise of the black cat, footsteps echoed from outside. Upon hearing the noise, he promptly retreated, waiting for the door to open. Outside, Microbe White pulled back the hood of her cloak, revealing a face reddened from the cold. She suppressed the indifference in her eyes and replaced it with a gentle smile before retrieving a key to unlock the door. Little Black, I'm back. In this desolate, snow-covered mountain, her only companion was a black cat. I apologize, I had trouble finding my way back and it took a bit of time. You must be hungry. Shall I prepare roasted fish for you today? As she spoke to the black cat sitting on the soft sofa, she removed her cloak and busied herself by searching for ingredients by the stove. This person feels so familiar. The black cat nestled closer to her, the warmth from the fire dispelling the chill of the snow that clung to her. By the fire, the roasted fish on the fork began to emit an enticing aroma. After a simple lunch, Microbe White took out her diary, and only upon writing the date did she realize that today was the last day of June. A decade had passed. 10 years had elapsed since Dumbledore's death, and the conclusion of that great battle. During these 10 years, she had embarked on a journey toward an elusive hope. Would it not be better to live steadily in this world? To no longer dwell on past regrets, nor to exhaust herself in futile attempts to defy fate? Would that not be preferable? In recent months, such thoughts had frequently surfaced in her mind. To relinquish everything would bring some discontent, yet it would also afford a long-lost sense of ease. Upon reflection, it seemed that from the day she had been insulated from the world's consciousness, she had never truly let go of this obsession. I am so weary, truly weary. Microbe White slowly set down her pen, rubbed her temples, then rose to embrace the small cat sprawled on the sofa. Little Black, I wish to visit an old friend. The temperature atop the snowy mountain was quite low. Upon returning to Britain, the climate here, though somewhat stifling, was not unwelcome. Godric's Hollow remained as serene as ever. But today marked the anniversary of Dumbledore's passing. Even in isolation, the atmosphere felt more vibrant than usual. She stood on a rise, watching until the last of the visitors departed from Dumbledore's grave before stepping forward. Even after 10 years, the old headmaster continued to be revered and loved. The area around his grave was meticulously tended, and the headstone was adorned with an abundance of flowers. Daisies, lilies, blue irises, and even some magical blooms from the wizarding world. Microbe White lingered before the grave for a moment, then drew her wand. Compared to these, I believe you would prefer this. With a graceful arc of her wand, a vibrant bouquet of deep red roses materialized before the grave, their intoxicating fragrance standing out amidst the more delicate arrangements. Amidst the enchanting fragrance of blossoms, she found herself momentarily disoriented, as if transported a century back in time, where two exceptionally gifted yet prideful youths engaged in fervent discourse regarding the future of the wizarding world within the confines of Godric's Hollow. After lingering for a while, she cradled the small black cat in her arms and meandered down the path, arriving at another grave. His resting place was somewhat secluded, yet its location was rather agreeable, not too distant from Dumbledore's, while still allowing a view of where Lily lay eternally at rest. It seemed she merely stopped by to pay a visit to this individual, uttering no nostalgic words, for their connection was tenuous at best, or perhaps it was merely her solitary understanding of Professor Snape. On the surface, her visit appeared casual, yet Wei Sung-bai lingered here longer than anticipated, seemingly deep in thought, though perhaps contemplating nothing at all. Ultimately, she placed a bouquet of pristine white lilies at the foot of the gravestone, gazing up at the now dimming sky, and let out a gentle sigh. I must continue forward. At the very least, I must ascertain whether an alternative possibility exists. Be it obsession or fate, I am simply compelled to undertake this endeavor. Nothing more. A soft breeze swept past, carrying her final words into the air, intertwining with the crisp floral scent, drifting farther away. In the early morning, Severus Snape awoke to find his companion already roused from slumber. Good morning, Severus. Morning. Habitually, he planted a gentle kiss upon her forehead, and enveloped her in his embrace. What troubles you? Did you have a nightmare? Wei Sung-bai inquired, her face alight with a smile. If transforming into a cat qualifies as a nightmare, then perhaps it could be deemed a pleasant dream? The other details of the dream had faded from his memory, but the lingering sense of loss was indeed unsettling. However, upon awakening to her presence, All traces of discomfort were swiftly swept away. As was their custom, the couple rose to descend for breakfast. While on the sofa near the balcony in their bedroom, the small black cat, having just awakened from its dreams, languidly yawned and shut its eyes once more. What a splendid morning, it purred.